can only count on the reinforcement value to cross the day. Called Jiang Qinghe, unable to connect, probably practicing or taking classes. He searched again for aquamarine hollow theory. It's no different from the hollow earth theory of the past. At this point, Susie's cell phone rang. The caller ID is an unfamiliar number. After Suze connected, on the other end of the phone, a voice came out, saying, "Suze, it's me. I'm Xue Jianing." Snap. Susie hung up directly. Not half a minute, the phone rang again. Xue Jianing Perseverance called over, said, "Suze, immediately to the college entrance examination. Senior 3 has been released. The class president's meaning is that we are the students of the 3rd class, the last time to get together again. The location is set in the Hebrew Hotel, 9 o'clock in the evening, the 8th floor Tulip private room." Chapter 78. The Method of Forging Divine Armor. Lingzhou 3rd Middle School, school entrance. The students who used to be in Suze's class all gathered together and looked at Xue Jianing, who was calling Suze. For the first time, when she was hung up just after reporting her name, Xue Jianing became a bit embarrassed. Second, after finishing himself, Suze didn't say a word, just faintly said, "I know this sentence," as if the June snow condensed into an ice knife, deeply pierced into Xue Jianing's proud heart. She's at school. She's the schoolgirl. Her grades, top of the list, and her family's condition, although not top-notch, is still a little rich. Everyone around her held her in the palm of their hands and took care of her like a princess. Boys who liked to crush on her, the whole 3rd form, long 10 hands cannot be counted. Xue Jianing gritted her teeth. The others didn't hear her and Suze's call, and immediately squeezed out a smile and laughed. "Don't worry, it's taken care of. Suze tonight will definitely come back." Bull beer. A goddess in action. 1 for 2. Today's Suze can be remarkable. I have heard that he Zhongshi. Do you know what is called Zhongshi? A boy who usually rather looked down on Suze, gestured with both hands and felt that it was too short. So he said, "The strongest of the patriarchs. When a sword goes out, electricity flashes and thunder roars, and it is said that it can cut people through the air." For all of this, Suzy naturally didn't know. He ate his lunch and browsed the martial house forums, ready to get himself a battle sword. The Kunwu sword is a magic treasure. This thing can be used as an undercard. But what level of weapon should an 8th grade martial artist use? S-class? SS. Normally, the weapons of a 6th grade martial artist were bound to be crafted from B-grade composite metal, as the grade was too low to withstand the fights and outbursts of a 6th grade martial artist. The 7th grade martial artists, on the other hand, used weapons made of A-grade composite metals. What about the 8 pints? Suze before the battle with the Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf. That Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf, but just advanced to the 8th product, will be a claw almost abolished Suze's A extreme composite metal battle knife. If the 8th product continue to use a composite metal weapon, I'm afraid that with just a slight rush of explosive force, the A-grade composite metal weapon would have to be deformed and shattered. Suze searched for a long time in the trading section and found that the A-level composite metal weapon is already among the composite metals the most high-level weapon. The concept of S-class composite metals is a good one. The country's researchers are also working on the research and development of S-class composite metal, but for the time being, there are no results. 8th grade martial artists, spiritual power is strong, general fighting, will be spiritual power embodied weapons. There is a post, this is even specialized in analyzing and explaining, said, spiritual power embodied weapons among the 8 grades is the most common. However, the disadvantages are too great. Once the weapon shatters, the embodied person's spiritual power will surely be traumatized. The most suitable weapon for an 8th grade Golden Body Realm powerhouse is a divine weapon. Susie's gaze twitched. Soldier of God. It's a word that sounds so lofty. He searched again for how to forge divine weapons. The martial arts home forum actually really have divine weapon forging method, but not free public, but need to spend money to buy. Price, 3 million. This martial house forum, it's too good at making money, isn't it? Susie swept a glance. Divine soldier forging method is a compressed package, the back and download the amount of foot. Download more than 200 times. One time $3 million. Over 200 times that's nearly $700 million. Payment. Download. Unzip. Suze carefully browsed the divine warrior forging method, sprawling tens of thousands of words. Forging divine weapons, the most crucial thing is demon cores. Once a demonic beast reaches the 7th grade, it will condense its demonic nucleus. However, the demonic nucleus is extremely difficult to obtain, and the average 7th grade demonic beast, unless it is killed in seconds, will self-detonate its demonic nucleus before it dies, and won't let anyone get it easily. The beginning of the Divine Warrior Forging method explains how difficult it is to obtain demon cores. This is also the reason why many 7th grade martial arts masters still use a grade composite metal weapons. They don't have the ability to kill 7th grade demonic beasts in seconds. In fact, even if one really has the ability to kill a 7th grade demonic beast in seconds, one may not necessarily be able to obtain a demon core. Seconds. It also depends on how fast or slow it is. It can only be done if it is so fast that the demonic beasts don't even have the time to react. Otherwise, they can explode their own demon nuclei with a single thought. What a pain in the ass. Suzy was a bit speechless. Is it so troublesome to build just one divine weapon? So fast that it didn't give the 7th grade demonic beast time to react? This? Even a 9th grade Grand Master may not be able to do that, right? Unless… Suzy scratched his head. It seems not too difficult. Wouldn't it be fine to take the demonic beast by surprise, kill it in an instant, and let the demonic beast have no reaction to explode its own demon core? In that case, the value of the demon core should be extremely high. But why is the corpse of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf only worth so little? Could it be that the system missed the value of the demon core? Suzy didn't sell all of this harvest. At that time in the Martial Arts Authority, if he waved his hand and removed the entire body of a Silver Moon ferocious wolf that was more than 20 meters long, he would definitely scare the staff of the trading department of the Martial Arts Authority. Step out of the villa. The neighborhood golf course happened to be empty. With a wave of his hand, Suzy took out the corpse of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. The body, which was more than 20 meters long, melted into 2 halves. After checking some, Suzy shook his head. It turns out that it is not that the system missed counting the demon core, but that the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf had already exploded its own demon core when it was killed by me with a slash. 8th grade demonic beasts with strong spiritual power. Even if its physical body was cut in 2, its spiritual power would not be instantly silenced, and it would be easy to blow up its demon core. Suzy began to summarize his experience. It looks like before taking it by surprise and instantly killing it in seconds, it still needs to be mentally shocked, so that its mental power is instantly in a blank state, and this dilemma will naturally be solved. After thinking about the Wuji Honored One as well as Wang Hanjiang, finally Suzy thought about the Shadowless Ghost General. Against the 8th product, the spiritual eye has limited deterrent power, but against the 7th product, it's a smash. Although the divine weapon created by the 8th grade demon core is definitely better than the 7th grade, but my ability is too poor, so I can only kill a 7th grade demon beast first to deal with it. Thinking of this, Suzy couldn't help but take out his cell phone and dialed Duan Tianhe's number. When Duan Tianhe heard Suzy's intention of the call, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Suzy, are you really sure about obtaining the demon core? If it's possible, could you get one for me as well? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. 100 billion. Suzy blinked. Looks like… What a way to get rich quick and swipe reinforcement points has been discovered. Chapter 79. More to do? 10 billion. A million enhancement points? Suzy feels a little unlikely. This thing must certainly be based on the System S calculation method to measure the value. Of the golden body fragments, there is a price, but the System S measurement of the price, a dozen or so pieces, is only 2 billion. Estimating the demon core of a 7th grade demonic beast, it should be higher than a dozen or so golden body fragments, but it definitely wouldn't be too ridiculously high. Even so, it was enough. At least 10 billion, that's real RMB. Suzy's spirited, energetic, but also cannot show too full in case the awesome blowing in the front. But then there is a problem, is not it their own face? It's not good for your image. He humbly said, Bureau Chief Duan, to be honest, I don't have much certainty either. Today's me is too weak. Although I have the ability to sneak attack and kill some of the weaker 8th grade demonic beasts in seconds, I can't keep them from blowing up their own demonic cores. There's probably a 90% success rate in dealing with the 7th grade realm. A 90% success rate, after all, is not 100%, and then if something goes wrong, you can dump it on the 10% chance of failure. Duan Tianhe's fresh excitement was like being doused with a pot of cold water as he gritted his teeth and said, 90% chance, it's very high. Even if a ninth-grade grandmaster makes a move, he may not be able to sit so. Are you being modest? You're just showing off, aren't you? Duan Tianhe said, there's an urgent meeting to be held on my side, around 9 p.m. We'll meet at the Heber Hotel to discuss the matter in detail. Is it 9 p.m.? As soon as you can then, it's not good to be too late. Duan Tianhe was puzzled and asked, you still have things to do at night? Su Zhe, I just set my mind today to be a self-disciplined person, to restrain myself and to hone the heart of the martial arts. And the first step of self-restraint has to be to develop a good work and rest habit. I made arrangements for myself, and in the future, if there are no major events, I must go to bed on time at 11 o'clock. You and I will meet at 9 o'clock, and we will delay a little longer when we discuss things, and we will also go to kill the demonic beasts. Today is the first day of my self-discipline, so I must not fall off the chain. Duan Tianhe laughed silently and coldly. Are you, Anji, kidding me? He couldn't help but say, what about before you? Before, the routine of work and rest is very disorganized, sometimes sleep early, sometimes sleep late. Duan Bureau Chief, didn't you say there was an urgent meeting? Bureau Chief Duan? Duan Bureau Chief? Suzy put away his cell phone, somewhat speechless. You hang up without saying hello? After a bit more browsing through the martial artist's house, it was after 7 p.m. When it was 8:30 in the evening, Suzy shuffled out the door, stopped a cab, and headed to the Heber Hotel. He does have a car. Just forgot where I parked after coming back from the wilderness area. Anyway, a broken Jeep. Suzy didn't think to look for it. At 8:53, Suzy got out of the car in front of the Heber Hotel. As a result, just after walking to the front door of the hotel, a dry and skinny teenager came out on his face, and after this teenager saw Suzy, his eyes couldn't help but light up, saying, Suzy, you're here? Come on. Go upstairs. Everyone's waiting for you. I'll go pick up Li Yangyang. The teenager left a message and hurriedly trotted out of the hotel. Suzy froze. Who is this young man? The face looks familiar. But is he crazy? Pulling yourself together and saying a bunch of inexplicable things? At this time, Duan Tianhe called and said, Suzy, I've already opened the box. It's on the 8th floor peony court. Are you there too? The dining rooms and lodging suites of the Heber Hotel are distinguished by the names of the rooms, such as Peony Court, Tulip, and Black Rose. In addition to the room number, get in the elevator. Arrive on the 8th floor. Suzy found the Peony Court. Next door, there is a room called Tulip Room. Room closed door. Inside came bursts of shouting noise. Noisy. Enter the Peony Garden. Duan Tianhe hurriedly got up, without any unnecessary greetings, opened the door and smiled. Patriarch Su, what you said before is true. Suzy nodded. Yes. Duan Tianhe took out a pair of geographical maps. He pointed at one of the points and said, I did a count within a 150-mile radius of Spirit State City. There are a total of 7 7th-grade demonic beasts, 1 8th-grade demonic beast, and the closest one, Moon Mountain, has a black-striped snake demon which is around the middle stage of the 7th-grade realm. In the Black Wind Gully, 36 miles south of Moon Mountain, there is a late 7th-grade demonic beast that evolved from a peacetime bobcat. Suzy memorized the route. Duan Tianhe, on the other hand, smiled and said, I booked a seafood banquet at noon, but Governor Su and the others were too busy and went back early. So it's just that there's time now, so let's eat before we go? Good thing too. Suzy nodded. Both demonic beasts are not too far away, and what he is pursuing is to kill them in one hit. It won't be delayed for too long, moving at 10 o'clock. He should be able to return to the villa before 11 o'clock. Soon. Wine and food, 2 braised carp, a plate of pulled and popped lobster, and several plates of hairy crabs were served. Duan Tianhe poured a cup of wine for Suzy and said, Suzy, this time please, if I can get a divine weapon, my battle power will increase by at least 10%. By the way, Suzy, the college entrance exam is approaching. There is something that I want to ask you to help. I have received news that evil martial artists may cause trouble on the day of the college entrance exam. At that time, I also hope that you can step in and help me to sit in a first high school examination room. Evil martial artists have so much guts? Suzy froze and was surprised. Venerable Wuji is dead. The heavenly god religionists in the Northwest Domain should be leaderless, and they actually still have the energy left to make things happen? Just then, the next box. Where's So's? Isn't he coming? I just ran into him in front of the hotel. Didn't he come up? Someone sneered and said, "Humph. Isn't it just that you've become a patriarch? What are you so proud of?" Looking down on everyone. Chapter 80. What is a patriarch? Hey! Who made them a patriarch? This kind of person. His heart is too heavy. Even if he achieves a patriarch, what's the use? I can remember, when he was playing a loser in school every day and didn't say anything even when he was bullied. Who knew that he was holding back a big move? Oh, our third middle school. Trained him for 3 years, only to turn around and run off to the first middle school? I heard that the principal of the first high school gave him favors. A full $1 million. Mr. Yang and Director Lee were fired from the school because of this. I'll be damned. White-eyed wolves who forget what's good for them. Tulip box. Lingzhou 3 high school senior class 6 students are in, at this time, this group of young boys and girls, chattering, discussing a non-stop. The girls are okay. But the boys are mostly cold and sarcastic. At first, Susie could bully anyone. Anyone who can find a sense of superiority in Susie results in a turn. People are awesome. A martial arts master. How dazzling is that? They dream. Want to get into the Voodoo University. Can people, how many Voodoo scramble to try to grab, and even Kyoto Voodoo, Magic City Voodoo, such as countless senior high school students in the heart of the Holy Land have been rejected. No one is comfortable in their mind with this huge contrast. Before, I also thought that I could hold Su Zay's thigh. But damn it, now I can't even see the hair of the leg, and it is normal to mutter a few words behind the back and mouth the gun. Xue Jianing was also in the box. The corner of her mouth finally revealed a smile. Hearing this group of people talk about belittling Suze, although she had an indescribable feeling in her heart, it was still more cool. Next door. Suzy blinked. On the side, Duan Tianhe didn't hold back his laughter and laughed. Suze, how jealous do you have to be at school? If you're not envied, you're not envied. Suzy spoke up. The soundproofing effect of the box of the Heber Hotel is very good. But what kind of people are Suze and Duan Tianhe? A little bit of movement, all heard clearly. Not to mention a group of teenagers have not suppressed the slightest high talk. Duan Tianhe got up, but was stopped by Suze holding out his hand and laughed. No harm done, just a bunch of brats. Nowadays, he and this group of students, simply two worlds. But, can't stand it. Bang. Suzy raised his hand and threw a punch. A muffled sound. The partition wall of the box was as if it was tofu, breaking with a single punch. In the next box, all the voices were quiet. A group of children who just graduated from high school did not have time to participate in the college entrance examination. Almost scared half dead, a student, trembling, asked, What people? Soz withdrew his fist, came over his head and scanned the next box, then sat back down. The hole he blasted through with his fist was much bigger than his head, and looking at it like that, the students on the opposite side of the room, all of them saw Susie's face. Soz? Some people lost their voices, some were shocked, and some looked terrified. On the other hand, after Xue Jianing was stunned, her red lips lightly bit and asked, Suze, since you're here, why don't you attend the class reunion? Instead, you went to the side to eavesdrop. You are a martial arts master, yet you still do such things. Aren't you afraid of degrading the master's identity? Suzy was dumbfounded. He was exasperated and laughed. To the side, Duan Tianhe stood up with a long body. He grabbed both sides of the hole that Suzy had blasted open and gently divided his hands. The whole wall, straight up, was unloaded. He stared at Xue Jianing. His eyes swept over the group of young boys and girls. His face was grim, and he laughed morosely. Do you know what it means to be a patriarch? A martial arts grandmaster, strictly speaking, is not a martial arts realm, but an honorific title for those in this realm. When one's cultivation reaches the 7th grade, they can be called a patriarch. That's because a 7th grade martial artist can shelter a party in peace. If there were no patriarchs, would there be a chance for you to talk about yourselves here? Do you know that the patriarch cannot be insulted? Today you are here to criticize Thunderblade Patriarch, even if he cripples all of you. No one in the outside world will say half a word of gossip. Whoever dares to say that, then let him go to the wilderness area and fight with demonic beasts on behalf of Thunderblade Patriarch. Suzy got up and laughed. Bureau Chief Duan, with this group of brats, what's the point of talking about this? Can they understand? He swept his gaze over the box for a week before smiling. Bureau Chief Duan, I've already memorized the location of the black-striped snake demon and the bobcat. Taking advantage of the fact that it's still early in the night, I'm gonna make a trip to the wilderness area, and I'll be right back. Su Zhe took a step and stepped out of the hotel box. Duan Tianhe also smiled coldly and turned to leave. Inside the box, the teenage girls looked at each other, and for a moment did not know what to say. The mood was extremely complicated. Just now, even if Su Zhe really scolded them over their heads or pressed them on the ground and beat them violently, perhaps they would not feel anything, but Su Zhe completely chose to ignore it. That indifferent look, it made an inexplicable fear spread in their hearts. In the sky, the full moon hangs high. Northwest Territories, Yuletown. Several silhouettes swept in from the darkness and landed on top of the ruins of Yuletown. These few people, each with a strong breath, among them 4 of the 7th grade realm, 2 of the 8th grade golden body realm, and a 9th grade realm with a bronze ghost face mask. This place is the place where Wuji fell? Cold voice from the mouth of the 9th grade realm powerhouse with the bronze ghost face mask. He looked around. There were demonic beasts lurking in the ruins, and even the traces of the battle left behind on that day had long since been worn out by the rampaging demonic beasts. The bronze ghost face mask opened his mouth. His voice was calm, as if Wuji's death didn't have any effect on him, and laughed lightly. This northwest land, it's getting more and more interesting. Moro, go inform the Black Panther King and ask him to come to Yuletown to meet me. The conditions that Wuji gave him before still stand. Tian Kue, you go contact the disciples of the Divine Sect. Mobilize the disciples from all over the Divine Sect. I want to know as soon as possible who actually killed Wuji. The other 4 7th grades, and 2 8th grades, knelt down and said in a loud voice, Elder Zongqi's decree. 7 elders. As we all know, the Heavenly God Sect has only 6 elders. 7 elders? Where did it come from? Chapter 81. Acquiring Demon Cores, Beast-Tide Outbreak. The 7 elders. This meant that there was one more elder of the Heavenly God Sect. Either in the Heavenly God Sect, someone has broken through to the 9th grade realm, either that there is a 9th grade realm that has joined the Heavenly God Sect. Not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. With the fall of Venerable Wuji, some of the arrangements of the Heavenly God Sect in the northwest were disrupted. But with the arrival of the 7 elders, an order was issued, and many of the disciples of the Heavenly God Sect hidden in the northwest, and the pawns planted in various cities, government departments, and even barracks began to operate again. Inside the Great Eastern Mountains, the Black Panther King's body type, like the size of a normal cheetah, could not hide the ferociousness of the demonic aura on his body. It was lying on its back on a hillside covered with green grass, its eyelids slightly raised. Below, the black-crowned golden eagle was lying on the ground, burying its noble head almost into the ground. Black-crowned golden eagle, why did you defect to me? Black Panther King mouth corner revealed a very humanized, disdainful smile. It opened its mouth, spit out human language, said, You black-crowned golden eagle, claimed to dominate the Tongxian region, made himself king, claimed that he would never be subjugated to the Great Eastern Mountain. Now, but then came to me to beg for shelter in the Great Eastern Mountain. 9th grade demonic beasts with high intelligence. Moreover, the degree of control over the physical body, chi and blood, spiritual power, and strength had all reached an extremely terrifying level. Controlling the vocal cords and mouthing the words, not a difficult task. Only the Black Leopard King was born in the northwest, grew up in the northwest even after the recovery of the aura, has been living deep in the Great Eastern Mountains, so the accent, the flavor of the northwest dialect, is very strong. The head of the black-crowned golden eagle, buried on the ground, trembled a little. It was originally an eagle type of life. Even before it evolved, it was a powerful and ferocious creature that stood at the top of the food chain, and after it evolved, it considered itself even more noble, but at this time it was forced to defect to the Great Eastern Mountain. That human, that knife, it made him jealous, told the reasons why. The Black Panther King first froze, and then laughed, and finally the laughter stopped, and the fierce light in his eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, Black-crowned golden eagle, since you want to enter the Great Eastern Mountain, then the rules of the Great Eastern Mountain must be obeyed. What rules? I am king of the demons. The Black Panther King coldly said, Those who do not obey, kill. Yes, my king. The black-crowned golden eagle answered in a high voice, but his eyes were quietly looking into the depths of the Great Eastern Mountains. You, Panther King, can you really be king of the Great Eastern Mountains? Right at this moment, the Black Panther King was rising violently, lifting his head to look distantly into the distance. A roar and hiss rang out. followed by several silhouettes flying and sweeping in. The seventh elder of the heavenly God Sect casually threw the corpse of a massive pig demon onto the ground, looked straight at the Black Panther King, and said indifferently, "The demonic beasts of the Great Eastern Mountain are really getting more and more unintelligent, and they actually dare to even block this elder's path? Bold!" The Black Panther King was furious. His chi was bursting. The human entered the Great Eastern Mountain to kill the demon, and also threw the demonic beast corpse at its feet. It was simply hitting its face, but the breath of this person in front of him was so deep and bottomless that it was afraid, and did not make a move at the first time, but roared in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Me," the martial artist with a bronze ghost face mask laughed. "Introduce myself. I am the seventh elder of the heavenly God Sect, and from now on, I will be the highest person in charge of the northwestern branch of the heavenly God Sect. Black Panther King, the death of Wuji. Do you know the cause of death?" "Oh." The Black Panther King shook his head and said, "I sensed the breath eruption that day, and when I rushed over the battle was already over, but according to the intelligence I received, I surmised that Wuji should have died at the hands of a human expert with a sword." "A master of the sword?" The seventh elder laughed and said, "Wuji's death is also dead, but after all, it is the 12 venerable members of my divine sect, and you have to look at the master when beating a dog." Without further ado, the seventh elder said, "Black Panther King, the things that Wuji discussed with you before are still valid. Destroy Spirit State City, and I'll send you to the Cave Immortal Realm." "Really?" The Black Panther King was overjoyed. It wasn't the first time it had dealt with the people of the heavenly God Sect. Although the people of this organization were too fearful to go out and meet people in a proper manner, their words were still quite countable. "Yes." The Black Panther King smiled broadly and said, "In that case, there's no time to lose. I'll immediately gather all the demons and launch a beast tide tonight, without giving the human experts any time to react." About an hour later, rumble, the earth shook, the group of demons roared. On the ground, a demonic beast ran wildly, and in the sky, a flock of flying birds came out in unison, covering the sky. Wilderness area. About 70 miles from the city of Yangzhou, there is a moon mountain. The mountain is not too big, but in terms of the northwestern Lus Plateau, it is not small. Somewhere in the mountains of the moon, Su Zhe was holding the Kunwu sword, and he was dissecting the body of the huge, black-striped snake demon on the ground. Demon cores. After digging out the demon core, Su Zhe couldn't help but smile and laugh. "It's true that it's a bit unrealistic for me to want to take an 8th grade demonic beast demon core nowadays, but a 7th grade demonic beast demon core is like picking up a bag." Deconstructed the other materials of the black-striped demon beast. Suzy looked at the reinforcement value. Killing the black-striped demon snake has increased the reinforcement value by 5,000 points. Harvesting the demonic beast materials gained about 3,000 points of reinforcement value. The demon core of the black-striped demon snake was worth 30,000 points of enhancement value. 30,000 points. Su Zhe was somewhat speechless. The value of the demon core determined by the system, was it only worth this much? 300 million RMB? It looks like the reason why the demon core will have a price, tens of billions of dollars to start with, is not that the 7th grade demon core is really valuable, but it's hard to obtain, or rather, this group of martial artists haven't found a way to obtain it yet. Su Zhe recalled the process of killing the black-striped demon snake just now. Determine its location first, and then the earth escapes, silently, to the neighborhood. A direct, spiritual eye. Weakness of the 7th grade demonic beasts, directly dead, not even to make up, even if a little stronger. A spiritual eye down, muddy, the brain has to be blank suffocated for more than a dozen seconds, which have the opportunity to blow themselves up. He soon spotted the bobcat not far from Moon Mountain. Dudu, the spiritual eye, and then spaced out. Perfect. Another demon core has arrived. Su Zhe harvested the demon cores and demon beast materials and looked at his cell phone time. It was only less than 10:20. It's still early, or I am by the way to kill another one. Su Zhe's gaze looked distantly to the east. According to the information Duan Tianhe had given him, there was also a 7th grade demonic beast 40 miles east of Moon Mountain. Just rumble. There was a muffled sound, coming from the east, as if 1,000 horses were running together. Chapter 82. The second level of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Determination. The earth trembled and moved greatly. Su Zhe catalyzed the Kunwu knife, turned into a blade light and flew to the east. His speed was close to twice the speed of sound, and in a few breaths, he had already arrived a few kilometers away. For a few moments, and an extremely magnificent picture was reflected in the field of vision. Above the earth, thousands and thousands of demonic beasts ran wildly. Overhead, many flying birds and raptors spread their wings and covered the sky. Beast tide. The number is nearly 10,000. The weakest is also a second-grade demonic beast. There are 6 7th-grade demonic beasts and 2 8th-grade demonic beasts. No 9th grade. No, with a demonic beast tidal wave of this scale, with all the 8th-grade demonic beasts charging, there must be a 9th grade secretly directing it. Suzy looked up. Even at a distance of 10 miles, he could still see clearly the front of the flying raptor's body length of 20 meters, wingspan of nearly 35 meters or so of the black-crowned golden eagle. The speed of a second-grade demonic beast running at full speed was about 30 ms, so the advancement speed of the demonic beast tide army was not very fast. This place is about 100 miles away from Lingzhou City. It is estimated that in about half an hour, the beast tide will arrive at Lingzhou City, and in 20 minutes it will arrive at Jinji Town. Suzy was surprised and happy. Amazing! Venerable Wuji had already died, and Su Zheong, Wang Hanjiang, and the other powerhouses who had come to Spirit State to provide support had just gone back at noon, and the beast tide had actually erupted abruptly at this time without any warning. Joyful! With so many demonic beasts, how much merit value must there be? Brush. In the void, Suzy made a fold and swiftly flew towards Jinji Town. It still landed on the roof of that mall building. The whole process took just under 5 minutes. In other words, Suzy still had 15 minutes to prepare. Suzy licked his lips, full of excitement, said, "To snipe the demonic beast tide with one's own strength. If this kind of behavior is said, I'm afraid that the martial arts world can be shaken. However, there is a limited number of manpower in manpower, and with my strength, even if it breaks out with all my strength, it is also inevitable that there will be fish that slip through the net." From his body, Suzy fished out a bunch of talismans. There are 3 types of talismans. 1/3 of the talismans had the word Heavenly Thunder written on them. Another third had the word Fire written on them, and the rest were water talismans. This kind of talisman, looking at it, actually got used to it, not to mention it's quite convenient, otherwise a bunch of talismans are placed here. I can't tell which one is the Heavenly Thunder talisman and which one is the Royal Fire talisman. I've got 10 minutes to prepare, so why don't I start by boosting myself? Suzy's eyes flashed as he opened the system. Originally, he was left with more than 40,000 points of reinforcement value. After killing the black-striped snake demon, he was rewarded with 5,000 points of reinforcement value. Its demon core was worth 30,000 points, and the rest of the demonic beast materials on his body were worth 3,000 points of reinforcement value. The rewards for killing a bobcat were comparable to those of the black-striped demon snake. Now Suzy's reinforcement value had accumulated to over 110,000 again. 110,000 enhancement value. Suzy's mind, alive. With 110,000 enhancement value, there are a lot of things that can be enhanced. The cultivation realm should be able to rise from the 6th level of the Qi refining realm to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. The 9 heavy thunderblade, too, can be raised from the 6th weight to the 7th weight. Of course, there is also the 9-turn golden body decision. Elevate what? The 9 heavy thunderblade is temporarily put on hold for a while. The 60 meters of thunderblade deity is already enough, and raising it to the 7th weight, the mere increase of that bit of battle power is not a big boost for me. Cultivation realm. Suzy was rather a bit eager to raise his cultivation realm. From the 6th level of the Qi refining realm to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, it was a huge leap, but he ultimately chose the 9 revolutions golden body decision. The 9 turns golden body decision could make up for the deficiency of the immortal cultivator alchemist's too weak physical body in the early stages of the process, strengthening the physical body so that one did not have too much counterattacking power when one was approached by an enemy. Moreover, once the 9 turns golden body determination was upgraded, the defense of the physical body became stronger and more powerful, and the instantaneous explosive force and explosive speed and even the recovery force that could be withstood could all become stronger. It's also a combination of strengths. Ding! You have upgraded the 9 turns golden body decree to the 2nd major accomplishment. Reinforcement value 100,000 points. In his head, a crisp system beep came. In the next moment, only a crackling sound of sinews and bones erupted from his body. Suzy could clearly sense that his bones, sinews, flesh and blood, and even the depths of his cells were rapidly metamorphosing. A faint golden light was born within the body. His own bones actually have a tendency to goldize. In just 10 seconds, this metamorphosis was complete. Suzy gently clenched his fist. Boom! The air bursts. Even the airflow around him was distorted, forming small whirlpools. Suzy, he froze. Some didn't react. The strength of my fleshly body today is only no longer inferior to the 9 forged golden body. The comprehensive strength has barely reached the 9th grade threshold? Su Long stood up and let out a loud laugh, so that the grasp of sniping the demon beast tide is greater. However, just in case, Su is ready to notify Duan Tianhe. Jinji Town was not far from Lingzhou City, so as long as he flew a little higher, the signal was still there. He catalyzed his Kunwu blade and was about to go up to the sky to make a call, when just then, his face suddenly changed, and he turned his head violently, looking in the direction of Lingzhou City. Phew! 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 A dozen tongues of fire, holding a long tail, rose from the direction of Lingzhou City and blasted to the east. Missiles! Lingzhou City has already discovered the beast tide. Su flew up to meet the direction of the beast tide, only to see a dozen missiles falling from the sky, instantly exploding in the tide of demonic beasts. Boom! Boom! A dozen gorgeous fireworks instantly bloomed violent explosions, making the earth tremble, countless demonic beasts, roaring and screaming. The scene was instantly chaotic. Even if Su stood 10 miles away, he was able to feel the intense heat and the many splashes of gravel that greeted him at the moment of the missile explosion. Pissed. A fist-sized stone, under the effect of the explosion, hit Suzy's shoulder, at more than double the speed of sound, then bounced out. Mechanically patting the dust on his shoulder, Suzy was somewhat speechless. One just wants to snipe the demon beast tide and brush some strengthening value. Is it so hard? A dozen missiles, and the wave of beasts simply dispersed. At the center of the explosion, a 7th grade realm was blown up. Even the 4th and 5th grades on the fringes had their corpses and bones wiped out under the impact of such a violent explosion. No! Suzy suddenly stared. At the back of the demonic beast's tidal wave, an incomparably strong chi and blood aura erupted, roaring up to the sky, and a deafening sound came out of their mouths. 9th grade realm Great Demon. And besides the 9th grade realm Great Demon, there are still 2 8th grade, 6 7th grade, and nearly 100 6th grade demonic beasts on the fringes that haven't died. Chapter 83. Meet me at the grave for a drink. Whether it is a human martial artist or a demonic beast, the 7th grade, spiritual power will produce a qualitative change, and thus the spiritual power will be externalized. Missile bombardment not yet arrived, they will be mentally sensed so as to avoid the center of the explosion range in advance. As for the one that was blown up in the 7th grade realm, it's just bad luck. Otherwise, why would humans need to fear demonic beasts? A few rounds of indiscriminate missile bombardment, what demonic beast can't be killed? The other 6 7th grade realm demonic beasts, 2 8th grade realm demonic beasts, and that powerful 9th grade demon unharmed. At this time, the Black Panther King roared with fury, and the roar was transmitted for dozens of miles. The nearly 100 surviving 6th grade demonic beasts converged. Humans should be killed. The Black Panther King's murderous aura blossomed all over his body, intertwining with that strong chi and blood, even forming a pillar of rushing blood. 7th Elder. The Black Panther King growled lowly and spat out human words, saying, 7th Elder, you and I will join forces to kill, today, and slaughter Spirit State City. In the darkness, a middle-aged martial artist with a bronze mask slowly walked out, shook his head and sighed and said, Black Panther, the city of Lingzhou can be broken, but the people of Lingzhou cannot be slaughtered, my God's teachings to keep them and still have a use. The Black Panther King laughed and said coldly, thousands of demonic beasts died in my great eastern mountain. This revenge will be avenged. Little ones, full speed, kill. Boom! The Black Panther King was the first to shoot out. At this time, the number of demonic beasts has sharply reduced, can no longer be called a beast tide. But the remaining demonic beasts are strong. The weakest is also the 6th grade realm. The outbreak of speed are close to the speed of sound. A blink of an eye is a few hundred meters away. And these demonic beasts, their intelligence was not low. They did not follow a straight line, but darted from side to side, making it impossible for the missiles to lock on. The 7th Elder shook his head and sighed. You guys go out and assist the Black Panther King in breaking Spirit State City. He, himself, retreated into the darkness. In the darkness, a cold laughter vaguely came out. It is said that there is an 18-year-old patriarch. In Spirit State City, TSK, this kind of qualification, although it is not as good as my divine sex divine son, it is not too far behind. Attacking and killing this kind of genius must be very pleasurable. Lingzhou City. Grid entrances and exits. Duan Tianhe, carrying a battle sword and wearing a set of grade composite metal battlesuits, was full of grimace as he gritted his teeth and said, "I've already asked Governor Su for help, however, it will take time for the support to arrive. Nowadays, the great Eastern Mountain Demon Beast tide presses, although we take missiles and blow up most of the demon beasts. But the real demon beast elites and strong people are bound to be still alive. Gentlemen, I will go to delay them for a few moments, then everything will be left to you, as long as you delay until Governor Su and the others arrive. Lingzhou City will be defended." His voice was high. On one side, the many army mercenaries, as well as the Spirit State City martial artists, were all silent. Someone took a step forward and said in a loud voice, "Bureau Chief Duan, I'll go with you. This man, with his gray hair, is old. His chi and blood were very weak, but he was only in the second-grade realm, but his voice was impassioned and firm, and he was full of death. Now Lingzhou City is at stake, and I am old, so if I can do something for Lingzhou City, I will not quit even if I die. I'm going to. A martial artist stepped forward. The mercenaries on the side. But no one moves, they are mercenaries. The vocation of mercenaries is to obey orders. They are likewise the last line of defense of Lingzhou City. You guys, Duan Tianhe laughed and said, "You guys are too weak this trip. You're facing 7th grade demonic beasts, and probably 8th grade or even 9th grade. He turned violently and soared towards the wilderness area, his chi and blood power exploding with full speed as he roared, "If I don't make it back, help me set up a clothes grave. Remember, my name is Duan Tianhe, and I was born in Salt Pond County, Lingzhou City. The city of Yangzhou was originally a city, and Salt Lake County, like Tongxian, this small county too, has long been reduced to rubble. It is true what Duan Tianhe said. A martial arts grandmaster was not a realm, but rather a name given to those in that realm. The two words, patriarch, represented so many meanings. He, Duan Tianhe, is a patriarch. Therefore, he only went into the wilderness with the sole purpose of delaying time for Lingzhou City and fighting for a ray of hope. Even if he knows that this definitely no return. Available at Lingzhou City, unprepared. Su Zheong, Wang Hanjiang, and other strong people have already left. There is no strong person sitting in the city, just by virtue of weapons and ammunition. Dealing with the demonic beasts under the 7th grade is still not bad. But above the 7th grade, can only rely on force to solve it. Fortunately, some preparations in the previous days, such as army support and martial artists convergence, this night are put to use. I just hope Governor Su and the others can feel it quickly. After all, Duan Tianhe was a 7th grade sect master, and with his full strength, his speed almost reached double the speed of sound. As he ran wildly while turning his thoughts, he suddenly remembered Su Zhe, and his heart couldn't help but thump. This kid is a restless master. He is now in the Moon Mountain. I'm afraid that he has sensed the movement over here, and will definitely come to join in the fun. Duan Tianhe's heart was beating wildly. Suzy can't die. He had the top of the heap, and even if he had to bury Lingzhou City, he had to save Su Zhe. As long as he could rise in the future, he could suppress a party. Thinking about this, Duan Tianhe couldn't help but open his mouth and roared, "Su Zhe, hurry up! Suzy, go! Live! If you dare to go to your death, I won't let go even on my way to the Yellow Springs." He laughed loudly, laughing with bravado, and said in a loud voice, "When you're at your absolute peak, then you'll avenge your old son, and when you've pacified the demon beast's rebellion, remember to go to my old son's clothesline to look for my old son's nagging." A dozen miles away, Suzy, who was about to cast Earth Escape and snipe the group of demonic beasts, froze. The voice, it sounded like Duan's bureau chief's. "What's this dog doing out in the wilderness area in the middle of the night, yelling and screaming?" Suzy winced. "It's too nasty. You won't even let me go in hell? You want me to come to your grave and drink with you? And you want me to come to your grave for a drink?" Chapter 84, Heavenly Thunderfalls. "Move!" Duan Tianhe roared angrily, shouting, his voice a little hoarse, before he stopped, continuing to roar angrily, his mind flickering with thoughts. saying, Su Zhe must have heard my voice. Things have come to this point. We can only listen to heaven's fate. Suddenly, Duan Tianhe's gaze froze. He sensed from afar that under the night sky, a strong aura was burgeoning and was rapidly coming in his direction, as many as a dozen of them. 10 7th grades, 4 8th grades, and 1 9th grade. Duan Tianhe's eyes widened as despair surged out of his heart uncontrollably. Was the strength of the demonic beasts of the great eastern mountain already as strong as this? But there is no turning back from the bow. Duan Tianhe violently landed on the ground, coldly smiled. His luck was like thunder, and he was about to roar a few more lines to attract the attention of this group of demonic beasts. The old man is at. He had just said 3 words when his face suddenly changed. Beneath the earth, a hand sprang up and grabbed his ankle. A gentle tug. The next moment, boom, Duan Tianhe was pulled directly into the ground. His breath erupted and he was about to fight for his life when he heard a familiar voice from his ears. Bureau Chief Duan. It's me, Susie. Duan Tianhe was dumbfounded. He surveyed his surroundings. Under the ground, a big hole was actually dug out. It was 3 or 4 meters long and wide, and more than 2 meters high. At the top of the cave, there was a flashlight hanging. Su Zhe stood aside, blackened his face, and said breathlessly, Bureau Chief Duan, in the middle of the night, what are you running around screaming for? I know that you are very strong, but the Heavenly God Sect and the Great Eastern Mountain demonic beasts have joined forces. There are 2 9th grade, 4 8th grade, as well as 10 7th grade. You go positively able to beat them? Can you beat it? Duan Tianhe laughed bitterly in his heart. If I could beat them, would I be here talking to you? Instead of answering this question, he said in a deep voice, Su Zhe, why don't you leave? Go. Where to go? Su Zhe silently took out 2 heavenly thunder talisman. Sensing the many demonic beasts that were getting closer and closer, he smiled and said, Governor Su won't let me go to Dadong Mountain to kill the demons, but now this group of demonic beasts have run out, and I'm sniping to kill them, which is not a violation of the rules. Not count as violating the rules. Duan Tianhe's face turned green. Knew this dog would screw up. No. Duan Tianhe gazed at the strange, yellow paper in Su Zhe's hand and said in surprise, Su Zhe, what are you holding in your hand? This one. Su Zhe waved the heavenly thunder talisman and explained, a great killing weapon. Bureau Chief Duan, the demonic beasts will soon arrive. You don't make a sound. I will see if I can sneak attack and dry a few first. Duan Tianhe was a bit baffled. He had the intention of going to his death, and had wanted to use his own life to delay the time for the people of a city in Lingzhou. Why do I always feel like things are a little off? The Black Panther King took the lead, almost transforming into a black residual shadow. Behind them were 2 8th grade demonic beasts. One of them, also a leopard-type demonic beast, covered in flower spots with an extremely strong aura. It was only feared that it had already reached the 3rd or 4th forging of the 8th grade, and there was also an 8th grade demonic beast, which was an ape. It was more than 20 meters tall, with a strong body, and between its flights, every step it took would step on the earth cracking and trembling. 2 of the Heavenly God Sect's 8th grade were also among them. As for the 4 7th grade demon generals of the Heavenly God Sect and the 6 7th grade demon beasts of the Great Eastern Mountain, as well as the nearly 106th grade demon beasts that were slower, they were at the end. Of course, this slower speed is only relative. It was still easy for a 7th grade demonic beast and a 7th grade martial arts master to burst out at speeds close to the speed of sound. Duan Tianhe's roar carried through the night sky. In the darkness, the voice of the 7th elder suddenly sounded. Black Panther King, if you can really run into Su Zhe, chop him up. He is a great genius of the human race. Killing him is more important than slaughtering the people of Spirit State City. The Black Panther King's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It also knows that humans hold genius in extremely high regard. At that moment, he said in a deep voice, What does Su Zhe look like? This king has not seen him. According to the information we have, this word is good at knife skills, and practicing knife skills seems to be related to thunder, a knife cutout, thunderblade astral dazzling, and knife skills seems to be able to attract thunder. Ahead, the Black Panther King, who was running wildly, froze slightly. Thunder? Swordsmanship? He remembered the corpse of Venerable Wuji. His fatal injury is a knife wound, and when swallowed, the body seems to be left with a faint thunder power. It also thought that it was caused by the gongfu practiced by the Wuji Venerable. The Black Panther King couldn't help but be surprised. Good at swordsmanship? Control the thunder? The one who beheaded your heavenly God Sect's Wuji Venerable should be this. Su.
Su-the.
No way. In the darkness, the voice of the seventh elder, very shocked, firmly said, "This son is only 18 years old. Even if he is practicing in his mother's womb, there is absolutely no way that he will have the strength to decapitate the Wuji." His voice, abruptly. The wildly running Black Panther King, as well as the other demonic beasts and heavenly God Sect martial practitioners, also stopped. In the sky, a dark cloud suddenly surfaced. The dark clouds appeared as if out of nowhere, very abruptly. And as soon as they appeared, thunder flashed, and a large amount of thunder and lightning rapidly coalesced in the dark clouds. Boom click, 2 heavenly thunderbolts, descending from the sky, accurately and incomparably bombarded the 2 7th-grade demonic beasts. These 2 7th-grade demonic beasts cried out in pain. Their bodies convulsed, and then 2 more heavenly thunderbolts descended from the sky. The target still was those 2 7th-grade demonic beasts. "Get out of the way," the Black Panther King growled. All the demons and gods of the heavens divine sect martial artists, all of them were dumbfounded, and it was difficult to comprehend the scene happening in front of their eyes in the sky. Where did the dark clouds come from? Dark clouds? How can they send down heavenly thunder? Moreover, the heavenly thunder actually has its own sights and can be turned accurately and incomparably, and again the 5th and 6th heavenly thunder fall. The 2 demonic beasts, emitting an aroma of roasted meat. On the side, the Black Panther King's pupils contracted violently. Just now, it had already made a move, wanting to help those 2 demonic beasts resist the heavenly thunder. But the heavenly thunder, however, automatically avoided it, and blasted down with a faster speed and a stronger might. So's, an 8th-grade Golden Body Realm heavenly God Sect martial artist, lowly roared out, in his eyes, full of incredulity as well as panic. A heavenly thunder attack? What kind of tactic is this? Simply unheard of. Manpower that can actually trigger heavenly thunder? Is this still human? Chapter 85. The Ultimate Stance? Underground. Duan Tianhe stared at Su Zhe and said blankly, "Su Zhe, what are you doing?" He is also a patriarch, and his spiritual power is not too weak, so he can naturally sense that the group of demonic beasts as well as the people of the heavenly God Sect have already arrived above them, and there is even a demonic beast that is stepping right next to the hole in the ground, shocking the dust on the roof of the hole to brush down straight down. Kasuz. He actually quietly peeled open a hole, and then threw the 2 pieces of talisman paper in his hand. Then, nor did he know where to touch 2 more talisman paper, and continued to throw them out. Although it is a dark night, this kind of bold behavior, once it is detected by the spiritual power, it must die. Rumble. Duan Tianhe heard the sound of thunder rolling in the sky, and then there was the sound of demonic beasts roaring in anger, and the disciples of the heavenly God Sect were shocked. A gust of roasted meat aroma drifted into the hole in the ground. Rumble. Another thunderous explosion of sound from the heavens, and in a moment, a roar came from the Black Panther King as he roared, "Little child of the human race, do you dare to come out and fight with this king squarely?" A few other demonic beasts, too, cried out in grief. The 7 7th-grade demonic beasts that came from the Great Eastern Mountain, now only 2 of them are left, shivering, and one of them, a demonic beast evolved from a peacetime boar, is even slowly backing up. It's a coincidence. One of its hooves, it stepped on the roof of the cave directly above. This pig demon, as large as a tank, was estimated to weigh over 2 tons. It was at this point terrified. 2 companions, for companions, have been smashed to death by the heavenly thunder. Will the next one be himself? However, this retreat, underfoot, seems a bit hollow. A pig's hoof that stepped right through the soil on the hole in the ground. Lying. Duan Tianhe is at the direct bottom. A big pig's hoof that nearly stomped his dog's head off. He exclaimed and just wanted to make a move. However, Su Zhe was faster than him. Spirit's eye, shock and awe. Drawing his sword, he slashed out. The 60-meter Thunderblade Dipper rose up from the ground and cut the pig demon in half with a single slash. He leaped out of the pit with a long leap, and with a flick of the tip of his blade, a demon core was thrown directly at Duan Tianhe, who jumped out of the pit behind him. Where did he get his knife from? Duan Tianhe was bewildered and subconsciously grabbed it, but he heard Suze say, Bureau Chief Duan, the demon core you want, here you go. When we go back, we'll settle the score. Demon core. Yes. Duan Tianhe was overjoyed, but in the next moment, he shivered and his liver and gall bled to death. The ground. The Black Panther King looked sideways. The two 8th grade demonic beasts, too, turned their heads to look at themselves and Suze. The one remaining 7th grade demonic beast roared, and in its wake, a large group of 6th grade demonic beasts, their roars deafening, and the two 8th grade martial artists of the Heavenly God Sect, and the 4 7th grades, also turned their heads in unison. Suze laughed coldly, holding the Kunwa's sword in one hand, the other hand pinching 2 Imperial Fire Talismans. His eyes swept around, and finally landed on the Black Panther King. Spit, said, What are you looking at? Holy. Duan Tianhe's throat rolled, fearing that the Black Panther King would say, What are you looking at? I. Though with the intention of dying. But my purpose is to attract the attention of this group of people, and then burn the chi and blood to burst the liver to escape, and take them in a circle, drag a few minutes, and count a few minutes. The plot in front of me is not at all what one expected. On Suze's body, his aura climbed. He had already completed the second major accomplishment of the 9 turns golden body decision, and his bones were also transforming towards a golden body, and his body released a faint golden luster. Roar! The Black Panther King roared, directly transforming into a residual shadow and rushing towards Suze. Suze waved his hand, and 2 royal fire talismans flew out. Wow! The talisman paper ignited itself against the wind and violently exploded in the void. The Black Panther King's figure folded in a vain direction and flashed to the side. Suze laughed loudly. His breath climbed to the extreme, but in the dark, he transmitted a voice. Duan Bureau Chief, quickly go. There is still a 9th grade in the dark. Duan Tianhe's gaze moved, just about to open his mouth. Suze's voice sounded again. This group of and the Heavenly God Sectus waste can't help me yet, so don't you damn well stay and drag your feet. In Suze's perception, Duan Tianhe is very low-key. He is a master, power mastery 100%. Absolutely can cross the ranks. But he is a 7-product master, terrific to beat an 8-product. The scene, 8-product for 7-product is still alive, 4 people and a demonic beast. In addition to the strength of the strong 9-product demon Black Panther King, the darkness also lurks in the dark, a Heavenly God Sect of the 9-product. How do you fight? Yes. Duan Tianhe gritted his teeth, remembered the last few days. Suze left all kinds of impossibilities. A bite. Suddenly, he stepped back. Want to go? A Heavenly God Sect 8th grade took a step forward, his body covered in golden light, and chased after him. Get out! Suze slashed through the air. The 60-meter Thunderblade gang tore through the night sky, forcing him back, and sneered, Your opponent is me. Kill Suze. At this time, the 7 elders of the Heavenly God Sect were no longer hiding, and underneath their bronze masks, they were filled with shock as they stepped out of the darkness. Suze just showed his strength, as well as his aura, the faint golden light on his body. It is enough to prove that Suze has already entered the 8th grade, and has even started casting his golden body. 18 years old. 8th grade? What kind of concept is that? Achieving the absolute top in the future is only extremely possible. When this 7th elder showed up, his chi and blood erupted. His weapon was a long sword. His body flashed like a phantom, and he instantly appeared in front of Suze, stabbing with his sword. Suze exploded back. At the same time, he swung his sword to slash. A sword was handed out, and the blade exploded, but it also blocked the sword of the 7th elder. This makes the 7th elder even more shocked. Drank. Together shot, kill this son. This son has the top of the posture. If he does not die today, who can be good in his day? Suze swung his sword and slashed again, sneering in his heart. Top of the heap? I don't have the heart to do that at the top. Wouldn't it be a dashing experience to coalesce the Jindan, cultivate the Yuaning, and become an immortal and an ancestor? Just. Suze's gaze froze. The Black Panther King also struck out. As soon as the Black Panther King moved, the demonic beasts under it shot out in unison, killing Suze, and the Heavenly God Sect's 8th and 7th products also instantly erupted. Still talking about the righteousness of the Jianghua. Chapter 86. 9 Forged Golden Bodies? The 2 major 9th grade, for 8th grade, and 5 7th grades struck out in unison. Their chi and blood erupted, their energy blossomed, and in an instant, the night was illuminated. Pissed, Su Zhe spat out blood and flew backwards. Even for the second major completion of the 9 turns golden body decision, he was somewhat unable to withstand this intensity of attack. At the same time, the head of a 7th grade ghost general of the heavenly God Sect was thrown off and fell straight to the ground. It turned out that in the moment of the exchange, Su Zhe had utilized his spiritual eyes, instantly shocking him, and then handed out a knife, decapitating his head. Ding! You have killed a 7th grade martial artist and receive a reward, plus 5,000 reinforcement points. The system beep sounded in his head. Counting the 5 7th grade demonic beasts that had just died, Su Zhe had already earned a full 30,000 points of reinforcement value. However, this is simply not enough. After he upgraded the 9 turns golden body decision, he only had less than 20,000 enhancement points left, and at the very least, he still needed more than 50,000 before he could raise his cultivation level or the 9 thunder blades. The moment Su Zhe flew backwards and landed on the ground, he had already bounced up and swung his sword to slash again. Boom click, thunder flashes. The 60-meter thunder blade deity tore through the night sky and chopped at the Black Panther King. The Black Panther King roared. The power of chi and blood surrounded his body, and the spiritual power of the 9th grade realm blossomed, and he actually resisted the strike. The 7 elders of the heavenly God Sect took the opportunity to swing their swords. His sword technique extremely bizarre, above the sword moves without any chi and blood and energy outbursts, but the feeling given to Su Zhe was incomparably dangerous. Su Zhe withdrew his sword and blocked it horizontally. Pust! The tip of the sword still pierced his arm. Just after piercing through the flesh, the tip of the sword seemed to be subjected to great resistance, and even made a clang sound. The 7th elder froze. Bang! It was in that same moment that Su Zhe kicked over. This kick has no technical content to speak of. Is not any move, no fancy, it is almost the same as the street brawl fight, the only advantage may be the speed and power. The 7th elder flew out directly. His abdomen, which was nearly pierced by Su Zhe's kick. Golden blood dripping to the ground. 9 forged golden bodies? He suppressed his injuries, but his eyes were horrified, and he lost his voice. This is impossible, that is, the divine son of my sect, who has practiced for many years in the cave immortal realm, and has spent countless resources of the sect to cultivate it. And now it is only the 6th forging of the golden body. You are only 18 years old. How is it possible that the golden body is 9 forging? As soon as these words came out, even the several other martial artists of the heavenly God Sect had their movements in their hands stalled. The Black Panther King, too, was stunned. It stared at the wound on Su Zhe's arm, a little surprised. His bones, not yet completely golden body, so little quenching degree, at most golden body 1 forging, 2 forging, 9 forging. This king has never heard of anyone who can achieve the 9 forge limit. What 9 forges? Su Zhe is speechless. Lousy, this is the 9 turns of the golden body decision, and you casting waste of the golden body can be compared? Touched the wound on his shoulder. It's heavy. The skin cuts through. The sword had just stabbed at the bones, sparks shooting out in all directions, nearly severing the bones. Such a serious injury. Even if I have cultivated the 9 turns golden body decree and have a perverted recovery, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep for a while before I can get well. They're outnumbered. Don't do it recklessly. Outsmart them. Boom! The Tao energy once again erupted. The 7th elder suppressed his injuries and killed with his sword. This time, his chi and blood blossomed as he slashed out with his sword. His sword chi streaked across the sky, enveloping Su Zhe. Golden body 9 forging. Although the golden body is 9 forged, he has never heard of anyone actually quenching the golden body to this realm. Often, 8th product realm martial artists, after quenching the golden body to 5 forged, will try to break through. To be able to quench to the 6th forging, one is already considered a genius. 9 forges? It's just a legend. Kill! This son is even more terrifying than we imagined. If he doesn't die, I can't rest in peace. The 7th elder shouted angrily. His head erupted with full power, and the 2 8th grade realms under him catalyzed their chi and blood golden bodies, which also blossomed with full power. The Black Panther King roared, and the 2 major 8th grade realm demonic beasts under his command rushed to kill. Brush. However, Zoz is gone. He performed the earth escape technique and instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared behind a 7th grade realm heavenly God Sect ghost general. Spirit's eye, Shock and awe. 60 meters of blade astral. Blooming. Pest. One cut. Ding. You have killed a 7th grade realm martial artist and have received a reward, plus 5,000 reinforcement points. In his mind, the system tone just sounded. Susie's figure once again disappeared. So's. The 7th elder shouted angrily, and his powerful spiritual power instantly blossomed out, spreading in all directions. His spiritual power fluctuations even extended toward the underground. After all, Su Zhe had previously sneak attacked in the underground, making him alert. His eyes moved and he stabbed his sword at a certain part of the earth. Boom! The surface of this place exploded, and a jade-colored blade chi flew out. The 7th elder's sword stance turned around, picking the jade knife to fly. However, after being picked to fly, the jade knife was actually stalled in mid-air, and then folded, instantly ripping open the neck of another 7th grade realm heavenly deity sex demon general. What? The 7th elder was shocked and lost his voice. Spiritualist. I. Underground. Su Zhe drilled out from underneath another 7th grade realm ghost general, blowing his dog's head off with a punch, probing his hand and beckoning. The Kunwu sword automatically fell into his hand. The look he gave the 7th elder was filled with contempt. It's just a fight. You can't stop yelling and screaming. Are you sick of it? What 9 forged golden body? Spiritualist? Not knowledgeable and like to be. This kind of martial artist is the most damn annoying. Su Zhe turned his head and glanced at the last 7th grade realm. Was under the Black Panther King, a wolf demon covered in gray fur and nearly 15 meters long. Then, his figure disappeared again. That wolf demon shivered, his limbs trembled, looked at the Black Panther King, howled, and transmitted a mental power fluctuation. Great King, save me? Bodies all over the place. Let it feel despair and the nearness of death. That human martial artist, indifferent eyes, looking at himself, as if looking at a corpse again. The usually ferocious gray wolf demon was scared out of his wits. In the meantime, Lingzhou City. Duan Tianhe ran furiously all the way and finally arrived at Lingzhou City. No sooner had he arrived than Su Zheong arrived. Frowning, Su Zheong queried, Duan Tianhe, didn't you launch an emergency call for help, saying that a beast tide was attacking the city? What about the wave of beasts? Even if you blew up a lot of demonic beasts, the strongest of the demonic beasts can't be dealt with by a single missile? Duan Tianhe smiled bitterly and said, Governor Su, to say it, you may not believe it. The Black Panther King and a cadre of other demonic beast powerhouses, the 7 elders of the heavenly God Sect, as well as the 2 major 8th grade Zunis and the 4 7th grade sect masters, were stopped by Su Zhe. Chapter 87. Did Suzy do all this? Su Zheong looked deeply at Duan Tianhe. To be honest, if he is not, he is also considered to understand Duan Tianhe, and the demon beast tide such a big thing. Duan Tianhe is impossible to lie and absolutely not dare to lie. Otherwise, he suspected that Duan Tianhe this lied to himself. A tidal wave of animals? Beast your sister's tide. Lousy roared all the way, rushed across the wilderness area for hundreds of miles, and as a result, he didn't even see a demon beast hair. Who the hell believes it? Available at... As soon as he remembered Su Zhe's remarks that day, Su Zheong couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth and said, Is it really Su Zhe who blocked the demonic beast powerhouse? By the way, you just said that there are still heavenly God Sect experts involved in this matter. Exactly, Duan Tianhe truthfully said. The heavenly God Sect sent an elder, 2 venerable masters as well as 4 ghost generals. That elder is not on our intelligence at all. He is dressed in black and wears a bronze mask. By the way, on the Great Eastern Mountainside this time, there were also quite a few powerful demonic beasts, led by the Black Panther King. There were also 2 8th grade realm demonic beasts and 7 7th grade realm demonic beasts, but one of the demonic beasts was unlucky enough to be blown up by the missiles that I used to kill it. Su Zheong sneered. If he didn't see that there were still hired employees and martial artists on the left and right, he would have inevitably greeted them directly with a slap. His face turned grim as he rebuked in a deep voice, Duan Tianhe, as the head of the Bureau of Martial Arts Administration of Spirit State City, sheltering the martial arts patriarchs of Spirit State City, how could you do such a bastard thing? Lying about military intelligence, that's a court-martial. In this matter, I will respond truthfully to the top. Duan Tianhe up. What the hell happened? He was also full of anger, and when he was irritated by Su Zheong, he couldn't help but say, Governor Su, I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. I went deep into the wilderness area in the middle of the night, and I was even prepared to take my life to fight for the survival of Lingzhou city. But you thought that I was lying to you? With a dark face, he said. Would I, Duan, joke about such a thing? Su Zheong frowned. He was also a little unsure. But the lineup that Duan Tianhe said, that is, he is against it, whether he can run away is not certain. Su Zhe with his own strength stopped them. How to say that he is a little bit unbelievable. Right? Duan Tianhe flipped his hand and attended a demon core in his hand. This is what Su Zhe got when he sneaked in and killed a few 7th grade demonic beasts. Demon core. Su Zheong had to believe it this time. He was even more fired up and drank at Duan Tianhe. Duan Tianhe, are you retarded? Su Zhe is only a 7th rank. How can he block the siege of 2 9th ranks, 4 8th ranks, and 10 7th ranks? Duan Tianhe was speechless. You think I want to? Available at... I ran over to send myself to death, only to be whisked back by Suzy, disliking the fact that I'd be dragging my feet. So what the hell else could I do? Brush. Su Zheong rushed up to the sky and flew towards the east. Duan Tianhe temporarily placed the demon core in the army and was about to chase after it, but when he heard the sound of air breaking in the distance, it was Wang Hanjiang, the number 1 expert of the Guhai city closest to Lingzhou city and the 8th grade realm 2nd Foraging Patriarch, who hurriedly rushed to the city. Old Duan. What about the beast's tide? Old King. Duan Tianhe this time. Learn shrewd. Do not wait for Wang Hanjiang to ask more questions. Will directly open the mouth to say understand everything. Wang Hanjiang had a jolt, looked Duan Tianhe up and down, and said in surprise, Duan Tianhe, are you having a ing nightmare? With so many demonic beast powerhouses and heavenly God Sect experts, not to mention Su Zhe, even the 9th grade realm can't stop them. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Duan Tianhe looked like, I've already expected this, and said lightly, Governor Su has already gone to provide support. Old Wang, let's go there too. Wang Hanjiang was half convinced. But this kind of thing, Duan Tianhe wasn't above lying. He and Duan Tianhe ran wildly along the highway, all the way to the east, and in just 7 or 8 minutes, they had crossed 100 miles of wilderness. The smell of blood hit his nose. Su Zheong stood quietly in front of him, as if petrified, staring at the battlefield that had almost been turned upside down, as well as the corpses, and fell into deep thought. Duan Tianhe and Wang Hanjiang stopped in their tracks. Wang Hanjiang's eyes widened and he burst out a foul mouth. However, at this moment, the shock in his heart made him unable to resist adding, 6 huge corpses of demonic beasts were lying across the ground. Judging from the aura that escaped from the corpses, the 6 corpses, all of them were 7th grade demonic beasts. In addition to these 6 corpses of 7th grade demonic beasts, there are also the corpses of 4 martial artists who died extremely miserably. Duan Tianhe scanned around, a little anxious, surprised. Governor Su, where's Su Zhe? Only then did Su Zheong come back to his senses and muttered, You asked me? I was going to ask you. Where's Su's? Where's So's? Duan Tianhe's face sank. A bad idea popped up in his heart. His voice was hoarse, and he said, One TB in trouble, right? Something wrong. Su Zheong laughed. He lowered his head to the puddle of blood on the floor. Even in the dark of night, this puddle of blood, all emitted a faint golden light, and the life force contained within it actually made the plants around the bloodstain, in a short period of time, skyrocket by a hair. This blood, it should be left behind by the 9th grade realm. And this arm, he picked up another arm from the side. Pale gold-colored bones stood out where the bones of his arm were broken. This arm should be the 8th grade golden body realm martial artist left behind. This person should have already the golden body, quenched to 3 forged. Su Zheong was even more bewildered. He continued to search. In addition to searching out 2 pieces of golden body fragments, he also found a piece of skin that was covered with this black hair. This hair, Duan Tianhe recognized. This thing, could it be that Su Zhe chopped it off of that 8th grade realm demon ape? So's did all this? Available at... Why is my head spinning? It always seems that everything is so unrealistic. Chapter 88. 7th level of Qi Refining Realm. Governor Su, should we go support Suzy? Wang Hanjiang also came back to his senses and opened his mouth to inquire. Su Zheong glanced at Wang Hanjiang and said, You and Duan Tianhe clean up the battlefield. I'll go take a look. Brush. With a movement of his feet, he had already swept out. Cannot sense the breath of the great battle, but the battle traces on the ground, but clearly visible. He traced the battle traces of the road to the east, about 13 miles forward, and then found a body. A huge ape with a dark body, as if it was a small mountain, lay across the ground. Underneath its black fur was golden bones and flesh. This fatal wound in the head. It should have been broken through the golden body and pierced through the head by a knife. This golden body realm 3 forged black-furred giant ape? Su Zhe, has it even become powerful to this extent? The knot in Su Zhehong's throat rolled. Under the siege of 2 major 9th products, 4 major 8th products, and 10 7th products, killing 10 7th products and 1 8th product in reverse, even he could not do it at all. Has Su Zhe already been terrifying to this extent? The 8th product is not good to kill. The fact that I was able to get that stupid ape killed just now was actually just using the advantage of the magic treasure to catch it off guard. Underground. Su Zhe sighed and sighed, said, I nowadays immortal means or too little, otherwise, all kinds of immortal means come out. Scare them all to death. Estimated. At this moment it should be near Tongxian. Su Zhe activated the Kunwu sword. Phew! The Kunwu blade broke through the ground and killed a celestial God Sect 8th grade exalted. That 8th product instantly struck out, burning his essence blood golden body and blocking the Kunwu blade. The Kunwu blade changed direction in the void and once again killed another person, who also burned his chi, blood, and gold body, erupting beyond his own strength and blocking the Kunwu blade. The Black Panther King and the 7 elders of the Heavenly God Sect then joined forces, each launching an attack and bombarding the underground, sparing Su Zhe's second major accomplishment of the 9 turns golden body decision. He was also shocked and spat out blood, and was blasted out from the ground. Z. A piercingly high chirp came from the sky. The black-crowned golden eagle opened its iron claws fiercely and grabbed at Su Zhe's head. It hated Su Zhe to the bone, and when it struck, it exploded with all its might, its chi and blood burning, its golden body burning. Su Zhe had just been blasted out of the ground by the Black Panther King and the 7 elders, and only had the time to forcefully twist his body, and in the next moment, the pair of iron claws ruthlessly grabbed Su Zhe's shoulders. Hiss! Su Zhe sucked in a breath of cool air. It hurts. Get out! His fist erupted, shattering the golden body of the black-crowned golden eagle, sending blood flying across the ground, and with a sinking of his feet, he burrowed back into the earth. Can't stop it, can't stop it. Soz glanced over his shoulder. That grab was so powerful that it broke the skin on his shoulder. If you scratch it on your face, it'll break your face. It looks like my 9 turns golden body decision is still too weak. Su Zhe scanned the system. Reinforcement value. 105,000 points. He had, this night, killed 10 of the 7th grade and gained a total of 50,000 reinforcement points. Slaying 1 8th grade demonic beast, he gained 10,000 reinforcement points. That Pig Demon S 7th grade Demon Core is worth 30,000 points of reinforcement value, totaling 90,000 points. Adding to that, after he had upgraded his 9 turns golden body decree, he still had more than 10,000 points of enhancement value left, and the enhancement value he had accumulated was already enough to upgrade his cultivation or the 9 thunder blades. Boost your cultivation. Ding! You have raised your cultivation level to the 7th major accomplishment of the Chi refining realm. Reinforcement points 100,000 points. Su Zhe's body shook. The mana in his body skyrocketed, his breath rapidly climbing. He laughed out loud and broke the ground once again, probing his hand and grabbing it, the Kunwu sword entering his hand, his body's battle intent surging to the sky, staring at the Black Panther King, the 7th elder, as well as the black-crowned golden eagle, and the 2 8th grade martial artists of the celestial God Sect, with a grandiose aura. Which one of you is coming to send death? The Black Panther King roared in anger and drank. Su Zhe, if you have the ability to fight head-on. The 7th elder, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, Su Zhe, you will die today. As for the black-crowned golden eagle, instead it said nothing. The eyes that looked at Su Zhe were filled with fear. It scared. The grab that it had just erupted from burning its own chi and blood, burning its golden body, could be called one of its own peak strikes. Even if it was a building, it could grab and break it. And for the strongest of the 8th grade 5 forged and 6 forged golden bodies, it was also certain that it would be able to grab and break the golden body with a single grab. However, grabbing at Su Zhe's body, but merely scratching the skin, the 9 forges of the golden body, it's actually as strong as that. Su Zhe held the Kunwu knife along with the thoughts. the size as desired, he smiled faintly. Good. I will fulfill your wishes today. Who runs? Who is a grandson? Boom. His breath instantly erupted. A wave of air, centered on himself, instantly rushed in all directions. In all directions, buildings shook and ruins fell. Su Zhe raised his sword and slashed through the air. 60 meters of thunder blade daggers fell from the sky. He probed his hand and grabbed it, attending a stack of talismans in his hand, and without bothering to look at them, he just tossed them with his hand. This stack of talismans, there was a heavenly thunder talisman, a fire control talisman, and a water control talisman, and suddenly thunderclouds converged in the night sky, fire exploded, and even a water dragon appeared out of thin air with a dragon's roar. What kind of tactic is this? The Black Panther King and the Seventh Elder's eye heels went straight. Su Zhe's battle strength, barely 9 products, but his means are too much, too mind-boggling. Otherwise, so many strong people join hands, the district has just reached the threshold of 9 products of martial arts, has long been killed 7 or 8 times. Kill! The Seventh Elder also exploded. He was an expert in the 9th grade. When the 6th-forged golden body was promoted, the foundation was deep and the strength was strong and powerful. At this time, he even burned up his golden body. The blade chi collided with the thunder blade deity. The next moment, it directly exploded. A huge explosion sounded in Tongcheng, and the shock wave of the explosion caused all the ruined buildings to collapse within a radius of 300 meters. Suzy stifled a grunt and exploded back 3 steps. The 7th Elder, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood arrows and took 10 steps backwards. His golden body is not as good as Su Zhe's 9 turns golden body decision. But he can't carry the force of this shock. How is this possible? The 7th Elder was filled with a look of having seen a ghost, and when he saw Su Zhe lifting his sword and killing his subordinate 8 products again, he reacted and angrily roared, "Go, quickly go! This son cannot be defeated. Can't kill it." The strength and means displayed by Su Zhe was no longer something they could kill. Want to go? Su Zhe sneered and raised his sword to chase after him. He found a problem. This group of people are running too fast, aren't they? The black-crowned golden eagle, burning golden body, the limit of explosive speed, reached nearly 3.5 times the speed of sound, the speed of the Black Panther King. Then the black-crowned golden eagle is even slightly faster than a sliver of the 7 Elders' bizarre stance. A flash is 100 meters away, the other 2 8-realm golden body, also burning golden body, the speed of the full open. Chapter 89. It's okay. A flesh wound. The speed that these 2 8th-grade golden body realms erupted at are both close to 2.5 times the speed of sound. Suzy sighed. Sure enough, people are capable of bursting into all their potential in desperate situations. Phew. Suzy pulled up. He rode his sword in hot pursuit and laughed. Gentlemen, what are you running for? Didn't you say you wanted to fight me head-on? Just chasing. The distance between them actually grew. Su Zhe was depressed and fell from the sky, somewhat speechless. My imperial sword flight, too clumsy, just by virtue of mana and spiritual power with brute force to catalyze. I remember the imperial sword flight, there is a special imperial sword art, the imperial sword flight probably also have it. And in today's battle, I have also discovered my shortcomings. My Dao magic aptitude is too little, if not by virtue of the earth evasion technique to maneuver around. There is no way to block the siege of 2 9th grade, for 8th grade and 10 7th grade. In the face of this kind of power, there is only to flee. A mount. Suzy remembered the speed that the group had exploded as they fled for their lives. I'm afraid it's hard to escape, right? He made up his mind. When he returned to the villa, he would do a big lottery anyway. There were still 5,000 points of reinforcement value left, plus he had killed 6 7th grade demonic beasts, for 7th grade martial practitioners of the heavenly God Sect, and an 8th grade realm black-haired giant ape, so he should be able to harvest a large wave of reinforcement points as well. Su Zhe was about to return to Spirit State City when he suddenly moved his gaze and steeply drew his sword, slashing out through the air. Buzz! In the distance, a sword light erupted, shattering. This 60-meter-long Thunderblade gang, followed by a muffled grunt and a low drink. Thunderblade Patriarch? It's me, Su Zheong. Governor Seo? Su Zhe put away his kunwu blade and coughed dryly to hide the embarrassment of cutting the wrong person, saying, Sorry, I thought it was an evil martial artist trying to sneak up on me. Huh, Governor Su, why are you here? Su Zheong silently wiped off the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth and came in front of Su Zhe. In his heart, the shock was incomparable, as if he was turning over a river. This kid. He actually shocked himself with a slash through the air. Although he did not defend himself and could only be considered to have been attacked by stealth, but 18 years old and in the 9th grade realm? This? Su Zheong didn't even know what to say. Suzy, are you okay? When I received Duan Tianhe's request for help, I immediately rushed to Spirit State City, and when I heard that you sniped the demonic beasts and the heavenly God Sect's experts with the strength of one person, I rushed to support. By the way, where are the demonic beasts and the heavenly God Sect's people? Su Zheong looked around. He came late. By the time he arrived, the Black Panther King's group of fast runners had run dozens of miles, so naturally he didn't see or sense them. Run! Su Zhe gritted his teeth and cursed. These heavenly God Sect martial practitioners and Dong Mountain demonic beasts. They should be killed. Their words were not kept. They said they would fight me head-on, but as a result, they just exchanged a single move, and then they all ran away. Running. Now? Su Zheong opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. On the side of Su Zhe, still in broken thoughts. Unfortunately, my speed is too slow. Chasing a dozen miles can only give up, otherwise today will certainly behead them. By the way, Governor Su, you did not run into that group of 6th grade demonic beasts on the way here, right? Suzy's eyes lit up. He was unable to catch up with the 8th grade realm that burned his golden body in chi and blood, but the 6th grade realm, was he unable to catch up as well? A 6th grade realm demonic beast, kill can provide themselves with 1,000 points of strengthening value, plus its demonic beast materials, ahead of 2,000 or 3,000 points of strengthening value is not a problem. Nearly 100 6th grade demonic beasts, that is 2 or 3 million strengthening value. Su Zheong said with a dark face. It's late at night. The wilderness area is so big. That group of 6th grade scattered and fled. Where to look for them? Not wanting to dwell on the issue, he digressed and said, by the way, you're not hurt, are you? As soon as he talked about being injured, Suzy's face clouded over. Su Zheong's heart thumped. This guy, he's not suffering from a secret injury, is he? Such a demonic genius. If it really suffered a dark injury, difficult to cure, only to the future achievements of the absolute top, have a great impact, immediately hastened to say, Su Zhe, quickly return to the city. If there is really a dark injury, I will ask the absolute top of the hand for you to heal as early as possible. No need, right? Su Zhe touched his left shoulder and said in surprise, I was just poked by the 7th elder of the heavenly God Sect and scratched by the black-crowned golden eagle that burned the golden body's chi and blood. Just a little bit of superficial injury. No need to trouble the absolute top, right? The black-crowned golden eagle scratched his right shoulder. The skin is almost scratched. Soviet Russia looked away. The skin scratched by the black-crowned golden eagle had already recovered as good as new, and the wound left by the 7th elder was beginning to scab over. 7th elder? A black-crowned golden eagle? And burned the golden body chi and blood. Su Zheong's eyes widened as he said, just a skin wound? Or what? Suzy was a bit impatient. These people had too many questions, didn't they? Just like the god of the day, the 7 elders, hands when shouting from the beginning is all kinds of shock, all kinds of to kill themselves, as if not to kill themselves, he will be the whole family will die a violent death, but in the end it is not run away. Su Zhe remembered that he had not yet confiscated the corpses of the demonic beasts he had killed. Immediately returned to the original way and soon found the body size of 30 meters or so, black-haired giant ape. Ape-like creatures are huge. Evolved into demonic beasts will be even more terrifying. Su Zhe in the martial arts home forums have seen. Abroad, there is an island of skulls, where a King Kong lives. This King Kong in the aura recovery before, there are dozens of meters high, destructive power is amazing, even ordinary missiles on it cannot be helped. Now has become the top, invincible, is known to the aquamarine apes. Biological clock is the most powerful existence. There is no one. Gee. It's so big, it should be worth a lot of money, right? Su Zhe said, disappointed. It's just a pity that my strength is too weak nowadays, and my mental shock cannot make the 8th grade realm lose consciousness instantly. Otherwise I could have harvested a batch of 8th grade demon cores. But this day won't be too far away. When my cultivation improves a bit more, I might be able to do it. Su Zheong looked at the sword in his hand and strongly suppressed the urge to hack Su Zhe to death with his sword. The long sword he used was also an 8th grade divine weapon. Having paid a great price to harvest an 8th grade demon core in the first place, this brat has actually started hitting on the idea of 8th grade demon cores. Chapter 90. Taking stock of the receipts. The 30-meter high black-haired giant ape weighs dozens of tons. Fortunately, Su Zhe is now strong and powerful. He did not even use magic power. He directly carried the black-haired giant ape body as fast as flying, toward the direction of the Spirit State City. Soon, meet with Duan Tianhe and Wang Hanjiang. These two people, who had already piled up the corpses of 6 7th grade realm demonic beasts, together. These 7th grade realms, all of them were huge in size, and with 6 heads of corpses piled up together, they were like a small mountain. The corpses of the 4 celestial God Sect ghost generals were also on the side. Old Duan, Old Wang. Su Zhe casually threw the black-haired giant ape to the empty space next to him and laughed. Old Wang, you're here too? Wang Hanjiang glanced at the side of the black-haired giant ape, a glance. This black-haired giant ape, even if it is dead, but the huge body exudes the ferocious chi, ferocious power is still palpitating. The knot in his throat rolled and he muttered, Su Zhe, this is also what you killed? Wang Hanjiang is from Gu Haicheng. Solid Sea City is one of the 5 guardian cities of Xixia Base City. Solid Sea City is not far from Dadong Mountain, and even last year, Wang Hanjiang also fought with the black-haired giant ape, naturally knowing the horror of the black-haired giant ape. The black-haired giant ape was even slightly stronger than him. He was a 2nd forging, while the black-haired giant ape was already a golden body 3rd forging. Seeing Su Zhe nodding his head, Wang Hanjiang's heart shook as he pursued, Su Zhe, I heard from old Duan that there were a total of 2 9th ranks, 4 8th ranks as well as 10 7th ranks chasing after you. So how did you manage to fight back and kill the black-haired giant ape in a desperate situation? At these words, Su Zheong also became interested and looked up at Su Zhe. He's just been hit by Suzi's words. Desperate? Are you in a desperate situation? Doesn't seem to be. Does it? Su Zhe pondered for a moment and truthfully said, Actually, it's not as scary as what Bureau Chief Duan said, although there are many opponents except for the Black Panther King and the 7th Elder of the Celestial God Sect, which are the 2 9th grade realms. The 4 8th grades can't break my defense at all. As for the 7th grade, it's too late for them to hide from me, as long as I catch the opportunity. A smash of spirit shock and a lift of my hand will cut them down. Pointing at the corpse of the black-haired giant ape, Su Zhe added, This big guy's strength is not bad, but his speed is too slow. I resisted a heavenly God Sect's 8th grade slash, and took the opportunity to hack it to death. As soon as he mentioned the matter of resisting a knife, Suzy subconsciously touched his back. Didn't even remember the stab wound just now. It wasn't touched, though, and it seemed that the bit of skin that had been cut had healed. Wang Hanjiang in the stagnation glanced sideways at Su Zhe's back. The clothes on his back were torn, and his back had a shallow red mark, which could not be found without looking carefully. This was cut by the Heavenly God Sect's 8th grade golden body venerable. Wang Hanjiang was in deep thought. Instead, Su Zhe pulled out the corpse of yet another 7th grade demonic beast among them. The tip of the knife jumped. Snort. The head slashed open and a demon core flew out. Ding! You have gained plus 30,000 points in reinforcement value. He sighed. It's a pity that the situation was so urgent that there were 4 demonic beasts, which were directly killed by the heavenly thunderbolt I used, and they blew up their own demonic cores, or else there would have been more than just 2 demonic cores. A demon core, given to Duan Tianhe. Wang Hanjiang, who had just fallen into contemplation, snapped his eyes open. The green light in his eyes were released, and he lost his voice. Demon core! It's only of the 7th grade realm? Why are you so surprised? Suzy glanced at Wang Hanjiang. His weapon was a sword, not a divine weapon, but a grade a composite metal with some other elements added. Stronger than a normal grade a composite metal weapon, but definitely not as strong as a divine weapon. With so many people on the scene, Suzy couldn't directly put the things into the storage space. Duan Tianhe, on the other hand, returned to Lingzhou City and notified the army and the martial arts administration to come and clean up the battlefield. In addition to the 7th grade demonic beasts that Su Zhe had killed, those dozen bombs had also killed a 7th grade demonic beast, and several thousand demonic beasts under the 7th grade, and these demonic beasts, even if most of them were blown into a mass of flesh and blood, still had some value. Duan Tianhe specially deployed vehicles to transport the corpses of the martial artists and 7th grade demonic beasts that Su Zhe had hunted and killed back to Spirit State City. 6 7th grade demonic beast corpses, each of which required a truck to carry. As for the 8th grade black-haired giant ape, this guy's body was so big, a car could barely pull it in. As for So's, he, Wang Hanjiang, and Su Zheong had returned to Lingzhou City early. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Su Zhe couldn't help but blush and said, Sorry, Governor Su, old Wang. I still have something to do. I have to go back first. I said I was going to be disciplined and go to bed by 11 o'clock. But it's 1 o'clock now. Back for another shower and blow dry, and it's probably 2 o'clock. On the way home, Suzy opened the system and counted up the harvest. Name Suzy. Age 18 years old. Identity student of Yangzhou number 1 middle school. Cultivation realm 7th plus. Cultivation techniques. Innate Wujigong celestial immortal level. 9 thunder blades earth immortal level. Innate 5 elements infinite transportation technique celestial immortal level. Spiritual I celestial immortal level. 9 revolutions of the golden body decree Dalajinxian level. Fabulous treasure. Kunwu blade extreme spiritual artifact. Reinforcement value 128,000 points. System mall. Opened. Draw. 100 points of reinforcement value for 1 draw. Storage space 5,600 cubic meters plus. The strengthening value, which had been depleted to only 5,000 points, skyrocketed once again, reaching 118,000 points. Among them, a single 7th grade demon core provided Suzy with 30,000 reinforcement points. The corpse of the black-haired giant ape was worth $280 million, bringing Suzy 28,000 enhancement points. It is a golden body 3 forging. Golden bone has become flesh and blood in the golden body. The value is naturally higher than the value of the silver moon fierce wolf that has just been promoted. Of course, this black-haired giant ape first chose to cohesion of the golden bone. It is the first cohesion of the golden body, can be divested of the golden body fragments. The value is higher. The remaining 7th grade realm demonic beasts, each one probably provided Suzy with a reinforcement value ranging from 305,000. There were also 4 heavenly God Sect's 7th grade divine generals, their weapons and battle suits. Suzy only left behind a composite metal battle suit, and sold all the others. Everything, do not even need to worry about yourself, own Duan Tianhe to handle. Come home, shower, blow dry your hair, go to bed. Sleeping through the night. By the time Suzy opened her eyes, it was already 11 o'clock noon. Me! Damn. Suzy was a bit depressed. It's 11 o'clock. Won't that delay breakfast? The first day of strict self-discipline ended in failure. At that moment, Duan Tianhe's phone call came in. Suzy. The old king wants to see you. Chapter 91. Selling demon cores. Inside a Chinese restaurant with an elegant environment. Wang Hanjiang had some difficulty in speaking, and hesitantly said, Patriarch Thunderblade, today I invited you to dinner, but I actually have something to ask for. For the demon core? Suzy laughed and said, Old Wang, you can just call me Suzy directly. The sudden coming of a Thunderblade Patriarch feels quite awkward. Wang Hanjiang is also straight, the words are open, immediately said, Suzy, although I can kill the 7th grade demonic beast, but want to obtain the demon core is extremely difficult, and difficult in general, even if it is the 9th grade, can be done in seconds to kill the 7th grade demonic beast. But the 7th grade demonic beast, the spiritual power qualitatively, even if the physical body is dead, the spiritual power can be in the instantaneous self-detonation of demonic core. 10 years ago, when the method of forging divine weapons had not yet spread, the difficulty of obtaining demon nuclei was not high, and demonic beasts, even if they were killed, rarely chose to blow up their own demon nuclei. But today, demonic beasts also know this, so even if they die, they will not tolerate the use of their own deaths to grow human martial artists. The market price of a 7th grade demon core is around 12 billion, but this thing has a price, so if it's taken out for auction, it's definitely more than that. Most of my savings have been used for cultivation, but within 3 days, I should be able to come up with 15 billion. So I hope that you, Suzy, will leave that demon core with me. He had also inquired a bit from Duan Tianhe's mouth. Knowing that Suzy had more than one 7th grade demon core in his body, he also knew that Duan Tianhe had purchased the 7th grade demon core for $10 billion. However, Duan Tianhe and Suzy were on good terms after all. Himself and Suzy are just one side of the story. Even the first time they met, there was a misunderstanding. It cannot be good to pull down the face to get the price. Don't 15 billion, just go with the price of the old section. Suzy casually took out a 7th grade demon core and threw it to Wang Hanjiang, saying, Demon core you use first, the money is enough to get together and then transfer it to me. By the way, Lao Duan, I just remembered that forging the divine warrior still needs some materials. Will you help me find some? No problem, Duan Tianhe answered and said, the headquarters of the martial arts administration should have enough materials. I'll apply for 2 copies from the top. All these things, they are free supplies for the patriarchs, especially Suzy. You're killing demonic beasts and evil martial practitioners. There's a great merit, so I guess the top will also have an additional reward. Suzy wasn't interested in rewards in the slightest. He said, if there's really a reward, just help me exchange an extra copy of the materials for forging divine weapons. At these words, Duan Tianhe's gaze flickered. Wang Hanjiang was also shaken in his heart. However, Su Zhe had already sold him a demon core, so he wouldn't think much about the rest and wouldn't ask much about it. Drinking, eating. By the time the show broke up, it was after 3 p.m. Suzy went to his old home in the North Lake neighborhood. The remodeling team is already in. But this house, it's hard to redecorate because Suzy cut the floor with a knife and all the 7th floor below, the plumbing, electrical, and floor heating were all destroyed. The decoration team was contacted by Jiang Qinghe and didn't know Su Zhe. After Su Zhe explained his identity, one of them couldn't help but have their eyes light up with respect. They took the job and naturally inquired about the identity of the boss. Coupled with the fact that Su Zhe had recently become famous in Spirit State City, there really weren't many people who didn't know about him. So it's the Thunderblade Patriarch. Geez, is the Thunderblade Patriarch really that young? Thunderblade Patriarch? Can I get an autograph? It's amazing. The sister is a genius. The brother is even better. His age is the same as my son's. But that kid in my house just knows how to pick up girls all day long. Let's see if I don't beat him to death when I go back today. Wait a minute. Why does this sentence sound so unpleasant to Suzy's heart? How are the renovations coming along? Suzy opened his mouth to inquire. The foreman of the renovation team said, it hasn't officially started yet, mainly because repairing the floor is too troublesome and will affect the normal life of the owners downstairs. But Mr. Liu, the downstairs resident, is very open-minded and lets us go ahead with the construction and leave them alone. As he spoke, a middle-aged man walked in through the door. After he saw Su Zhe, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Little Su, you're back? Good. Our North Lake district is also considered to have produced a true dragon. Your father and your mother's spirit in heaven, if they know that your sisters have such achievements, will certainly be happy. Uncle Liu, Suzy called out. Memory, this Uncle Liu and his father's relationship is extremely good. Was once also a martial artist, only later in the wilderness area broke a leg, although the installation of a prosthetic limb, even if you can walk normally, live normally, even by virtue of being a martial artist when the money accumulated, live a fairly rich. But for a martial artist, short legs is undoubtedly cut off their future path of martial arts. Suzy has many times seen this old man sitting outside smoking a cigarette, a blank face. Have you eaten yet? Your aunt just happened to have made dumplings. Come on, go down and eat. Suzy rubbed his belly. Eat well. But the hospitality was overwhelming. He went downstairs with old Liu and found they eat in the bedroom. There is no way, the two families are up and downstairs, the room pattern house type the same. Suzy a knife ripped the living room of his own home. Downstairs cannot suffer. Standing in the living room you can even see up. After a symbolic half bowl of dumplings and a short chat, Uncle Liu is now working as a coach at a martial arts school in the city, specializing in training young people between the ages of 12 and 16. Although his legs were crippled, he had been a second-grade martial artist after all, and was more than capable of teaching a group of children and guiding their cultivation. By the way, Su Zhe said, Uncle Liu, Auntie, this house thing, I am sorry. So, you valued where the house, I help you to buy a set, and then this house and then sold to me according to the market price. I am just right to get through together to decorate. Old Liu's daughter-in-law was a bit impressed. In this way, you can get a house for free, and the house can be sold for a lot of money. But the old Liu is reluctant, sternly refused, said, Xiao Su, although you are now a patriarch, but this matter, Uncle does not agree. Uncle cannot black your money. Let your home renovation team progress faster on the line. Otherwise, every day your aunt has been busy sweeping the floor at home. All right. Suzy didn't advise much. Laughed. By the way, Auntie nowadays, no work, right? I after a while will also go to Jiangnan, by then the family's house, please Auntie to help look at, occasionally cleaning, watering the flowers at home. I will give Auntie to count the wages. After chatting for a long time until nightfall, Suzy left the North Lake neighborhood. He had just returned home and was about to take a bath when Jiang Qinghe's video call called. Before she could say anything, she suddenly saw the injury on Su Zhe's shoulder and lost her voice. Su Zhe, you're injured? Chapter 92. The sword chi spreads across 30,000 miles. Suzy leaned over the pool and looked over her shoulder. The bloody scabs on it had fallen off, though the hideous scars were still visible. In fact, last night, I woke up after a sleep. The injury has recovered, but the scar is estimated to need a sleep to completely recover. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Su Zhe didn't want Jiang Qinghe to worry, so he casually said, when I went out to the wilderness area, I ran into a few evil martial artists and demonic beasts, and I suffered a little bit of superficial injury only. By the way, sis, I couldn't get through to you on the phone in the past few days, and I didn't reply to the tweets that I sent to you, so did you sneak off to the wilderness area? Why are you so careless? Jiang Qinghe said a few words. Only then did he say, it's almost time for the National Wudao Martial Arts Competition. The school is conducting special training, and I've signed up for it. And the school requires that cell phones be turned off during special training. Oh, Su Zhe's gaze moved and he smiled. When will it be held? The National Budo Tournament is scheduled for June 20th, and tryouts for our school begin June 6th. June 6th? 1 week to go. Susie nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go and watch it then. First of all, congratulations in advance on your championship. Champion! Jiang Qinghe shook his head and said, the National Wushu University, not to mention those second-rate universities and third-rate universities, let's just say that amongst the top 10, there are hidden tigers and dragons. I'm just trying to sharpen my battle skills. I didn't think about it that much. That's not good. Su Zhe laughed. Sister, if you compete, how can you not win the championship? After chatting for a full 20 minutes, when she was about to hang up the phone, Jiang Qinghe deliberately made a fierce look and said, Su Zhe, if you dare to run to the wilderness area to die when we meet up, see if I don't spank you like ours. Susie was happy and gave a hefty laugh, saying, we may not know who will beat who then. Jiang Qinghe instantly turned red, hurriedly said and hung up the phone. Susie then opened the system. With 118,000 reinforcement points in hand, it was time to build a wave. Open the draw panel. Susie's gaze could not help but move. He realized that a new option had appeared at some point within the draw panel. Sweepstakes upgrade? What the hell is this? Susie froze and subconsciously clicked, yes, behind draw upgrade. Ding. The system interface went black. Immediately afterward, it lit up again. The narrative within the raffle column has changed. Draw. 1,000 points of reinforcement value can be used for one draw. Susie face a black IING. Is this called a lottery upgrade? From consuming 100 reinforcement points at a time to 1,000. Even if the odds of the lottery have improved, but the odds of this thing, who the hell to say in? For example, in his previous life, he played a turn-based online game, Big Talk West, in which the 10% chance and 50% chance is not much different. You're lucky to have succeeded in smashing the Divine Soldier once. You have a bad fate, even if 90% chance you can still fail consecutively. This pitiful system, if there is a legendary arrogant lowly system elf big sister, I will definitely teach you to be human. Su Zhe took a deep breath and could only choose to ignore it. It's different than before. This time around, the raffle was significantly more pushy. The huge raffle carousel, with its golden light, simply wanted to light up Susie's eyes. The raffle begins. Reinforcement value 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a magic treasure. The Dustless Sword. Dustless Sword? Su Zhe's eyes flashed. This sword he knew, in the past life of the immortal sword and chivalry games and movies and TV dramas have appeared, is the main character Li Yizi's sword. Known as the ancient divine weapon, the power is infinite, pointing to the sky, pointing to the sky, pointing to the ground collapse. He gazed at the ancient long sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand. Dustless Sword. Immortal artifact pseudo. What? Susie's eyes glazed over. Holy! Immortal weapon is immortal weapon. What's the meaning of the word pseudo at the end? Moreover, aren't magic treasures divided into 8 levels? Magic weapon, spirit weapon, immortal weapon, acquired spirit treasure, innate spirit treasure, innate treasure, and chaotic treasure? How did a pseudo-immortal weapon appear again? Drop the blood and recognize the owner. The mana pushes. Buzz. At that moment, the ancient and unadorned scene steeply blossomed into a brilliant sword light, and a message, too, surged into Su Zhe's mind. Dustless Sword. Originally, it was an extreme immortal artifact. But the immortal weapon suffered a wound, the immortal law within it all worn out, fell downgrade, although there is an immortal weapon shell, but not the immortal weapon of the ability, but even so, the Dustless Sword is still stronger than the very best spiritual weapons. After all, its materials led to a level of hardness and sharpness that was by no means comparable to that of an extreme spirit weapon. Su Zhe urged the Dustless Sword to play for a while. Have to admit, flying swords are just more handsome than flying daggers. Already catalyzed, the sword light filled the sky, and the imperial sword was simply not too handsome. It's just a pity that I don't know anything about swordsmanship, or else old me would have wanted to abandon my sword and cultivate it. The mood of despising the system just now was completely forgotten by Susie, the law of true fragrance, never outdated at any time. Second draw. Rotation. Third drawing. Still the wheel is empty. Susie gritted his teeth and drew again. Ding! The raffle begins. Reinforcement value 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the merit technique. The Imperial Sword Technique. Gotta. Susie was speechless. First you give away the sword, then you give away the sword art? What do you mean? And this sword art, he also knows, is the immortal sword in the legend of the sword Shushan Sword School of the introductory skills, sword flight, sword kill the enemy, and no grade, the use of power with the use of the person's magical power and incremental. Continue the raffle. Susie was ready to smoke all 8,000 points of change. Rotation. 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 Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has obtained a Downlord Gold Immortal Level Sword Technique. The Green Lotus Sword Scripture. Susie. It looks like in the future you can only sword and sword cultivation together. Maybe a little more hard work, but the road of the strong. Do not pay sweat. Where is the reward? Susie silently opened the Green Lotus Sword Scripture. This secret book, the first sentence of which makes one's scalp tingle. The sword chi spreads across 30,000 li. A little light chills the 19 states. Susie's eyes lit up. He quickly jumped out of the pool, mana steaming and drying his body, passed on his clothes and turned on his computer. Logged in to the House of Wushu and found my maiden post on the House of Wushu forum. Munchkin begs to ask, can any big brother know if there is a cultivation method in the world for sword chi to travel 30,000 miles across the world? Behind the post, 7 or 8 replies, except for the third floor. Everyone else was despising Susie. Susie, smugly, replied back at the bottom. This post ends. I found the cultivation method for sword chi across 30,000 miles. Chapter 93. Shouldn't be messing things up, right? Turning off the computer, Susie headed to the bed and lay down, his mood indescribably comfortable. That wickedly funny repost just now is proof of that. No! What am I raffling for? Susie was a little confused. His intention was to draw a formation, but after spending a full 8,000 enhancement points, he didn't even get a formation? Okay. A pseudo-immortal weapon, a sword control technique, and a Deluo Jinxian level sword technique. Barely. He studied the Green Lotus Sword Scripture. The Green Lotus Sword Scripture is divided into 9 styles and 9 levels. The first style is Chasing the Wind, the second is named Traceless, and the third is Tonghui. Learn the Green Lotus Sword Scripture. Ding! Has cultivated the first style of the Green Lotus Sword Sutra, Wind Chasing, to a great completion. Reinforcement points 100,000. 110,000 reinforcement value, only 10,000 left in an instant. Susie, however, was quite satisfied. Nowadays, if I were to run into the 7th elder of the heavenly God Sect, with a blade and a sword, I could hammer him to death alive. Glanced at the cell phone time. It's almost 11 o'clock. Sleep. Northwest. Called the Northwest region of the Forbidden Zone of Life, in the depths of the Great East Mountain. The Black Leopard King nestled on the mountainside. Beside it is the Heavenly God Sect, 7 elders. Against So's, the Black Panther King's voice was low as he laughed coldly. 7th elder, in this battle, I have lost more than 6,000 sons and daughters from the Great Eastern Mountain, including the 7 great warrior generals sitting down in the king, as well as the black hair venerable one, and yet you still want to trick me into killing Suze? It was filled with a great release of chi and blood, and its demonic aura rolled around, blowing the nearby tree branches and leaves all over the sky. Panther King, don't you want to avenge your men? The 7th elder of the heavenly God Sect's tone was sanguine, and said in a deep voice, What more? Even if you don't want to take revenge, can you be sure that Suzy 1T kill the Great Eastern Mountain? With his means, once he kills into the Great Eastern Mountain, can you have a peaceful day in the Great Eastern Mountain? The Black Panther King, however, was disdainful, saying, My Great Eastern Mountain has the refuge of the Jedi Peak, and had signed a contract with the human race, that if the demonic beasts of the Great Eastern Mountain don't come out of the mountain, the human race will not be able to kill their way into the Great Eastern Mountain. Yeah, The seventh elder laughed. Great Eastern Mountain Tian Wolf Demon Emperor. I also know, but the Tian Wolf Demon Emperor is in the polar region. You have something wrong in Great Eastern Mountain, it can rush back. Even if he can make it back, what kind of genius is Su Zhe? He has the stature of a Jedi, the Jedi of the human race, and will not protect him? The Black Panther King was silent. Only after a long time did it open its mouth and said, Su Zhe's means are mysterious and unpredictable. He can actually vanish into the earth instantly. If he vanishes into the earth, how can he be killed? That's something you don't have to worry about. Seventh Elder faintly said, This Su Zhe successively killed my God Sect's ghost generals and elders. Not killing is not enough to vent his anger, not to mention this kind of genius. If it is not strangled in the cradle as early as possible in the future, it will definitely be a great danger to my God Sect. I have put this matter, reported to the church. I teach God Lord, will naturally make decisions. Necessary. God Lord can descend to the split. Jedi top split? The Black Panther King was shocked and lost his voice. Your heavenly God Sect isn't afraid of causing a great battle at the Jedi Peak? My heavenly God Sect's consistent purpose is to exterminate the world. If an absolute top war really breaks out, wouldn't it be in line with the teachings? The seventh elder laughed out loud and his tone was morose. Don't worry. After killing Su Zhe, the conditions that I promised you before already count. Kyoto. A copy of the results of the battle was sent to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Administration. Susie, suspected of being an absolute top disciple. Steward Wang, the military Camp Yi division member, had personally traveled to Lingzhou City, but did not find any traces. Yi division member suspected that the person who testified, I'm afraid that it is a Holy Land martial artist. A Holy Land martial artist? The man called Steward Wang laughed. This Su Zhe's life is innocent. I'm more curious about the Holy Land martial artist. Actually will accept outside disciples. Those old codgers, not many of them came out of the woodwork back in the day. But this kid is also powerful at 18 years old. He has such ability. I'm afraid that the heavenly God Sect side won't stop at this. Yet there's no need to worry. Since he has a supreme master, he will naturally shelter him. Old Zhang. There's a chance to try and find this kid to have a chat and see if we can pull him into our martial arts administration. Early to bed, early to rise is good for the body. The ancients are true. Su Zhe woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, only to feel refreshed. He had wanted to go to the garden outside the villa and move his body with the group of old masters and old ladies by playing a few rounds of boxing. Available at... Forget it. It's not like I know boxing. I only know swordsmanship and fencing. So I'm afraid I'll scare this group of old people if I bring up my sword and practice it then. He went outside and found a breakfast place. A cage of Xiao Long Bao and a bowl of egg soup. This side was eating. Duan Tianhe called, Su Zhe. The divine weapon forging materials I applied for yesterday have been approved by the top. Vice Steward Zhang personally delivered the goods last night, and it will probably arrive in Spirit State City at noon. Vice Steward Zhang? Deputy Steward of the Martial Arts Authority Headquarters. Zhang Qinghe. Su Zhe thought back and remembered, saying, Zhang Qinghe? I have some impression. He is ranked 3rd in the 9 products ranking, and his title is Twin Stick King. Exactly him. Su Zhe's eyes lit up and he said, Old Duan, when he arrives, you let me know. After hanging up the phone, Susie's mind was alive. 3rd of 9? This kind of strong person is definitely not comparable to the 7 elders of the Heavenly God Sect or the Black Panther King of the Great Eastern Mountain. Earlier, I heard Venerable Wuji say how powerful the Black Panther King is, and I am afraid that it is going to be certified to the absolute top. But after a battle, Su Zhe found that it is also just like that, its strength which is just slightly better than the 8th product, and it may not even be a long time to reach the 9th product. I've heard that the 9th grade Grand Master, sensing heaven and earth, can even borrow the power of heaven and earth. This is somewhat similar to cultivating immortality. At that time, it's just the right time to have a sparring match, so that I can see how strong a true 9th grade expert is. Okay. Lingzhou City. Martial Arts Authority. Duan Tianhe, who hung up the phone, had a bad feeling rising in his heart. This kid. Something's not right, is it? He usually can't even be seen, and today he would take the initiative to ask to see Vice Steward Zhang? He shouldn't be trying to make something happen, should he? Chapter 94. Patriarch List. Penultimate. The Clan Master List has been updated? After eating breakfast, Su Zhe, who had been prepared to go out for a walk, hurriedly returned to the villa. Turn on the computer. Log in to the home of the Warriors forum. As soon as I logged in, I got an email alert and a deleted post alert. Suze froze. It seemed like he had made a total of 1 post in the martial artist's house. Tap on. View. System tip. Because you posted in violation of the rules, your post titled, Newbie Asking, can any big brother know if there is a cultivation method in the world that has sword chi spanning 30,000 miles? The post has been deleted by the administrator and the account has been banned for 3 days. During the banning period, it is not possible to reply, like as well as forward. If you have any questions, please call the customer service phone number 010. Suzy couldn't help himself, picking up his cell phone and dialing a call. Hello, this is the Martial Artist Home Forum. I'm customer service, Xiaoyu. How can I help you? The one who answered the phone was a girl with a sweet voice. Even a better voice could hardly quell the dissatisfaction in Suzy's heart. And he opened the door. Why did you block my account? Sir, please state your forum ID. Chicken, you're too beautiful. What? The customer service girl didn't seem to understand, and Suzy repeated. My ID nickname is Chicken, you're too beautiful. Chicken's chicken. Chicken's child. You, too. Beautiful, beautiful. This ID. Some middle too. Suzy had wanted to use his own name as his ID at the time, but the prompt was duplicated and couldn't be created. So he just made one up as he went along. A moment. Customer service said, Sir, it's like this. You violated the rules of posting. That's why your account will be banned for 3 days. Once midnight passes after 3 days, you can post normally. Ha! Suzy laughed coldly and said, Come on, you guys. Tell me, how did I break the rules of posting? On the other end of the line, there seemed to be a question, and then a male voice said, Give me the phone, I'll do the talking. Hello. I'm the administrator of the Jianghu Gossip Board of the House of Martial Artists Forum, Cloud Immortal Guest. This man, with a somewhat raspy voice, coldly said as soon as he opened his mouth, Brothers, everyone is a martial artist, and the essence of the official establishment of the House of Martial Artists is to provide some convenience for the martial artists, exchanging information, buying and selling living things, and even exchanging feats of war. The House of Martial Artists is not a place for your random water posting. 3 days warning for the first ban. If there's a next time, I'll just ban you permanently. Suze was shocked by the aura of the administrator whose ID was Immortal Guest in the clouds. Water posting? May I ask what the criteria for water posting is? You yourself water, no water posting. Your own heart do not have a little pussy? Sword chi across 30,000 miles of feats. Why don't you say there are no feats that can fly into the sky and enter the ground? Cloud Immortal Guest, very overbearing. He is used to, generally really powerful martial artists which have time to run to the water paste. A group of small martial artists, could they make waves in front of themselves? Suze mused, saying, The technique of flying into the sky and into the ground, this really does exist, and the technique of sword chi spanning 30,000 miles also exists. Retard. Snap. Got hung up on straight away. Suze, some slight anger, once again hit the past, the Cloud Immortal Guest grumpy, yelling at the phone. You annoyed nada? Want to unblock? Wait for 3 days later. If you are annoying me, believe it or not I give you a permanent seal. The phone was hung up once more. The man, unreasonable and somewhat stubbornly feudal. Suze shook his head. His feudal thinking imprisoned him, short insights, so that he could not understand the concept of sword chi across 30,000 miles. The only way to change his mind is to let him see for himself perhaps. Took a look at the blocked account. Suzy couldn't even reply to a post with a 66,666. He could only open his mailbox and check his mail for now. The mail, which was the newly released clan list, was received by all the clansmen on the 1st of every month when the clan list was updated. The 9th rank list remained at 30. The list of 8 products, however, numbered one more person, totaling 199. Suzy looked closely and couldn't help but frown. The 8-product list, the 9-product list, actually do not have themselves. My strength nowadays may not be considered a 9th grade, but an 8th grade should not be a problem, right? Suze's mind flickered with thoughts, thinking that he was only at the 7th level of the chi refining realm, perhaps as opposed to a martial artist's 7th grade. But this thing, can it be the same? One is cultivating immortality, and the other is practicing martial arts. The mana of an immortal cultivator is not comparable to the chi and blood of a martial artist. Sure enough, the Patriarch list ranking is too much water. Shaking his head, Su Zhe began to browse through the list of 7 products. Compared to last month, the 7th grade list has increased by a total of 3 people, but the total number of people has only increased by 1 and is now 898. The names of the 2 patriarchs were still on the list, but in bright red. Red for death. The newly added 7 Peace Clansmen are ranked 170th on the 7th grade master list. Dong Shan, junior student at Kyoto Martial Arts University, 23 years old, born with divine strength, has already hardened his golden bones at the 6th grade and was promoted to master on May 8th. Ranked 293rd on the 7th grade master list. Ji Ziwe, 22 years old, junior student of Mordor University of Martial Arts, first daughter of the head of the Ji family in Baihuqi City in central China, disciple of the dean of Mordor University's Academy of Martial Arts, advanced to the rank of master on May 11th, and chopped off the 7th grade demonic beast, the wind-chasing demon wolf, on May 23rd, rank 897th on the list of 7th grade sect masters. Su Zhe, 18 years old. Suzy directly exploded and almost didn't smash the computer. Lao Tzu, number 1 in the 7-pin countdown? Nope. He was the second to last of the 7 grades, but there was no difference between him and the first to last. The first to last of the 7 grades was a 58-year-old patriarch who was heavily injured because of fending off a wave of beasts and was now handicapped in both his legs, not to mention suffering from a dark disease. Where's the old war chest? Beheading a total of 9 7th grade demonic beasts, beheading 2 8th grade demonic beasts, beheading 7 7th grade martial practitioners of the evil Tao, and beheading Heavenly God Sect's 8th grade Golden Body Realm Venerable Wuji. Su Zhe took out his phone on the spot and called Duan Tianhe, Bureau Chief Duan. This list of patriarchs, who ranked them? 段天和已经看过了7品宗师榜，自然知道苏泽的意思，不由大惊，连忙道：“苏泽，你不要激动，有话慢慢说。上面的绝巅发话了，说是18岁的宗师，已经极为耀眼。若是按照你的真正实力排名，估计会有麻烦啊。” Martial Arts Authority. Duan Tianhe was sweating coldly. What can't this kid do? With this explanation, Suzy was a bit more angry, but still furious. He said, "By the way, the administrator of the Jianghu Gossip Board of the Martial House Forum, immortal guest in the clouds, do you know about it?" Chapter 95. Exploring Swordsmanship. Lingzhou City. Budo Authority, Bureau Chief's Office. When Duan Tianhe heard that Su Zhe was no longer entangled in the matter of the 7th grade Grandmaster list, he couldn't help but exhale a long breath and laughed. Immortal guest in the clouds. I know about this person. During his peacetime, he was a bigwig in one of the domestic web novel forums. After that, the aura recovered, and he also embarked on the path of martial arts. 13 years ago, the Cloud Immortal Guest and a group of close friends together created the House of Martial Artists Forum, the development of the Red Hot. Until 10 years ago, this forum was purchased by the government. He is now in charge of the House of Martial Artists, Jianghu Gossip Plate, the strength of only 6 products, but the network is extremely wide. Where is he? Duan Tianhe froze for a moment and said, "What are you looking for him for?" "He is our Shisha people. Nowadays he should be living in Shisha-based city. Like this, I will help you inquire." Hang up the phone. Not long after, Duan Tianhe sent over a WeChat message with the details of the immortal guest in the clouds. He also sent out a voice, saying, "Su Zhe, Vice Steward Zhang will arrive at Spirit State City around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So let's eat together then." Good. Suzy returned. He checked his cell phone 11 p.m. It was still early. "I'm going to buy a train ticket now, and I'll be back in Spirit State City by 5 in the afternoon. It doesn't matter even if there is a slight delay. Royal Sword Flight, it will be there in a moment. Lingzhou City is not too far from Shisha City." Su Zhe said to go, as a martial artist, should be so. He walked out of the villa, stopped a cab, and when he arrived at the train station, it was already 11:45. Just at 12 o'clock there was a train from Lingzhou City to Western Xia. Su Zhe bought the ticket, and incidentally booked a train ticket to return to Lingzhou City from Western Xia City at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And only then did he pass through the security check and walked into the waiting hall to wait up. It's actually faster to fly with an imperial sword. But this martial arts world, in broad daylight, Suzy is afraid of scaring others. Let alone, he had never been on a train in his entire life, including his previous life, and this was just the right time to experience it. At 11:55, the train entered the station early, tickets were checked, and the train boarded. I can't believe they didn't use the facial recognition system? Suze, harboring doubts, found his own seat and sat down. But there is no need to worry about a Moncler outlet online seat hogging. This world, martial arts is prevalent. All the people are martial arts. Moncler outlet online also afraid that there are bloodthirsty martial arts people who killed themselves at the drop of a hat. Xixia City, an information building. One of the floors was under the Ministry of National Information, and Zhang Xiao was the highest person in charge of the Ministry of National Information in Lingzhou City. It's a casual position. Zhang Xiao has a large group of minions engaged in information engineering under his hand. After all, even though it was the era of martial arts for all, not anyone could become a martial artist. Qi and blood cultivation to 150, to reach the level of quasi-martial artist is not difficult. Even if the qualification is poor, can get high on some pills, eat more healthcare products, can always be reached. However, the stage of quasi-martial artist quenching the bone but stuck many people. Only when bone tempering is complete is a quasi-martial artist. Inside the lavish office. Oh, this month, there are 3 newly promoted patriarchs. As a late 6th grade, he was extremely eager for the realm of the patriarch, and even when he saw the 3 patriarchs, all of whom were young men, Zhang Xiao was even a little depressed and annoyed. In particular, penultimate in the list of 7th grade sect masters, Suze, 18 years old. This made Zhang Xiao literally have the urge to smash his computer. These young people, how do they practice? And so, when an employee received a complaint call from the Home of Martial Artists Forum, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but personally answer the phone and reprimanded the other party. The mood all of a sudden was much better. Played a few more computer mini-games, and when Zhang Xiao beat a level, he found that it was already 2 o'clock and the employees in the company had almost all gone to eat. He got up, ready to go out to dinner. At this time, the company's receptionist on duty hurriedly ran in and said, "Mr. Zhang, someone is looking for you." "What man?" "It's a young man, he's got a bit of a temper, and it's rumored that you blocked his Martial House Forum account." Zhang Xiao was shocked. After the shock, but happy, cannot help but laugh. Now the young people a bit of ability, this are chasing to the company? Go, just boring, go to relieve boredom or not. With living room, the couch. Susie didn't touch the cold white water that the receptionist lady poured for herself. At this time, a burst of laughter came, followed by a middle-aged man in a suit walking over with that receptionist lady. He looked at Suze. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly and said, "You're looking for me?" That disdainful smile made Susie a little uncomfortable. Susie shot a glance at the middle-aged man. Although he was wearing a suit and looked like a human being, the ferociousness of his body was hard to hide. At first glance, it's a regular mix of switching fields and being a tough guy. But ruthless or not, it has nothing to do with you. Suze opened his mouth and said, "You are the Cloud Immortal Guest?" "It's me." Zhang Ziyao nodded and smiled. "I heard that you came here for the account blocking matter? To be able to inquire here, you are quite capable, but it's better for young people to keep their feet on the ground and not be overly ambitious. By the way, what's your ID name? By the way, submit your personal information again. Since you're all here, you can't be allowed to run around for nothing. I'll have someone check exactly why your number was blocked, and if there's no major problem, I can unblock it for you." This man. Not bad. There's a bit of a conscience. But Suze shook his head and said, "Cloud Immortal Guest, I came to find you today, not for the account unsealing matter, but I want to discuss with you to explore whether there is a technique in this world that has a sword chi spanning 30,000 miles or not." Crouch! The Cloud Immortal Guest almost couldn't hold back his foul mouth. The serious look of the teenager in front of him shook him. This one. What's wrong with your brain? Just because of such a thing, running to the company to find himself? This post, he remembers very clearly. His own hand sealed. Perhaps Suze's seriousness and persistence poked him somewhere in his heart. Immediately said, "Young man, perhaps you are affected by those metaphysical novels and film and television dramas. But the reality is the reality, the way of the martial arts, do not be overly ambitious." Susie smiled. Half an hour later, Xixia City, beyond the grid, within the wilderness. Immediately after, a sword chi, terrified as the blazing sun, violently split an 8-story abandoned building more than 200 meters away into 2. The sword chi power aftermath erupted 300 meters away from the surface of the lake, were divided. You see, This sword technique, I have only practiced it for less than a day. When I become stronger later on, it won't matter if my sword chi is 30,000 miles across. Chapter 96. Suzy is up to something. Rumble. The abandoned building slowly collapsed, sending dust flying in all directions. In the distance, the small lake's water backed up and splashed a dozen-meter wave. Suzy hung the dustless sword on his waist and smiled lightly. Cloud immortal guest. As the administrator of the forums, Jianghu Gossip Board, you must seek truth from facts, and when it comes to something you don't know, it's necessary to have multiple arguments, and you can't easily ban someone else's account. Chung Chuk Yu. Mechanically, he nodded. Heart. Groove, groove, groove. Sword gas cannot vertical across 30,000 miles. In fact, he is still skeptical, or even half a point do not believe, but the ing eyes of this sword gas vertical across more than 200 meters is real, and the power of that sword. He had also seen Patriarch strike, and had even seen an 8th grade Golden Body Realm expert explode with all his might. But compared to this sword, none of those experts he had seen paled in comparison. Right at this moment, a figure in the distance came blazing in. The Sui Chuk Hong. He was just having dinner at home when he suddenly felt a palpitating energy fluctuation erupt outside of the city, and almost died of fright. He didn't even have time to change his slippers and rushed here with his sword. The powerful burst of strength had long since shattered the $20 pair of slippers. At this time, Su Zheong was barefoot, and after seeing that it was Su Zhe, his face immediately turned green. Su Zhe, when did you come to Shisha City? This is. In his heart, the belly aching continued. What the hell are you doing? What's the point of having an outburst outside the city? This is not, in addition to himself, the other 3 patriarchs of the Western Xia City also have rushed to an 8th grade Golden Body Realm to 7th grade. Su Zheong slightly introduced. The 3 patriarchs are all eyes, went forward and said, Thunderblade Patriarch, it is a pleasure to meet and honor to meet. Suzy returned the greetings one by one. Thunderblade Patriarch, what are you? I'm Nima. Shenka in the clouds was on the verge of tears. The few people in front of him, he recognized all of them. Any one of them was a bigwig in the Western Summer Base City. Being a bigot yourself? Big brother, you sister. And Thunderblade Master? This young man in front of me was actually a sealed Grandmaster, but the title Thunderblade. Throughout the list of masters from the 9th to the 7th grade, there is no such a person. Besides, isn't he using a sword? Why is he called Thunderblade Master? No. Suz? Young? Zhang Xiao stared with wide eyes, remembering the young man who was second to last on the list of 7th grade sect masters who almost made himself so angry that he smashed his computer monitor. 18? The second to last of the 7 pillars of the clan? Nima, this ranking is bull, isn't it? You're giving someone else a second to last ranking for that sword they just used? A fairy guest in the clouds? Su Zheong, Zhou He, and the other 2 patriarchs turned their heads to look at the immortal guest in the clouds. One of the 7th grade, who was acquainted with immortal guest in the clouds and had a good relationship, immediately laughed and said, Zhang Xiao, you're hiding quite deeply? Knowing such a big shot like the Thunderblade Patriarch, you actually didn't even know to introduce me to him? The cloud immortal guest laughed harder than he cried, and with a sobbing voice, he said, Patriarch Bai is joking. I've only just met Patriarch Thunderblade. Next, it was time for Su Zheong, Zhou He, Su Zhe, and a host of other patriarchs to exchange ideas. Chung Chuk Yu, totally unplugged, and don't dare to interrupt. He glanced at the collapsed building as well as the small lake 500 meters away, wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead, and quietly sent a text message to the company's employees. Unblock this account with the forum ID called Chicken You're Too Beautiful. Immediately, right away, a moment, a message came back. Boss, it's done. Zhang Xiao trembled with fear and took the gap between the several patriarchs chatting and said, Patriarch Thunderblade, your account has been processed. Fine. Go back to your place and remember to be realistic in the future. Su Zhe waved his hand. Zhang Xiao is like a relief, but in his mind, the elegance of that sword is no matter how to linger, at the same time, doubtful. His sword, so domineering and powerful, can be called Thunderblade Patriarch? This way, although Su Zheong was barefoot, he didn't half care. Everyone is a martial artist, usually exploding, punching and breaking shoes is the same as eating and drinking water. The White Patriarch, who was familiar with the Cloud Immortal Guest, wanted to get closer to Su Zhe and smiled. Patriarch Thunderblade, congratulations at 18 years of age. You have entered the 7th grade Patriarch ranking, and you're the youngest Patriarch on the list of Patriarchs. At these words, Su Zhe's face visibly sank. Su Zheong glanced at the white Patriarch, as if looking at a retard. Are you stupid? Su Zhe what strength but ranked 7 products list penultimate, although the above for some reason deliberately accounted for to be low-key. But this thing put on who can be happy. He hastily changed the topic and said, Su Zhe, go back to the city. I have a hand-caught mutton food building in Shisha City. The flavor is especially authentic. Suzy glanced at his cell phone time. 14:40 p.m. Also, I booked a train ticket for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I should be able to catch up after eating. By the way, Governor Su, do you know which department which Big Brother formulated the ranking of the Zhongshu list? Su Zheong hesitated for a moment. He to Suzy also counted understanding, keenly aware of, So's might be up to something. Ahem. Su Zheong coughed repeatedly, but Chuga didn't react at all. Su Zheong was shocked in his heart. Something's going to happen. He quietly took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Duan Tianhe. Duan Tianhe? Zhang Qinghe is going to Lingzhou City? Su Zhe is inquiring about who the sect master list maker is. Duan Tianhe jumped straight up from his chair with a jolt. This kid indeed is up to something. Chapter 97. Can't be persuaded. Duan Tianhe became anxious. He picked up his cell phone and hurriedly edited a message and sent it to Su Zheong, saying, Governor Su, Vice Steward Zhang will arrive at Lingzhou City at about 6 o'clock. Suzy, you find a way to delay it. Suzy's character. Duan Tianhe understands. Nope. Understand. This does everything as it pleases, making it unpredictable. His brain circuits and normal people damn well weren't on the same line, and because of this, Duan Tianhe was worried about Su Zhe messing things up. Now, it was only possible to delay Su Zhe in Shisha City. One couldn't just call Vice Steward Zhang Qinghe Zhang himself and tell him, Steward Zhang, don't come to Spirit State City. There are people who want to trouble you. Zhang Qinghe. But he is known for his violent temper. He, as a person, is a legend. Today, the aura has been revived for 20 years. Other 9 products, more or less, have some strange encounters, such as absorbing the early stage of the aura recovery, the energy mass or flesh and blood power of the divine realm eruption. But Zhang Qinghe was different. He was a street juggler of sorts in peacetime. Even in the network is very hot, by the netizens known as Double Stick King. After the aura recovery, Zhang Qinghe into the martial arts, almost all the way to the 9th grade, his Double Stick King title also retained. He was known in the martial arts world for his belligerence. If he knew Suzy was up to something, he wouldn't be able to pull it off. Handheld lamb, a Northwest specialty. Authentic handheld store will only take the front leg of the sheep with ribs, that piece of meat, chopped into large chunks, rinsed with water will only be cleaned, and then into the pot after boiling over high heat, usually about 30 minutes to slowly salvage the blood foam. Sure, there is a lot of care taken with the selection of lamb. Capricorns that weigh about 30 pounds have the best flavor. The so-called Capricorn sheep refers to castrated rams with tough, chewy meat. Shisha City. Guoqiang's hand-crafted gourmet building. This is a long-established hand-caught store, which was already labeled as a century-old shop in peacetime, but was closed for a few years during the turmoil of the revival of the aura. But with the birth of a human expert to the death, human survival environment gradually secured, Guoqiang hand-caught food building opened again. The store is doing extremely well. Su Zheong should be a regular customer over here. He called the boss in advance and booked the box. Just when he arrived at the door, the boss of Guoqiang hand-caught gourmet house personally greeted him. It was an old man with gray hair, strength of qi and blood, mere quasi-martial artist. A waiter brought Su Zhe, Zhou He, Patriarch Bai, and another 7th grade patriarch named Lin Tianyi to the private room. Su Zheong chatted with the store owner, and when he saw Su Zhe and the others coming up the stairs, he hurriedly lowered his voice and said, Old Ma, instruct the kitchen to tell them to make it slower, and serve some fruit plates and melon seeds and drinks first. I have something to talk about. Subsequently, only then did he come to the box. Su Zheong deliberately looked for topics to talk about, having a conversation. What they talked about was mostly interesting things in the martial arts world, and this. Su Zhe was quite interested. Just chatting. The topic went off on a tangent. Something about a one-night fling by a certain 9th grade, a patriarch spending big bucks to celebrate a singer's birthday or something like that. Suzy frowned. He coughed dryly, ready to pull back the topic, and asked, Governor Su, Bureau Chief Zhou, You are the seniors of martial arts. You surely know more about the martial arts world than I do. I have a few doubts, and I'd like to ask all of you to clear up the confusion for me. Thunderblade Patriarch, just open your mouth. Big brother? We don't dare to be. Zhou He hurriedly opened his mouth. Patriarch Bai and Patriarch Lin were also modest. As martial artists in the Northwest Su Zhe's battle record, they are very clear. To be a big brother in front of Su Zhe, I'm afraid it's not qualified enough. And Su Zhe had the ability to hunt and kill 7th grade demonic beasts to obtain demonic cores. These 3 people in front of them, besides Zhou He, Patriarch Bai and Patriarch Lin, but they all wanted to get close to Su Zhe and get a demon core. Su Zhe opened the door and said, I want to know about the matter of the Great Eastern Mountain. Pissed. Su Zheong, who had just taken a sip of tea, directly sprayed. He sat across from Suzy. This spray, fortunately, Su Zhe reacted over. The mana drumming. A wave of the hand will be sprayed out of the tea all sent back. Spilled Su Zheong full of face. Surprised. Su Governor? What's wrong with you? It's okay. It's okay. Su Zheong was choked. Coughed a few times. Positive color. Su Zhe. Dedong Mountain, in fact, we have long played attention, but Dedong Mountain was born over the absolute top. But also with the human beings have an agreement in the former. Dedong Mountain demonic beasts do not come out. The human race strong people will not be able to enter the Great Eastern Mountain to hunt demonic beasts. Of course. Human martial artists practicing in the vicinity of the Great Eastern Mountain. As long as they do not enter the Great Eastern Mountain, the demonic beasts of the Great Eastern Mountain shall not take the initiative to attack humans, unless they start a beast tide. Su Zhe's gaze twitched as he said, with this kind of treaty, wouldn't the humans be at a disadvantage? It's not exactly a loss. At the beginning of the aura recovery, most of the world entrances are in the wilderness, so the demonic beasts are stronger and evolve faster. Human vulnerability. Some things can only be compromised. Su Zheong was somewhat helpless. This is the current state of human existence. In the wilderness area, there were countless demonic beasts. The number of strong demonic beasts was almost more than double that of humans. If it were not for the fact that mankind has mastered technology and that artillery and nuclear bombs are extremely powerful deterrents, I am afraid that it would be very difficult to hold on to these cities today. Zhou He and the 2 7th grade patriarchs were also serious. Bang! Su Zhe slammed the table and gritted his teeth. This is an unequal treaty. Why should my human race abide by it, Governor Su? As long as you nod your head once, I will kill into Dedong Mountain tonight and exterminate all the high-grade demonic beasts in Dedong Mountain, one after another. Su Zheong opened his mouth. He hated to slap himself. How did the conversation turn to the Great Eastern Hills? It would be better to let Suzy go back to Zhangqinghe to mess things up. He could only be patient and said, Su Zhe, it is not possible that there is not just one Black Panther king within the Great Eastern Mountain. According to speculation, deep within the Great Eastern Mountain, there should be a world entrance. Otherwise, it would not be possible to give birth to such an absolute peak as the Skywolf King within a short period of time when the aura is revived. Once multiple 9th grade demonic beasts, and even among them, there are 9th grade that have comprehended the power of intent strike. You are in danger. Chapter 98. There's going to be a fight. Intentional power? Suzy took a deep breath, and sure enough, one's own guess was correct. 7th grade realm, qualitative change in mental power. 8th grade realm, quenching the golden body. 9th grade realm, how should it have its own special power? The Black Panther King and the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect can only be considered weak among the 9th grade. They have not mastered the power of the realm, and are at most pseudo-9th grades. No, they can't even be considered pseudo-9th grade. Golden Body 9 forging, they broke through after only a few forging. Not enough substance, and not having mastered the power of the real 9th product mastered by the real 9th product. This kind of 9th product, very vegetable. I had thought that my battle power had already reached the threshold of the 9th grade, and even possessed the strength to kill the 9th grade, but now it seems that I still need to cultivate properly. Su Zheong saw Su Zhe's face keep changing, sometimes sucking in cool air, sometimes brooding, thought that he was holding back some bad ideas again, and immediately added, the Great Eastern Mountain must not be entered, and once the mess is caused, it is very likely that it will induce the battle of the absolute top, and some of the layout of the human race will be broken. When the time comes for an accident, I'm afraid that there will only be a lot of life and death. Sure, Things aren't that serious. But if you say it's serious, how can So's be safe? Sure enough. Suze nodded and said, "Many thanks to Governor Su. Your words have made me realize my shortcomings. By the way, Governor Su, have you mastered the power of intent?" Su Zheong said smugly, "Naturally, old me ranked 5th on the 9 rankings, so naturally I have comprehended the power of intent, and the power of intent that I have comprehended is sword intent." Suzi's eyes lit up, but the whirlwind dimmed. He would like to spar with Su Zheong, but he was afraid that Su Zheong would refuse if he brought it up directly. Making excuses? Can't find it again. Right. Su Zheong 5th on the 9th product list, have mastered the power of the realm of intent. Zhang Qinghe 3rd on the 9th product list, is bound to have mastered the power of the realm of intent as well. Want to understand the gap between me and the true 9th product? The only way is to challenge Zhang Qinghe. Suzi's mind swirled with thoughts. Zhang Qinghe very strong, the 3rd of the 9 products, ranked still above Su Zheong. And he is one of the people who made the list of patriarchs, and he has enough excuses to find him in trouble. Simply, perfect. Looked at the time. It's already 3:40 p.m. It was 20 minutes short of the train ticket I had booked for myself. If we leave now, it should be too late. But the hand-grabbed mutton has not yet come up, and we have not eaten the lunch yet. Self-study the first day has failed, and the second day must make up for it. Lingzhou City is about 500 miles away from Xixia City, and it takes an hour and 40 minutes by train, and if I were to travel by sword, I would calculate it at 2 times the speed of sound. 1 mile equals 500 meters. 5,525. 250,000 meters divided by 680 twice the speed of sound. About, 7 minutes or less? Su Zhe did not mention the matter of going to Dadong Mountain again, nor did he mention the matter of catching the train. Su Zheong was happy to do so. He intentionally looked for a topic and chatted for more than 10 minutes. Only then did he call the waiter and deliberately said, "Rush the kitchen, let's do it a little faster." Soon, a plate of hand-held lamb came up. Ordered a couple more bottles of wine. We are all martial artists with excellent capacity for alcohol, eating meat and drinking, talking about interesting stories of the Jianghu Lake and discussing martial arts and warfare. A meal that didn't break up until 5:40 p.m. Su Zhe, this Xixia City is your first time, right? Zhou he showed great enthusiasm and said, Xixia Bay City is considered one of the most completely preserved cities in the country. Today's Xixia City is merely expanding toward the periphery on the basis of the era of peace. Have the opportunity, come to play more. Definitely. Su Zhe said seriously. When I come next time, I'll have to bother Bureau Chief Zhou more. What chuksai? Much ado about nothing, you can just call me Lao Zhou. Zhou he took out his cell phone and said, let's exchange cell phone numbers and add a WeChat. Good. On the side, Patriarch Bai and Patriarch Lin also took out their cell phones. Su Zheong laughed. Su Zhe, we also did not leave contact information it. There will be time to contact more. After he saved his cell phone number, he sent a WeChat message to Duan Tianhe in passing, saying, Su Zishang is in Xixia City. Duan Tianhe quickly replied, Vice Steward Zhang has already arrived in Spirit State City. He's busy with work and will return soon. Then there's no problem. When Suzy arrives at the train station and buys a ticket for the next train, after going back, it's probably evening. He just edited a message and sent it. Instead, Suze said, Governor Su, thanks for the hospitality. I still have things to do, so I'll return to Lingzhou City first. I'll send a car for you? No, it's not far from the train station. It's quite easy to take a taxi. With a wave, Suzy got into a cab, but he didn't go to the train station. Instead, he casually found an unoccupied corner in the city. Phew, a sword chi rushed up to the sky. Suze catalyzed the royal sword technique, driving the dustless sword, instantly disappeared in the sky. He converged the energy fluctuation, but not to alarm the other people in the city. Naturally, it won't alarm Su Zheong. Su Zheong carried his hands behind his back, like an ordinary old man. He took a stroll, slowly making his way towards his neighborhood, and on the way, bought a pair of slippers on the side of the road. However, he had just put his slippers on his feet when his cell phone rang. Duan Tianhe called. Are you kidding me? Governor Su? Didn't you say that it's nighttime for Suzy to return to Spirit State City? Su Zheong was confused. Suzy, just go. Count the time. 5 minutes or so. I probably hadn't even reached the train station yet. Even if he exploded at full power and ran back to Lingzhou City at twice the speed of sound, He hadn't even arrived at such a small matter, had he? However, without giving him time to think more, Duan Tianhe called out, "Governor Su, it's too late to explain. You have to come to Lingzhou City quickly. There's going to be a fight." Chapter 99, So Familiar Power of Context. Lingzhou City, Martial Arts Authority, in the corridor outside the bureau chief's office. Duan Tianhe was on the phone with Su Zheong, and suddenly his face changed slightly, and in the office, Zhang Qinghe and Su Zhe's breath rose. Although it was controlled with degrees, Duan Tianhe's face was green. Su Zhe, with his elusive personality, who knows what he will do next. Zhang Qinghe, the bull who had killed his way to the 9th rank, was notorious for his fiery temper. He hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed into the office. At this moment, Zhang Qinghe, who was dressed in a Zhongshan suit and had an inch hair, was sitting on his office chair. Su Zhe, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa inside the office with a big horse, and the two of them were looking at each other with a lot of gunpowder flavor. How long has it been? Topsy-turvy. 30 seconds or so. He himself only came out to make the call after introducing Su Zhe and Zhang Qinghe. In fact, Zhang Qinghe is also a little confused. The teenager in front of him, in the handshake, the eyes will be filled with provocative wariness. Although I do not know why, but Su Zhe's battle, Zhang Qinghe was very clear. Such a talented young man, he also wanted to fight. But, after all, they had only just met. Even if Zhang Qinghe was a very belligerent person, he was too embarrassed to directly open his mouth and ask for a fight, and immediately laughed and said, "It's better to be known than to meet. The Thunderblade Patriarch really does have an extraordinary demeanor." "Overrated," Su Zhe returned, laughed. "I heard that Steward Zhang, a pair of iron sticks, kill the demonic beasts scared. The name of the Double Stick King shook the martial arts world. Today I see, but not so good." Zhang Qinghe's gaze was fixed. Sure enough it came. He hurriedly stepped forward, laughed loudly and said, "Steward Zhang, today's weather is really good. Our Spirit State S. Heber Hotel. Recently a new batch of river freshness has arrived. The taste is excellent. I have already booked a river freshness banquet, or else let us go to eat first." Saying that, his hand was behind his back and he kept gesturing to Su Zhe. "Bureau Chief Duan, what happened to your hand?" Su Zhe was somewhat speechless. "What do you mean?" He wasn't that fancy and didn't want to beat around the bush, so he directly got up and opened the door. "Steward Zhang, I've heard that you're one of the formulators of the sect master list?" Seeing Zhang Qinghe nod his head, Su Zhe faintly said, "In that case, dare I ask, why I am only ranked second to last?" Zhang Qinghe got up, gazed at Su Zhe and said, "This matter, in fact, is the meaning of Steward Wang. Of course, I personally came to Lingzhou City this time, but also want to discuss this matter with you, which hidden reasons later on." As a matter of fact, Su Zhe was not a fan of this ranking. Available at... One has to have an excuse, right? The aura on his body suddenly changed, and his wariness surged to the heavens as he said, "Steward Zhang, when you designated the rankings and placed me in the penultimate position, did you ever ask for my opinion?" "Kind of funny." Zhang Qinghe laughed out loud, his berserk aura instantly exuding, his powerful qi overflowing in all directions, causing the papers and papers of the documents in Duan Tianhe's office to fly, saying, "Lousy needs to refer to your opinions when formulating the rankings? If that's the case, if you want to be number one, and he wants to be number one as well, this list of patriarchs, do I still want to be ranked? You dare to call yourself an old man in front of me?" Su Zhe raised his hand and threw a punch. He now, the second major achievement of the 9-turning golden body decision. The physical body is comparable to the 8-product golden body 9 forging. Of course, in the end, the he 8-product 9 forging is comparable to, or beyond the 9 forging. This point cannot be confirmed. All he knew was that his flesh was strong. 8th grade, hard to break defense. He's got a lot of strength. Even without using mana, a single punch could be comparable to an 8th grade golden body realm martial artist bursting out at full force. Boom! The air trembled. Su Zhe's punch went down, as if the air in the whole office had been drained, and even an invisible air fist shadow appeared in the air, hard to see with the naked eye, but clearly detectable with the mental power. Zhang Qinghe's face changed slightly, and his footsteps staggered. Bang! The wall directly behind him was blown away. "Good boy!" Zhang Qinghe laughed loudly, double sticks into his hands, also sword and battle intent, said, "Before I came to Lingzhou City, Steward Wang thousands of instructions. Must not make trouble. Now it is just right. can be taught to appreciate the means of Thunderblade Patriarch. In fact, he was itching to do so. Su Zhe, with his own strength, sniped 2 Major 9 products, for Major 8 products and 10-7 products. This battle record is too formidable. Su Zhe was speechless. If I had known this, why would I find so many excuses? Just fight directly. Steward Zhang, I've heard that you are an expert who has comprehended the power of the realm of intent, not something that can be compared to a pseudo-9th grade like the Black Panther King or the 7th Elder. Today, you and I will let go of our hands so that I can experience the gap between me and a true 9th grade. What? Zhang Qinghe froze. Pseudo-9th grade? What's that? Instead, Su Zhe blew out the window with a punch and jumped directly from the 4th floor, his voice coming from far away. Steward Zhang, this place is too small. Let's go to the wilderness area to fight. Zhang Qinghe didn't say anything, but he let out a long whistle, enough to prove too much. Inside the office, Duan Tianhe looked at the big hole in the wall, and the broken window, and the messy documents and papers all over the floor. Couldn't help it. One came from Kyoto with the intention of handing over and sparring, and one, who the hell knows what kind of tendon has twitched. Pseudo 9th grade? A real 9th grade? Don't you know how strong you are? It's just that, even if you can't be persuaded, why don't you go outside and fight? Why do you want to cause havoc in your own office? However, these few thoughts were just a flash in the pan. Duan Tianhe quickly jumped down from the window, utilizing his stance, and chased out of the city. He's slower. When he arrived at the entrance and exit of the power grid, he had felt the terrible movement of the hand-to-hand combat coming from the distance. Even if separated by a few thousand meters, the huge Thunderblade Astral is still clearly visible. Boom! Su Zhe slashed out, tearing through the air as the 60-meter-long Thunderblade gang fell, causing Zhang Qinghe to slightly change color. On his body, a misty earth yellow luster rose, fusing with the golden light emanating from his golden body, and the twin clubs in his hands were clearly 2 divine weapons, and with every move, it was as if they were fused with the earth and could drive the power of the earth. This is the power of the earth? Could it be that this steward Zhang Qinghe Zhang comprehended the realm of earth intent? Suzy's heart shook. Just for what? This power, it's kind of familiar? Wait! Suzy bellowed. Chapter 100. Suzy zoomed in. Zhang Qinghe, who had just catalyzed the power of the earth and had his breath in full swing, slightly stalled in his hands and held back his red face in surprise. Thunderblade Patriarch? What's wrong? It's ing tough. He was all set to strike himself and held back hard. Nothing. Su Zhe mused and said, Steward Zhang, what you have comprehended. Is it the power of the earth, the realm of the earth's intent? Zhang Qinghe nodded. 8 years ago, I suffered a siege from 4 heads of 9 products in the wilderness area, and in the midst of desperation, I comprehended the realm of the earth's intent and stood out, and have mastered 50% of the power of the realm in my cultivation so far. 50%? Should it be a measure of the power of intent? Suzy's heart moved. In fact, the 9th grade control the power of the realm this point, somewhat similar to the cultivation of immortality, but their use of the power of the realm is too rough. This point is completely incomparable to the cultivation of immortality. Buzz. In an instant, on Su Zhe's body, an earth-colored misty luster actually rose as well. It's light though, available at... Zhang Qinghe's eyes instantly glazed over, lost his voice and said, Earth Intent Realm? You have also comprehended the realm of Earth Intent. Su Zhe humbly smiled. I just saw that Steward Zhang had the power of the earth entwined around him, and it was as if his entire body was one with the earth, and my heart was touched by it. I'm ing. The earth-colored misty luster on Zhang Qinghe's body dispersed, and his battle spirit was instantly doused by the cool water, and he said breathlessly, You call this a touch? I saw that your use of the earth's intent was slightly raw, but the comprehension was extremely deep, only as much as 20%, right? I just realized 20% of it, and you're telling me it's touching? Is your family touching so much? 20%? Su Zhe blinked and thought, I just tried it slightly, about, is 20% right? But practicing the earth escape technique, you actually naturally comprehended the realm of earth intent? And my attainment in the realm of earth intent should have reached. Suzy made a silent estimate. 70%? 80%? Appears to be slightly more than 80%. The mind of fighting was instantly gone. Su Zhe only felt as if his body had been emptied out. He would have comprehended all 5 of the innate 5 elements of the infinite escape technique, and most likely all 5 realms of meaning. Just then. Phew! Su Zheong carried his long sword on his back and shot from the distance. He can't fly. Too slow to take the train and have to run all the way across the wilderness area. Well, with the strength of a 9th grade grandmaster, there is no danger in crossing this wilderness area. Just the full force of his outburst to catch up with the road made his breath a little weak, and the slippers on his feet were once again shattered. What's the situation? Su Zheong was slightly stunned. But why does Zhang Qinghe look like a dead father? Next to him, Duan Tianhe lowered his voice and explained, Governor Su, just now, Su Zhe wanted to spar with Vice Steward Zhang. It's just that Su Zhe realized the realm of earth intent on the spot. So, Duan Tianhe didn't say the latter words. He didn't know how to say it. Su Zheong's eyes widened. Really? Su Zhe, however, his eyes lit up and looked at Su Zheong, his face full of anticipation, saying, Governor Su, why are you here? By the way, you said before that the power of intent you comprehended is sword intent? I wonder how many % of it has been mastered. 30%. 30%. A little low, others Zhang Qinghe are comprehended 50% of it, but this kind of words to say out certainly very hurtful, Su Zhe just muttered, did not say straight. However, that kind of tone caused Su Zheong to have a sudden pain in his balls. What's wrong with 30% sword intent? You kid looks down on 30% sword intent? Sword is the king of weapons, it is the way of killing, although I have only mastered 30% of the sword intent. But in a life and death struggle, it is not certain who will live and who will die between this old thing Zhang Qinghe and me. Su Zheong cursed. On the side, the somewhat depressed Zhang Qinghe, who was struck, was not happy. Sneered and said, Su Zheong, bragging is good for anyone. Dare to do a real fight with my old man? Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you? Su Zheong laughed coldly and said, Lousy sword intent is a higher intent. 30% is more than your 60%. Why is Lousy's 9th product 5th and you are 3rd? Duan Tianhe silently pulled out a cigarette, backed up a few hundred meters and stopped speaking. What the hell? He called Su Zheong to persuade him to fight, but he ended up getting into a fight with these two? But think about it. Understandable. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts, so who wouldn't want to compete? In today's times, if you don't fight and be strong, then you will be eliminated by the times. Boom! Zhang Qinghe's breath erupted as he laughed. This trip to the northwest is not a false one. If I can split the difference with the sword Saint Su Zheong, it will be a sword all right. His chi and blood rushed to the sky. His body golden light made a big fuss. The earth yellow misty luster around his body seems to be fused with the earth, and the whole person gives a kind of illusion of being as lofty as a mountain. Su Zheong drew his sword and his sword intent rushed to the sky. Rear. Suzi's eyes lit up. This is sword intent? Looks like familiar too. Have I already automatically grasped the sword intent after cultivating into the first stance of the green lotus sword scripture? He took out the dustless sword. Tried it. Clank. A sword intent that rose up to the sky. The strength of the sword intent was still above the sword intent that Su Zheong had mastered. Su Zheong, who had just drawn his sword, froze and turned back in a stagnant manner, looking at Su Zhe, only to see Su Zhe holding an ancient and simple long sword, surrounded by sword intent, and casually chopped out with a sword. The sword chi had not been issued, but the sword intent easily pierced through a large tree 100 meters away. Lying. Su Zheong had the urge to curse his mother and muttered, Sword intent? 40%. Zhang Qinghe was also shocked. This? What's wrong with you? In the distance, Duan Tianhe exhaled a smoke ring, old and relaxed. Where are we? Maybe later on there will be another big move. 2 old glasses. Scared, aren't they? The old man had, before, lived in shocked ignorance and horror every day, and now someone had finally come to share it with him. Suzy, however, shook her head. He sighed. My comprehension in swordsmanship is too low, and with a full count, I have only practiced swordsmanship for a day, said. He took out the kunu sword. Boom! A cleave out, thunder flashes, the sword astride. The blade intent was amazing. It's coming. It's coming. It's really coming. Duan Tianhe's hand shook, and his cigarette fell to the ground. Su Zhe, this dog, really started to zoom in. Chapter 101. A place in the cave immortal realm. Sword intent? 50%? 60%? Or stronger? The atmosphere of the scene quieted. Su Zheong clasped his fists at Zhang Qinghe and said, I'm sorry, Steward Zhang. I still have things to do at home. Let's fight another time. With a long leap, he swept out, and with a few flashes, he disappeared from view. Zhang Qinghe froze. True. Gone. Duan Tianhe also wanted to leave, but where the hell could he go? Aside, Su Zhe also did not know what to mutter a few sentences, and then put away the Kunwu sword and walked over, surprised. Huh? Where is Governor Su? Why did he leave? Since he's all here, he didn't say he'd stay for a meal. Duan Tianhe's face was expressionless as he said, maybe there is an emergency at home. By the way, Su Zhe, Steward Zhang sent over the materials needed to forge the Divine Warrior, and it's just sitting in the Wudao Management Bureau. When are you going to forge the Divine Warrior? He never mentioned the matter of comprehending the power of intent. With his knowledge of Suzy, Yuaska definitely zoned out. However, Zhang Qinghe is not aware of it. He walked up and sighed, saying, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the front. People than the people, angry people. I never believed in the word of talent before, but today I don't believe it and I don't believe it. By the way, Su Zhe, how many % of your blade intent have you mastered? 50%? 60%? Su Zhe scratched the back of his head and laughed. It may be 70%, I don't know much about this thing. And it is also the first time I heard about it today, and the first time I saw it. You performed the earth intention before, and I felt that this power was a little familiar, so I wanted to try it, and I didn't expect that I had really mastered the power of the intention. Pest! Zhang Qinghe stumbled. He had the urge to spit blood. At this moment, he finally understood Su Zhehong's actions. Immediately, digressing from the topic, he said, Su Zhe, in fact, I came to Spirit State City today. In addition to delivering the materials for forging the Divine Warrior, there is another matter. That Steward Wang hopes that you can participate in the Wudao competition of the Wudao University in a month's time. Su Zhe blinked and said, would it be too bullying for me to go up? Moreover, isn't the Wudao competition of Wudao University to be held on June 20th? Although Suzy is not so clear about his position, but now he mastered the power of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, sword intent, knife intent, which intent, about, is really reached the threshold of the 9 products. As for whether it is reached or not, it may need to be verified. That was just the preliminaries. Zhang Qinghe laughed. You don't need to participate in the preliminaries. Steward Wang will directly arrange a spot for you in the finals. Shady. This is blatantly shady. Su Zhe frowned and said, why should I go to this competition? With this time, I'll go walk around Dedong Mountain, and I might even be able to destroy Dedong Mountain. Duan Tianhe was speechless. This kid is still obsessed with Dado-san? Zhang Qinghe didn't know the terrain of Dedongshan. He smiled mysteriously and then whirled around. If you go to the competition, you can get a spot to enter the cave immortal realm for cultivation. What? Before Su Zhe could react, Duan Tianhe, who was on the side, directly jumped up and lost his voice. The cave immortal realm is all in the hands of the sacred land. Are those old codgers really willing to let us enter the cave immortal realm to cultivate? Mentioning this matter, the depression of being zapped by Su Zhe earlier was swept away, saying, the Holy Land martial artists have been closed for many years, and now that the aura has recovered, they also have the idea of coming out of the mountains, and this Wudao martial arts competition is an opportunity, and the 6 Holy Lands, which will send out young disciples, will exchange with the winners of the Wudao martial arts competition. Of course. It's said to be an exchange, but in reality, the 6 great sacred lands are just trying to use this opportunity to step on the martial great celestial pride and proclaim the existence of the sacred lands to the world. Zhang Qinghe glanced at Su Zhe and smiled. In this matter, Steward Wang was initially unwilling. Compared to the disciples of the Holy Land, the bottom line of the Wudai celestial pride is still much worse than the disciples of the Holy Land, until Su Zhe came out of nowhere. Su Zhe sort of figured it out and immediately said, it means that I should go to the martial arts competition and deal with the disciples of the 6 Holy Lands? If I win the fight, I can get a place to enter the cave immortal realm. Exactly. Zhang Qinghe nodded his head and said, with your strength, you will definitely be able to fight for our Xinwu and get a spot to enter the cave immortal realm. Suzy still didn't have much interest. He mused, this quota, can it be transferred? His own cultivation talent was too low, and he could only rely on the system to barely cultivate for the rest of his life, but Zhang Qinghe had good qualifications, so perhaps he could help her fight for it. Zhang Qinghe froze and said in a deep voice, Su Zhe, do you know, what is the cave immortal realm? That's the kind of opportunity that begs to be transferred. and no one would want to transfer it. The transfer can't be done, so I won't be there. Suzy had a firm attitude. What's the point of participating in this competition if you can't transfer the quota to enter the cave immortal realm? It really wasn't as good as going out and killing a few big demons yourself and swiping some enhancement values to boost your strength. Zhang Qinghe was speechless and could only say, I will discuss this matter with Steward Wang. As for your ranking on the sect master list, it is actually Steward Wang's intention to do so, and even your solo sniping of the 2 major 9th grades for 8th grades and 10 7th grades battle records, the martial arts administration side will also find a way to suppress it. I understand. Suzy nodded. As a pig in a poke. He had a serious face. Now, he has shown such a strong strength that the absolute peak realm of the Wang Steward are so cautious, enough to see that he attaches importance to the Holy Land martial artists. Holy Land martial artists, heritage for thousands of years, the depth of the foundation, and there is a cave immortal realm. I'm afraid that the strength of the disciples of the Holy Land is incomparably strong. Wouldn't it be a shame if you accidentally planted yourself? It looks like my strength is still far from enough. I have to get stronger as soon as possible. Back in town, Suzy took 2 divine warrior forging materials. He thought for a moment and then said, Steward Zhang, can you send someone to send a few more divine warrior forging materials over? You also know that martial artists explode and easily break their shoes. So I want to take the time to go to the wilderness area and get another demon core to forge a pair of divine soldier shoes to wear. Zhang Qinghe had the heart to curse his mother. Is this still human language? Soldier of fortune shoes? The sovereign, the 7th rank, almost always has no divine weapons. Among the 8 products, those who possessed divine weapons were also a minority. Even if it was the 9th grade, it wasn't necessary for everyone to have a divine weapon. You actually even want to make shoes into a divine weapon? The reason is not to increase speed, but because explosive power can easily break shoes? Chapter 102. I forged another divine soldier. Good. I'll have a few sent over later. Zhang Qinghe answered, not wanting to dwell too much on this matter with Suzy, fearing that the bastard would come back with words like, I also want to forge a divine armor. By Suzy so much. Soon the time had come to evening. Zhang Qinghe was not able to go back, and was kept by Duan Tianhe, pulling him to the Heber Hotel for a river feast, while Suzy, on the other hand, went straight back to the villa. He carefully studied the divine soldier forging method for several hours. Found on. What a pain in the ass. The first step in divine weapon forging has to be melting the divine weapon materials to create a divine weapon embryo. Finally, it is to incorporate the demon core and quench it with spiritual power. Melting divine warrior materials requires specialized equipment. Suzy. No. He looked at the forum specifically for the clan masters to provide this service department. Charges extremely high. The key is that this department, located in the city of Kyoto, cannot randomly build a knife but also have to run to Kyoto a trip, right? Suzy moved with a thought. At his fingertips, a little fire rose. The fire intentions. Wow. The flames of the fire flared up and the temperature rose abruptly, constantly calcining the pile of divine warrior materials. About 2 hours later, the material melts. Buzz. Suzy's spiritual power spread out. Instantly will be the melting of the divine warrior material package, and then began to shape. Gradually, a long and narrow sword appeared in mid-air. Suzy was somewhat speechless. Didn't he himself follow the mold of the Kungo blade? How did it come to this? But it's pretty cool. After that, it is time for 1,000 hammers. This link, the need to forge the divine soldier with spiritual power, time and again to hammer the divine soldier embryo, will be impurities all removed. This is also a quite time-consuming patience work. One spiritual hammering at a time. Suzy didn't know how many times he had actually hammered away, waiting for the sun's light, shining into the villa. Suddenly, some sleepy and tired Suzy mental shock. My spiritual power, it actually broke through? Suzy was overjoyed and fiercely took out the demon core, integrating it into the blade with his spiritual power, and then began to quench it with his spiritual power. Until noon. Buzz. A blade of saber intent rose up to the sky. Suzy stroked his hand forged divine soldier narrow battle blade and laughed. Not bad, since it's the first divine soldier I've ever forged. Then from now on, you'll be called primary one. Ding! In his mind, a crisp system tone came out. Congratulations to the host, opening the profession of a refiner. and obtaining the reward, plus 10,000 reinforcement points. Suzy froze. Spinning around, he quickly looked at the system. As expected, on the system interface, there was another refiner with a plus behind it as well, which was roughly used to raise the leveling technique of refining weapons. This Sanji works? Suzy was all a bit speechless. This martial arts family's method of forging divine weapons had a single dime to do with refining magic treasures? Old me forges a divine weapon and opens up the refiner profession? Originally cultivating and upgrading, it is quite costly to strengthen the value, and now, this refiner, in the end to upgrade or not. At this point, Duan Tianhe's phone call came in with an unbelievable flavor in his tone, saying, Suzy, I've just sensed that over at the waterfront Flower City Villa area, there is a special blade intent erupting, and it seems to be a heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the successful forging of the divine soldier. Suzy was stunned and said, when a divine soldier is successfully forged, there are still heaven and earth visions? I was just so focused on admiring the divine weapon I forged into existence that I didn't pay attention to the heaven and earth visions outside. Duan Tianhe was shocked and lost his voice. How did you do that? Followed the steps of that divine soldier forging method on the martial artist's home forum. Suzy hurriedly said, right, old Duan. Are you not aware of the divine warrior forging method? There is on the martial house forum, but it's quite expensive if you don't download and buy it. Don't waste that 3 million. I have the Word file on my side after unpacking it. I'll send you a copy later. Doh. Suzy hung up directly, leaving Duan Tianhe messing around in the wind. What the am I talking about? Forging a divine weapon, is it that simple? Melting the materials, not to mention, this is simple, but the spiritual power is 1,000 hammers, wanting to forge the magazines within the divine soldier altogether. But it is extremely difficult, because every time you hammer, the consumption is the spiritual power. It was said that even in the 9th grade realm, one day would hammer at most 70 to 80 times, and any more than that would injure the spiritual essence, making it difficult to maintain peak combat power. For a divine weapon, it would take at least a month to forge it. The realm of the 7 pillars? Slower. Duan Tianhe estimated that he would need at least 2-3 months to forge the divine soldier successfully. However, once he thought about this matter, which was done by Suzy, Duan Tianhe's mood calmed down quite a bit. Why would someone like that, who's so out of his league, care about that? If you really want to take it seriously, then you've lost and you can probably get pissed off. Duan Tianhe drank a cup of hot tea and his mind was much calmer. His office, which was messed up by Suzy and Zhang Qinghe, was good because the building of the martial arts administration was vacant a lot, and the employees had long ago changed an office for him. Ordered a takeout. Duan Tianhe began to deal with the many tasks at hand. In a flash, it's nighttime again. Duan Tianhe, who had been busy all day, was ready to contact someone to help him melt the materials of the divine warrior. Just at this moment, he snapped his head around to look somewhere. That direction? It's the waterfront Flower City Villa area. However, a stern sword intent flashed in the sky above the waterfront Flower City Villa area. Duan Tianhe, blindfolded, bewildered, he took out his cell phone and dialed Suzy. Doh. There was a ring and Suzy picked up. Hey, Duan. Could it be that there was another heaven and earth vision just now? It's okay. I forged another divine weapon. Snap. Duan Tianhe didn't say a word and hung up the phone. Waterfront Flower City, inside the villa. Suzy was full of fog, speechless. Have a disease? Call in the middle of the night without saying a word and hang up? In his hand, a long sword lay horizontal. This sword? Give it to Zhang Qinghe. What name? Called Junior? Amount. The name feels a little middle-aged. Outside the window, bright moonlight sprinkled on the ground. Suzy's eyes lit up, suddenly laughed. Let's call you 15. First day of the month, 15. Quite a match. Chapter 103, Jedi Peak Pact, what's it to me? The first day of the month and the 15th day of the month. It's a very meaningful name, much better than something like Kungo or Dustless. Even I'm a little envious of my own talent. Suzy put the 15 away. There is still a knife sheath missing. Wait for me to find someone to order a composite metal knife sheath tomorrow. Quality is not the key. Something like a knife sheath must look good. He took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was actually past 11 p.m. It's been a little over a day and a night since just after nightfall yesterday. Suzy shook his head and sighed. I heard others say before that forging divine soldiers is very time-consuming and hard, and I didn't quite believe it, but now it seems really so. After a dip in the pool and blow drying his hair, Suzy got into bed and went to sleep. The next morning, Suzy woke up hungry. Didn't eat all day yesterday? Rubbing his temples, Suzy carefully recalled what seemed to be and really didn't eat. Get up, wash and rinse. Suzy walked out of the villa and crossed 2 streets to the breakfast place where he had eaten several times. Xiaolongbao, donuts, rare. Suzy, by himself, ate a full 8 people's portions, and even the eyes of some of the customers who came to buy breakfast became a little weird. The Great Eastern Mountains. A hillside, the Black Panther King was sprawled out on the ground. Suddenly, its ears twitched and it jerked its head into the distance. Several powerful auras stayed outside the Great Eastern Mountains. Phew! The Black Panther King got up violently, transformed into a black shadow and shot away, and in a few moments, he saw 4 silhouettes standing at the edge of the Great Eastern Mountain, and the 7 elders of the heavenly God Sect as well as the 2 8th-grade golden bodies who had followed him to the northwest region before were also amongst them. These 3 bigwigs in the heavenly God Sect, at this moment respectfully, stood behind a man dressed in cloth, with his hands behind his back, and with the kind of long, flowing hair of the ancients. This man has gray hair, but it was childish, as if it were a 15 or 16-year-old. Panther King. The 7 elders of the heavenly God Sect stepped forward and respectfully introduced. This is my God Sect's protector, Su Tsaikuin. The Black Panther King's eyes flickered as he spat out human words, saying, Protector Su, you came to the northwest to kill Suzy as well? Forgive this king for speaking frankly. You are also a 9th rank. Can you kill it? It's the demon. No human so much flowery intestines, also lazy to beat around the bush. Open the door to the mountain. That Suzy flesh body strong. I'm afraid that the minimum is also a golden body 8 forging. But this is not the key. Key is, he escaped. The ability to escape is too strong, noiselessly, will be able to go into the underground, and can even Imperial sword flight just by us to kill him. Unless he don't escape, willing to fight with us head-on is possible. However, as soon as it spoke, it steeply felt a shock in its heart and violently burst back. Brush. A light wind blew by, and a stone where it had previously gained a foothold soundlessly melted into 2 halves. The Black Panther King's pupils shrunk as he lost his voice. Wind Intent Realm? The 7th elder of the heavenly God Sect smiled smugly. Protector Su is a top expert who has mastered the power of the realm of intent, and his attainments in the realm of wind are extremely deep. So when the time comes, all we need to do is to lure out Suzy, and Elder Su will automatically make a move to behead him. Of course, just to be on the safe side, your Great Eastern Mountain Elm King will have to step in as well. At that time, when the Elm King blocks off the earth, you guys tangle, and Protector Su strikes a thunderous blow. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to kill a Suzy? The smile of the 7th elder was very confident and firm. This time, the god of heaven religion in order to kill Suzy, but the blood of... Even if the previous plan failed, Su Tsaikuin protector of God, there is still the god of heaven religion masters, spiritual power split. Suzy, 18 years old, suspected golden body 9 forging. Battle strength has reached the 9th grade. This kind of genius, even the divine sons of my sect and the holy sons of all the great holy lands can hardly reach it. Only if he dies can my divine sect be at ease. The 7th elder sneered in his heart. This time, Suzy will surely die. The Black Panther King was silent. Honestly, it also wanted to kill Suzy, but, after pondering for a moment, he hesitantly said, King Elm, I'll go and invite him, but after it's done, in addition to the conditions you promised, Suzy's corpse belongs to this king. Achoo! Lingzhou City. Suzy didn't hold back a sneeze. Who's been talking about me behind my back? Muttering in his heart, Suzy secretly plotted. Today is already June 2nd. I promised Jiang Qinghe that before June 6th, I will make a trip to Jiangnan Wu University. Time is running out. I should seize the time, get a few more demon cores, and then build 2 pairs of divine warrior shoes so that I won't have to go barefoot when I fight in the future. It didn't really matter that I was barefoot myself. Jiang Qinghe, when he thought of her force from the earth's chi when she erupted and shattered her shoes, Suzy suddenly felt some heartache. With this in mind, Suzy said that he would leave. He stopped a cab, drove himself to the grid exit, and headed straight into the wilderness area. Last time Duan Tianhe gave him the information, he still remembered 7 or 8, knowing the lair of a few 7th-grade demonic beasts within 100 miles or so of Lingzhou City. These demonic beasts lair, and cannot run away, not in a hurry to collect leaks. Instead, it's the Great Eastern Mountains. Suzy raised his head and looked far to the east. When I was forging the Divine Soldier, my spiritual power advanced, and now I may have the ability to hunt 8th grade demonic cores. Where are the most 8th grade demonic beasts in the entire Northwest land? Naturally, it's Oto Koyama. As for the laborious Summit Pact, what's it to me if the Jedi Summit Pact is none of my business? When Lao Zi has formed the Golden Dan, who dares to say otherwise? And the Black Panther King and the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect were prepared to get themselves killed before, so if they didn't show any sign, wouldn't they make people think that they were afraid? Chapter 104. How did he get there so fast? An hour later, Pass County. Suzy stood on the dilapidated mall building and looked around. The demonic beasts had begun to infest this abandoned city again, and their numbers weren't a few heads less than before. The entire northwestern region, how large demonic beasts do not know how many, the last beast died just less than 10,000 demonic beasts, for the entire northwestern land of demonic beasts group, not worth mentioning. Oh, a few 6th grade demonic beasts fighting over territory? Su Zhe's gaze flickered as he looked downwards. Below, on a street, several 6th grade demonic beasts are in a melee, and the turf they are fighting over is clearly the building left behind by the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Su Zhe leaped down from the roof of the building and casually slashed a few times, hacking the few 6th grade demonic beasts that were in the melee to death. Ding! You have killed a 6th grade realm demonic beast, and have received a reward, plus 1,000 reinforcement value. A louse is no longer a louse. What's more, a 6th grade demonic beast was worth 1,000 points of merit value. Tong County originally had a head of Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and Black-Crowned Golden Eagle sitting in the town. Each of these 6th grade demon beasts is quite peaceful, and now, all of them are killing Red Eyes. These demonic beasts, they all want to be the king. King Kodai. There can be only one. A head of 6th grade demonic beasts jumped out, killing and devouring each other, causing the entire Tong County and even the surrounding area of Tong County to be in chaos, as if all the demonic beasts were in a state of seizure, causing those martial arts teams that came to train and hunt demonic beasts to be dumbfounded. All the martial artist squads or solo martial artists that came to Tong County went back silently again. Suzy was happy to do so. Alone, he traveled between the streets of the abandoned city, but whenever he encountered demonic beasts, no matter how strong or weak they were, all of them were slashed to death. In the meantime, the fringes of the Great Eastern Mountains. He was discussing the details of the plan with the 7 elders of the Heavenly God Sect. According to the 7 elders, said, kill Su Zhe, imperative, never allow a mistake. Once this mistake, I'm afraid that in the future, unless the top of the top in person, otherwise no one can no longer suppress him. So every step of the plan must be well thought out and well thought out again with no room for error. Where's King Elm? King Elm has rooted himself in Yuletown as planned. The Black Panther King said in a deep voice, 7th Elder, this time in order to invite that bastard of the Elm King to come out of the mountain. I am out of blood. The next how to lure Su Zhe to Yushin is the matter of your Heavenly God Sect. The 7th Elder smiled lightly and said, this is simple as long as I teach my disciples to spread our whereabouts a little. That Su Zhe will definitely come to our door. Just set it up properly. I will immediately arrange for the Divine Sect disciples to set it up. Within 3 days, Su Zhe will definitely take the bait. Just then, a mouse quickly ran to the feet of the Panther King. Chirped, and I don't know what it said. The Black Panther King's very humanized face became strange. It raised its head and looked at the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect and said, the 7th Elder, there is no need to wait for 3 days. Su Zhe, who is currently in Tong County. What? The 7th Elder's tone was a beat. He was wearing a bronze mask, and the color of his face under the mask was difficult to detect. But he thought that his heart must be very shocked at this moment. He lifted his head and looked aside. The right guardian of the Heavenly God Sect, Suit Psychoin, slightly nodded his head, signaling that it was feasible. The 7th Elder pondered for a moment, called his men 2 8th grade Golden Body Realm Zunshur, commanded, you guys go forward to Tong County, lure Su Zhe. He remembered, do not fight with him head on. His speed is a short board, you guys lure, it's best to pretend to be more realistic. The meaning is obvious. Don't swish and fly away when you're ing escaping. What's the point of chasing? The 2 8 pints got their orders and were not worried. As the 7th Elder said, Su Zhe's speed is a short board, this point they have seen it a few days ago, otherwise this job. They also dare not take it. The two of them, one after the other, swiftly swept toward Tong County. The seventh elder, on the other hand, got up and said, "Panther King, let your demonic beasts continue to supervise. Let's go to U-Town first, just to meet the Elm King of the Great Eastern Mountain." King Elm. As the name suggests, it is a large elm tree that has become a spirit and opened its mind. This kind of demonic plant life was already extremely rare, and some martial artists might not be able to touch one in their entire lives. Heavenly God Sect Right Protector, Su Tsaikuan. He is a body shape, like a breeze, disappeared without a trace. He is in control of the wind realm, and the comprehension is not shallow, and can even integrate his breath, attack and even blood into the wind, borrowing the wind to attack the enemy, making it difficult for the enemy to be alerted in advance. Today's battle. The two 8th grades were responsible for the lure. The Black Panther King and the 7th Elder teamed up to pester Suze. He hid his breath, and at the critical moment, he suddenly killed and struck with a thunderous blow, not to mention a genius of the human race, or even the human race's 9 ranked on the list of the top of the list of those who have mastered the power of the realm of the great masters. We'll have to drink a lot of hate. Pass County. Suze casually hacked a demonic beast of the 5th grade realm that was pouncing on him to death, and suddenly his heart sensed and looked in a certain direction. In that instant just now, there were 2 auras that flickered away, but they still hadn't escaped Suze's sensitive perception. 8th grade golden body realm. Brush. Suze's figure flashed, and he chased after the direction where the breath had flashed. But he saw 2 8th grade, standing on the roof of a building, and he didn't know what they were discussing. These 2 8 pints? It's familiar. Those 2 8th grade realm exalted masters from the Heavenly God Sect. Suze's body was filled with killing machines. So's. The 2 8th grade too had instantly discovered Suze. They showed a look of panic and began to fly and swept eastward. While flying and swept, the 2 of them mentally communicated with each other by voice transmission. Just. Haven't exchanged a few words yet. Behind. Suze rode his sword and followed closely. One of the 8 pins twisted his head and was scared out of his wits. How did he get there so fast? Chapter 105. Double killing the 8th grade. Suzy rode his sword. He overlooked the 2 8th grade golden body realm evil martial artists who jumped and flew between a building, and in his heart, inexplicably he wanted to laugh a little. They were not slow. Burning chakra. Burning the golden body. Bursting liver and fighting for his life. Even if he is flying between the buildings, it is close to twice the speed of sound, but compared to the Imperial Sword, it is still too much worse than himself. Intelligence is wrong. This Suze hid his strength last time. Quick, split up and run. Maybe there's still a way to live. An 8-piece, with a great golden light all over his body, roared with rage, and his feet exerted. Boom! The streets blew up. Like a cannonball, he smashed directly into a window on the 3rd floor of a building, and then tumbled and borrowed his strength, crashed through another wall and fled frantically. Just. A jade-colored blade chi fell from the sky. Pissed. Heads tossed. His body, due to inertia, also ran forward for a few dozen meters until it mounted into an abandoned building, which stopped. Suze folded in the void and killed the other 8th rank. This 8-piece sojourner stopped. Within his pupils, there was a flash of madness as he said in a low voice, "Suze, spare my life, and I will tell you a big secret. He's not running. Can't run away at all. On the contrary, only a few days ago he had burned his chi and blood, his golden body, and hadn't even cultivated it back yet. If he burned it again like this today, I'm afraid that he would have to fall down before he could even run to U-Town, and even if he could go back alive, what would he do? His own martial arts foundation had been destroyed, so how could he talk about his future? He had joined the Heavenly God Sect originally for the resources of the Heavenly God Sect, wanting to obtain a more powerful force. Suze landed 10 meters away from this 8th pin. He sized up the 8th rank, middle-aged, bald, and full of scorn. Because he had just burned his chi, blood and golden body, his face was red, and within the redness was a few shades of gold, and so was the big bald head, who stared closely at Suze and smiled to himself. The Heavenly God Sect thought that it had already paid enough attention to you, and spared no effort in trying to strangle you in the cradle. But I only realized today that the original Heavenly God Sect didn't pay enough attention to you at all. Suze, Elder Su Tsaikuan Su, the 7th Elder and Right Guardian of the Heavenly God Sect, in conjunction with the Black Panther King and the Elm King of the Great Eastern Mountain, has already laid a dragnet in U-Town, and is only waiting for you to travel to U-Town, so you will be left without a corpse or bones to survive. This 8th product also went out on a limb, and with a clench of his teeth, he revealed all of the heavenly God Sect's plans in their entirety. Susie's eyes lit up. Yule Town? Haha. I was worried I wouldn't find them. His hand rose and fell, the Thunderblade gang flashed, and the head of this 8th pin was thrown away, dying in the end. A 7th grade divine weapon? A 7th grade divine weapon each? There were no golden body fragments on the two 8th grades, but they each carried a 7th grade divine weapon, which was considered a great gain. Ding! You have gained plus 50,000 points of reinforcement value. Ding! You have gained plus 50,000 points of reinforcement value. A 7th grade divine weapon longsword, a pair of 7th grade divine weapon gloves, are each worth 50,000 reinforcement points, plus the reinforcement points rewarded for killing the 8th grade. This harvest alone is as high as 1.2 billion. It's a pity that the system's judgment of the value of the 7th grade divine weapon is too low. Otherwise, I'll take it out and sell it for an estimated 3 or 4 billion won't be a problem. 3 or 4 billion, 3 or 4 million reinforcement points, I can directly cultivate into a Jindan and be invincible across the earth. Susie scanned the system. Name Suze. Age, 18 years old. Identity student of Yangzhou number 1 middle school. Cultivation level, 7th level of Qi refining realm plus. Cultivation techniques, innate Wujigong celestial immortal level, 9 Thunderblades earth immortal level, innate 5 elements infinite transportation technique celestial immortal level, spiritual I celestial immortal level, 9 revolutions of the golden body decree Daluajingxian level, and green lotus sword sutra Daluajingxian level. Magical treasure, Kunwu blade extreme spiritual artifact, dustless sword pseudo immortal artifact. Reinforcement value, 210,000 points. System mall, opened. Draw, 1,000 points of reinforcement value for 1 draw. Storage space, 5,600 cubic meters plus. Tried it. Ding! Elevation failed. The cultivation level, the 9 turns golden body decree, and the green lotus sword scripture could not be raised. Highly probable. These things, if you want to enhance them again, you only need reinforcement points that are at least 500,000 points or even more. The only thing that can be upgraded at the moment is the 9 heavy Thunderblade. Susie moved with a thought. Ding! You have upgraded the 9 Thunderblade to the 7th major achievement with a reinforcement value of 100,000 points. 9 Thunderblades with a battle power increase. The 7 heavy Thunderblade, which could increase Suze's battle power by 7 times on top of his original base, coupled with the increase in the intent of the blade, Suze estimated that if he went down with this blade, no one would be able to block it unless it was a true 9th grade who had mastered the power of the intent, such as Zhang Qinghe and Su Zheong. Suzy stood on the roof of the building and looked away to the east. The distance is too far. He couldn't see any ends, nor could he sense a strong aura. He swept out and ran towards the east, sinking into the ground when he was about 50 miles or so away from Utown. A man's words are as good as his words. I'm afraid that 8th rank won't lie to me. The Black Panther King and the 7th Elder are only pseudo-9th grade, and they pose no threat to me, but the right protector of the heavenly God Sect Sut Saikuin, whom he spoke of, is an expert who has mastered the power of the realm of intent. This had been stated in the information Tang Fengru had given him earlier. The 2 guardians of the heavenly God Sect must be experts who have mastered the power of the realm. There was no way of knowing what kind of power of intent they had mastered. Yuletown. A large, lush elm tree, born in the center of Yuletown. Elm is the most common drought-tolerant plants in the northwest. This thing is tenacious, the seeds born with the wind, as long as the water will be able to take root and germinate. Often a big elm tree on a mountain, within 10 years the whole mountain will grow up countless elm trees. Under the big elm tree was the Black Panther King and the 7 elders of the heavenly God Sect. A bird of prey flew in and chirped a few times. The Black Panther King's face changed greatly, and he lost his voice. Not good. Your heavenly God Sect's 2/8 productions are dead. What? 7th Elder's face changed greatly, lost his voice. This is impossible, although they are not Suze's opponent, but their speed is stronger than Suze's. Saving their lives is not a problem. Boom! Just then, the canopy of the large, lush elm tree shook violently. A branch that had previously contracted together instantly stretched out, enveloping a 10-mile radius and shrouding the entire dilapidated Utown. A mental power fluctuation that radiated out. Underground, there is an enemy attack. Chapter 106, Sword Chopping 9 Products. In the meantime, Kyoto City. Zhang Qinghe, who had just returned to Kyoto, returned to the Kyoto Martial Arts Administration headquarters at the first opportunity. He returned to his office, called one of his men and instructed, "Prepare a few materials for forging divine weapons, and you personally deliver them to the western Xiaobei city of Lingzhou Wei City." "Got it, Steward Zhang." This man of the mid-6th grade was very respectful to Zhang Qinghe. However, Zhang Qinghe was serious and scolded, "Watch your address. Call me Vice Steward Zhang." Just then, a voice rang in Zhang Qinghe's ears. "Old Zhang, come to my office." In the Kyoto Martial Arts Authority headquarters, there is only one person who dares to address Zhang Qinghe in this way. National Martial Arts Authority Headquarters Steward, Absolute Peak Realm Expert, Wang Ho. Soon, Zhang Qinghe arrived at Wang Ho's office. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Wang Ho arrived. "Zhang Qinghe, I've just gotten the news that the Right Guardian Elder of the Heavenly God Sect has personally left the gate and traveled to the northwest to deal with Su Zhe. So notify Duan Tianhe and tell Su Zhe to be extremely careful in the near future. Be safe and sound in the city if nothing else, and don't run around. In addition, Su Zhe, isn't he specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University? Notify Jiangnan Martial Arts University, hurry up and call this prick to the school. This all day long in Lingzhou City to cause trouble. Nearby where there are so many experts can support." Zhang Qinghe's gaze flickered, and he didn't even care about Wang Ho's later words. Instead he said in surprise, "Steward Wang, they have arranged scouts in the Heavenly God Sect? What scouts? What's the point of talking so hard?" Wang Ho did not have the slightest frame of the absolute top. Crossing his legs, smoking a cigar, said, "There are just experts of the Heavenly God Sect, abandoning the darkness of the light only. This time the Heavenly God Sect can be said to be under the blood, the potential to be decapitated Su Zhe. It is said to have dispatched the Heavenly God Sect Right Protector Su Tsaikuan, and carried the absolute top spiritual power split, plus the power of the Great Eastern Mountain." Wang Ho didn't continue. However, Zhang Qinghe was shocked. "Heavenly God Sect Right Guardian Su Tsaikuan? This person has fought with me. He is an expert who has mastered the power of intent. He specializes in the wind intent. His attainment in the power of intent is extremely high. I'm afraid that he has already reached as much as 70%. I'm no match for him." And Absolute Peak Realm Mental Force Split. The Absolute Peak Realm and the 9th Grade Realm were completely different levels of life. Their mental split was enough to kill most of the 9th grade. Zhang Qinghe, however, was in no hurry and said, "Steward Wang, there's no hurry. That Su Zhe has taken the Divine Warrior forging materials, so I guess it won't be able to toss it for a while. Creating a Divine Warrior is not simple. By the way, Steward Wang, Su Zhe has also mastered the power of intent, and it's multiple." "What?" Steward Wang snapped to his feet and said in surprise, "What mood? The earth intent, the sword intent, and the blade intent. He has the deepest comprehension in the blade intent. It should be as much as 60 to 70%. Yes, yes." Steward Wang was overjoyed and said, "This Su Zhe is simply the son of heaven. Help me contact Su Zhe. I want to see him in person." Zhang Qinghe took out his cell phone. He left Su Zhe's number yesterday. Just after dialing the past, cannot help but frown. The heart rises a bad premonition, but still self-compassionate. The phone did not get through. It should be in the process of forging a divine soldier. Do not want to be distracted. In that case, I'll give Duan Tianhe a call and ask him to relay the message to Suzy. Zhang Qinghe dialed Duan Tianhe's phone and asked, "Duan Tianhe, where is Su Zhe?" His phone. "I didn't get through. Probably forging the divine soldier and chose to turn off his phone." Duan Tianhe was speechless and said, "Forging my ass? This guy forged 2 divine soldiers successfully yesterday. Isn't he looking for you to ask for a few more points of divine soldier forging materials? With my understanding of him, this kid must have gone out of town to hunt demonic beasts and obtain demonic cores, right?" Zhang Qinghe was startled and hurriedly said, "Duan Tianhe, quickly chase Su Zhe back. The Heavenly God Sect has put down blood money and vowed to eradicate Su Zhe." He took the information he had just received and told it. Duan Tianhe, however, didn't care and said, "Chase back. If you want to go after it, you go ing after it. This kid goes wherever it's dangerous. He's probably killed his way into the Great Eastern Mountains by now, and you're asking me to go after him? It's better to let me die. I'll die 10 times and that dog won't even die." Snap. Duan Tianhe directly hung up the phone. What's with the airplane? This little can die? Bull. Kyoto. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Authority, Zhang Qinghe's face was gloomy, while Steward Wang on the side got up and laughed. That's just it. I'll personally go to the northwest. Of this kind of genius, the future achievement is unlimited. It can't fall down. Yuletown. Underground, 200 meters deep. Su Zhe performed the earth escape technique, and like a fish in water, he quickly traveled through the ground. Suddenly, he stopped with a twitch of his gaze and frowned. Such a large number of roots? Could this be the Elm King that 8th grade realm is talking about? In that case, the top should be Yuletown. Su Zhe flexed his fingers and a blade intent burst out. Pest! A dozen or so roots that went deep into the ground were instantly torn and chopped off. A root actually wriggled crazily, and there were a dozen more roots that directly poked through the soil and shot towards Su Zhe. Good timing! Su Zhe laughed loudly, holding Kuan Wu. A knife will be that dozen of root ripped, and then a knife split want to kill on just a moment. They do not know how many root don't tear. Rumble. The earth trembles. The huge crown of the Elm King, completely stretched out, covering the sky and the sun, covering a few miles in a radius, hiding the entire Yuletown. Its crown shook and trembled, and its roots surged, causing the entire Yuletown to shake violently, and even the surface of the ground appeared with a huge cracking wind, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Elm King's spiritual energy, filled with panic and alarm, transmitted his voice and roared, "Black Panther King, 7th Elder, Protector Su, save me!" Next moment, the earth exploded. Suzy flied out. He held the Kunwu knife and slashed horizontally, and the 70-meter-long thunder blade dipper was enhanced by the skyrocketing blade intent. Cut down the big elm tree that a dozen people could only hold hand in hand. So's, the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect and the Black Panther King roared. Their eyes, it was hard to hide the shock. Sword intent? Suzy actually mastered the sword intent? Chapter 107. A bunch of false 9th grade products. Rumble. The trunk of the Elm King, which was enough for a dozen people to hold hand in hand, slowly separated, and the huge canopy fell to the ground with a loud crash. Its spiritual power, still vibrating in the void. Black Panther King, Suit Psychoin. It's angry. It's not willing. As a demon plant, it usually does not compete with the world. Has been rooted in the depths of the great eastern mountains, although it is covered with treasure. Can be a demon plant, very strong, the same grade of demon beasts, simply cannot deal with it, so all these years it has been peaceful and stable. Until today, the Black Panther King sought it out and promised benefits. The human genius that said he wanted to deal with was very young, just barely reaching the threshold of the early 9th product. But what the? Is it early 9th grade? Among the 9 grades, those who have mastered the power of intent can be called top. The power of his intent, how strong is it? And that blade was too stunning. Thunder surrounded, cutting off all of his own roots and branches, making himself unable to resist at all. It is a demonic plant, tenacious of life. It will not die even if it is cut off at the waist, but this knife will make it as a large loss of life force, not as strong as before, and the most important thing is that it is very difficult to run away now. Demon plants, by nature, are slow. Being able to move was already extremely rare, not to mention the fact that he had already been chopped in two and was seriously injured. In his mind, there was no system alert tone coming, which made Su Zhe understand in his heart that the huge elm tree demon plant did not die. Strange, isn't it said that demon plant life is powerful? This demon plant is a 9th grade. How can its strength be so weak? Could it be that among the demonic plants there are also pseudo-9 grades? Susie's mind turned. His eyes stared at the Black Panther King and the 7th Elder of the Celestial God Sect as he laughed. Black Panther King, 7th Elder, not seeing you for a few days is like 3 autumns apart. I've heard that the two of you are intent on messing with me. Today, someone Su is here. Kill! Su Zhe instantly exploded and rushed towards the Black Panther King. The Kunwu blade in his hand rose and fell. The blade ripped through the void and chopped at the Black Panther King. At the same time, the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect attacked fiercely, causing Su Zhe to make a return defense. This defense. At the back, the door was wide open. The Black Panther King pounced. Just. Its body, before it even touched Suzy, stagnated, and it couldn't even help but erupt into a cry of pain. Bang! Soz looks back and throws a straight punch. With a snort, the Black Panther King's abdomen was directly pierced through, and a large amount of golden bones and blood and flesh fell all over the place. Sure enough, my spiritual eye before it was of great use to 8th grade martial artists. Now, with the growth of my spiritual power, this spiritual eye, it can even shock the pseudo-9th grade. In Susie's opinion, the Black Panther King and the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect were simply pseudo-9th grade. There's not much difference between them and the top 8th grade masters. What? The 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect was startled and backed away violently. 7th Elder, your great master. Ah! When the Black Panther King saw the 7th Elder retreating explosively, he could not help but burst out a foul language. As soon as UNG retreated, aren't you giving Suze a chance to let it chop me? It instantly burned its chi and blood, burned its golden body, and was about to flee. Spirit Eye. 70 meters of great swords. Suze, however, did not give him a chance. Directly spiritual eye shock. Waving his hand was a knife. Pest! The Black Panther King's head was directly chopped off. It's all a long story, but it's all in a flash. How fast is a 9-point exchange? Even before the Black Panther King had completely burned his own chi and blood, his golden body, he hadn't even had time to completely explode, and his many means hadn't even been consumed yet, so he crashed to the ground and lost his breath. Ding! You have slain a 9th grade realm demonic beast, and have gained a reward, plus 50,000 points of reinforcement value. Susie was overjoyed. This system has finally opened its eyes, and the pseudo-9th grade that was decapitated is actually counted as a 9th grade? Just. Shasta. He suddenly felt a terrifying aura rising from his back. Pest! Shoulder cut. Bones that creak. Suze's face changed and he violently burst back, turning around to look, but he saw a martial artist wearing cloth clothes with flowing hair, standing with his feet in the void, staring at himself with a stunned expression. Careless. Suze's face was extremely pale as he felt his right arm shoulder. The blood and flesh were torn, and even the bones were cut with a half-centimeter mouth. If the attack from that unknown thing just now had been twice as powerful, I am afraid that my own arm would have been dislodged. Suit Saikuin, the right protector of the Heavenly God Sect, was a mess in the wind. His control over the wind intent is extremely high, having reached 70%, and he can even walk on the wind and step on the wind. Just now, that sneak attack, he went all out, with the help of the wind intention, and performed his own masterstroke. But, under the strike, he actually let Suze give his head to avoid. That's not the point. The key is his own attack, cutting in his body, met a great resistance, this resistance until the bones' own attack power, then consumed. He froze and screamed in disbelief. This can't be. Your fleshly body, how can it be so strong? Even if it's the 9-forged golden body, it will never be able to block this protector's strike. What responded to him was a sword chi. Phew! In the center of Suze's eyebrow, a sword light flashed and almost instantly, it pierced through the eyebrow of Suit Saikuin, the right protector of the Heavenly God Sect, who was disoriented and shocked. Ding! You have killed a 9th grade realm martial artist, and have received a reward. Reinforcement value plus 50,000. Suze coldly laughed. A mere pseudo-9th grade, you are able to hurt my bones. It is already remarkable. To die under my dustless sword, you should die without regret. He turned his head and looked at the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect. At this time, the 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect was so scared that his liver was scared. He felt his own 3 views were completely turned upside down. What's going on? In this world, there is actually a body harder than the legendary 9-forged golden body? 9th pin. When did you become so vulnerable? How long has it been? Elm King, Panther King, Protector Suit Saikuin, and count yourself in, right? In an instant, he burned his golden body and transformed into an essence of light, vanishing into the distance. Suze is not good at speed. As long as I escape from his pursuit range, I can enroll. Damn it, the Suit Saikuin protector, how can he be so weak? Even the absolute peak spiritual power split was killed in seconds before he had the chance to use it. Thoughts flew in his mind. And, what does the pseudo-9th grade Suze just said mean? 7th Elder, why are you running so fast? Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. The 7th Elder of the Heavenly God Sect snapped his head up, but he saw Suze stepping on the sword chi and traveling in the air, and the speed was far above himself. Then he felt a raw pain in his head, and in the next moment, a sky full of sword light swung out. The body of the seventh elder of the heavenly God Sect was in pieces. Chapter 108 Huge Harvest Jedi Peak in Person. Ding! You have killed a 9th grade martial artist and have received a reward, plus 50,000 points of reinforcement value. In his head, a system beep came. Suze landed on the ground and put away the 7th elder's divine soldier longsword. You have gained 50,000 reinforcement points. Sure enough, the only best way to earn reinforcement points is to hunt evil martial artists and kill high-grade demonic beasts. Suzy sighed. How long has it been? He killed those 2 8 products and got a total of 120,000 points of reinforcement value, and then without stopping, he killed U-Town, which harvested another 200,000 points of reinforcement value in the twinkling of an eye. That's not all. Suze raised his head and looked towards the huge Black Panther carcass that was more than 20 meters long in the distance. It's just a shame. My spiritual power is too weak nowadays. Casting the spiritual, I can only barely make the pseudo-9th grade spirit momentarily stagnate. Wanting to make it appear as a short-lived blankness of thought is not an option. There was no way to make the brief blankness of thought that appeared in the 9th grade demonic beasts, and even if they could be killed in seconds, they would not be able to obtain the demon core. Take the Panther King, for example. Before he died, he had already exploded his demon core. This caused Suzy a burst of egg pain. You say this is almost dead. Do not know to leave the world some thoughts of the Black Panther King's corpse, even if the demon core was broken, provided Suzy with 100,000 points of reinforcement value. A 9th grade corpse was equivalent to the value of 2 finished 7th grade divine weapons. Suze did not take the Black Leopard King's body into the storage space at the first time. This blood and flesh, it is not too late to put it after a little treatment later. He turned his head again and came to the corpse of the cloth-clad, long-haired martial artist who had sneaked up on him earlier. Suze searched his body carefully, but didn't have any gains and couldn't help but frown slightly. Although this person's strength is very weak, but at least it's a pseudo-9 product, the heavenly God Sect arranged to come to deal with me this time. The 8-product venerable person has a divine weapon, and this one actually doesn't have one. Suddenly, Suzy's afterglow noticed a ring on this person's finger. The jade-colored ring looked plain and unassuming, without any special features. Available at... Why would a 9th grade, even if he was only a pseudo-9th grade, wear a ring that didn't have any characteristics? Suzy's heart thumped. Could it be? He took off his ring. Ding! You have gained 500,000 points of reinforcement value. Suze almost jumped up, his spiritual power release, carefully viewed, and sure enough, this ring, there is money inside, and there is probably a storage space of about 5 cubic meters within it. Within it rested an 8th grade divine weapon scimitar, a yellowed ancient book of martial arts secrets, and an egg with an oval body? No! Almost when the spiritual power touched the oval egg, Suze immediately withdrew the spiritual power. He actually sensed an inexplicable palpitation from the egg. What the is this? And this egg is actually condensed by spiritual power. Suzy decided to leave him alone for now, and then slowly study it when he returned. Finally, he set his sights on the Elm King. The large elm tree that covered the sky was chopped into 2 groups at this time, half of which fell to the ground, and the huge canopy did not know how many dilapidated buildings it had collapsed, and the remaining half remained buried in the ground, giving people the feeling as if there was nothing wrong with it. Available at... Nothing wrong? Suzy didn't get a system beep, so it was obvious that the Elm King wasn't dead. Without saying a word, Suzy poked a few slashes at the tree trunk. Just. This method, it doesn't seem to work. I'm being a little stubborn in my thinking. It's a tree. Using the same method against a person against a tree, and it's definitely not going to work. Suzy smiled. He didn't hide his voice either and said it on purpose. Sure enough. The canopy of the tree vaguely shook slightly. Suzy waved his hand. A large barrel of gasoline appeared in his hand. This is the result from the broken Jeep before now actually came in handy. A big bucket of gasoline, all spilled on the trunk. Suze rubbed his hands and fingers. A little flame came out from his fingertips and said to himself, "This gasoline may be a little less, but things like elm trees, they all carry oil in the sky, so as long as it's lit, it's definitely the more it burns." Suzy made a gesture to light a fire. "No! Mercy! Suze, I was also forced to take a shot at you." A spiritual force that rang in his ears. The huge trunk that had to be more than a dozen people to be able to surround it actually shook and moved back a few meters. The trunk that was big enough to cover a few miles of land also began to shrink rapidly. The earth trembles, spinning. The top half of the fallen trunk actually jumped a few times, and the chopped off part, flawlessly docked together, the powerful life force exploded from this big elm tree, constantly repairing the injuries. And the root system of the big tree rooted under the earth is all contracted, and finally wrapped around the main root and pulled out of the ground, as if a few legs in general. Suzy froze. Is this even possible? The big elm tree in front of us, too big, a dozen or so people could embrace the diameter, 40 to 50 meters high, and the huge canopy, even if it had already gone through a contraction, was estimated to cover an area of 400 to 500 meters in a circle. It has a few, well, let's just call them legs. It has several legs, each one is thicker than Suzy, and above the thick main root, because of too many entangled hairy fine roots, it gives a fluffy feeling. Good thing I don't have a dense phobia. Suze exhaled a long breath and spoke. You are the Elm King? It looks like burning you should be one of the ways to kill you. Elm King witnessed Suze's great power in a short period of time. He killed 3 ninth grade in a row, including Sut Saikuin, the right protector of the heavenly God Sect, a top expert who had comprehended the power of the realm of intent, and he was afraid in his heart and hurriedly said, Suze, you burned me without any benefit. Suze raised his sword and laughed coldly, saying, I just want to kill you. What more benefits do I need? His hand rose and fell. Pest! The 70-meter thunder blade deity cut through the sky, and with a single slash, it cut apart the Elm King once again. This time, but not a horizontal chop. Rather, vertical splits. But the Elm King is still not dead. Spiritual power transmission. Exclaimed, Don't cut! Don't cut! I'm a demon plant. The life form is completely different from the demon beast. You can't kill me like this. Suze did not say a word, making a gesture to cut again. Suddenly his face changed, looking into the distance. In the distance, a strong aura was approaching from far away. Even if it was 10 miles apart, Suze could still sense the power of chi and blood that was rushing to the sky. Top of the heap. Chapter 109. Life Elemental Liquid. A silhouette that broke through the air. Unlike Sut Saikuin, the protector elder of the heavenly God Sect, who borrowed the wind to briefly fly through the air, this person's physical body crossed the void and actually was flying with his physical body. Top of the line. Could it be that I killed the Black Wolf King and annoyed that absolute top demon king of the great eastern mountain? No, this person, there is no demonic aura on his body. Could it be the absolute top of the heavenly God Sect? For a moment, Suze had 1,000 thoughts. He hastily scanned his reinforcement points, had already accumulated 910,000 points and could be upgraded at any time. It's just that, even if he were to ascend again now, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to dry the absolute top. At this moment, the silhouette that was just a dozen miles away had already landed beside Suze. He looked around, a somewhat dismayed look on his face. After settling down, he then muttered, Suzy, what's going on here? Seeing Suze staring at himself with a wary face, the man then smiled and introduced himself, saying, I am Wang Ho, the highest person in charge of the martial arts administration. This time I came because I heard that the heavenly God Sect was going to deal with you, and I came here specifically to save you. Steward Wang? Suzy remembered. It seemed that Zhang Qinghe had mentioned this Steward Wang, so he immediately let out a sigh of relief and said, Steward Wang, you've come at the right time. Those 3 pseudo-9th grade have already been hacked to death by me, but this demonic plant in front of me has made it very difficult for me to get my hands on it. Pseudo-9th grade? Wang Ho froze and was surprised. What pseudo-9 products? Suze seriously said, I have dealt with 9th grade martial artists and also a few times and found that there are strong and weak 9th grade martial artists such as the Black Panther King, the 7th elder of the Celestial God Sect, and that unknown 9th grade of the Celestial God Sect are all very weak. They even... Suze was going to say that he couldn't break his own defense, but as soon as he thought that the cloth-clothed, long-haired unknown 9th grade also didn't know what kind of moves he unleashed, all of which left traces on his own bones, he immediately changed his words and said, "At most, they can only barely break my defense, and this kind of ninth grade, which poses no threat to me at all, doesn't really count at all as a real ninth grade. They haven't even comprehended the power of the realm of intent, so they can only be considered pseudo-ninth grade at most, right?" Even though Wang Ho had seen a lot of things and was a powerful person of the absolute peak realm, he couldn't help but bellyache and asked, "Then what is a true ninth grade martial artist in your eyes?" Suzy mused. He said, "Only after a long time, although my cultivation is barely equal to the 7th product realm, I think that a true 9th product martial artist must have a good base foundation, and at the very least, he must have completed the 7 and 8 forging of the golden body at the 8th product realm stage, and he must have mastered the power of the realm of intent, right? The 7th level of Qi refining corresponds to the 7th level of martial artist." Suzy felt that such a comparison was fine. "Nima." Wang Ho almost stumbled. "Do you know how hard it is to forge a martial artist's golden body 7 times? The 8th product of the martial artist, quenching the golden bone and golden body, the early stage is okay, but once it breaks through the 6th forging, the resources consumed in the late stage are too big. Moreover, even if there are enough resources, it is not necessarily possible to rush up. This thing, too, has to score qualifications." Wang Ho did not want to dwell on this matter, dryly coughed, looked up to the Elm King who had glued himself together again, and laughed. "Suzy, is well known that the forms of demonic plants and humans and demonic beasts are completely different. Humans, demonic beasts under the absolute peak realm, being pierced through the head and heart, will surely die, but demonic plants. Want to kill a demonic plant? The only way is to wear out its demonic core." Then King Elm was in a hurry. Its spiritual power roared, "No! You are a human absolute top. The absolute tops have an agreement not to make a move against those below the absolute tops. Are you trying to cause a war of the absolute tops?" Boom! The Marquis of King's huge raging spiritual power shook, directly shattering King Elm's spiritual power. That Elm King suffered a backlash and fell limply to the ground. Boom! As it fell, naturally the earth shook and dust flew again. Wang Ho waved his sleeve and laughed coldly. "A mere 9th grade demonic plant. How dare you yell at me? I only mentioned a few words to the juniors. When did I ever put out my hand?" He also said to Suzy, "The demonic core of this demon plant is hidden in one of its branches," saying that he touched the branch with his spiritual power. Suzy was overjoyed and went forward to split the branch and directly plucked off the demon core. "Ding! You have killed a 9th grade demonic beast and have received a reward, plus 50,000 points of reinforcement value. Ding! You gain 100,000 reinforcement points." 2 system prompts came one after another, which caused Suzy to be stunned and said in dismay, "Didn't you say that the demon plant is tenacious in its vitality? How come it died completely after I just removed its demon core? Did this great elm tree, it's also a pseudo-9th grade? Goddamn pseudo-9th grade." Wang Ho simply do not want to pick up this conversation. Nowadays, the world, the absolute top of the strongest general will not make a move just to play a deterrent role. The 9th product is the world's most top war power. Any 9th product can sit on the side. As a result, now, Suzy had given people even pseudo-9th grade whole. If those 9th grades who had not comprehended the power of the realm of intent heard about it, it would still be a big deal. "So's," Wang Ho added, "you should know that the value of any demonic plant is extremely expensive. This is because within their bodies, they will nurture the life yuan liquid. Life yuan liquid, for martial artists who roughly refine the golden body and golden bone, the effect is only second to the golden body fragment." "Oh, vital yuan liquid?" Suzy's spiritual power swept around and found that there was indeed some life yuan liquid hidden in the huge tree trunk. Just no tools. There's no way to take it away. He thought of the storage ring that he had obtained from that unknown heavenly God Sect's 9th grade martial artist, and immediately stepped forward, chopped down the trunk, and directly threw it into the storage space. "Storage ring." Wang Ho let out another gasp. Suzy was speechless. "You're at least one of the best. Do you have to yell so much? District a storage ring, since other people Tianxin cult of the unknown 9 products have, you will not have?" Wang Ho also realized that he had lost his temper and hurriedly laughed. "This storage ring, it should be the right protector of the heavenly God Sect, Sutsaiquan, right? According to the information I have received, Sutsaiquan is a powerful person who has mastered the wind realm and has extremely high attainments in the power of the realm. He came to the northwest this time, carrying a supreme spiritual power doppelganger with him, just to kill you." And so on. Su Zhe blinked, surprised. Steward Wang. This Kai, Su Tsaikuan, mastered the power of the realm. He muttered a sentence, stoutly seeming to contemplate, muttering, "Not right, he was killed by me in a second. His strength is extremely poor. I thought it was a pseudo-ninth grade." Chapter 110. Absolute Top Spiritual Body. With a serious face, Su Zhe said, "Steward Wang, could it be that your intelligence is wrong? How could a ninth grade that has mastered the power of the realm of intent be so weak?" Wang Ho, don't say it. He was kinda skeptical. This kid, he can kill a ninth grade who has mastered the power of the realm of intent in seconds? That's bull, isn't it? However, even if it is not a spike, it can kill the Black Panther King, Su Tsaikuan, Elm King, and the 7 elders of the heavenly God Sect. The 4 major 9 products, such as strength, among the 9 products of the globe, can do absolutely no more than a handful of them. Wang Ho was in a bit of a trance. This kid has actually reached this level? It is important to realize that today is not the beginning of the aura recovery. In the beginning, when the entrance to the world was first opened, all kinds of opportunities flew. Cultivation can be much simpler than it is today. This situation, which lasted until 13 years ago, gradually smoothed out. Otherwise, the earth is estimated that there are not even many high-quality products, not to mention the absolute top. He was brooding on his side. Su Zhe, however, took an egg out of his storage ring, held it in his hand, and asked curiously, "Steward Wang, is this the absolute top spiritual power split you mentioned? I have a feeling that if I touch my spiritual power even slightly, he will..." Su Zhe's expression instantly solidified. He subconsciously tried to throw the oval-shaped egg out, but the next moment, the egg, automatically floating, a figure, broke out of the shell. This silhouette was condensed purely from spiritual energy, and after floating in the air, it seemed to be a bit sluggish, with its eyes looking straight at Wang Ho, saying in dismay, "Wang Ho!" Then, the next moment, boom, the silhouette directly exploded itself. Nema! Su Zhe only felt an incomparably terrifying force sweeping over him, heavily bombarding his body, and he flew backward for several hundred meters before landing heavily, tearing the earth into a deep gully. Pest! A mouthful of old blood was spat out. Su Zhe climbed out of the gully, gray-headed, and cursed. "What's the situation? The egg is actually suddenly self-activated?" He turned his head and looked at Wang Ho. Wang Ho was looking this way and coughed dryly, saying, "Su Zhe, I didn't expect that this dog would choose to blow himself up either, and I had wanted to judge something from his mental body." Su Zhe reacted. "My own senses were not wrong. The egg did need spiritual stimulation to activate. I was careful, how could I ever think? The princes and lords do it." Su Zhe sulked for 0.1 seconds. Pest! Another mouthful of old blood was spat out. His face instantly became wilted to the extreme. Even his voice was much hoarser. Using the kunmu blade to support his body from collapsing, he gritted his teeth and said, "Steward Wang, it won't be in the way. As long as you are able to judge some information from that spiritual power, it doesn't matter if someone from Su, am blown to death." Ing. Wang Ho's face turned green. This kid's trying to get into trouble? Under the absolute top, there are actually people who dare to touch the absolute top. He black-faced casually flung out a bottle of elixir, said, "Su Zhe, before Zhang Qinghe and you talk about things, take good care of..." Damn, if I had known that this kid is so strong. The old man and the Holy Land negotiation when the courage to be a little bigger is good. Phew. He pulled himself up and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Ding! You get 100 reinforcement points. In his mind, the system beep sounded, and Su Zhe couldn't help but bellyache a sentence. A haul of absolute tops, so stingy? This bottle of elixir is actually only worth $1 million. 1 million? Su Zhe could kill a demonic beast with his hands for more than this much money. Other martial artists hunt demonic beasts and have to exchange resources to cultivate themselves. But doesn't he need to? This led to the fact that Su Zhe was now not even sure how much money he had himself. Belly slander to belly slander, Su Zhe heart, to this Steward Wang evaluation, but raised a lot of very interesting a person the most important time, from the beginning to the end. Su Zhe have not detected from the body of the Wang steward any powerful atmosphere. He gave the impression that he was like an ordinary person. That's what's scary. This wave is so rewarding. And It's time to go to JNU. Suzy scanned the system. Name Suzy. Age, 18 years old. Identity student of Yangzhou number 1 middle school. Cultivation level, 7th level of Qi refining realm plus. Cultivation techniques. Innate Wujigong celestial immortal level. 9 Thunderblades earth immortal level. Innate 5 elements infinite escape technique celestial immortal level. Spiritual eye celestial immortal level. 9 revolutions of the golden body decree great Luo Jinxian level. Green lotus sword sutra great Luo Jinxian level. Magical treasure. Kunwu blade extreme spiritual artifact. Dustless sword pseudo immortal artifact. Reinforcement value. 1360100 points. System mall. Opened. Draw. 1000 reinforcement value for 1 draw. Storage space. 5,600 cubic meters plus. A trip to the wilderness area had directly raised Suzy's reinforcement value to 1360100 points. In that case, those life yuan liquids have brought me a fortune of 300,000 reinforcement points? Suzy's heart moved. Hunting demonic plants was too profitable. The life yuan liquid alone is worth 300,000 points of reinforcement value, in addition to its demon core, which is worth 100,000, and the reward from killing it 50,000. 450,000 in total. That storage ring and the wealth within it are worth a total of 500,000. Suzy estimated that the most valuable of them should be that overwhelming spiritual power distraction. Only unfortunately, it was blown up by Wang Ho. When I form the Golden Dan in the future, this loss, sooner or later, I'll have to find Wang Ho to get it back. Suzy took stock of the loot again, rode his sword, and returned to Spirit State City. He had just returned to the villa and hadn't even had time to take a shower when Duan Tian's phone call came over, urgently saying, "Suzy, where are you?" Just now, Vice Steward Zhang called and said that he's looking for you for something urgent. Huh? Suzy froze and said, "I just went to the wilderness area before returning home." Right? What is Steward Zhang looking for me for? I asked him to arrange to send me the materials for the forged divine warrior. Have they been sent yet? Duan Tianhe froze. You asked the question yourself first, didn't you? How did the topic turn to forging divine weapon materials in the blink of an eye? He subconsciously asked, Suzy, you got another demon core? After asking, Duan Tianhe gave himself a mouthful. Snap. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Isn't this a rush to get a heart attack? Chapter 111. Traveling to Jiangnan Wu University. Aha, got one. Suzy returned truthfully. On the other end of the phone, when Duan Tianhe heard that Suzy had only gotten a single demon core, he actually felt inexplicably relieved and laughed. Not bad, your efficiency is already very high. Many 9th grade martial artists who go to the wilderness area and squat for half a year may not be able to harvest a 7th grade demon core. By the way, I haven't used my divine warrior forging materials yet. Why don't I take them over to you first? It would be just as well for me to start forging divine weapons when the other divine weapon forging materials arrive. This won't work, will it? What's not working? Duan Tianhe is very heroic, said. Anyway, the state to the Patriarch is free to open the divine weapon forging materials. If not for you, I cannot even get the demon core. Late forging 2 days of the divine weapon is not in the way. Are the divine weapon forging materials used for the 9th grade demon cores the same as the 7th grade ones? Suzy was surprised and said, I see that the zip file of the forged divine soldier mentioned, it seems, not to work, right? Duan Tianhe's face solidified violently as he asked out of breath, What the hell? How many grades of demon cores? 9 pints. Suzy is ready to say things, but heard the ear came beep beep several voices. Could not help but be surprised. This section of the secretary to engage in what? Hang up my phone twice in 3 days. Spirit State City Martial Arts Authority. Duan Tianhe stared at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling floating window, one hand covering his heart with a feeling of pain. This Nima, what's wrong with you? If not for the fact that he had long been a martial arts master and was invulnerable to all diseases, he would have wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup to see if he had a heart attack. This little heart, who can stand it all day long? At this point, instead, Suzy's call came in of its own accord. Duan Tianhe remained his cell phone on the sofa, not quite wanting to answer it. Old me has decided that I will never talk to Suzy about cultivation or anything like that in the future. It wasn't until the cell phone rang for the second time that Duan Tianhe gritted his teeth and answered the call. On the other end of the cell phone, Suzy complained, "Bureau Chief Duan, why aren't you answering your phone? On my side, I have something else to ask you for. I just went to a restroom." Duan Tianhe, some difficult but also cannot directly say to understand. The old man is being zapped before hanging up the phone. Such words, only to force a smile, said, "Suze, as long as it is not a matter of cultivation in the future, you despite the opening on the line." "Not a cultivation thing?" Suze muttered a sentence, and then laughed. "Don't worry about it, Duan Bureau Chief. This matter and cultivation half a penny relationship is not. I just have a question, want to ask Duan Bureau Chief, we Lingzhou City, whether there is a shoe factory." "Shoe factory?" Duan Tianhe was a little surprised, said, "Lingzhou City has a shoe factory, the factory in the north of the city within the grid on the vacant land. By the way, you ask this dry." Su Zhe truthfully said, "I want to learn some how to make shoes. Duan Bureau Chief, you also know that the shoes of martial artists are too easy to shatter. I just happened to get a few divine weapons today, and I want to melt them to create 2 pairs of divine shoes." Duan Tianhe's face changed a bit as he resisted the urge to hang up and ask through gritted teeth, "Suze, what the hell have you been doing today?" "It's another 9th grade demon core and a few divine weapons. I was just going to hunt 2 7th grade demonic beasts and get 2 demonic cores for fun. But I never thought that I would actually be in Tong City and run into those 2 8th grade martial artists of the heavenly God Sect who attacked and killed me earlier. I hacked them to death and went to Yu Town, where I encountered an ambush by the Black Panther King, the 7 elders of the celestial God Sect, the Elm King of the Great Eastern Mountain, and a 9th rank named Suit Saikuin who seemed to be the right protector of the celestial God Sect. Then I killed them, got some loot, and that was it. It's that simple. That's it." Duan Tianhe took a deep breath, and in the end, he didn't hold back and hung up the phone directly. Do. A blind tone came. Su Zhe could not help but bellyache. What kind of airplane does this bureau chief engage in? How to hang up the phone again? Forget it, he has already said it clearly. I will go to the shoe factory to take a look myself. City North. Open space within the grid. It's easy to find. About 30 minutes later, Suzy walked into the general manager's office of this shoe factory, carrying 100,000 cash. "Throw the money away. Explain the purpose of the visit." After just 3 minutes, the 3 most skilled masters in the shoe factory led Suzy through their entire assembly line and imparted all their knowledge and skills to Suzy. Suzy listened to a look of confusion. How the hell, exactly? In the end, he talked to the shoe factory, let the shoe factory design 2 sneakers, made into a model, made into a couple like that style, 1 pair for himself, 1 pair for Jiang Qinghe. Just melt the divine warrior yourself and straighten it into the model. Sure enough. Knowledge is power. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Sure. Money. Also power. Suzy casually threw out another 100,000. And early the next morning, the shoe factory sent 2 pairs of models to Suzy's villa. In addition to the 1st and 15th days, Su Zhe melted and retrained all the divine weapons that he had obtained from the evil martial artists of the heavenly God Sect. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning of June 4th, both pairs of shoes were successfully built. Suzy tried it on. It's very comfortable and not at all as hard as I thought it would be. Just the color of the shoes is probably because of the melting of several divine weapons, colorful and too dazzling. This? Forget it. After meeting Jiang Qinghe, see what color she likes, then it won't be too late to change it. Took a shower. Blow dry your hair. Su Zhe went to bed. He slept until he woke up naturally and called Duan Tianhe, yawning, and asked, "Bureau Chief Duan, have the materials for forging the divine warrior been sent over yet?" "Delivered." "That's fine, don't bother. I'll go over and get it myself." Looked at the time. June 4th, 11 p.m. Wash up, eat breakfast, stop by the Martial Arts Administration to pick up the divine warrior forging materials, and then go to the train station. The time is a bit tight, but I should be able to make the 12 o'clock noon train. So's pinched the time. Take the 12 noon train, change at Xixia City, and later go straight to Jiangnan. It will take about 20 hours in total. You should be able to arrive at Gangnamu University by 11 a.m. on June 5th. Chapter 112, The 9th Grade is Invincible. At 11:55 p.m., Suzy appeared at the train station of Lingzhou City in plain clothes. 12 o'clock. Getting on the bus on time, finding his seat and sitting down, Suzy took out his cell phone, rechargeable treasure, and began to play a cell phone game. Soon, 2 girls got on the bus. The body posture is not bad. They stood next to Susie, looked at their tickets, and then looked at Susie. One of them couldn't help but say, "Handsome? Change a seat?" This train, a row of 3. Susie's seat, right in the middle of the 2 beauties. Okay. Susie was a pain in the ass. He lifted his butt and took a seat toward the window. Although the 2 girls are very positive, but the reason why he chose to take the train rather than the sword to go to the south of the Yangtze River is to see the motherland nowadays, the river and mountains. If I can get one more look, I'll count it as one. Susie heart sighing incomparable. Waiting for my cultivation to be promoted again is the 8th weight of refining chi, the distance from the 4-9 small heavenly robberies, getting closer and closer, once the condensation of Jindan life 500 years, from now on no longer counted as a mundane. 2 sisters took their seats. Their age, about 23 or 24 years old, their looks were 6 points similar, they should be twins, and their chi and blood strength was around 500-600, which was considered to have reached the minimum standard of a first grade. Qualifications aren't great, but often this kind of woman is the most sought after in society. Whether it's looking for a job, a relationship, or something else. But this kind of person cannot enter Susie's eyes. At most is the twin. This characteristic can add a little more points. Put away the cell phone. Susie closed his eyes, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he opened the system and prepared to make a good promotion. Reinforcement value, 1360100 points. Cultivation realm is the foundation of everything. Refining realm, although it has stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation, but after all, it is still mortal. Susie moved with a thought. Enhancement of cultivation. Ding! Your cultivation level has been raised to the 8th major consummation of the Chi refining realm. Reinforcement points 500,000 points. Susie's heart shook. Just in the moment of the cultivation enhancement, he felt a metaphysical and mysterious mood. Is this the feeling of celestial unity? Susie was surprised, then relieved. That's right, even in the Chi refining realm, there must be a requirement for heaven and earth sense. I used the system to raise my cultivation, and naturally comprehended the unity of the heavens and the earth, yet it's normal. Cultivators once reached the realm of celestial unity will be able to control their own power as one. Any power is like a hand, and nowadays the martial arts in the power control degree of 100% is somewhat similar. 9 revolutions golden body decree, elevate. Susie made another movement of his mind. Ding! Your 9 turns golden body decree has been raised to the 3rd great perfection. Reinforcement points 500,000 points. Crackle. His body came a sinews and bones sound of explosion, flesh bones, fascia, cells, flesh, rapidly strengthened growth. Even Susie vaguely found that his own bones and to the direction of the gold transformation of some. Around the time I cultivate to the 4th level of the 9 turns golden body decision, my bones will be completely golden. Susie secretly speculated at this time the skeleton about gold about 50%. Once activated, the body will vaguely have a golden light bloom, and the 8th grade of the golden body realm of the martial artist is somewhat similar. Sure. When he was in the 2nd level of the 9 turns golden body decision, his physical body was stronger than the 8th grade 9 forged golden body, and now, Susie froze. He compared his own enhancement of cultivation, the 9 turns of the golden body decision before and after the strength, and thought of the heavenly God Sect right guardian Sutsaikuin, that mastered nearly 60% or 70% of the wind realm of the top experts of the 9th grade. I am invincible in the 9th grade. No, perhaps a level higher than 9th grade invincible. Susie wanted to find an absolute top and compare it, but realized that he knew nothing about the combat power of the absolute top. However, associating the change in strength produced by a 6th grade martial artist, after being promoted to a 7th grade martial arts master, it is only feared that the 9th grade promotion to the absolute top, the enhancement of the martial arts strength is even greater. My strength nowadays against the absolute top may be weaker, but under the absolute top, absolute vertical and horizontal invincibility, if the cultivation is raised to the 9th grade. Susie thought about it. The top of the world can also be defeated. He slowly opened his eyes, but then he saw 3 teenagers of his own age staring at him in surprise from the opposite car seat. Trains. At some point, it had been unleashed. What's wrong? Susie was a bit surprised. Why are you staring at me like this? Is there a flower on my face? One of the teenagers, the corners of his mouth curled up as he cried and laughed. Brother, are you having a spring dream? I see you've been giggling. Another teenager took over the conversation, and he laughed. This kid looks full of lust. Maybe In his eyes, he even revealed a look of, Saying that, he swept a glance at the two beauties next to Suze, licking a dog-like smile and said, "Two sisters." The two women next to her frowned. Although he was disgusted by these words and this kind of look, Suzy was able to perceive that their bodies indeed moved slightly to the side. Suzy was happy. Yourself, this is despised? This kind of dog blood plot actually happened to his own body? If it were a novel, the protagonist at this time would definitely pretend not to care, and then smile disdainfully when the three supporting characters on the opposite side of the table reveal their genius or whatever their identity is, and ultimately through the train station coming to pick up the car of the tycoon, or big shot to cause shock and envy of the surrounding audience of eaters as well as remorse in the hearts of the supporting characters, to show the contrast, to realize the pretense of hitting face. Suzy thought about it. But no big shot picks himself up at the train station. This type of facepalm clearly doesn't make sense. So he raised his hand and slapped it across the face. Snap! The teenager who opened his mouth to sneer at Suze was directly knocked dumbfounded, raised his head, stared fiercely at Suze. His face was hideous, gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard, you dare to hit me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Suze slapped him again, whacking him down to the ground, and said indifferently, "Even if you are the king of the heavens, you will never want to step on me to find a sense of superiority. I'm invincible at the 9th grade, so I'm not afraid of a few little brats." Chapter 113. I have become a legend. What are you doing? We are students of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. How dare you beat us up? Aren't you afraid of a lawsuit? The other two teenagers, all of them opened their mouths and shouted angrily, glaring at Suze. It's just that the colorfulness is too obvious, or Suze's 2 levels of slaps have shocked their hearts. Jiangnan Wu University? Suze looked up and down at the two teenagers and said in surprise, "You three, if I'm not mistaken, you're only 1st grade, right? Jiangnan Martial Arts University, there are actually such weak students." Weak? One of them coldly laughed. "Brothers, the 3 of us are only 18 years old now. With the cultivation of the first product realm, was specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the entire Shisha Bay city of 100,000 senior high school 3rd-year candidates. Just out of the 3 of us, you actually dislike us weak." Snap! With another slap, Suze put the teenager on the ground and angrily rebuked, "Wastes, only 18 years old at the 1st grade realm. How could we, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, recruit wastes like you?" The last remaining teenager was confused. "We, Jiangnan Wuda?" Could it be that this young man, who looked similar in age to himself and was very handsome, was the senior of Jiangnan Martial Arts University? No wonder the strength was so excellent that it actually left his 2 junior partners with no power to put up resistance. He opened his mouth and said, "Senior." Snap! Suze slapped the teenager and sat down on the chair, chiding, "What senior student? Less ing close to me. You guys are only specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University. You haven't processed the enrollment yet, so don't take the name of Jiangnan Martial Arts University to woo and fool around and play the bully. Moreover, you are from Shisha City and came to Lingzhou City to take the train? If memory serves, the train will pass through Shisha City. Isn't that redundant?" After the fight, Suzy found himself much more relieved. He crossed his legs and headed for a chair, took out his cell phone, found that Jiang Qinghe had sent herself a WeChat, and asked, "You got in the car?" "Aha! Just set out and we'll be in Jiangnan about tomorrow morning." Suzy snapped the word in response. "Great. I'll pick you up at the station tomorrow morning." Jiang Qinghe's words were filled with joy. "Woman na." Suzy spoke up. He noticed that the girl next to him was looking at him a little strangely. By this time, the train's passenger police finally arrived. The 2 passenger police, all martial artists, stout and tough-looking, frowned and asked, "What happened?" They looked down at 3 teenagers with swollen noses. One of them wanted to open his mouth, but was covered by his fellow classmate. That companion squeezed out a face full of smiles and laughed. "Uncle Law and Order. It's all right. The 3 of us brothers sparred in boxing. We didn't expect to hurt each other." The 2 occupants blushed strangely. In fact, they were just a short distance away and saw some of the details. But since the others did not pursue the matter, it would be better to do more than less. One of them pulled a face and chided, "Well, don't make a scene. If you want to spar in battle, wait for the train to arrive at the station and go elsewhere to spar. Otherwise, I'll have to do it according to the law." It was the passenger police officer who turned to leave, and among those 3 teenagers, A teenager wearing a white sweatshirt and with an inch hair laughed and said, "Senior, you're also a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts University?" Suzy nodded without a trace of emotion. Another slightly chubby teenager's eyes lit up, and he pursued, "Senior, my name is Wang Xiaodong. Are you also from Shisha City? How old are you and which class are you in?" Suzy didn't bother with him. "Masters. Absolutely masterful. Only the masters are this high and mighty." The three teenagers chattered and became more and more enthusiastic towards Suzy. Suzy next to the two girls, but all eyes bright, previously pulled away to maintain the distance, actually close to some, especially sitting in the middle of the girls, intentionally or unintentionally touched Suzy's thighs, laughed. "Handsome, you in the Jiangnan University of Martial Arts study well? Our sisters are also studying at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but we are not studying at the Martial Arts Academy, so we can come out for dinner sometime, add a WeChat." She opened the WeChat QR code. Suzy frowned with a look of disgust, casually fiddled with his cell phone, and exclaimed, "Ouch, I go, the phone actually died?" The twin sister, at once, stared in disbelief. The three teenagers on the opposite side were also shocked beyond belief. "A bigot is a bigot. Your rechargeable battery is still connected to the top of your phone." What followed was silence. Three guys across the street, after a long 2-hour drive, pulled out a deck of cards and played landlord. The two girls, on the other hand, were clutching their cell phones, watching inexplicably short videos. "Suzy, if I had known this, I would have been a little gentler in my attitude, and perhaps I could have passed the time by chatting with the two girls or playing poker together at this time." He got up and walked around the train car. Although only the second time on the train, if I remember correctly, there's a restaurant on the train. Suzy found the restaurant. "I can't believe. Has a menu?" In the end, Suzy chose a bucket of noodles. "After coming to this world, it seems that I haven't eaten instant noodles yet, and eating them is actually a different flavor." After eating, Suzy returned to his seat, closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. It's just a shame that with today's trains, there are no sleepers at all. He slept drowsily, do not know how long, ears burst of sound came, but the little fat man named Wang Xiaodong is Suzy's ears shouted, "Senior, senior, Jiangnan railway station will arrive soon." "Oh, are we there yet?" Suzy rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked out of the car, and sure enough, the train is slowly entering the station. Three teenagers in high spirits. They fought all the way to the landlord, but they were half tired. Instead, they were exuberant the moment they arrived in Jiangnan. One of those twins snorted a laugh and said, "You are all students of the Martial Arts University. The future achievement of a middle-grade martial artist is on the board. A future big shot. This is too out of character." "Sister Lu, you're joking." Wang Xiaodong's side of the head, awesome coaxing, said, "My future, but to become a patriarch. Do you know the Thunderblade Patriarch? Legend has it that the Thunderblade Patriarch, but the pride of our Shisha base city at 18 years old, Patriarch realm, that is the youngest patriarch on the list of 7th grade patriarchs. I'm a legend?" Suzy blinked, and the middle realm is actually a big shot? Why do you keep feeling that the middle grade realm is just a mole cricket? Chapter 114. How dare you impersonate a student of Jiangnan Wu University? The train is coming in. Go. Get off. I heard that Jiangnan Wushu University specially sent a senior to receive the specially recruited freshman outside the security exit of the train station. Wang Xiaodong, 3 people, picked up their backpacks and started to get off the bus along with the crowded crowd. Suzy was a little surprised, pulled Wang Xiaodong and asked, "How? Is the new semester? Shouldn't it be in September? How come it's only June 5th now? The college entrance exam hasn't even ended yet, and Jiangnan Wu University has already started welcoming new students." Wang Xiaodong froze, somewhat confused. He asked rhetorically, "I'm surprised the Hokage doesn't know about this?" Still, he explained, WU vacations are usually very short, only a week to half a month, and WU freshmen, usually around June 25th, find out which school they've been accepted to, so they can rush to the school and go through freshman enrollment and special training. WU special enrollment, and although they do not have to go through the college entrance examination, they can enter the school at about the same time. But this year is different. It is said that this year there is a national W Wudao competition which seems to be held tomorrow, so the school notified all the special enrollment in advance to enter the school in advance, and today is the last day. So it is. Suzy nodded. Heart. But it was a belly laugh. Lousy is not. A special enrollment of Jiangnan Wushu University? Why wasn't I notified? The key is that Su Zhe remembered the key thing in it. Jiangnan Wudu University did not mail the acceptance letter to himself at all. Okay? Even it didn't give an accurate answer. Biggie, do you have any more questions? It's okay. Just get out of the car. Suzy waved his hand. On the side, one of the twin sisters looked over again and extended her hand. Get reacquainted? My name is Lu Shi, and that one is my younger sister Lu Jiai. We are all from Shisha Bay City. Meeting outside is destiny, and we might be able to use it in the future. These words. It actually gave Su Zhe a feeling of being speechless, extending his hand to shake it, saying, My name is Su Zhe. It's a pleasure to meet you. With that, he followed the crowded crowd out of the car. Lu Shi is not in a hurry. Pack up the luggage. First wait for people to go down some before getting off the car is not late. Lu Jiai walked over and frowned. Sister, what are you talking more with this kind of person? Humph. Self-righteous. Do you really think that the students of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy are invincible? However, Lu Shi remembered something and was stunned in place with a dumbfounded face. It was a long time before she screamed, startling the passengers who had not yet had time to get off the bus to look at her. What's wrong, sis? Lu Jiai was startled, but she heard Lu Shi murmur, Su Zhe, Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Jiai, the Thunderblade Patriarch, isn't he just called Su Zhe? It is said that he has also been specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial University. There's no such thing, is there? Lu Jiai froze, surprised. Thunder Knife Master, I know, the original name is called Su Zhe. But he is master, but also go to school for what? Air. Lu Shi was stunned and said, That's right. What kind of martial arts academy does a hallowed martial arts master attend? Probably it's just a renaming. After all, the name Suzy and not a flying snuffling scepter, popular name renaming is too normal. The crowded crowd gradually loosened a little. The two sisters also began to get off. Outside the security exit. Ma Wei, Zhou Guangwei, Wang Xiaodong. Jiangnan Wudao University Martial Arts Academy's orientation office was set up in the most conspicuous position outside the security exit. As soon as Wang Xiaodong's trio came out, they took out their acceptance letter and went through the simple enrollment formalities over here. The ones in charge of welcoming the new students were the 3 sophomores from the Martial Arts Academy of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. 2 men, 1 woman. The 3 people are all in the second product realm. This cultivation may not be anything in Jiangnan Wu University, but it can be placed in the society. At the age of 19, 20 years old in the second product realm, when it is a promising future. The girl, dressed in a black leather suit. The body is not bad, but it is very high and cold. She was playing with her cell phone on the side, not even paying attention to Wang Xiaodong's trio. As for the 2 boys, and a condescending attitude. After all, those who were able to enter Jiangnan Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Academy were all considered geniuses, and it was normal to be a little arrogant, and among them, a boy wearing a denim jacket and dressed in a very non-mainstream manner shook his head and sighed. This term of freshman, ordinary, the 38 students specially recruited from the whole country, actually didn't even have a second grade realm out of it? Lock Jackie, are you kidding me? His companion, dry and thin, but carrying a large knife, said breathlessly. You and I are only in the late second grade realm today. Freshmen can be so easy to second grade. These 3, they should be the last 3 special enrollment students, right? Well, let's pack up and it's time to go back to school. The dry and thin youth opened his mouth. Meet the new students. School arrangements. They also came to the train station in order to earn points, otherwise who would be idle enough to come here? All 3 sophomores started packing up. At this time, a voice came, but it was Su Zhe who walked over and asked, Hello, may I ask if this is the orientation office of Jiangnan Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Academy? The non-mainstream young man, locked into a dragon, took a glance at Su Zhe and couldn't help but laugh. There are words on the side. Read it yourself. Su Zhe turned his head sideways, and indeed, there was a sign that read Jiangnan Martial Arts University Martial Arts Academy Freshman Welcoming Office. He asked stiffly, Ask. I should have been specially recruited by Jiangnan Wushu University as well, but I didn't receive an acceptance letter or anything like that. Is there a basebook roster or something searchable on your side? The 3 of them, Wang Xiaodong, had not yet left, and they were wide-eyed and full of incredulity when they heard the words. Wang Xiaodong did not hold back and said, Senior, is not right, big brother, since you are not a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts University? Why did you impersonate a senior all the way? Suzy said breathlessly. Old man impersonated? You guys have to call me senior? Can I stop you? On the side, Lok Chenglong, however, frowned, his face suddenly serious as he coldly said, Good fellow, actually dare to impersonate a person from my Jiangnan Martial Arts University Martial Arts Academy? Kid, what's your name? You are tired of living, aren't you? Chapter 115. Thunderblade Patriarch instructed me on battle techniques. My name is Soz. Suze frowned and said seriously, In addition, I affirm that I did not impersonate a student of Jiangnan Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Academy, but rather, I did not receive an acceptance letter. Bull. Special enrollment and acceptance letters? Lok Chenglong laughed coldly and looked at Suze with a more and more unkind gaze. As we all know, the special enrollment of WU does not have an admission notice, but rather, at the time of the special enrollment, the school will sign a contract with the student, and when the time comes, they will be admitted to the school with the contract. Moreover, this year's special enrollment quota for Jiangnan Wushu University is 38 people, and as of today, all of them have already been processed for admission. So it's hard to believe that the 39th person can appear out of thin air? His chi actually locked onto Suze. In fact, not only Lok Chenglong, that dry and thin youth carrying a large sword was also gazing at Suze. Posing as a student of Jiangnan Wu University? It's not a big deal, but it's not a small deal. Suzy was happy. Martial artist. Chi locking others is not a good thing. In general, chi locking means that the next moment is to draw a sword. He smiled. Locking his own chi immediately disintegrated. That non-mainstream youth lock into the dragon, stifled a grunt, fell back 3 steps. His face instantly became pale and incomparable. What are you doing? The dry and thin youth directly drew his sword. The black leather-clothed girl who had been beside her without saying a word. 2 daggers appeared in her hands with a flip of her hand, and her eyes were ferocious as she looked at Suze. Don't make a move. This person is an expert. Lok Chenglong gritted his teeth and said in a hurry. For a while, the atmosphere was tense. Here was another safe exit, and it caused an immediate panic. Suzy, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to everything. He took out his cell phone and was about to call Jiang Qinghe when he suddenly moved his gaze and looked ahead, only to see Tang Fanhua striding along with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with slightly gray hair. Behind them, there were these 4. These 4 people, one of them is Jiang Qinghe, and the remaining 3 people are all at the peak of the 6th product realm with strong chi and blood, like the sun. That Lok Chenglong, his pale face covered with shock and disbelief, followed Suze's gaze and lost his voice. Dean? The Vice Dean. And Tutor Luofeng, Tutor Changshan, Teacher Duan and Iceberg Goddess Jiang Qinghe. What are they doing at the train station? Lok Chenglong's mind flashed with thoughts, and then looked at Suze, and suddenly, a bold guess rose. His legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground, muttering out of breath. Impossible. This kid. What virtue and ability. Not to mention that Luofeng, Changshan, and Teacher Duan are the 3 most powerful instructors of the Martial Arts Academy, that Vice President Tang and the Dean are all martial arts patriarchs. Unless martial arts patriarchs are present, who is qualified to allow them to greet them in person? Lok Jackie, suddenly remembering. The train that had just entered the station was from Xixia Bay City, bound for Jiangnan. Isn't Wang Xiaodong's trio the special enrollment of Xixia Bay City? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, bristling. Xixia Bay City, young man, martial arts master. A series of words, combined together, caused a name that had recently shaken the martial arts world to pop into his mind. Thunderblade Patriarch. 18 years old, sovereign realm. Even if he only shot to the second last in the list of 7th grade masters and had no battle records, the title Thunderblade, coupled with the 3 words 18 years old, was enough to make countless martial artists look up to him. The crowd that had just caused panic because of the dry and skinny youth pulling out his sword suddenly quieted down and looked ahead. This makes Suzy had to secretly feel, sure enough, there's something called an aura, probably talking about Tang Fengru and the others. Thunderblade Patriarch. Although Tang Fengru was a female martial artist, she was valiant. She let out a smile and stepped forward. Thunderblade Patriarch. I hope you'll forgive me if I've missed the welcome. Suzy froze. This is the train station. And you're welcome? Any farther? I'm afraid I'll have to go to Lingzhou City to greet myself? For this kind of slip of the tongue by Tang Feng-ro, Su Zhe wanted to dwell on it, but considering that there were too many people at the scene, he could only smile politely and say, Dean Tang is polite. That middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and boldly said, I've heard of the great name of the Thunderblade Patriarch, and today I finally got to see the real thing. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy of the Jiangnan Wushu University, Dong Wenjie. Dean Dong. Zhou shook hands. This Dong Wenjie he knows. 8th grade Golden Body Realm, good strength in the list of 8th grade Sect Masters, ranked 4th. Sure. For today's Su Zhe, there was no difference at all in terms of the 8th rank. In his opinion, there were only 2 levels below the absolute top today. The first one was at the level of a single slash that killed in seconds. The other, it may take more than 1 slash to kill in seconds. Next were the 3 instructors of the Martial Arts Academy, named Luo Feng, Chang Shan, and Duan Zhonghai. Finally, Jiang Qinghe was left. Jiang Qinghe didn't say a word, just staring at Su Zhe. Suddenly the corner of her mouth curved slightly. A smile blossomed. At this moment, Su Zhe thumped his heart. He couldn't help but go up and say, Sister, didn't you say that you'd come to pick me up in advance? How come you only arrived now? Dean Dong, Dean Huang, and the 3 tutors had to come together and delayed some time. Jiang Qinghe lowered his voice and said quietly as the 2 siblings chatted. Lock Jackie secretly gave himself a mouthful. Are you blind? Just now, actually using qi but locking on to a patriarch? Wang Xiaodong, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Thunderblade Master? One of his junior partners exclaimed. I actually shared a train with the Thunderblade Patriarch, and the Thunderblade Patriarch also instructed me on battle techniques. I actually took a picture from a distance with my cell phone and started a friend circle. Wang Xiaodong. A few pointers on how to fight. When did this happen? You don't mean to say that the Thunderblade Patriarch slapped you those 2 mouths, is pointing out your battle techniques? At this time, Dong Wenjie laughed. Thunderblade Patriarch, I have slightly prepared a thin wine and a small yen in the hotel. Why don't Thunderblade Patriarch move to the hotel first? This man. He looks like a big old man with a gruff voice, but he speaks in a literal way. Su Zhe looked at Dong Wenjie, then at Tang Fenghua and said, I'm a tiny freshman at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, being greeted by the dean, vice dean, and 3 mentors of the school's martial arts academy who have traveled so far has already been a great deal, and then inviting me to dinner is afraid that it's not too good. Tang Fenghua, Dong Wenjie, and the others were shocked. Freshman, since the news of Su Zhe's achievement of the Patriarch passed back to the school senior management was held a meeting. Such a young handsome, naturally pulled together to the school best, but has become a patriarch, let him go to be a student is afraid that it is not very suitable, but the school's tutor, or the position of vice president of the Academy of Martial Arts, there is still a vacancy. That's one of the reasons the school never contacted So's again. Available at… What do you mean, you little freshman? Chapter 116. These shoes, do you like them? Suzy, are you serious? How can it be fake? Jiangnan Wudao University, Wudao Academy. Within the dean's office, Dong Wenjie cried and laughed, saying, You are a Wudao master, our Wudao Academy is willing to hire you as a vice dean, and the treatment enjoyed and Tang Feng-ro comparable. No need. Su Zhe's gaze was firm, and he refused. Dean Dong, I know myself well about how many pounds I have. Honestly, I am ignorant about martial arts, so if I am asked to be a teacher and teach my students to cultivate, I am afraid that I will mislead them. He's telling the truth. Budo? He didn't really know much about it. However, these words fell on Dong Wenjie's ears, but it was a different flavor. The corners of Dong Wenjie's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say, Patriarch Thunderblade is being modest. You have become a patriarch at the age of 18. How many people in the martial arts world can match such an achievement? If you don't know martial arts, then I'm afraid there are only a few people who do. Nima, are you kidding me? 18-year-old martial arts grandmaster actually says he's clueless about martial arts. Goddamn clueless. How did you get to the 7th level? Although Su Zhe's battle results were not labeled on the list of 7th grade Sect Masters, Dong Wenjie knew about them. After all, Tang Fenghua was in Lingzhou City when Su Zhe beheaded the 2 heavenly God Sect ghost generals, Mad Blade and Li Qi. Available. Dong Wenjie always felt that there was some bull. A patriarch who had killed 2 heavenly god cult ghost generals was going to be a freshman? Suze, although the Kyoto Martial Arts University has produced a Dongshan this year, and the Magic City Martial Arts University has produced a Jiziue, but these 2 junior second semester only achieved the 7th grade, directly let a martial arts master as a freshman. Is too inappropriate, right? What's inappropriate? Suze shook his head and said in a serious manner. Of course, if Dean Dong finds it difficult, this great new hand, I cannot do it. Dong Wenjia's eyes lit up. However, the next moment, Suze also said, Our martial arts academy, can we directly skip a grade? I don't study in the first year, I can go directly to the second year, just the second year, which class is my sister Jiang Qinghe in? Dong Wenjie didn't even bother to say more. Freshman and sophomore year, is there a difference? Ergo. Seems to be there. This is the second semester of my sophomore year, and I'll be a junior next semester. But skipping a grade is troublesome. Dong Wenjie wanted to cry, said, Since you insist on studying, I will no longer discourage. Martial artists are not reckless. It is always good to learn more knowledge. I'll notify Tang Fengru later and have her take you to complete the formalities. Suze, however, laughed. Dean, there's no need to bother Dean Tang. Isn't my sister idle? Just let her accompany me. Good thing too. Soon. Suzy walked out of the dean's office. Jiangnan Martial Arts University Martial Arts Academy. The campus. People come and go. Suze swept a glance. Could not help but be stunned. This, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, is not the top 10 martial arts schools in the 3rd-ranked institution of higher learning. And imagined. A little different. Although looking around, almost all of them are martial artists, and the quality of martial artists is not low, but most of them are low-grade, middle-grade realm. Suze did not see a few. But on second thought, and yet it feels normal. Not everyone, after all, is as genius as yourself. Ahem. After all, not everyone, such as Jiang Qinghe, such a genius, many students, to be able to break through to the middle-grade realm before graduating from college has been extremely rare, and the middle-grade realm and then continue to harbor in the school to cultivate the use is not very big, need to go out in the wilderness area in the grinding. The Budo Academy is huge. Suze circled around and finally dialed Jiang Qinghe under the national flag in the playground. Okay. Wait for me over there. I'll be right there. Just hung up. Susie's phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and it was actually Jiang Qinghe's. Connections. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Qinghe's voice came out and said, Suze, Steward Wang is looking for you. Then, in a burst of sizzling, Wang Ho's familiar voice came out from the cell phone's loudspeaker, saying, Suze, you've already arrived at Jiangnan Wu University? Suzy frowned and said, How did you know? Ha! Wang Ho let out a laugh and said, You were at the Jiangnan railway station and made such a big commotion. Our Martial Arts Administration's intelligence department isn't blind. If we can't even find out about this, I guess the higher-ups have long been infiltrated by evil martial artists. Right, since you've arrived at Jiangnan Martial University, hurry up and go through the enrollment procedures. And by the way, you'll sign up for the martial arts competition as well. Suzy was speechless and said, Enrollment? Didn't Jiang Qinghe say that I should just participate in the finals directly when the time comes? What the is this? Lousy. A grandmaster of martial arts? Competing with this bunch of brats for a place? Wouldn't it be a shame if it got out? When the time comes for the martial arts competition, I don't know how many media and television stations are going to broadcast live and televise it. Thinking of this, Suze righteously refused. Steward Wang, this matter, don't mention it. Either I participate in the finals directly, or you personally go down to fight the Holy Land martial artists. By the way, isn't there a Dongshan who was born with divine power in Kyoto Wudu University and a female devil Ji Ziyue in Magic City Wudu University? These two are ranked hundreds of names higher than me on the 7th grade Patriarch list. Wouldn't it be prudent for them to make a move? Snap. Suzy hung up the phone directly. Joke. How can I do what you want? I still haven't settled the score with you for blowing up Lao Zi's absolute top spiritual power split in U-Town. At that moment, Jiang Qinghe came from the distance. She was wearing a sweatshirt with a big ponytail, carrying the A-grade composite metal longsword Suzy had given her, and laughed. Suzy, I heard you cursing all the way across the room. Who pissed you off? It's okay. Just a little yakuza. Suze sized up Jiang Qinghe for a few moments, his gaze deliberately lingering somewhere for a few seconds, sked and laughed. It's only been a few days since I've seen you. Sis, you've grown up again. Huh? Bah! No ivory can come out of a dog's mouth. Jiang Qinghe instantly reddened and spat, hastily digressing from the topic. Let's go. Sis will take you around the campus. Then it's not too late to go through the new student enrollment procedures. In her heart, she was happy. The environment of the Jiangnan Wudao Academy of Martial Arts is very beautiful. Sister and brother, side by side. Right. Suddenly, Susie's voice broke the tranquil atmosphere. He pulled out a pair of shoes and said, Sis, these shoes, do you like them? Jiang Qinghe. She looked shocked. These shoes. Colorful and, it seems actually kind of metallic. This? Jiang Qinghe gritted her teeth and said, like is like. But will these shoes be too dazzling for me to wear? Chapter 117. What do you think of Thunderblade Patriarch? Jiang Qinghe clenched her teeth in anger. Big dummy. What kind of gift gives shoes? Even if you send shoes, you should at least buy a gift box and package it, right? She stretched out her hand, wanting to put away this special gift. Suze is a hand put back. Laughed. Sister, style you like on the line. In order to create this pair of divine soldier shoes, I have specifically to go to the shoe factory to find the master to learn the experience of some of the shoemaking. Although, after that is used the model. But the process is important too, isn't it? Jiang Qinghe froze. By the way, what color do you like? I'll turn around and find a master forger to help with some coloring. Susie had, originally, considered buying his own dye for color. But the color that you put on yourself, I'm afraid that it will be easy to fall off, and when you have a fight and your chi vibrates and your shoes lose their color, how ugly is that? Jiang Qinghe is like a thunderclap. Shocked. You? What did you just say? These shoes are godly shoes? As the best of the martial arts university students, Jiang Qinghe's insights are very wide. The divine soldiers she has heard of. Naturally, she also knows how rare the divine soldiers are. At the very least, the martial arts patriarchs of Jiangnan Martial Arts University do not have the divine soldiers. By the way, you're having your school try out preliminaries tomorrow? Susie flipped his hand again. 15 fell into the hand. Ancient and simple long sword. Looks bland. Falls in Suze's hand. Also does not have half a special place. He introduced. Sister, this is my specially for you to fix the refining of the divine weapon. Named 15 this thing. 4th grade realm, although you can only play out a small amount of the divine weapon might. But it is also enough to allow you to win the match against a stronger opponents. Right. I've also collected some golden body fragments here, which should be able to rapidly increase your strength. Suze stuffed the 15 into Jiang Qinghe's hand and took out a golden body fragment and handed it over, saying, try refining it first, it should be useful. It is said that martial artists in the 6th grade realm can even cast a golden body fragment in advance by virtue of the golden body fragment. Golden bone, golden body. Maybe 4th grade can also. Jiang Qinghe blankly received the divine soldier long sword 15, and then received a palm-sized fragment of the golden body. The shock in her eyes only lasted for 10 seconds before it finally faded away, and she just wanted to open her mouth, but she was blocked by Suze. Jiang Qinghe, even in school, was called Ice Goddess, but in front of their own, an opening is often a large number of sermons. Sis, these things, just use them in peace. It came from the right place, the fruits of my labor obtained from killing evil martial artists and demonic beasts. You went to the wilderness area again? Evil martial artist. How did you warp to encounter evil martial artists every day? Jiang Qinghe couldn't help but say, Suze, you're an adult now. I won't intervene in your cultivation matters. But cultivation? Also have to talk about a size. I heard Dean Tang say you have the top of the top. You are only in the 7th grade realm today, although the 7th grade master is extremely rare, but the wilderness area, it is too dangerous. Jiang Qinghe said seriously, you're only 18 years old now, and Dean Tang said that you have the appearance of being at the top of the heap. In fact, you can completely feel at ease with your cultivation, and it won't be too late to hunt demonic beasts when you've cultivated to the 8th or even the 9th grade realm. But Suze wanted to say that he was already invincible at the 9th grade, but when he thought that there were still absolute tops above the 9th grade, and that he was not invincible to the world, he ultimately held back, prevaricated, and fooled around. Obviously, Jiang Qinghe also didn't want to continue to dwell on this matter. She was just too concerned about Susie's safety. Soon, Jiang Qinghe brought Suze and went through the enrollment procedures. Naturally, it caused a sensation the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts University campus network. About the Thunderblade Master enrollment of the post brushed the screen. Everywhere people are talking about this matter. Suze, turn around on your own and familiarize yourself with the school's environment. I'm competing tomorrow. I have to go back and recuperate my essence, and in the meantime, try to refine the golden body fragment. Okay. Suzy nodded. He hadn't strolled around the campus for a few laps when suddenly a group of people came running wildly in the distance, and someone yelled in surprise, "Here! The Thunderblade Patriarch is here! Quick! The camera follows!" Suzy, should we be so dramatic? Especially that dude carrying the camera. That 100-meter burst is up to 35 ms, right? Hello, Thunderblade Patriarch. We are students from the News Media Department of Jiangnan University. Can I ask you a few questions? The one holding the microphone was a very sweet-looking girl with an even sweeter voice. Suzy looked to the camera, squared her voice and said, "Ask." He has a knack for interviews. Thunderblade Patriarch, may I ask you, as a sealed patriarch, why are you ranked only second from the bottom on the 7th grade patriarch list? I've heard that some martial artists are privately saying that there's a dark secret in this, after all, on the 7th grade patriarch list, but any patriarch with a seal is bound to make it into the top white. This issue is tricky. Suzy pondered for a moment and said, there are still a lot of experts on the 7th ranked sect master list with hidden tigers and dragons, but I have a seal, yet I'm merely ranked at the bottom of the 7th ranked list, presumably because the people who formulated the sect master list had their heads up their asses. The schoolgirls were shocked. I can't believe, said it so bluntly. However, as a top student in the Department of News and Media, she already has all the conditions that a good media person has. The more straightforward and powerful the news, the more likely it is to cause a sensation. She capitalized on her victory and asked, Thunderblade Patriarch, how do you feel about the National Wudao Martial Arts League? How? Laying down to watch, of course. Suzy was speechless and could only blindly JB rambled, saying, I think this is a good thing. Exchanging, sparring, and competing can increase the practical combat experience of the martial artists, and most of all, it can raise the heart of climbing. It is not derogatory for martial artists to climb over each other to this day. That. The girl hesitated for a moment and asked, Thunderblade Patriarch, can you tell us why you chose to sign up for the National Martial Arts University Martial Arts Competition? It is rumored that Dongshan of Kyoto Martial University and Ji Ziyue of Magic City Martial University will also participate in the martial arts competition. Are you looking forward to clashing with them? What the hell? Suzy's eyes widened in shock. Signing up for the Wudon Budo competition? Spinning around, he reacted, gritted his teeth, and cursed, Wang Ho, your grandfather. Turning around, whisking his sleeves away, Suzy sneered, Pit lousy? I won't be on the field tomorrow. I'll just forfeit. What can you do to me? Chapter 118 Martial Arts Competition Auditions. June 6th, the weather was sunny.
10 Uhr morgens.
Suzy yawned and walked in through the front door of the school. He did not live on campus for the time being, nor did he plan to do so in the future, but booked a room in a star hotel outside the school. Last night, didn't sleep well. After booking the room, Suzy contacted Su Zheong and asked him to help introduce a foraging master, who is a 7th grade master and lives in Qinghai, one of the 5 major base cities in the northwest. This foraging master is a 7th grade master who lives in Qinghai, one of the 5 major base cities in the northwest. Suzy ate dinner, and then flew to the Qinghai, looking for the foraging master, to help the 2 pairs of shoes to do a little late coloring, including a slight touch-up on the styling. Suzy, nowadays, was wearing the Divine Soldier shoes. It doesn't look too different from a regular sneaker, and the comfort is much better. Walking through the school gates, Martial Arts Academy was actually quiet. Suzy was first stunned, and then reacted, It's not the selection contest which has already begun, right? He headed toward the playground, and to his surprise, a burst of cheering came from the distance. A long way away, one could hear bursts of chatter. So strong, Senior Wei Wuchen deserves to be the pearl of our Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Sophomore, with a cultivation in the middle of the 4th grade realm. Even some of the seniors in the 3rd and 4th years of college can't compete with it. Cultivation is not the key. The key is that Senior Wei Wuchen's sword and body techniques have all been cultivated to a great extent, and one move is like flowing water. Against a senior at the peak of the 4th grade realm, he actually fought with ease. Not good, Senior Wei Wuchen missed. Ha! Ha ha! Good sword technique. Senior Wei Wuchen deliberately missed a break, thus luring the enemy in and taking down that senior in one fell swoop. Winning! Senior Wei Wuchen is so handsome. Senior Wei Wuchen is great. Suzy walked over. He listened in awe. Then look at the several first-grade realm martial artists who are discussing and commenting on the match, talking about the match. They actually have a feeling of pointing out the mountains. The peak of the fourth product realm martial artist bursts out at full strength, striking out with a move of the first product realm, probably only barely able to capture the blurred residual shadow, but these few people are pointing out the mountains and mountains with a patriarchal temperament which is simply impressive. The corner of his mouth twitched. Su-zhe couldn't help but say, "Several students, can you see the stance movements on the field clearly?" Several first-grade realms twisted their heads in unison to look at them. Some people were furious, some people were shocked, but a first-grade realm was out of breath. "You are the Thunderblade Patriarch." This statement, the eyes of the whole field are all attracted by it. I do not know how many eyes have twisted their heads to look at. There is curiosity, there is a nymphomaniac, there is envy, there is also jealousy. Su-zhe clasped his fist, smiled and said, "Everyone, have a good game. Don't affect your play because of me." The ring. Wei Wuchen, who was wearing a white vintage tunic and holding a tang sword, had a gloomy face. In the battle just now, he thought he had fought very beautifully. Absolutely can attract countless compliments and cheers. But now it's gone. All of it was captivated by Suzy. Wei Wuchen gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and laughed coldly in his heart. "Su-zhe, if you didn't have a good master, could you have the achievements you have today? Not to mention the second last in the list of 7th grade sect masters. Do you really think you are strong?" Wei Wuduan, born in a martial arts family. His grandfather, who was a minor celebrity in the martial arts world during peacetime, died after the aura recovery, but his father, with the martial arts roots left behind by the old man, quickly rose to prominence and is now in the 8th grade golden body realm. Therefore, he knew something about this Thunderblade master. For example, he had a master of the absolute peak realm. This is actually in the martial arts world. It is not a secret, but that is all. Su-zhe's various battle records under the deliberate suppression of the martial arts administration. On the contrary, the martial arts world does not know many people. Wei Wuchen was very uneven in his heart. With one's qualifications, wouldn't it be simple to achieve the rank of Patriarch if one had a top-notch instructor? Being over there and all the classmates to exchange pleasantries, Su-zhe's eyes moved, looking toward the stands, but not stunned. His sense, how keen, just now actually perceived a hostile intent. Because of Suzy's arrival, the scene was confused for a moment. However, soon after, some tutors stepped in to maintain order, and one tutor said in a loud voice, "The match continues. Wei Wuchen, you have won 3 matches in a row, so you can choose to go down to rest or I choose to continue the challenge." Wei Wuchen spoke directly, interrupting his mentor's words. His gaze, sweeping from Su-zhe, finally landed on Jiang Qinghe. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and he laughed. "I choose to challenge Jiang Qinghe." Boom! This statement was tantamount to setting off a shocking wave amongst the crowd, and those students instantly exploded. Wei Wuchen is going to challenge Jiang Qinghe? Gosh, sophomore recognized 2 big masters to early collision it. Not right, Wei Wuchen is not Jiang Qinghe's suitor. Bah! The shameless Wei Wuchen has been promoted to the mid-4th rank realm a month ago. And how long has it been since Jiang Qinghe was promoted to the 4th rank? Isn't this bullying my family's ice goddess? Hey! Don't you guys know? Jiang Qinghe is Thunderblade Patriarch's half-sister. Another knowledgeable person broke a powerful news. Suddenly, all gazes again all looked at Suzy. Su-zhe, however, swept a glance at Wei Wuchen. Hostile to me? Challenged Jiang Qinghe? An ing suitor of Jiang Qinghe? He walked towards Jiang Qinghe, who was preparing to go to the ring to meet the challenge, and smiled. "Sister, wait a moment first. Huh? Where's your 15, sis?" Jiang Qinghe, wearing the A-grade composite metal longsword that Su-zhe had given her earlier, froze and said, "It's just a school audition. Point blank. There's no need to bring 15, right? Who says it's not necessary?" Su-zhe said with a straight face. "Martial artists cut. Never be careless. To every match, as life and death struggle, so that you can quickly improve there. But it's definitely too late for you to go back to your dormitory and get the divine soldier. Sister, this dustless sword you first use, although the dustless sword is not a divine weapon, but it is better than a divine weapon. By the way, this divine weapon shoes, I have looked for the lay master to remodel last night. After you wear it, it should have a considerable help to your speed after you put them on. They should help you with your speed and stance." Around them, the students, who had just been clamoring all froze. What the hell? The divine warrior? And even the shoes are divine weapons? In the ring, the smile on Wei Wuqian's face froze, and he simply had the feeling that he had sunk. How do you fight? Isn't that ing bullying? Chapter 119. Unbridled. The air seemed to freeze. At this moment, the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts University's playground was quiet, and all the students and tutors were staring incredulously at Su Zhe and Jiang Qinghe. Next, there was a great clamor all at once. Oh my God! Divine weapons! Big brother, please ask, what does it mean to be a divine soldier? Rubbish! Don't even know this? Divine weapons are weapons used by powerful sect masters. It is said that the difficulty of obtaining them is extremely high. 85% of sect masters do not have a divine weapon. Rumors are not to be lightly believed. The Thunderblade Patriarch is the second to last on the 7th grade list, and can be said to be the weakest Patriarch, and people even have shoes that are at the level of Divine Soldier, which is enough to see that Divine Soldiers aren't very difficult to obtain. Wei Wuqian is Jiang Qinghe's suitor, and Su Zhe is Jiang Qinghe's half-brother. So it's said that the two of them have a very unusual relationship. You guys say, will there be a deeper meaning to this match? Don't talk nonsense, Be careful, Thunderblade Patriarch cut you? Pro brother? That is not a mess. You're ing deaf. People say they're half-brothers. A half-brother and a nasty brother? The chatter. It's actually starting to run away. Silence. In the ring, the peak 6th grade realm tutor Changshan finally came back to his senses and couldn't help but dryly cough as he loudly said, "Purge." The match continues. Jiang Qinghe, with a gentle leap, jumped onto the ring. With a surprised look on her face, she said, "I feel that my body is quite a bit lighter. This divine soldier shoes can definitely allow me to enhance my speed by double. This sword." Just as she leapt into the ring, the tip of her sword accidentally touched the ring. Then, the ring is then impaled. Holy! Opposite Jiang Qinghe, Wei Wuqian was on the verge of crying and lost his voice. "No, this is not fair. Tutor Changshan, I want to protest. This is cheating." Changshan's face was expressionless as he said, "When a martial artist fights, their weapon is a part of their own strength. Protests are null and void. The match will continue." "Me!" Wei Wuqian clenched his teeth, lifted his sword, and laughed fiercely. "Jiang Qinghe, my cultivation, battle techniques, sword techniques, and body techniques are all better than yours. I don't believe that a weapon can make up for the gap between you and me." He urged his chi and blood, and the color of blood filled the air above his grade composite metal battle knife as he gripped the knife with both hands and slashed down. It's appeared, Senior Wei Wuqian's Berserk Triple Strike. It is said that this move is Senior Wei Wuqian's best move, condensing his entire body's chi and blood, and chopping down with 3 blades, with the blades stacked on top of each other, had killed an evil martial artist at the early stage of the 5th grade realm. Can Jiang Qinghe block it? Jiang Qinghe's strength, in the end, is 1 step behind Wei Wuqian, someone exclaimed. However, in the next moment, their cries of surprise came to an abrupt end. Wei Wuqian's Berserk Triple Strike only struck 1 blow. Then, Jiang Qinghe crossed his sword to resist. The blade fell on the sword. Like tofu, it snapped in 2 with a brush. Wei Wuduan exploded back. However, Jiang Qinghe did not expect the dustless sword to be so strong, and had already subconsciously handed out a sword. Pest! Even though Wei Wuqian had already withdrawn a foot, his shoulder was still torn and blood splattered. It was the strength of the sword that injured him through the air. Changshan, slightly stunned at the sight. What the hell is this? A magic weapon. Divine soldiers, he had seen them before, but were they this strong? Is it possible that this contest is really unfair? He hurriedly shouted, "The match is over. Jiang Qinghe wins." Jiang Qinghe won some bewilderment. Wei Wuqian, on the other hand, covered his shoulder with 1 hand. His eyes were red, staring at Jiang Qinghe. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, somewhat hysterical. "Jiang Qinghe, your skills are sparse. If not by virtue of the benefits of the divine soldier, you could have left me?" Jiang Qinghe treated Su Zhe with a birdie. But at school, she was nicknamed the Ice Goddess. For anyone, it was an indifferent, rejecting attitude. And after being surprised, he fixed his mind and coldly said, "Defeat is defeat, so why say more? You dare to fight me again?" Wei Wuqian gritted his teeth and drank. "No need to use divine weapons, just based on real skill. If you beat me, From now on Wei Wuchen, will turn my head away when I see you, and if you lose, you will be my girlfriend. Do you dare? Unbridled. Boom. A spiritual Weiya violently erupted, directly suppressing Wei Wuchen in an instant, his mouth and nose spilling blood as he fell to his knees. Su Zhe's eyes were indifferent as he looked towards Wei Wuchen and said indifferently, Wei Wuchen, how dare you? You dare to talk like this in front of me. If you dare to say one more word, do you believe that I will shoot you dead on the spot? Pest! Wei Wuduan sprayed out another mouthful of old blood. He was full of fear, and simply did not expect that Su Zhe would actually suddenly strike. Until this moment, Wei Wuduan realized himself in front of Su Zhe how small. Talking? Say. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even say anything because of this spiritual pressure. Jiangnan Wu University, Martial Arts Academy, Dean's Office. Elder brother Wei is joking, as Wuduan is the pride of our Martial Dao Academy. It is only right that the school vigorously cultivates him. Dong Wenjie laughed. Our Martial Arts Academy has always aimed to treat students equally. They earn points in exchange for resources. The more capable they are, the more they get. Opposite Dong Wenjie sat a middle-aged man carrying a battle sword, with inch-long hair and wearing a practicing uniform. His appearance was a bit similar to Wei Wuchen. Wei Zhixing, 39th on the 8-point golden body ranking. For forged golden body, the strongest person of the Wei family in Yangzhou City. Wei Wuduan is none other than his son. At this time laughed, did not pick up this sentence, but digressed and said gruffly, Elder brother Dong, the one on Chongming Island, is it true that he is certified to the absolute peak? It should be true. Dong Wenjie's face was also serious, said, this news, is the martial arts administration side passed over? According to the past management, there are demonic beasts certified to the absolute top will certainly launch a beast tide, and this time, the beast tide target, it is highly likely that it is Jiangnan base city. Suddenly, Wei Zhixing and Dong Wenjie changed color in unison. They felt an explosion of spiritual power. Wei Zhixing was originally seated by the window, and with one side of his head, he was able to see the commotion in the playground ring, and could not help but change his face drastically. His breath erupted violently, and with a rumbling sound, he shattered the window and leapt out, scolding, Dare to injure my son, you have great guts. Chapter 120. A stockpile of first aid knowledge? Wei Zhixing was angry. He is at least the 8th grade of the Golden Body Realm, in the country ranked as a strong person. Now his own son was suppressed like a dog. If it was a peer-to-peer fight, it would be just that. But he couldn't endure being bullied by a patriarch in a big way. He instantly erupted and leapt out from the 4th floor. His body was surrounded by golden light, and with a sweep of his spiritual power, he discovered Su Zhe, and at once, the powerful spiritual power belonging to the 8th grade realm swept out in a vast manner, ready to shock Su Zhe and avenge his beloved son. Although, the difference between the spiritual power of the 8th grade realm and the 7th grade realm wasn't too great. But Su Zhe was new to the 7th grade. He, Iron Blade Wei Zhixing, is the 39th of the 8 golden body list of the ceiling of the strong, fierce spiritual power under the shock. Su Zhe cannot be good. However, a scream. Wei Zhiwang was in mid-air. His chi was violently converged, and the chi, blood, and golden light on his body was as if the electricity had stopped for a moment, and it was clicked, gone. Wei Zhixing, who was just as imposing as a rainbow, did a free fall feat, from more than a dozen meters in the air, instantly falling. Bang! 8th grade golden body realm, how hard is the body? Ground were smashed to depression, although not to appear human-shaped crater, but the spider web general crack wind is densely extended out a long way. Dong Wenjie, who was chasing after Wei Zhixing, froze just as he drilled out the window. What's going on? What the hell happened? The playground. Thousands of teachers and students of Jiangnan Wudao College, all of them are in a daze. When Wei Zhixing's aura was revealed and his body was covered in golden light, it was indeed quite shocking, especially the sentence, "Dare to hurt my son. How dare you?" which made many people realize that. This person is Wei Wuchen's father, the 39th ranked Iron Blade Wei Zhixing of the 8 golden body rankings. A strong person not much weaker than Dean Dong. But why did it fall from the sky? Wei Wuduan too was shocked. He screamed miserably, then realized that the spiritual suppression on his body had disappeared, and instantly exploded, pouncing on Wei Zhixing and shouting, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, are you all right?" The ring. Jiang Qinghe subconsciously looked at Suze. Suzy was at a loss. What on earth happened just now? It seems that there is a not-so-weak spiritual force that is actually attacking itself. Then, this scene of Wei Zhixing falling high in the sky happened. Could it be that, seeing that I beat Wei Wuchen, he wants to blackmail me? In an instant, Suzy banished this thought. Joke. He would blackmail himself if he was at the 8th level of the Golden Body Realm? Then there's only one possibility. Could it be that this thing, spiritual power, is similar to the physical body? My spiritual power is too strong, and his spiritual power is a bit weak. So in the moment of attacking me, it caused a backlash. Suzy came to a realization. He rushed forward. Wei Wuchen seems to be scared silly. Keep calling Dad, but do not know what to do. Asshole. Suze grabbed Wei Wuchen's collar and threw him aside with an ear slap, spitting and cursing. Waste thing, your father is in such a state, and you actually know how to cry. You're a college student. Don't you have any knowledge of first aid? Suzy looked at the ground. It's all smashed up like this. It's a little serious. A normal person falling like this would surely die. The realm of the 8 pins should not have happened. 8 products realm falling events. No way to compare the evidence. But from the appearance of this seems to be called Wei Zhixing, middle-aged man's temperament to see. His face pale, the skin of the mouth purple, and even the mouth and nose are overflowing with blood. Suze did not know that this is because of the spiritual power backlash and formed. Immediately frowned and stared. Said, Wei Wuchen, your father's condition? It's not optimistic. No way. Wei Wuchen panicked and said hoarsely, my father is the 8th grade golden body realm. The strength of his golden body is harder than a grade composite metal, not to mention 5 floors. Even if he falls down 50 floors, he may not be fine. What the do you know? Suze slapped Wei Wuchen aside, looked around and shouted, is there anyone from the nursing department or studying medicine? All the students wide-eyed. This is the Budo Academy. Simple first aid knowledge and even more profound some people understand, but the Thunder Knife Patriarch requirements are nursing or study medicine. Everyone, not all study martial arts? Doesn't anyone know first aid? Suzy mumbled and whispered, and had to roll up her sleeves and do it herself. He pondered for a moment, recalling the knowledge base in his mind about first aid. Choking, squatting down on the ground. Suzy tried to pinch it and it didn't work, so he pushed slightly. Click. A slight crunch. In Suzy's hand, a piece of golden skin the size of a fingernail cap appeared. Academic building, dean's office. Dong Wenjie, who had half his body drilled out of the window, froze. This Suzy, actually hard from Wei Zhixing, gouged down a fragment of the golden body. However, Wei Zhixing still had not awakened. Bang! Suzy lands a jab to Wei Zhixing's midsection. Wei Zhixing's entire body arched up. I can't believe you're still not awake? It looks like there's only one last move. So slaps left and right, a couple of slaps. Wei Zhixing remains unawakened. The entire martial arts academy was silent. Everyone, quietly gazing at Suze's operation, actually has a long sense of knowledge. A female tutor murmured, although Thunderblade Patriarch's first aid movements were a bit too hard, they are actually quite standard. At this time, Tang Fengruo rushed over from nowhere. Suze saw this and rejoiced. Dean Tang, quickly call the 120 emergency phone. Wei Zongshi fell down. Tang Fengyu previously went out on an errand. She had just come back and was directly stunned when she saw this scene. Patriarch Wei? Crash. She looked up at the building, a total of only 5 floors high, the 8th grade Zongshi. The fall can become this appearance? After a little checking, Tang Fengruo smiled and said, it's fine. Patriarch Wei is only suffering from a slight trauma to his spiritual power and is unconscious for a short period of time. He'll probably be fine after sleeping for a while. Chapter 121. Is it so hard to admit defeat? Wei Zhixing was carried away. Wei Wuchen, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground with a dumbfounded expression. He is the proud son of heaven, known as the Pearl of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, only a sophomore. His cultivation will be straight to the middle of the 4th product realm. The comprehensive strength is comparable to the ordinary 5th product, and is the 8th product of the Patriarch's heir. The halo is added to the body on weekdays, and what an honor. He is smart and learns everything fast. Who doesn't praise him? No matter his instructors or classmates. Today, however, it was as if he had been descended in wisdom. The heavy blows have left him in a state of confusion. On the side, Jiang Qinghe came, her voice to Wei Wuchen, still icy cold, said, Wei Wuchen, you want to have a fair fight? Can wait for the end of the Wudao competition of the Wu University. I will fight with you. But the conditions you've put forward, they're too ridiculous. Who I, Jiang Qinghe, will be the girlfriend of is not something that can be determined by a single win or loss, said. She glanced at Suzy. Just because the first aid failed, and the mood is depressed, Suzy suddenly smiled and said, Sister, you next? There are still competitions yet? If there is no competition, let's go buy a car and a house. It's quite awkward to live in the school all the time. I've got 2 more fights, but they'll be over soon. Jiang Qinghe also knew that Suzy had money nowadays, so he immediately returned and came back to the ring. The scene, pacified by the tutors, gradually settled down. But the murmurs, however, did not abate in the least. So handsome! Is this the sovereign realm? With a loud shout, Wei Wuchen fell to his knees. It is said that the Zhongshe realm can release spiritual power outwardly. Is this the effect of spiritual power deterrence? A girl whose looks and figure were hard to look past, holding a pen and paper, walked over, pursed her red lips and whispered, Thunderblade Patriarch, can you sign an autograph for me? Suzy froze. We are all classmates. Signature such a small thing. If you refuse, it will not seem too insensitive. Immediately took the pen, brushed, Suzy 2 big words and signed. That girl was so excited that she kissed Suzy's signature fiercely and covered it on her chest again, excitedly saying, I got the signature of the Thunderblade Patriarch. I got Thunderblade Patriarch's signature. Ha! Suzy struck like lightning and took the signature back in one go. The girl froze, surprised. Thunderblade Patriarch. Click, click, click. Suzy tore the signature into pieces in 3 tries and said with a cold face, Get out! The girl walked away with red eyes and a resigned look on her face. Around them, some of the students who had wanted to find Suzy to ask for autographs suddenly winced and gave up the idea. Bang! A peak 3rd grade martial artist fell off the martial stage. He got up, clasped his fists and said, Jiang Qinghe, I, Lu Yunjia, have not served anyone. It's that way Wuchen, he's only touching the martial arts way earlier than me, and he has an 8th grade realm old man who teaches him. But you, I'm convinced. When you first joined the school, you were not as good as me. But you, a weak woman, have reached this kind of achievement in just 2 years. Even if you don't move and have a sword technique, you can beat me. Lu Yunjia took a deep breath, turned around violently, and took a big step toward the outside of the school, saying loudly, Today, I, Lu Yunjia, enter the wilderness area, and will never return without being a 4th grade. On stage, Jiang Qinghe didn't say a word. She was at school, and her personality was such that there were very few things that could make her laugh or make her talk. Ice goddess, not for nothing. Changshan said in a loud voice, Jiang Qinghe versus Lu Yunjia? Jiang Qinghe wins? Can anyone come up to the stage to challenge? 10 seconds passed. If there is no one to challenge, the opponents will be decided in the order of enrollment. Changshan took a roster, scanned it a few times and called out, Wang Zhong, come up to the stage and answer the battle. Below the ring, an early 3rd grade student let out a bitter smile and said, Forget it. I admit defeat. With this skill of mine, it's hard for me to go 10 moves in Lu Yunjia's hands. Where is Jiang Qinghe's opponent? Good. Changshan nodded and said, Equal strength, even if unbeatable, sparring matches can increase practical combat experience. But the strength disparity, but also hard-headed challenge, is brain-dead behavior once injured, will not delay more cultivation time. He spoke. Jiang Qinghe has won 3 matches in a row and can choose to continue the challenge or rest. Jiang Qinghe jumped down from the ring. At that moment, Changshan added, Senior, Qin He. At that moment, a burst of shouts came out, but I saw a young man carrying double swords. Stepping onto the ring, he was full of momentum, his qi and blood were strong, and he actually reached the middle stage of the 5th product realm. This cultivation level, placed in the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts University, was the top group of experts. Ha! This Qin He is somewhat interesting. Suzy laughed a little. Jiang Qinghe, on the other hand, glanced back at Qin He. The battle intent in his eyes flickered. Then he withdrew his gaze and said, Qin He, the president of the student council, is extremely strong. In the school, except for those 6th grade realm senior demons, others, all of them have fought with Qin He. No one should go up to the stage to challenge him. Suzy was instantly disinterested. Those of the same rank couldn't beat Qin He. The eyes of the 6 products and cannot put Qin He. How boring. He let out a laugh and said, "Sister, I'm not familiar with Jiangnan. Where is a better house over here?" Su Zhe was about to leave when he heard Chang Shan say, "10 seconds have passed and no one has challenged, so the opponents will be decided according to the order of registration." He scanned the roster, blushed slightly, then rubbed his eyes. Finally, Fong said in a questioning style tone, "Su Zhe, ha." Su Zhe, who hadn't walked out a few steps shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Qinghe, froze slightly. The next moment he reacted. Wang Ho, this dog thing, secretly enrolled himself. Really think that this old man will compromise? He was just about to open his mouth. The ring. Qin He's face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "I admit defeat." He thought of Wei Wuqian, thought of the iron sword, Wei Zhixing. Hurriedly jumped out of the ring. "I ten. Susie's I word was all out of his mouth. And then, how the hell does that work? It's so hard for me to admit defeat? In the mind. Ding. You have defeated a 5th grade martial artist and gained a reward, plus 500 reinforcement points. Ding. You have won a victory in the martial arts competition, plus 100 reinforcement points. Susie raised an eyebrow. Chapter 122, Weakest Patriarch versus Strongest 6th grade? Susie was shocked. Lousy did not do anything, and even wanted to admit defeat. Actually defeated a 5th grade martial artist, and the system even sent out reinforcement points. The point was that there was actually a reinforcement point reward for winning the martial arts competition. Susie's heart fluttered, but after the heartbeat, it was a faint smile. If he really goes to the ring, he can certainly earn a sum of reinforcement points, but won't he fall into the trap of the King's Marquis? Reinforcement points, this isn't hard to earn. Every day after dinner, you can go to the wilderness area to exercise and digest, casually find a 7th grade demonic beast to kill, demon core, demonic beast materials, plus the rewards from the kill, you can almost get 40,000 reinforcement points. Qin He admits defeat. Su Zhe wins. On the high stage, Chang Shan looked at Su Zhe and said, "Su Zhe, please come to the ring." I ten. Su Zhe was just about to open his mouth and say, "I give up my qualification," when a loud laugh came out. A young man dressed in white, his feet stepping on the void, swept away from the back of the crowd and landed on top of the ring like a dragonfly in fresh water. He was carrying a battle sword with blood on its blade. He was wearing a set of sweatshirt. His body was even stained with blood. The whole person was dusty, but he was in excellent spirits. His gaze looked straight at Su Zhe and smiled. "Thunderblade Patriarch, I'm Chun Jingzhou, a senior student, with peak cultivation of the 6th grade realm. I'm shameless, and would like to ask for a few lessons from Thunderblade Patriarch." The whole room roared at these words. It's Senior Chun Jingzhou. He's back from the wilderness area? Look at his look. I'm afraid he just got back to school and didn't even have time to change. What do you guys say? Senior Chun Jingzhou, is it possible to defeat the Thunderblade Patriarch? This can't be right. Someone shook his head and said, "Strong people in the Zhongshe realm, their spiritual power qualitatively changes and can be externally released, and under the shock of their spiritual power, it is hard to resist unless they are the same Zhongshe." Hey! This is not necessarily Chun Jingzhou Sr. progresses rapidly. He was extremely strong half a year ago. That is, the veteran 6th grade Changshan tutor, Duan tutor, and so on in his hands are often defeated, and now in the wilderness area in the half a year, the strength is bound to soar, perhaps already invincible under the Zhong Master. And the Thunderblade Patriarch, ranked only 2nd to last on the Patriarch list, can be called the weakest Patriarch. Strongest 6th grade versus weakest Patriarch. Who's strong and who's weak? Su Zhe's ears moved, capturing all the murmurs in his ears. He raised his head and looked at the young man called Chun Jingzhou, who was slowly gathering his aura as his battle spirit rose. He did have that thought, killing it in the wilderness area for a month. He felt that he, himself, had reached the edge of the qualitative change of his spiritual power, but no matter what, it was very difficult to do so, and he had searched for a 7th grade demonic beast, wanting to take the opportunity to walk on the edge of life and death, thus sharpening his essence in order to make a breakthrough. Just that head of 7 is too strong. There was no time to exchange a few moves before they were crushed everywhere. And now, Susie was the best target. Newly minted sect master, 18-year-old 7th rank, 2nd to last on the list of 7th rank sect masters. So young, but already a patriarch, destined not to have much higher achievements in battle techniques. Combat experience is bound to be inferior to their own. As for the 7th grade martial arts Patriarch's spiritual power shock, it may not be impossible to carry. The chi and blood are good, and the spiritual power has also reached the threshold of qualitative change externalization. He suddenly jumped out and challenged me at this time, obviously wanting to borrow my hand to sharpen his martial arts and perhaps explode a bit, thus breaking the shackles and stepping into the realm of the sovereign. Su Zhe pierced through Chun Jingzhou's thoughts at a glance, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You want me to be a stepping stone? You deserve it? He looked at Chang Shan and said, Teacher Chang, I admit defeat. What? Chang Shan was shocked, thinking that he had heard wrongly. The atmosphere that had just been noisy because of Chun Jingzhou's appearance was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at Su Zhe with an unbelievable face. Su Zhe, on the other hand, laughed and said, I was pitched the registration for this martial arts competition was not reported by me. I think you should be able to inquire about it. Chang Shan looked up and looked at a female tutor not far away. The female mentor nodded without moving. Only then did Chang Shan say, You're a martial arts grandmaster. Participating in the school's martial arts tryouts would have been a bit inappropriate. In that case, it's just right to forfeit the competition. However, that Chun Jingzhou let out a cold laugh and gazed at Su Zhe. The battle intent and aura on his body climbed to the extreme point as he said in a loud voice, Is the Thunderblade Patriarch afraid? Or is this 7th grade of yours very watery? Su Zhe turned back. Thunderblade Patriarch, do you dare to fight me? Chun Jingzhou was as angry as a rainbow and snapped. When had Su Zhe ever been pressed like this? He coldly looked at Chun Jingzhou and faintly said, You're too weak. You fighting with me won't serve to hone your skills at all. Instead it will blow your self-confidence. Chun Jingzhou didn't care. He leapt down from the ring, holding his dual swords in his hands. He came in stride, suddenly bursting out with a cry. His stance erupted, and all of a sudden, the Dao Dao blade light lit up, enveloping Su Zhe. Su Zhe also came on fire. Do you really think I'm made of clay? With a wave of his hand, the Kunwu blade entered his hand and slashed through the air. And before he could strike the blade, all of Chun Jingzhou's attacks were disintegrated by Su Zhe's aura. Boom! The 70-meter Thunderblade deity descended from the sky, almost grazing Chun Jingzhou's body as it chopped down to the ground. The earth tore. The lawn of the school playground was plowed directly into a deep slash. Chun Jingzhou, who had just been as imposing as a rainbow, froze in place, his entire body stunned, as if petrified and motionless. Su Zhe put away his knife and laughed coldly. I've abandoned the race, but I'm still only chasing after you. If there's a next time, I'll chop you to death. He grabbed Jiang Qinghe's small, soft and boneless hand and left in large strides. Pissed. Chun Jingzhou blankly palmed his mouth and a green smoke came out of it. That cut just now. It didn't hurt him, but the flickering arcs of thunder that grazed his body nearly cooked him on fire. His clothes scorched black and his hair turned into an explosion. In the middle of the day, someone in the crowd murmured, Thunderblade Patriarch? Thunderblade Patriarch. No wonder the title Thunderblade. So strong. Is this the power of a patriarch? Su Zhe is the weakest Zhongsher, actually all strong as this, someone exclaimed. Chun Jingzhou, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. Weakest Nima then ah. Have you ever seen a 7th grade master fight? If the Su Zhe is the weakest 7th grade sect master, I will rip my head off and kick it for you guys as a ball. Chapter 123, Demon King Certified Absolute Peak. Kyoto. Martial Arts Authority Headquarters. Wang Ho crossed his legs, smoked a cigar, and reclined in a comfortable leather swivel chair. On the desk in front of him sat a thermos soaked with goji berries. Outside the office, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Qinghe walked in. After he saw Wang Ho's appearance, as well as the wolfberry thermos cup on the table, his entire body became uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but say, Steward Wang, you're a Jedi peak, and you're also the highest person in charge of the martial arts administration. So I'm afraid that if the media captured your daily routine, it wouldn't be a very good influence, would it? Stretch your legs. Smoking a cigar is not to mention, but what the hell is the meaning of this thermos of goji berries? Zhang Qinghe feels that he has been working in the martial arts administration for the past few years, and he has been almost blind, which if he continues to work, he may not be really blind at any time. Wang Ho, however, didn't care. He took a sip of the goji berry-infused tea in his thermos, skillfully spit out a goji berry and laughed. Jedi Peak is also a human being? What's wrong with a cup of tea for my old man? Wang Ho got up, looked out the window and laughed. The selection tournament over at Jiangnan Martial Arts University should have started by now, right? It's official this morning. When this matter was mentioned, Zhang Qinghe's face became strange. Wang Ho, however, said smugly, "What about that kid?" To help Su Zhe enroll, he personally notified the Ministry of Education Senior Management, directly called the Jiangnan Wu University responsible for enrollment of the tutor to get. "I thought you weren't competing? I've enrolled you. When the time comes, you're a grandmaster. Do you want to be ashamed? If you want to save face, can you not go on stage?" Wang Ho had simply underestimated Su Zhe. On Zhang Qinghe's side, he briefly explained the matter. Wang Ho's smile froze, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse, gritting his teeth. This little prick. Really doesn't let the old man save his heart? By the way, how is Wei Zhixing injured? I had someone ask. It's just minor mental trauma. Wang Ho resumed his seat. The Pit Suzy thing was just a whim. In fact, Suzy participated in the competition or not. It's all the same anyway. When the time comes to the final, can go on stage on the line. Dong Shan of Kyoto Wushu University and Ji Ziyue of Mordor Wushu University would probably do the same. Which I had thought, Suzy is not a salt and oil person. He laughed. Su Zhe, this kid, really more and more interesting. He can easily obtain the 7th grade demon core. I guess that his spiritual power is very strong. But I did not expect that actually even the 8th grade golden body for forging, when attacking him, will be subjected to a backlash. His spiritual power, I'm afraid that when it can afford to be the first under the absolute top. Zhang Qinghe's face changed slightly as he said, "The one from the magic capital doesn't even have the same spiritual power as him? Maybe." Zhang Qinghe couldn't help but say, "If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Suzy is about to be extinct? How can the Jedi Peak be so simple? By the way, how many grades is that kid? Huh? Didn't you meet the steward the other day? How many grades is he? You didn't see it. Who the hell knows what grade he is?" Wang Ho froze for a moment. "This kid is evil, explosive power is very strong. But the last time I saw, it seems that the chi and blood is also 7 products. But 7th grade, killing 9th grade in seconds, is that realistic?" He stopped mentioning this topic and said with a grave expression, "Over at Chongming Island, how is the movement?" According to the intelligence, Chongming Island Anaconda King should have already witnessed the success of the Tao, and in its vicinity, countless demonic beasts are converging, and I am afraid that the beast tide will be completely formed in recent days. The strongest members of the demon race, once they had certified to the absolute peak, would inevitably unleash a wave of beasts. This makes no sense, but in recent years it seems to have become an unwritten rule. Inform them to go down and have Mordor, Jiangnan, Yangzhou, Suzhou, and Jiaxing on full alert. Chongming Island Anaconda King launched a beast tide has been inevitable. Look at the specific will attack that city. Today is still unknown, although in accordance with the judgment, the maximum possible destination of the beast tide attack is the Jiangnan base city. Can have to defend. It was unlikely for a demonic beast to attack a small city when it was certified to be at the absolute top. The biggest target is the magic capital and Jiangnan. In fact, Chongming Island is closer to the magic capital, but the defense of the magic capital city, as well as the number of experts, is extremely high, is now the safest city in the country. The demonic beasts are not stupid and do not necessarily dare to offend. Wang Ho looked out the window, his eyes flashed a touch of killing, and he said in a deep voice, "This time the Anaconda King witnessed the Tao, and there is a lot of movement on the side of the demonic beasts. Zhang Qinghe, help me contact the military barracks Yi Sifu, the Ministry of Education, Steward Huang. This time, it is necessary to deter this group of people properly." Zhang Qinghe's face moved slightly and he hastily retreated. Heart. But it was a big surprise. Yi Sifu of the barracks, Huang Steward of the Ministry of Education, these are the absolute top of the 3 absolute tops gathered. This is going to break out the battle of the absolute tops. The absolute top war will not be started lightly, and once it breaks out, it will be a real disaster. Jiangnan Base City. Peach Blossom Chinese Villa Property Center. Congratulations, Mr. Su, Miss Jiang. From today onwards, the 18 villas of Peach Blossom Garden will belong to Mr. Su and Miss Jiang. A suited and booted real estate manager, about the 3rd grade realm, with a smile on his face, handed over a few keys, saying, "The decoration of our villas are designed and constructed by well-known decoration companies. Buy today, live today, and also send a parking lot. Okay. Susie took the key and said impatiently, "Don't explain. It's not like we haven't seen the house before. What's the point of wasting so many words?" "Yes, Mr. Su. You go through the rest of the paperwork and call me if you need anything," Susie commanded. The manager smiled from ear to ear, not to mention Susie said a few words about him. Even if he was pressed to the ground and rubbed, it didn't matter. Real estate today is expensive, especially in a big base city like Jiangnan. A detached villa worth more than 300 million, the commission he can take will definitely not be small. Chinese villa, the architectural style is inclined to the ancient style. The reason why Suze chose this villa is because there is a river that passes not far from the front of the villa. This is very rare in today's era. It is said that in the upper reaches of the river, there is a powerful martial artist who specializes in sitting in the town, fearing that there are demonic beasts that will flow down the river. Had dinner. Back to the villa. I wanted to flirt with Jiang Qinghe and get closer, but I never thought that Jiang Qinghe answered a phone call, and her face changed slightly, so she got up and said, "Suze, I have something I have to go back to the school, and it's just the right time for me to move the things in the dormitory over." Okay. After sending Jiang Qinghe away, Suze wandered around the villa a few times. It was doubly boring. I, for one, really can't spare a minute. Suze sighed, and then thought of the many reinforcement points he had lost by giving up on participating in the auditions today. He took out his laptop from the storage space, plugged it in, linked it to the internet, and began to search the internet. Near Jiangnan, where are the most high-grade demonic beasts? A moment, Susie's eyes lit up. Chongming Island? On Chongming Island, there are a large number of high-quality demonic beasts. Cut. And there is a water boa that is strong and is the most powerful demonic beast among the 9 products. What is a water boa? Chapter 124. Sniper Beast Tide's Wish. Anacondas, also known as water boa constrictors, are the largest of the extant snakes, and in peacetime, adult anacondas grow to be more than 3 meters long, with the largest, the green anaconda of South America, being up to 6 meters long. After the recovery of the aura, most of the anacondas have evolved and their size has skyrocketed. The largest anaconda demonic beast found in the world now is the black anaconda on Chongming Island in the Yangtze River Delta region, which is up to 90 meters in length and more than 8 meters in diameter, making it a top grade 9 demonic beast. Susie consulted the information. 90 meters, 30 stories high. There are even many breakthroughs online, though most are rather vague. That's it. Suze's heart stirred, determining his goal this time, and he turned his thoughts to say, "It is the topmost 9th grade demonic beast, while my strength is comparable to that of the topmost 9th grade martial artist, so perhaps it is possible to verify who is actually the strongest." As a martial artist, Suze had utilized the spirit of a martial artist's thunder and lightning to the extreme. He identified his target, immediately got up, and walked out of the villa. It's a pity that Suze didn't know that the Anaconda King just in the last few days had already certified the absolute peak of the Tao. After all, this kind of thing, the internet can't be checked. At the entrance of the villa area, after waiting for a full 23 minutes, Suze froze and did not get a car. Took out my cell phone and looked at it. It's 8:40 p.m. Jiangnan Base City is 400 to 500 kilometers away from Chongming Island, plus I don't know the road, a come and go, at least 1 hour, and that Anaconda King is so powerful. I'm only afraid that it will take at least 300 rounds of battle. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll have a hard time getting back before 11. Tick-tock. Behind. A shrill honk came. Susie turned around, but saw a sports car, parked right behind him. The driver of the car was a young man who poked his head out and cursed, "Are you sick in the head? What are you doing standing on the main road? Get lost. Don't block my way." The car was coming out of the villa area behind them. Those who could afford to live in this villa area were either rich, powerful, or strong. This young man, a second-grade martial artist, is so arrogant, so the family should be very powerful or money. Susie looked around. Determining that he was not standing on the road, but on the sidewalk, he immediately said, "Young man, we are all in the same neighborhood. Head up, head down, why be so aggressive?" "Ha!" The young man laughed coldly, mocking. "On your kind of poor pussy, on the body of that set of clothes, 80 yuan stalls to buy it? Also deserve to live with lousy in a... What do you want?" The young man's tone was suddenly flustered. However, he saw Suze silently pull out his sword. carrying the Kuan Wu knife, and came to the front of the young man's car. "What do you want? There's surveillance everywhere. You just hurt a hair on my head. My dad will kill you." Susie tapped the car door with the back of his blade and faintly said, "Open the door." The youth instantly raised the car window, seems to remember what face panic look into smugness sneer. "It lousy, this is the latest model of the super sports car. The windows are super bulletproof glass. Bombs cannot be blown open. The body is a hole into the A composite metal. That is, the 6th grade martial arts practitioner, it is very difficult to tear." The youth hadn't been smug for more than a few seconds when he almost pissed himself. He saw the teenage boy carrying a combat knife outside the window, gently jabbing his finger at his window pane. Click. Window glass shattered. A big hand, reaching in. Grabbing his collar, he pulled it outward. Bang! The youth had fallen to his knees. Susie left and right, did not ask anything. First a few slaps thrown over. The youth was directly confused. He gritted his teeth and said forcefully, "You dare to hit me? Do you know that my father?" Snap. "My dad is." Snap. "I'm ing." Snap. "Big brother. I'm convinced." Snap. Susie slapped him again, and only said afterward, "I'm sorry. I hit the smooth hand. By the way, who did you just say your father was?" The young man sobbed, "Big brother? Let's not talk about my father. Let's talk about you. Do you need money? Do you need money? How much can I give you?" Susie glanced at the sports car and said, "Send me to." "Send you? Car send you." The youth said in a hurry. "The car was given away. It doesn't matter. There's surveillance everywhere. I'm afraid we won't find it. Available at..." Bang. Susie kicked him over and sneered, "Damn. I want your junk car? I'll let you drive old me to the outskirts of the city." 15 minutes later, Susie stepped out of the sports car and walked straight out of the grid exit and into the wilderness area. May. Going to the wilderness area in the middle of the night. It's better to die out there. The youth looked at Susie's back and gritted his teeth and cursed. Boom! A 70-meter-long thunderblade gang fell from the sky and chopped along the face of the sports car. The youth shivered, straight up scared less. Susie, on the other hand, did not look back and gradually disappeared into the darkness. He found the right direction and directly urged the dustless sword, rose up in the air, drilled into the clouds, and with the terrifying speed of 3 times the speed of sound, roared toward Chongming Island. Phew! The sound of breaking air followed. A few hundred kilometers is nothing at 3 times the speed of sound. A moment, the sword light fell from the sky. Susie arrived off Chongming Island. Chongming Island is huge. In peacetime, nearly 900,000 people live here. The island covers an area of 1,200 square kilometers, and because of the continuous accumulation of sediment from the Yangtze River, Chongming Island is growing by 5 square kilometers every year. It had been predicted that Chongming Island would be able to border the land to the north in roughly 50 years. However, after the recovery of the spiritual qi, the speed of Chongming Island's enlargement became faster, and in just 20 years, its northern side had already bordered the land. Susie was, at this time, located on the Chongming Island side, a river that runs across the front. Under the moonlight, the river flowed slowly, and its surface was extremely calm. Susie frowned. It's so quiet here in the wilderness area. No, I flew all the way. Within 100 kilometers around this Chongming Island, it seems that I didn't find any demonic beasts. Susie's eyes snapped open. One possibility came to mind. Beast tide. Could it be that a beast tide is about to break out here? I just don't know where the beast wave is headed. Previously, in Lingzhou City, the wish of sniping the beast tide was not accomplished, perhaps. It can be reached today? Chapter 1. System, are you serious? The sun was shining just right at noon in September. This weather is perfect for nestling in with the air conditioning and taking a nap. Yishao couldn't sleep and was still in a cold sweat. Why? What kind of feeling do you get when you wake up and realize that you are in a conference room of a case unit, surrounded by people who are police officers? That's not the point. The point is that the first moment you wake up, countless memories are instantly integrated into your brain, all telling you in no uncertain terms. You're not in the same world anymore. Also traveled to a parallel world. And what kind of feeling do you get? Yi Zhao's sentiment was that after traveling and being reborn, he still couldn't escape his destiny of being a police officer. Yes, before crossing over he was a police officer who wasn't really a police officer, a trainee police officer. It's the path his parents set for him in life. I thought I had successfully entered the system and held the golden bowl. After a year as a trainee police officer, it's time to move on. On a police call, he was stabbed 5 times by thugs. The moment she closed her eyes, Yishao was still thinking that in her next life she would honestly be an ordinary person. I've been magnificent once for my country, for my people, for my parents, for my dreams, and that's enough. In my next life, let me be an ordinary person and enjoy the life of an ordinary person. Isn't that too much to ask? Old man wants no holds barred, wants freedom, wants paper and hot women. Now what? The reality of the crossing clunked him with a small slap and slapped him several times. Wake up, don't struggle. You're a ing cop's life. Trying to digest the memories within his brain after crossing over. Yishao, who had returned to her senses, quickly figured out the situation at hand. Really crossed over. Or the flesh-crossing kind. The memories of his brain were telling him that he was within a parallel world at this time. His identity is still a trainee police officer and his name is also Yishao. There is also an essential identity for travelers. Orphans. This would be an amazing. A person from another world pops up out of nowhere in another world and has the identity of this world. Jesus Christ, how did you do that? In his previous life, he was a single dog, but at least he had his parents. This life is fun, it opens in orphan mode. Jesus Christ, are you polite? The higher authorities have given orders that the main task of our branch this time is to publicize anti-fraud. The 2-barred, 3-bean brigadier had a serious expression as his eyes swept over all the members in the conference room. Anti-fraud? Yishao narrowed her eyes. It encompasses fraudulent behavior such as transaction fraud, internet fraud, phone fraud, and card and number theft. The purpose of the campaign is to give the general public an anti-fraud awareness to prevent being scammed. Yishao felt that this kind of work didn't have much to do with him for the time being. Because he is now, as he was in his previous life, a trainee police officer. To put it bluntly, the status is equivalent to that of a co-policeman. Doing things like being on duty and going out to the police. There is no paycheck, usually a few $100s in supplements, and food and housing are included. When they start work, they are treated like ordinary civil servants. They are civil servants in their own right. Trainee police officers are not regular police officers, have no establishment and cannot engage in police work on their own, but can only support the work of regular police officers. That's what Yishao did in his previous life. Basically an odd job type on weekdays. Cleaning, making tea, organizing case files, and other tasks. You have to learn to obey in order to have a chance to turn around. You also have to be careful to protect yourself while working, because your law enforcement efforts are not protected by the law. If an official police officer is beaten while enforcing the law, the assailant is guilty of obstruction of duty and is to be detained, fined, and compensated. Hitting a trainee cop is only considered a general beating, Can't be cannon fodder anymore. Yishao inwardly cried out. The sight of my previous life before I died was vivid in my mind. I just want to be good and normal. The meeting was adjourned. Walking out of the conference room, Yishao contemplated how she was going to talk to her leaders and go through the exit procedures. Say leader and the leader comes. The vice captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Yi Huaran, Yi Zhao's own second uncle. Orphaned is correct, it means without parents, it doesn't mean without relatives. Amazingly, after crossing over he actually has an uncle. That inexplicable memory was telling him. Growing up, he was raised by this uncle. Even today's job was arranged for him by Yi Huanyan. Otherwise, what makes you, a 22-year-old fresh out of the police academy, qualified for an internship in a criminal investigation brigade precinct? This so-called criminal investigation brigade, belonging to the county-level case unit, above which there is also a criminal investigation detachment prefecture-level city police station. At the top is the provincial municipalities directly under the central government criminal investigation department, the Ministry of Law Enforcement 5 bureaus. This is vertical leadership in the industry, with subordinates receiving technical guidance from their superiors. As for police stations, they belong to the case handling units of the most basic level of essential oils. A little bit of anything goes a long way. A bit of big stuff they can't handle and hand it over to their superiors. Typically after graduating from the police academy and trying to get into the law enforcement system, it's not that difficult. Even grassroots caseworkers like police stations have to break their heads to get in, but they don't always get in. The amount of favors paid and whatnot to go straight into a precinct like the CID as a trainee officer is huge. One can imagine that this second uncle is definitely a pro, the kind that treats Yishao as his own son. The question now is Yi Xiao didn't want to sacrifice again as she did in her previous life. I just want to go and be normal. What should I tell Uncle Tu? If I really want to stop being a cop, will it make Uncle Tu very sad and disappointed? Just as Yi Xiao was having a headache, a bizarre voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the extrajudicial fanatic system. Novice tasks issued. Mission Option 1. Continue as a trainee police officer. Reward: Everyday real men. Mission Option 2. Leave the law enforcement system. Reward: It's for men. Will the host please make a choice? Yi Xiao? This system that came out of nowhere, is it decent? Chapter 2. No, you want to. This system is not proper. Yi Xiao does not know. He knew he was as hungover as those protagonists in novels. Originally it was a very messy thing. But seeing second uncle's big majestic face, Yi Xiao couldn't be happy again. What should I tell Uncle Tu? If you don't become a cop, what are you going to do with yourself? Unfortunately, I'm a bad writer and can't remember the details of many of the novels I've read in my past life. Otherwise, can I make a lot of silver in this world by writing novels? Yi Xiao sighed helplessly. Xiao Xiao, you heard what the first and captain said just now, didn't you? Yi Huanyan looked at his great-nephew with a serious face, the majestic kind. 5'8", retired from the army for more than 10 years, still retains the military temperament in his body. He is middle-aged, but still powerful and strong. Yi Xiao wouldn't be able to compare to her uncle in this life. In both of his lives, he had that natural handsome and beautiful persona. This persona is handsome as standard, standing at 185 with a model figure. What made many homosexual animals most jealous was that Yi Xiao always had a very sunny smile on his handsome face. If this kind of smile were to be seen by the young ladies, it would blind their titanium alloy dog eyes and lick them on their knees. Uncle Tu, you say. As the two walked, Yi Xiao nodded her head. It's up to you young people to publicize such a job as anti-fraud. And today the internet is the greatest source of publicity. Yi Warinian sighed. It's not possible not to obey old age. We can't play with that kind of computer stuff. Yi Xiao? What do you mean, Uncle Tu? It's none of my business, is it? I'm just a police trainee. The publicity definitely needs to be positive, and the police need to make a good impression on the public. Second uncle's serious old face showed a trace of gentle smile. Our brigade on your kid was born a handsome face. Most of the others, well, not very photogenic. Yi Xiao. He felt Uncle Tu was up to no good, but had no proof. Fruity. You know about webcasting, right? Yi Warinian looked straight at his great-nephew and said with a smile. Before the meeting, the captain looked for me and discussed the preparation of our team to choose an individual to live broadcast to publicize anti-fraud. We all fell in love with you. Good-looking, people sunshine, very able to highlight the positive image of our police. Should also be very popular with some girls. This will be able to do the publicity work very well. Don't you think so? You're my second uncle. If I dare say something wrong, will you whip me? Yi Xiao's scalp tingled, and she also heard the meaning in her second uncle's words. A beauty queen? The police profession has degenerated? Or is it a big-time release? No, it's because people love beauty. Let's say that many law enforcement system caseworkers today have accounts on major platforms on the web. The ones in charge of publicity are some pretty police young ladies. When the sweet, cute, and valiant police lady gives you the law, so much livestock will be watching and liking all sorts of things, and the publicity will be very messy. Unfortunately, they don't have any pretty ladies in the detective squad. They're just a bunch of big old men. And, except for Yi Xiao, who is a trainee police officer, all are regular police officers, not even trainees. Moreover, each and every one of them had the same image as Yi Huanian. All of them were very majestic, and could even be described as ferocious and vicious. Just talking about face value, Yi Xiao could crush everyone within the entire brigade, even the entire city's law enforcement system. People's pretty police ladies, that's called police flowers. He's properly a police weed within the law enforcement system. If you want to broadcast live law enforcement propaganda or whatever, just tell me who to call if not you. Yi Xiao cried. It's like some people in a previous life when they were social animals and their boss said, I'm going to send you to the provinces to expand the market and be stationed there for a long time. You say, I don't want to go. The boss says, no, you want to. I, Lu Jiaming, have no choice. I really want to be a good person. But why are you doing this to me? Seeing the anticipation in Yi Huanyan's eyes and the face that made him inexplicably feel his father's love, Yi Xiao sighed in his heart. Is this the aftermath of crossing over? It's a weird feeling to know that a stranger can make you think of him as family. Forget it. Since Uncle 2 has asked, let's help the brigade with this anti-fraud propaganda first, and then we'll figure out how to do the separation. It's not so bad for 2 days, is it? Today's world is very much like the world of the past. Let's say high-tech. Let's compare it to the cell phone Yishao was holding right now. Except that apples aren't called apples anymore. They're called Sydney. Turn on your cell phone camera and see your face. Yishao froze for a long time. Back to 22? Yes, he did go back to the year he was 22. Keep in mind that he was 24 years old when he hung the wall in his previous life. Coincidentally, in a previous life, he was also a trainee police officer who became a trainee police officer at the age of 22, and his parents were related. In this life, the same 22-year-old became a trainee police officer, but it was the second uncle relationship. Rummaged through the live streaming software. Yishao suddenly cried and laughed. Shark live platform? Isn't this just a former life's doujinshi? Yishao was wowed inwardly and began to register his account and open the Anchor identity certification. Have to say, Parallel Worlds is a bit strict when it comes to managing the certification of live streaming platforms. Let's say, Yishao originally only wanted to register as an ordinary anchor, but it also requires ID verification, face scanning, and also verification of occupation. Taking a look at his own police uniform, Yishao thought about it, so let's validate a trainee police officer. Funny things come up. Shark validators are alive and well, not the computerized system kind, all manually vetted. When they saw, with the help of a face scanning system, that the person who was verifying the anchor was actually a police officer standing in the police station, gross. Then, quickly give Yishao the start of the certification career process. Here's the problem. What can I do if there is no police trainee in the certification options? The auditor had a flash of inspiration, glanced at the audit information submitted by Yishao, and quickly typed a few words to finalize the final certification process. XX City Criminal Investigation Brigade, People's Police, Yishao. Certification completed. Chapter 3. Auntie, I don't want to make an effort. Auditing little old me is very promising. Yishao raised the corners of her mouth when she saw her certified title. In both lives, he never became a full-fledged police officer. It turned out to be a police officer on the internet. This moment, Yishao's heart surged with bravado, bursting with the bravado of facing 1,000 armies alone. It's cool. So, how do you go about choosing the multiple choice questions given by the system? Let's put it away for now. Yishao shook his head and opened the live broadcast room that now belonged to him. Shark live streaming platform, dating and interactive board. Yishao's expression was bizarre, staring blankly at the live broadcast. According to the normal rhythm, only open the live room should be no talent right. Weird as it was, Yishao realized that there were actually more than a dozen popularity values on the popularity value side of the live broadcast. What's the situation? Yishao opened his voice and tried to say a few words, but found that no one was paying attention to him at all. Well, he figured the popularity would be the bots that the site was giving away for free. Anyone who knows anything about live streaming or has watched it knows that. There were bots in every live room that babbled a few words from time to time and would learn to speak like their audience fans. It's all about helping the anchor build popularity and creating the illusion that someone is watching the broadcast. Yishao self-soothed a bit. It's okay. Everything's okay. After playing a handful of landlord, he realized that his popularity in the live room had gone up a few more points bizarrely. Hello? Moxie? Yikes? Yeah. Ani haseo? Digging card. Yishao amused herself by babbling self-congratulatory nonsense into her cell phone. Took him by surprise. Suddenly, pop-up floated out slowly. The anchor is a cutie? Yishao? Someone on the air? Alive? Are all robots so intelligent that they can still talk to humans? Yishao was puzzled. Is it stupid? You're not a tease sent by a douchebag, are you? Laozi is alive. Pop-ups floated in. Haha. Yishao was scolded nonetheless, did not get angry, but instead smiled. I just went live, and fans suddenly appeared in the live room. In your place you would probably have to be shocked as well. By the way, how did you run my live room? It's not a long story. I'm in a bad mood, and I'm ready to start spraying by randomly clicking on a live room. Seeing that you have an okay attitude, let you off, let's go to the next one. The pop-up screen floated in again. Yishao rolled her eyes furiously. He said that the live broadcast is not allowed to come to a living person, but it is actually to send mom. It's not the legendary spewer. What's the point of leaving? It's fate to see each other. Yishao smiled and spoke. I'm bored anyway. Chatting a bit? The opposing nicknames are very personalized. Auntie, I don't want to make an effort. Little old me is very rich, carrying a great dream of a soft meal. Anchor, are you in SOS? Auntie, I don't want to make an effort to send a pop-up. Or are you being fancy? Even dare to wear a police uniform? Not afraid of the police uncle checking your water meter? I'm the police. Yizhao's classmates pretended, took their cell phones and shook the bureau's office hall. Come on. I'll show you our criminal investigation brigade. Holy, real police. Farewell. Auntie, I don't want to make the effort to send out a pop-up and a wincing emoji. Don't run or I really might check your water meter. Yishao smiled badly. You should know very well that we can follow your IP address to find you, right? Uncle Cop, please spare me. I'm a good person. You can't arrest innocent people indiscriminately. Auntie, I don't want to make the effort. It's on the verge of tears at this point. Bad guys don't admit they're bad guys. Yishao smiled and spoke. No kidding. It looks like you also watch live broadcasts often. I just want to ask you for advice. How can I quickly gather fans' water friends and accumulate popularity? It's easy, isn't it? Auntie, I don't want to make an effort. PK with each anchor PK. This is the time to show strength. As long as your talent is good, the content is attractive, there will be people along the PK connection window into your live room, but also fast accumulation of heat popularity way. So, Yishao looked at her phone and found the PK option. Thank you. I'll try it now. Police uncle. What the hell are you doing? Aren't you afraid of scaring others if you're a cop live? In case you scare the children, it's not good, right? Auntie, I don't want to make an effort was very puzzled. It was the first time in his life that he had seen a live police broadcast, and this freshness was, needless to say, curious as hell. Of course it is for the purpose of popularizing the law, in order to publicize positive energy, but also in order to let the general public improve their legal awareness and prevent all crimes. Yishao said a lot. That what, police uncle? Can speak human language? Auntie, I don't want to try to egg it on. Clam? Yishao laughed and knew that she had gone too far. My main purpose of this live broadcast is to publicize anti-fraud. See, it's so nice to talk like that, and I hear you. Auntie, I don't want to make an effort to continue to float pop-ups. You want to gather popularity is very simple, because you are a police officer yourself. Police live what everyone is the first time to see. People have a curiosity heart will definitely want to see what you want to do. Believe me, as long as you PK a few games, the popularity flow in the live room will definitely be scary. Borrow your advice. Yishao sighed. That's a reader. You see people analyzing the situation, and it makes sense when you hear it. But why are you a spammer? The ancients were true to their word. Readers really aren't any good. Yishao tapped the PK option. Chapter 4. Can't afford to play? The PK mechanism of the Parallel Worlds live streaming platform is all about randomly matching anchors to connect. Each anchor has 8 PK opportunities per day. However, you can only initiate 4 times, and you can accept PKs 4 times. If a PK is successfully initiated, the anchor with the PK option turned on cannot refuse it. Must be linked to PK for 10 minutes. So-called PK winners and losers are determined by how many audience gifts. Yishao was lucky to connect to a popular live room just after initiating PK. The heat level was actually as high as 30,000, and the number of people watching the live stream online was more than 2,000. When Yishao saw the other party's live broadcast, he froze. Not froze. This anchor was actually wearing an ancient black eunuch suit, and was posing as a factory official sitting on a chair with 2 helpers in eunuch suits behind him. The funniest thing is that there are also 4 big words hanging on the background wall of the live room. West Factory Flower. The 2 gangbangers had Bulla and Bull C plastered on their chests. That Factory Princess podcast in the middle goes without saying. He stands for Bull B. Yizhao's sudden appearance caused the entire live broadcast room to fall into an eerie silence. It doesn't matter if it's an anchor, a helper, or a viewer. All of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Yishao, who was wearing a police uniform. What's the situation? Why did a cop pop up? It's not scientific. Hello, I'm Yishao. Yishao, who had returned to his senses, smiled slightly and looked at the phone screen at the factory duke, who was in a state of heavenly thunder rolling around in a state of confusion. Coincidentally, I just clicked on PK and connected to your live broadcasting room, and I took the liberty of asking what kind of anchor you are? Factory Gong, confused for a long time, face gradually white hair. Police uncle, I am funny. I have not committed anything. I am entertaining absolutely good people. The police came so fast. It was like a tornado that blindsided him. Yishao almost couldn't hold back her laughter. I know you're funny, but you don't have to be scared like that. Don't be nervous. And I'm not saying you're not a good citizen. Yi Shaojun smiled and opened his mouth. It may be that my appearance is a bit sudden. In fact, I came here to do anti-fraud propaganda, only to use this PK method to expand the propaganda of our police. Wait, Uncle Cop. No, Brother Cop. Factory public, face white trembling. A face of hard to accept. You really? Police. It shouldn't be fake, should it? Yi Shao maintained the smile on her face. You can take a look at my official seriousness and judge for yourself. I'll tell you I'm not a cop yet, just a trainee. When you see my certification, you'll just think I'm a full-fledged police officer. It is this invisible compulsion that is most deadly. I'm here to pretend when you're done reading, no, Manifestation Before Men. Factory Gong really picked up his cell phone and tapped into Yi Zhao's live broadcast. Of course, it's not just him. Those viewers who had returned to their senses clicked into Yi Zhao's live broadcast. After they see Yi Zhao's certification, 666. Awesome Plath. Sure police, is that you? Yi Zhao's live broadcast room immediately floated up countless pop-ups. More than a dozen small gifts then appeared. Yi Zhao was shocked and realized that the popularity of the live broadcast room was instantly over 1,000. Online, 98. And this number is still increasing by leaps and bounds, breaking 100 in an instant, 200 in another instant, and 300 in the twinkling of an eye. The pop-ups are even more crazy. Quality anchors pay attention. Is the anchor really a cop? Is upstairs trying to dumb me down so I can inherit my flowers? That is, I don't want can donate to useful people so big certified can't see? Nay, I am uneducated. A line goes everywhere. Are even police car uncles on the air these days? The corners of Yi Zhao's mouth twitched as she hurriedly blocked the pop-up. He's not really here on the air to promote anti-fraud. That factory official who had read the certification. His face had gone completely white as a piece of paper. Yi Zhao was a bit puzzled and said, "Why are you so scared, little old brother? Is there something wrong? This anchor, you've confirmed my identity, right?" The other party didn't speak. Yi Zhao couldn't keep quiet. "Brother, no, Uncle Policeman. I really didn't do anything. I don't know anything. I'm a good citizen." Factory Gong shivered and explained incoherently, "I've never asked for gifts from my water friends. They all swiped them for me. I've never used cheating. Really? I haven't cheated them. I'm the most truthful. That means you're still lying, right? Tricked your fans into giving you gifts? It's a big melon. Want to eat it?" Yi Zhao thought about it. The anchor business is about eating gift money. Anchors ask for gifts. Fans give gifts. One for the other. He didn't want to dogpile yet. It's good to be law-abiding. Yi Zhao nodded. Let's talk about something to the point. After all, PK doesn't have much time. What he's trying to do now is flesh out his persona and pull up his image as a cop. At this point, he is not representing an individual, but the image of the police in the eyes of the public, and he cannot afford to be sloppy. "I'm absolutely law-abiding, Uncle Policeman." Factory Gong nodded his head in a hurry. "I'm the anchor, and now I'm sort of a guest actor. How about this? If you look at the more than 3,000 people in my live room, why don't you let them all go to your live room now?" At this moment, the factory public was like a little licking dog that had to kneel and lick. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral failing? Yi Zhao cried and laughed. Is it unplayable? I'm really here to promote, not rub it in. Chapter 5 Bonus. Everyday Real Men. You misunderstand. I'm here to do publicity, not to ask you for fans. Yi Zhao desperately tried to keep the smile on her face and maintain her cool white lotus posture. "Fine, Uncle Policeman. I'll listen to whatever you say." The factory man was honest and tense. "I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Thank you for your cooperation now." Yi Zhao smiled and opened his mouth. "My main publicity purpose this time is that the National Anti-Fraud app. If you haven't downloaded it, everyone can download it. There are a lot of common sense and introductions to prevent fraud and crime on it, which is a great help to the general public and can improve people's anti-fraud awareness. By the way, can you trouble this anchor help me do a little publicity when you PK with the other anchors in a while so that they and some of their fans can download this anti-fraud app? And by the way, let them also help with a little publicity." "Publicity? Do you think it's okay?" "Don't worry, Uncle Policeman. I promise to fulfill your assigned task. The factory public hastened to speak. This night I do not do anything, sure to help you publicize in place. You can rest assured I'm a person from childhood to pick up money, pick up the wallet or sent to the police station. Really, I do a lot of good things to save lives and help the injured. I also helped a lot of disabled people, the old and weak, sick and disabled I help. Stop. Far from it. Yi Xiao interrupted the other party. Just help me with the publicity. Promise to get the job done. The factory public hastily raised his hand and saluted, his expression extremely serious and grave. No matter who I meet tonight, I will tell them all to hurry up and download. Download? What's that one called? National Anti-Fraud App. Yi Xiao almost laughed. Yeah, that's it. Factory Gong immediately opened his mouth to the water friends in the live broadcast. The people in the live broadcast all give me a good listen. The National Anti-Fraud App must all give me a download. Police uncle for the people's service. You really worked hard. I will ensure that complete the task. There's no need to push too hard. What we do is good for our conscience. Yi Xiao nodded with a smile and waved her hand. All right, PK time is up, bye. Good day, Uncle Policeman. The factory officials nodded their heads and posed to respectfully send off the emperor. When Yi Xiao cut off the PK and returned to his live room, he was startled. The water friends in the live room were chatting away, and small gifts were going off. Online numbers are steadily rising. Number of fans: 1571, 1582, 1603. The pop-ups took off and there was a screen burst scene. The police uncle is so showy that he almost scared people's anchors into peeing. The show made my scalp numb. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching my police officer live. This is the first time I've seen such a steady police officer. Please ask the female applicant to get into the car first. Kneel down, kneel down. Dropping and driving. I want to get out of the car. This isn't a bus to kindergarten. This is a prison bus to jail. Excuse me, is it too late to start recording? Such scenes are perhaps common in the live broadcasts of big anchors. And in the dating and interaction section, which has very low popularity traffic, there's almost none of it all right. A live room of a few thousand people erupted into an atmosphere of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of live rooms. That's scary. Because of the anomaly, it quickly attracted the superpipe. It turned out that the anchor was a police officer and thought he was blind. When the certification was confirmed, Over also knelt and walked away in a cold sweat. Let me ask you, even if the police do something out of the ordinary, do you dare to block their live room? Of course, he wasn't at all worried that Yi Xiao would do something out of the ordinary. People are cops. Why don't you go and wait for an invitation to tea? Fans, please calm down. I'm a police officer. My profession is not anchoring. Please don't be swiping gifts. Yi Xiao's head hurt a little when she saw the gifts flying up in the live broadcast room. Looked all over my phone for the button to turn off swipe gifts and it wasn't there. You believe that? So all you can do is tell your fans in words not to be impulsive and never swipe a gift. It was fine if Yi Xiao didn't say anything when this was said. Swish, swish, swish. 2 superfires, 5 or 6 rockets, dozens of airplanes floating by. Gifts to burst the screen. Then the pop-up screen popped up again. All hard work, Uncle Policeman. Neat and tidy. Yi Xiao. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Seriously. At this moment, he was a little touched, stunned. He looked at the screen full of Uncle Policeman worked hard. An indescribable feeling also rose in Yi Xiao's heart. You're really not going to be a cop in this life? There's a touch that will come from the soul. The older generation, moved by the happiness of the people, moved by the bounty of the sun, moved by the righteousness of the heroes. If we are to live and die for the sake of our country, will we not avoid it because of misfortune or blessing? Those of the older generation would have bowed and died to be touched. Yi Xiao admitted that he didn't deserve to be compared to those seniors. But who, in his heart, has not had so much justice? Even in 2 lifetimes. Yi Xiao's soul age is only 24 after all. Not to mention the fact that the current figure is only 22 years old. It is the age of fiery youth. Once he was on top, he was impulsive. System, choice 1. I want to continue to be a trainee police officer. Yi Xiao shouted in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system selection task. Reward. A real man every day. Yi Xiao. The urge is gone. What the did I do? But this system, is it really a decent system? Chapter 6. I really didn't scream. Everyday real men are an ability. The system is very user-friendly with a manual. This ability can be used once per day for 1 hour. Within 1 hour, the 5 senses of the body, strength, speed, endurance, coordination, flexibility, sensitivity, all doubled. Yishao was stunned. That's Superman? Normal people's physical abilities all doubled. What is this if not superhuman? All-around body enhancement in 1 hour. Let's say there is a certain ability that men are very focused on. That would be sick. The more he thought about it, the more exciting and heartwarming it became. Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled. Men his age were already too chipper and full of daily energy to want to find a date. To use a more graphic analogy, I'm a young man. Is it wrong to have a date? I'm right. The excitement didn't last more than 3 seconds, and Yi Yao cried. Why is that impulsive? Why do you want to stay a cop? What's next according to the normal formula of the novel? As long as I choose to continue to be a trainee police officer, I can't leave the police profession in this life. This wave is a blood loss. Of course, there was one more thing that needed to be addressed in the immediate future. Why are fan dads still swiping gifts? Do you guys realize I'm a cop? Is SuperTube here? Yishao opened her mouth and asked. At once, the broadcasting room was quiet. The exploding screen pop-ups turned to calmness. A humble, weak, pathetic pop-up floated across the screen. SuperTube 618. I'm in. Hello, hello, hello. May I ask, does the live streaming platform have a function to turn off gifts? Yishao asked with a smile. SuperTube 618? Crowd of fans? What does this cop uncle mean? That's right. Yishao explained. My profession is a police officer. It's not suitable for me to receive any gifts, and I don't need to live broadcast to make money. So, can you please trouble SuperTubes to help me turn off the gift function of the live broadcast? Thank you. SuperTube 618. Crowd of fans. How fresh. The first time I saw the live broadcast do not want gifts, but also took the initiative to ask the SuperTube to turn off the gift function of the anchor. No good. The police uncle doesn't want our gifts. Brothers, the gifts go quickly, or else in the future there won't even be a chance to brush gifts for the police uncle. Holy, it's really the shower anchor. Don't let him go. I wonder if it's too late to flush? Instantly, the gifts, the pop-ups, exploded the screen once again. Yi Xiao. SuperTube. The live feeds do have a gift closure feature, but it's a hidden feature, and thankfully the SuperTubes have access to close it. Seeing that the fans finally couldn't brush their gifts, Yi Xiao let out a long breath. As for the gifts that fans had swiped, he would have to find a way to communicate with the platform to see if he could return them the way they were. This was all an afterthought, and in the immediate future he had to continue the anti-fraud propaganda mission. PK walks up. A live room connected to Yi Zhao's live room PK successfully. On the screen, a girl's live feed suddenly appeared. At the first sight of the girl, Yi Xiao frowned. He sensed something was wrong with the girl. The girl was very pretty, wearing a maid outfit, with a maid hair card on her long-haired head, and opened her mouth sweetly after the connection was successful. Brother, what do you do? The girl couldn't go on, staring at Yi Xiao in a daze, with a dumbfounded look on her face. Is a woman's voice all right? Why does it always feel like she's not a woman? Yi Xiao frowned. The girl's live stream numbers skyrocketed and pop-ups flew. Police Proctor. Hands on your head. Police checking the room. All honest. Uncle Cop checking the room. Did this live stream do something bad? These people were all coming from Yi Zhao's live broadcast. It's all about fanboy waterboys who love to get up in arms. The girl and the original fans of the live stream were all dumbfounded. One by one, they stared at the pop-up screen in a daze, looking at Yi Xiao. The police? Hello, this anchor. I'm Yi Xiao, a police officer. Yi Xiao looked at the anchorwoman. I may have to delay you a bit. I'm taking the opportunity of PK to publicize the knowledge of preventing new network crimes and tell everyone how not to be cheated. Half a dozen times, the anchorwoman came back to her senses and smiled harder than she cried. That, Uncle Policeman, we don't cheat people here. You're mistaken. Yi Xiao smiled and explained. Let's say, chatting with a beautiful woman, beware of being cheated. How can you get scammed when you're talking to a beautiful woman? The anchorwoman's expression became extremely unnatural. Because sometimes a beautiful woman can be a man in disguise. Yi Xiao gazed at the anchorwoman with a smirk. Utilizing some false ways, he finally sensed what was wrong. She's not even a woman. She's got a larynx. Ah! The anchor was confused. Uncle Cop, What do you mean by that? It's when a man dresses up as a woman and then goes to cheat people. Yishao said word for word. The stiff smile on the anchor's face gradually dissipated, and his complexion crumbled as he slowly backed away. He cried out, removing the wig from his head and grabbing both ears. Plopped down on his knees. Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know you were in the business. I apologize. I'm not a pretty girl. I'm a counter-anchor. I'm a guy. The anchor held. I swear. I may be a man dressed as a woman, but I really haven't cheated. Little old. No, this anchor. Please don't be nervous, you stand up and talk first. Yishao cried and laughed. By the way, what's your name? I didn't scream. The anchor had a small, humble face, shivering, kneeling and afraid to get up. I'm asking what's your name? Yishao rolled her eyes. Police uncle, I am a good citizen, ah. I really did not call. The anchor cried harder and was still aggravated. Yishao, is ing psychotic, isn't it? Or is it advanced OCD? Chapter 7. Being surrounded by leaders while playing hard to get. Licking is also a skill. Ancient licking dog, licking to fame. A modern-day licking dog, licking goddesses until they have nothing left. The scene in which the anti-anchor turned into a humble little licking dog in seconds made Yishao realize that this bastard's inner drama was far more colorful than a stiff expression. Can you stand up? Yishao sank down. Fine, I'll get up. Reverse anchor quickly got up, nodded and begged bitterly. Police uncle, I really did not do anything. Just open a voice changer. Wear a female costume. Really did not do anything. You have to believe me, ah. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a man who even dares to wear women's clothes. What else are you afraid to do? Please don't get me wrong. I'm not investigating a case with this live link to PK, but I'm here to promote anti-fraud. Yishao looked serious. Excuse me, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app? Counter Anchor? What's that? This time, there was no need for Yishao to open his mouth. The pop-ups took off in all sorts of ways, swiping all of what Yishao had just said to the other anchor rooms. I'll download it right away. The old iron in the live room. Everyone give me some face. No. Give the police uncle some face, we all download. The Antipodean anchor shouted incoherently. We are all good people. We will not scam. We will help the police uncle to publicize in a moment. Who dares not download us to scam him? No, we are going to educate him. Well, thank you very much. Yishao nodded her head and thanked her. I won't delay your live broadcast. Bye. PK is over. Back on the air. Yishao was overwhelmed with a feeling, and a maxim flashed through his mind. Lick it to the end and have it all. That anti-anchor looks scared, but is actually licking, pretending, and hype. Normal people, even if they see a real cop, are not scared like this. Of course, it doesn't matter if you hype it or not. As long as it helps me accomplish my mission and helps me promote anti-fraud, it's a good thing. Well, there are some things to watch out for in the future, not to talk nonsense, especially in public. For example, I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes any longer, the earth to be unable to bury my heart, and I want the Buddhas to vanish into thin air. Another example. For the sake of having sacrifices, dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. Uncle Policeman, I have a question. A pop-up floated up on the air. There were so many pop-ups in the live broadcast at this time, but Yishao was familiar with the vest of this pop-up. Auntie, I don't want to make an effort. Now there are more than 5,000 people in the live broadcast room, close to 50,000 popularity heat, but it's all because of people's credit. This? Auntie, I don't want to make an effort, water friends. What do you want to ask? Yishao was still very facetious and opened his mouth with a smile. Seeing the police uncle talking and having to answer fan questions, the live broadcast quieted down. If a woman sets a dog on me, and I don't bite the dog, I bite the woman, and I want to know if that's self-defense? Auntie, I don't want to make the effort to ask. Yishao froze. There was an eerie silence in the live room. The next moment, the pop-up exploded. 666, you're overdoing it with this comeback. May I ask where to bite? Is this bite it proper? My God. Since ancient times, water friends are gods. The ancients are true. Water friends are too showy. Showy for my head. Why would I want to lick the toes of showers water friends? Water friends old driver. Said a deep one. What a... I love it. When Yishao returned to her senses, the pop-up screen was still frantically blowing up the screen. I have to say, this auntie I don't want to make an effort question is quite a tricky angle. sort of an atypical case that definitely needs to be popularized for the average person. Everyone be quiet. Yishao opened her mouth. The audience and water fans were very facetious, and the broadcast room was quiet. Is self-defense established when a person sets a dog on you, and you bite the person who set the dog on you? Yi Zhao's expression was serious. I can say with certainty, established. Established? It actually works? The crowd was confused. She set the dog to bite you, which belongs to the commission of a criminal act. The dog, which has been categorized as the woman's accomplice, can even be categorized as the instrument of the crime, and the woman, which belongs to the principal offender. Yi Zhao explained, you are more than enough to clean up this woman, but you can't beat the dog. You are perfectly capable of launching an attack on the woman, which is considered to be the scope of reverse self-defense protection, justified and reasonable to stop the woman from committing a crime. There is an idiom that says, catch the thief first. Well, you can bite her. Bite her anywhere. As long as it stops the crime, you're right. The pop-ups were like a tidal wave and exploded instantly. That's okay? Should we be so condescending? This cop is so showy. Xiuzhong Xiua. This wave is not bad. Learn to waste. Listening to you saves me 10 books. The show cop is awesome and concerned. Please don't be obsessed with Shower's anchors. Dog-hurting women are the legends. Uncle policeman, hurry up with your lesson. We'll pay attention. Yishao thought that this group of audience water users were quite cute. Yet just as he was about to say something else, suddenly, there was an eerie silence in the broadcast room again. What's the situation? Yishao blinked and fiercely realized that the camera screen seemed to be wrong, and it seemed like there were two people standing behind him. I'll rub it in. Uncle 2 and the first sergeant? Crap. 3 of the most embarrassing situations for teenagers. In the first category, a left hand and right hand in one slow motion is caught on the spot by a parent. In the second category, commenting on a female teacher's big ass is overheard on the spot. In the third category, writing middle-grade YA novels is publicized. Every single one of them can make a person roll on the floor in shame. And now, Yishao belonged to the fourth category. Pretending to be a leader is surrounded by leaders. Chapter 8. A man of great skill. Brigade. Lieutenant. Yishao, who had returned to her senses, hurriedly nodded her head in greeting. In front of some outsiders, he wouldn't call Yi Huanian his second uncle. It's a matter of attitude. Uncle 2 glared at him fiercely. His eyes filled with helplessness and laughter. Obviously, he had just watched the passage of his great-nephew's manifestation before men. You can't curse. Who hasn't been young? Xiaoye is not bad. This is starting to publicize the anti-fraud live broadcast? Chan Guodong, a senior captain in his 50s, smiles amiably, as if he were a gentle uncle. If you really think he's easy to talk to, you're sadly mistaken. According to the grapevine, 15 years ago, the senior captain was a popular figure in the police force, nicknamed Crazy. The nickname comes from the fact that the first sergeant hunts down criminals in the manner of a madman. It is said that 15 years ago the captain single-handedly arrested a group of drug offenders, first drove over the car of the drug offenders, and then fought with 5 drug offenders shooting each other with 4 guns. As a result, he killed 3 drug offenders on the spot, captured the remaining 2 drug offenders, and almost went to the wall because he was shot 4 times, but he also spelled back a first-class merit. Since then, these 15 years down, the big captain is even more fierce, and the army transferred back to the Yi Warinian partner. Well, both are fierce men. Both are the kind of masters who don't want to die when their eyes are red. But whenever any criminal resisted, they killed a bloody, gruesome one. What goes around comes around. The entire criminal investigation brigade in the city's law enforcement system that is also known as fierce, ruthless. Because of this style of handling cases, they have not been criticized by their superiors, so they have never been promoted over the years. But then again, one has to admit that these 2 famous, black and white duos in the police force are definitely criminal nemesis. Anyway, it's just a saying, criminals don't let the 2 of them encounter each other, and it's no good when they do. Nowadays they are older to a point, but their fiery tempers haven't been tempered much. The first captain seems to be a very kind person who smiles all day long, and that is divided into what kind of people he treats. Even if you're a superior, if you're doing something wrong, you still have the nerve to glare. And he, for one, is very protective of his calf. But, Brigade, what do you mean by the way your old husband is looking at his son-in-law? Yishao was a bit puzzled, thinking that the captain's family wouldn't really have a daughter or something. Right? Is this about me? How shy I am then. Live streaming has begun to promote anti-fraud and the results have been ideal. Yishao was very modest and didn't blow awesome in front of the leaders. After 2 live PKs, the fans in the live room broke 5,000. No, it's almost 6,000 now. In an hour or so. Because of him, it is thought that thousands of people have downloaded the national anti-fraud app. What do you want to do if you don't get good results like this? Going to heaven? How's the live broadcast going? Yi Huanyan opened his mouth and asked. I have over 5,000 followers on my live stream right now. Yishao scratched his head, knowing that the 2 old men didn't understand this, and explained, it's just that there are more than 5,000 people listening to me giving them anti-fraud propaganda. Hiss! Yi Huaran and Chen Guodong sucked in a breath of cool air, staring dumbfounded at the youngster in front of them. How many? Over 5,000? You just went on air and you've got this many people listening to your propaganda? Are you kidding me? Speak with long teeth and don't joke around in front of the first sergeant. Yi Warinian sank his old face, somewhat angry. Great nephews don't lie in the past. But this kind of thing is hard to swallow. No kidding. Yishao cried and laughed. In his heart, he said again, 2 leaders, you know nothing about the age of pretending that belongs to the young. Of course, a reasonable, yet strong enough explanation must be given at this point. Here's the thing. Yishao began to give the 2 leaders, who were gradually out of touch with the times, live science. Also put a note on the popularity of the heat on the phone, with the number of people online. After the 2 leaders heard and understood, and also looked at Yishao with different eyes. That's talent. Yi Warinian had a look of relief on his face. His elder brother's son was a capable one. Chen Guodong, on the other hand, was elated. If Yishao, this little guy, was allowed to continue to engage in this, the propaganda and anti-fraud mission of their criminal investigation brigade would definitely be very productive. People alone do the work of the entire criminal investigation brigade. This is not talent, is what? The last thing the brigade is not short of is a hitter. No, it is not short of dry police. Instead, what was most lacking was a talent like Yishao, who had a brain and a flexible brain. It's important to utilize the talents of young people. Pity. Chen Guodong sighed a bit. You've only been in our brigade for a month, even if you want to mention it, you can't. But Xiaoya, do a good job. Half a year later, that red line Uncle Chen package you through. Some trainee police officers, not to mention being regularized, will be dismissed as soon as the 6-month and 1-year assessment red lines are reached. Very few can stay. It's the ones who have the skills and the ability to stay and muck around and crawl. Especially in the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Chen Guodong's grumpy eyes could not tolerate waste. People who wasted the country's food. If Yishao wasn't capable, he'd have to get lost for a year at most. Is it possible to be a first officer management and not have a brain? Yishao entered the brigade. He gave face to his old brother and greeted the top. I just didn't realize that the old brother's pups, okay. People who are good at what they do are liked everywhere. But today he also recognized Yishao for the first time. Otherwise, he would never have said, Uncle Chen will guarantee your transfer. Hearing the words of the first captain, Yishao was depressed. His expression was so excellent. So what, do you believe me when I say I kind of don't want to be a cop? When I was young, I rode a horse and leaned on a slanting bridge, and the building was full of red sleeves. That's what all men dream of. Chapter 9. Little brother is very social. Senior Captain Chen Guodong was satisfied and patted Yishao's shoulder and walked away. Remember to come to my place tonight, and ask your aunt to cook 2 good dishes, and let's have a drink between uncle and nephew. Yi Huanyan rarely did not put on an elder face with his great-nephew and finished with a smile and also left. Yishao, however, could not laugh. To be honest, he was afraid of death. In his previous life, he personally experienced an experience where he was stabbed alive by a mugger. With one experience, normal people, how many are not afraid? It's true that he doesn't want to be a cop anymore. Is it wrong to want to live a normal life, to love life a little? But life is so not what you want it to be. He seems to have an unspoken karma with the police business. Think of the screen full of hard work Uncle Cop pop-ups. Not impressed? Can you forget the scene in your previous life when you first put on a police uniform and took the oath to the flag? No. Yishao closed her eyes. I never forgot. Then, go be a cop again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special mission. Firmness of heart. Reward. I'm going to fight 10. Snapping her eyes open. Yishao? What the hell? Shasta. Countless fighting techniques, like memories, like imprints, flooded into his brain as well as his body. That memory imprint of his brain and body was as if it had been instantly engraved within his bone marrow and cells. Yishao was confused for a long, long time. When he came back to his senses, he looked to his left and right, and there was no one there. Suddenly, Yishao violently half-squatted, his thighs steeply catapulted, and his body rose up in the air. The two thighs were like two battle axes, dancing in a chain in the air with a strong wind. Before he landed on the ground as light as a cat, he had completed 3 consecutive attacks in the air. This is a combat fighting maneuver that cannot be accomplished by an ordinary person without receiving intense training and experiencing combat training. Yishao, however, did it easily. I'll rub it in. The system seems a little scary. It doesn't just turn people into supermen. It also turns people into kung fu masters in seconds. You're just being very unscientific, you know that? So here's the question. You cross over and it's science? Yishao didn't know whether to be excited, thrilled, or panicked. I'm just a simple traveler. Really don't want to be too awesome, okay? He is not a young and impetuous rash, and he understands the truth that the wind will destroy the wood that shows in the forest. Standing out too much is not always a good thing sometimes. Unfortunately, the system doesn't see it that way. It seems to have a mind of its own. It was also clearly telling Yishao, little old brother, you know nothing about really pretending to be a pussy. Only by following the system will you become skeletal. And from then on, you will run wildly on the path of the king of pussy. It's really a blessing in disguise. Isn't it? Yishao smiled and shook his head. All right, I'll lay flat. Let this post-blessing come a little harder. The live stream continues. Yishao turned on the mute when the 2 leaders drove up just now. Glanced at the time on his cell phone. 3:30 in the afternoon. It's an hour before the end of the shift. There is no such thing as overtime for trainee police officers. They do their job and leave. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still an hour left to do things, Yishao decided to finish the remaining 2 PKs to build up his popularity fans and prepare for tomorrow's live broadcast. Legal literacy and anti-fraud awareness can't be accomplished in a day or 2. This kind of work is beyond the scope of Yishao's job though. But since the leaders have spoken, let's get on with it. He was also happy not to have to go out to the police or anything. Reopen the voice and take a dark look at the pop-ups. The fans are a bunch of cuties. It's all very honest on the police airwaves. But the flirty talk goes on and on. The biggest complaint is that they can't swipe the gift anymore and there is a lot of resentment. Just tell me if humans are cheap. The more you tell him not to do something, the more Flutter wants to do it. Let's say this waterbender is complaining. Uncle Policeman works so hard all day long. What's wrong if I swipe a super fire for him and buy him a cup of milk tea? What else? Yishao rolled her eyes straight away. Your milk tea costs $2,000 a cup? You're not screwing your dad, you're screwing the police, you know? If my leader finds out, he'll be fired from the force in minutes. Police this line of work, the most taboo is to accept gifts, a class of offenses, but also the most stringent penalties. I'm back. Thanks for the attention, fans. I can't really accept gifts or anything because I'm a cop, so I'm sorry. Yishao's sorry was very sincere and honest. There's still a bit of time. Next I'll continue to popularize the law and publicize anti-fraud. If you're interested, you can continue to watch. Clicked the PK button. Again, seconds to connect. This time it was connected to Yishao's live broadcast and appeared in a live broadcast with a very wrong picture. A big bald anchor with big sunglasses, big gold chains, and full of tattoos appeared on the live broadcast screen and was facing 7 unconvincing and 8 indignant expressions, and Lang Lang blew awesome. Behind him, there stood 2 small bald sunglasses youths. The whole broadcast was filled with I'm very social vibes. Yishao was happy. That bald anchor who was blowing awesome at Lang Lang saw a police officer suddenly pop up on the PK live screen. His whole body was confused, then numb, and his brain buzzed with the look of being struck by lightning. Chapter 10. No appeasement. Yishao was really happy. In his line of work, it's these little old society boys that he loves the most. Because little old society boys are the type of people who get hung up on in all kinds of ways when it comes to the police. There's a saying within psychology. You must not be soft in the face of bullies or you will be trampled. Little old socialites are typically the bully type and the dregs of society. Excuse me, are you a police officer? The bald anchor finally came back to his senses with a puzzled expression. What do you say? Yishao seemed to smile, her eyes cold. Come to my live room to see my certification. The bald anchor was silent and hurriedly picked up his phone and went to Yishao's live broadcast. Wait until you see Yi Zhao's certification. Snapped. The phone fell to the floor in a fine crumple. In the next moment, the bald anchor quickly took off his sunglasses, put on his clothes, put on another pair of nearsighted glasses, and twisted his head to yell at his two little old men. Get out of here! The two little old men, who had been scared silly long ago, rolled and crawled away. Big brother. Is not, police uncle, I have not made a mistake. I am a good person, I am just live chatting. The bald anchor tried to put on an appearance of a good citizen, nodding his head, very humble, his face a little white. My profession is anchor. It's a live broadcast. I didn't do anything. I obey the law. Oh, Yi Zhao sneered. That machete on the coffee table behind you. Don't tell me it's a work of art and not a controlled substance? Bald anchor instantly got up and threw the control knives on the coffee table out of the live broadcast screen, which then came to the camera in a cold sweat, panicked, lips trembling, stuttering. Police uncle, I just the first day of live broadcasting, I don't know the rules, the things I lost, really lost. You think I'll believe that? Yi Zhao coldly spoke. You must have certification for opening a live broadcast, right? You have your name, your home address, right? Of course, you should know that it shouldn't be difficult for me to find you, right? I'm giving you a chance now, immediately, right away. Call the police at 110. Don't ever waste the chance I'm giving you, because you should know very well how serious the consequences will be. There's nothing in the world I can't do if I'm awesome enough to blow it. Yes, Yi Zhao is blowing awesome. He doesn't have the authority or power to look up the other person's IP address. Even if they did, it would be the purview of a professional cyber police officer, and ordinary police officers, non-transferees, don't have that kind of access. Therefore, Yi Zhao was scaring the other party. Cops scare people up, and the mentally challenged are basically devastated. The bald anchor cried in fear. No, he's pissed himself. Nor did they even know Yi Zhao's true abilities. I don't know that Yi Zhao won't be able to find his home anytime soon, but that didn't stop him from believing Yi Zhao's words of serious consequences. The cell phone screen fell to the ground and shattered, which didn't delay the call to the police. For police officers were at the door in less than 10 minutes. 2 regular police officers and 2 auxiliary police officers. This is the standard squad for vigilantes. When the local police at the anchor's location saw Yi Zhao on the live broadcast, they were stunned. A police trainee? Police numbers and ranks are very recognizable, and there's no way to fake this stuff. Even so, when they saw Yi Zhao on the live broadcast raise his hand in salute, they hastened to return the salute. That's the rule. Facing the 2 seniors, Yi Zhao briefly stated his identity and the purpose of the live broadcast. This was followed by a bit about a scene I just saw. There are no surprises. 3 little old society boys who were pretending on the internet and a couple of controlled knives were taken away by their police uncles. Private possession of controlled knives has violated the relevant provisions of the Public Security Administration punishment law. The general penalty is detention for up to 5 days, which may be accompanied by a fine of up to $500. Obviously, the presence of several controlled knives represents a minimum of detention for 3 little old socialites. If something is scrutinized within the case unit, think about what will happen to them. So don't ever pretend to be on the internet, especially pretend to be an internet hacker. Just leave a record, and for 2 generations you and your descendants won't have to think about going into public service. Within 3 generations, much less a police officer. It's no joke. So never make a mistake, much less commit a crime. When Yi Zhao finished PK and returned to the live broadcast, surprised to see no pop-ups, but there were more people on the air, close to 10,000 already. The live feed was eerily quiet. It's still exciting, even frightening, to watch live police arrests and so close up. That atmosphere is scary. Even if you have a lot of fluff in your mind, you don't dare to say anything at this point. Is this the police? Would that be a little too harsh? It's just a couple of knives lying around the house. Do you need to treat them so harshly? If Yi Zhao knew what was going on in their minds, he would definitely laugh at their ignorance. When those knives do fall on you someday, you probably won't feel the same way. What police officers do as a profession is to fight crime and prevent it before it happens. Preventing any possible crime, as well as dangers that threaten the well-being of the general population. No crime will be tolerated. Chapter 11. This wolf is a bit horny. That's the end of today's broadcast. Thank you all for your attention and watching. See you tomorrow. Yi Zhao was ready to turn off the broadcast after work, and time didn't allow him to continue piking any longer. The result was a pop-up screen that exploded like crazy. Uncle Cop, don't go. How can you leave us behind? Cucumbers must be slapped. Life must be high. Don't go. Uncle Cop, do you know how much we miss you? Looking at the pop-up screen, Yi Xiao cried and laughed. No, I don't. All I know is that your minds are gradually diabolizing. Tell you what, before we go off the air, I can answer a question from a random fan acquaintance. Yi Xiao was actually quite sad to let go of these little cuties. Brush. Various pop-ups floated up all over the screen. Countless thousands of strange questions made Yi Xiao's eyes blossom. Girlfriend and mom fall in the water at the same time. Who should we save? Picking a question, Yi Xiao looked calm. This question should be asked by a male water user, right? Of course, this question is also difficult for many of our male compatriots, right? This is also the most familiar conflict of obligation. The pop-ups were quiet, and the crowd was paying attention. Then I'm tempted to say yes. Yi Xiao continued. The answer is simple. Mom must be saved. The live stream was in uproar. Why is the answer so certain? A question surfaced within the minds of all the sailors. Why? If, for example, it was a wife and a mother who fell into the water at the same time, you would be right to save either one, and you would be equally wrong to save either one, and you would not be guilty of a crime. Yi Xiao smiled and spoke. The question is again, if it's your girlfriend and mom who fall into the river together, who do you have to save? I'll tell you clearly, you have to save mom. Why? If you save your girlfriend and not your mom, you have committed the crime of intentional homicide by omission. So I remind the fan water friends here, especially the female water friends. Getting a license, how crucial it is. Ha 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 ha. 666. Uncle Cops are awesome. Ha ha. Yeah. Getting a license is the key, or you'll just have to watch your girlfriend drown. Laughing my ass off. It's the show police, pay attention. The entire broadcast room rejoiced. The number of followers also crossed the 10,000 mark. The number of people online likewise surpassed 12,000. But, really show? No, I'm not. I'm just the lovely mover. See you all tomorrow. Yi Xiao smiled and waved her hand, turning off the live broadcast. So much for a frightening, hopeless, and enjoyable day. From crossing over to the system to becoming a police officer again, it was indeed an exciting enough day. I didn't go to Uncle 2 when I got off work. As a vice captain, Uncle 2 is all required to work overtime, at least until after 6 o'clock. This is the police. There's no such thing as punctual off-duty, much less double time. Yi Xiao decided to go home and look around first. Walk out of the criminal investigation brigade and get on the bus according to the memory in your brain. 20 minutes or so later, when Yi Xiao stood outside an old neighborhood and looked at a residential building. Is this your home in this world? The house is an estate left by the parents in this life. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, plain. In today's era of sky-high property prices, such a house within a first-tier city costs more than $1 million. For this, Yi Xiao too was pleasantly surprised and saddened. Because, the opening orphans. Walking home, the interiors and whatnot were older yet clean and the house was empty. This person, lonely for a long time, will inevitably want to have a dog or something to comfort and amusement. Not physically, of course. Sitting on the sofa inside the hall, Yi Xiao began to plan his future. Mixing too high in either world may not be a good thing. What kind of person leads a nourishing life? Yi Xiao studied it carefully and thought that it should be the middle class. They lived richer than ordinary people and were not involved in high-level fights, so it didn't matter if they suffered a little loss on a regular basis. Therefore, this class of people is the most nourished. Why? To make a simple analogy. Just work hard for your money. Your future wife is still in kindergarten. Isn't that great? Unfortunately, Yi Xiao felt as if he was once again connected to the profession of a police officer in this life. The middle class seems so far away from him. Simply wash up. Yi Xiao changed into civilian clothes and prepared to go to her second uncle's house. Uncle Junior's house was not far from his, about a 10-minute walk. Yi Xiao walked through one of the neighborhood's residential recreation areas as she prepared to walk through an old park. Suddenly, he saw a woman sitting on a bench not far away. It's just a woman. Why does she attract so much attention? Because it's beautiful. The word beauty has no real place in the eyes of many male livestock. You can sleep hard on different types of beautiful women, but there's really no point in having a hard comparison. Because it depends on your hobby. Although many men say that they like black silk imperial lowly uniforms, a wide range of hobbies and fraternity. But in fact, even with this colorful embryo, they have an aesthetic preference. Upon seeing the beautiful woman on that bench, Yi Xiao's feeling was different. surprisingly giving birth to a feeling of having to find a way to marry this woman back home. Has it been too long since you've been with a woman? Or was this woman born with some kind of seduction skills? No, it's the woman's looks that are so beautiful. Yishao had to admit it. There was a wolf living in his heart. This wolf is a bit horny. Chapter 12. A Hungry Beast. The woman on the bench has long hair like a waterfall, smooth and moist, and the pupils under the beautiful willow eyebrows are deep and mysterious, as if a powerful magnetic field. Absolutely beautiful pink face with a small mouth. That kind of demeanor contains an indescribable complex meaning, as if the child gets a toy when the joy, but also seems to be a young girl and the lover met when the pout, more like a bride to get married when the blush, 1,000 kinds of beautiful and wonderful, all in which. Delicate but not demonic, colorful but not vulgar. Definitely more than 1.7 m modeling body is even more perfect. Words can no longer describe the eventuality of this woman's beauty. Such a woman, not to mention Yishao. Any normal man would be fascinated. But the beauty should be older than him. It's a big sister. It's more lovey-dovey when it's a royal lady or something. Isn't it? Yishao took a step towards her big sister. Why? Because he realized something was wrong. Being a cop involves learning to observe things and details. Let's say a beautiful woman has a fashion handbag by her side. The bag was covered with a magazine, but it still revealed the money underneath. A tote bag of money? Normal human thinking. What era is this? You don't even need to carry a wallet as long as you have a cell phone with you. Don't say anything about ID. What do you know about electronic ID cards? And who has nothing better to do than sneak out with a bag of cash? Let alone a young, beautiful woman. It doesn't matter. Importantly, the woman was stylishly dressed and had a car key by the hand of the bench. Specialized keys for Bugatti. Any Bugatti starts at $10 million, and a limited edition or classic model can cost tens of millions or even over $100 million. Get it? Of course, that's not even the point. The point is, the woman's expression is angry, anxious, nervous, and is looking around as if she's searching for something. An old neighborhood, the appearance of a woman with a Bugatti limousine and a bag of cash who clearly shouldn't be in a place like this. What does her anxiety, nervousness, and anger remind you of? Hello. Yishao stood in front of the woman. A sunny smile appeared on that handsome face. Sister, how pretty you are. Can I add your WeChat? Just sweeping a glance at his big sister's chest. His expression instantly froze. He unconsciously thought of his 36D sister, his mom's friend, his kind sister-in-law. It's certainly not me that has a problem. It's her that's polluting my mind. Yeah, that must be it. Go away. The woman looked at Yi Xiao coldly, but she was also a bit shocked because of Yi Xiao's overly handsome face and height. Completely can be used to describe the word beautiful 185 big boys. Just ask you what kind of women are not confused. Yes. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao turned around and left, causing the woman to freeze even more. Just hitched a ride for a moment. Yi Xiao found out a lot of things. First, when he came over, the woman became tense and wary for a moment. When the woman realizes that she is being accosted, there is again some confusion, disappointment, and impatience. Combine the above points. The woman was waiting for someone, and the person she was waiting for made her both frightened and angry, tense and alert. Proof that this man is somewhat dangerous. Doubt and disappointment meant that she didn't recognize this person, but still needed to wait for this person. A man he doesn't know and is still dangerous can make a rich white woman in fancy clothes wait for him. Isn't that unreasonable? There's also a bag of cash. I think it's for this guy too. Would you wait for a dangerous stranger? And what compels you to wait for this person? Big sister, you're not right. Also, it's even more wrong to be waited on by you. Yi Xiao walked towards the distance in a seemingly natural manner, but his eyes were looking around, searching for a place where he could observe up close without being noticed. Until he hid next to the exterior wall of a residential building and began to observe in secret. Time is passing slowly, maybe half an hour later. Suddenly, the woman rose violently from the bench, a hint of excitement surfacing in her expression. Following the direction in which the woman was looking, Yi Xiao saw a man, holding the hand of a small little girl, walking carefully from not far away. Why do you use the word careful? The man's face was incredibly tense, a little panicked, and as he walked, he looked around as if he were on guard for something, and even more so as if he was preventing being seen by anyone, and was ready to flee at any moment. The most interesting thing was that the little girl who was held by his hand, full of tears and crying, kept trying to break free from the man's hand. her little face full of panic and fear. But Yi Xiao just looked at the girl, and her eyes fell on the man's other hand, slowly narrowing her eyes. The man's hand held a hilt with the blade hidden inside the cuff. Interesting, Yi Xiao mused. The person the woman is waiting for is the man, I think. So she just suddenly got up from her chair and recognized the man? No, it was the little girl she recognized. The woman does not recognize the man, but it is the little girl who waits. The little girl was still terrified as she tried to break free of the man's hand. The man also had a knife. A rich white woman shows up in an old neighborhood with a bag of money, obviously a little scared and wary, and waits for a strange man with a knife, all for the sake of that little girl. What do you associate it with? Yi Xiao cracked his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light, like a hungry beast that saw a prey. Everyday real men. Open. Chapter 13. Your honorable wife. Auntie. A dainty, sticky child's voice rang out. When the man and the girl came to the stunning woman, the little girl began to struggle, her tender little face pearly, and tried to pounce on the woman, but the man pulled her back. Beans. The stunningly beautiful woman's show face was anxious, but her eyes stared coldly at the man. The money you want is ready for you. Let her go. You take the money and go. Go. The man stared dead at the woman's flower-like face. His expression became strange, and he let out a sardonic laugh. This child actually has such a beautiful sister-in-law. It seems that I don't just have to ask for money. I also have to ask for a subordinate. What are you doing? The woman's expression changed color steeply, but without too much fear. Instead, she was a bit cold. What for? The man bared his teeth and smiled. I want to rob a color. Seeing color. You. The woman was just about to curse. Suddenly, wifey, what are you doing here? A voice with a laughing tone suddenly rang out, causing both the stunning woman and the hideous man to freeze, both pairs of eyes brushing to look at the source of the voice. Yi Xiao smiled and came in slow steps, as if he didn't see the man and the girl, came to the side of the woman who looked stunned, stretched out his hand, naturally wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, and only then did he look at the dumbfounded man with a smile. Is this meeting a friend? Yo, isn't this our niece? The stunning woman had the urge to chop off the dog melon around her waist. But for a moment just now, she saw the older boy wink at her. It made her mind flutter violently. No matter how strong a woman is, she can't help but want a man to lean on when faced with a crisis and her own vulnerability. It's nature. Gu Qingdan would likewise not be an exception, because she's a woman and a smart one at that. If not, he would not have taken over his father's company at the age of 18, and in 7 years' time turned a small company into a group, becoming one of the top 100 private enterprises in China. Honey, this is a friend of mine. Gu Qingdan's delicate body turned delicate and boneless in an instant, leaning in Yi Xiao's arms like a little bird. The young lady is very witty. Yi Xiao sighed in his heart and gave a nod to the beauty in his arms. But the man on the opposite side of the table was clearly grossed out. His eyes were hideous as he looked at the groom in front of him, a hint of jealousy flashing in the bottom of his eyes. There's no way not to be jealous. The men are handsome, tall and handsome. The female is delicate, with a closed moon. It's like a match made in heaven and hard to find on earth. It's hard not to be jealous even if you want to when faced with such a beautiful pair. The man was just about to say something. Aya. What brings you here, old Officer Chun? Yi Xiao smiled and opened her mouth with a face of surprise, looking behind the man. Officer? The man's color changed abruptly. His face appeared alarmed, and he turned his head without hesitation. When he saw that there was no one behind him at all, much less any officers. First he was flabbergasted, then he was shocked. No good. I've been tricked. Yi Xiao doesn't think he's cheating. He thought it was a very well-intentioned lie. The moment the man turned his head, Yi Xiao took a stride, just 2 big strides, blinking to the man's body, stretching out his hands. Separate hands were clasped on the man's hands, forehead in the back. The moment the man quickly turned his head back, Yi Xiao landed a headbutt to the man's face with his forehead. Bang! No one could imagine how much power Yi Xiao, who had turned on everyday true man and had double the physical strength, had erupted at that moment. A crunch. The man's nose was flattened and his nasal bones crushed. That soreness mixed with a huge pain made the man wail out, his body leaning back, weak. Those hands that were clasped by Yi Xiao likewise could not hold the little girl's hand, and the hilt of the knife in her hand. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to fall backward at all. Yi Xiao just slightly exerted his hands, and the fallen man was pulled up. In the meantime, Yi Xiao's body catapulted up in place, his strong right leg bending and his knee charging forward like an attacking battering ram. Bang! The knee, which carried a furious, huge force, came into close contact with the man's jaw. When Yi Xiao let go of his hand, the man was hit with a knee strike, sending him flying in midair. This time there was no screaming and wailing. Poof! The man's body smashed down to the ground from the air like a broken sack. Not moving a muscle, passed out. All this in less than 3 seconds. Gu Qingdan and the little girl looked dumbfounded, neither reacting at all. The man who had threatened them was taken care of as if he were a dead fish. Hello? I'm police trainee Yi Xiao. With a sunny smile on his face, Yi Xiao looked at the big sister in front of him and flirted. Pretty big sister, can I add your WeChat now? Gu Qingdan looked at Yi Xiao in a daze for half a second, then suddenly smiled sweetly. That smile can close the moon, can shy flowers, can sink fish, can fall geese. Like 100 flowers blooming, it blinded Yi Xiao's eyes. Yeah. Chapter 14. I think she's thinking about me. My dog's eyes are going blind. My titanium dog eyes are going blind. Why can big sisters look so good? No, I have to be serious. I have to look at myself. It's the only way to not expose the truth that I'm an old colorful batch. Just kidding. Yi Xiao smiled awkwardly and impolitely. Tell me what's going on? Here's the thing. Gu Qingdan took her niece into her arms and narrated. She has a sister whose brother-in-law died a few years ago, leaving her orphaned and widowed in one of the villas. A house like a villa is not something a woman can take care of on a weekday. From time to time, people are hired to help clean the house, mow and clean the yard, or whatever. Yesterday, Gu Qingdan's sister called her and said that her niece had been kidnapped. The one who kidnapped the niece is the bellhop who usually cleans the cottage yard for her sister's family. She also threatened her sister not to call the police and to have $500,000 ready or else she would tear the ticket. The place where they agreed to pay with one hand and deliver with the other was the garden near Yi Xiao's house. When her daughter was kidnapped, Gu Qingdan's sister almost collapsed, and her whole body was in a state of disarray. That's why Gu Qingdan came alone, without even a bodyguard, to ransom her sister. After listening to Gu Qingdan's narration, Yi Xiao was like listening to a novel. That plot was more like a movie dogfight. It was also shocking to realize that the pretty older sister in front of her was a bossy boss. So next, will his heroic rescue win the heart of the female bully? And the two of them will live happily ever after? Come on, wake up. This is ing reality, not a novel. The difference between you and someone else is like two worlds. Door-to-door understanding, not to mention your status as a police officer. Do you know that policing is a very difficult profession to get out of nowadays? Know how many police officers are killed and injured in the line of duty each year? Would anyone with a normal brain let their children have a partner who is a police officer? Except, of course, for clerical and whatnot. Don't look at the police profession as awesome in the eyes of the common man. The fact is that the police profession is miserable and there is a lot of suffering. You got credit for it? Yi Xiao's heart rejoiced a little. Yes, he took credit. Kidnapping for ransom is no small case. A person who kidnaps another person for the purpose of extorting property, or who kidnaps another person as a hostage, shall be sentenced to not less than 10 years imprisonment or life imprisonment. A 10-year start is never a small case, especially when the kidnapping of a young child is so egregious and the amount of money extorted is large and enormous. It's basically a 15-year sentence at the very least or life. Properly operated, you can mix in a minimum of a commendation or even a third degree. Of course, merit in the law enforcement system is of a different nature than merit in the military and cannot be compared. Yi Xiao cried. Why? Since he's not yet a full-fledged police officer, commendations can be had. Meritorious service is a given. If you were me, would you cry? Do you know what meritocracy is? That's something you can lay back and eat. On the case in front of me, ordinary police officers do a lifetime may not be able to meet a few times, and even cannot be sought to be able to take our problem. Holy crap, credit would get it. Yi Xiao was in tears, her heart crying out. Why am I a police trainee? Why am I not a full-fledged police officer? For God's sake, are you sure you're not fooling me? The heart aches so much it can't breathe. Auntie, does it look like pretty brother is going to cry? The sweet and sticky child's voice rang out, making the tearless Yi Xiao come back to his senses, looking at the cute little guy with a grin. Just now when brother helped you fight the bad guys? Was it handsome? It's so handsome. Brother is great. The little girl giggled as she wrapped her arms around Gu Qingdan's neck, not recognizing him at all. Handsome is right. Yishao glanced at the beautiful older sister. I may need you to cooperate and make a statement and testimony. Is that okay? No problem. Gu Qingdan hugged her niece, her showy face charming, her eyes looking straight into Yi Zhao's eyes, seemingly smiling. Sure. Don't want WeChat? I'll rub it in. I was molested by a beautiful older sister. I suspected that she was plotting against me and craving my body. The men from the CID brigade, they came quickly. A case that is in the family is certainly not going to be given to an outsider. Yishao can't take credit for being a trainee police officer. But this credit, however, can be given to the own family to operate. Waste is shameful, right? Learning a little bit about the human condition is good for others and for you. Let's say, the second uncle who was in a daze when he arrived. What's the situation? How does a great-nephew returning home solve a major kidnapping case? Not only Yi Huaren was confused, the Captain Chen Guodong was equally confused, along with the two police officers who followed him were confused. $500,000 for the kidnapping of a young child is considered a major case. A case like this doesn't even come up a few times a year in the entire CID team. But let a small police officer, who is not even a police trainee, encountered it, gave it back to be broken, and the kidnapper was taken down on the spot. How do you make us old detectives feel? Seeing the second uncle brigade and the two criminal police officers, looking at his eyes a little off, Yishao swallowed his saliva. I'm actually trying to keep a low profile. Yishao glanced at the pretty big sister who was smiling and watching the show. Her eyes rolled. I'm not still young. I hitched a ride with my sister, and I came across this. I can't just ignore it, right? So, you guys get it. Stay low, stay low, stay low for sure. A full-fledged Second Five must have its tawdry operations. Selling this favor to death is too good for the future. With this favor, I don't think it will take long. Own official establishment is on the board. Chapter 15. Invisible dog food is the most deadly. For men, chatting about dirty jokes is always an entertainment that is both fun and passes the time. It also brings men closer together. Things like hitting on a young lady are not considered dirty talk. But men get it. The same can be done to bring a relationship closer. The four policemen smiled as they looked at their junior little old man, sizing up Gu Qingdan for a few moments, and all of them were awestruck. How did this woman get to look so good? Is it the most beautiful woman they've ever seen in their lives? Those so-called celebrities are not even worthy of comparing with them, right? Waiting for the crowd to look at the unconscious kidnapper. I'll rub it in. It's like the scene of a car accident. Should it be so tragic? I have to say that Yi Zhao's hand was a bit dark. The kidnapper's nose was finished, not to mention the state of his jaw, which was probably a serious injury like a cracked bone or fracture, and a bad concussion. There was something wrong with the way the crowd looked at Yi Zhao. Is that a problem? Of course there's no problem. Kidnappers hold young children at knife point, and in a moment of crisis, if they are official police officers, they have the power to shoot on sight. Even trainee police officers who do not have firearms-type weapons have the power to shoot on sight. Even an ordinary person who sees someone holding a hostage at knife point threatening the lives of others has the power to stop it. And it does not even matter if it causes the death of criminals such as thugs and kidnappers in the process. This is a matter of courage and bravery. Even if Yi Zhao got this kidnapper killed, as long as there were witnesses and evidence, there was no such thing. However, this did not delay Yi Zhao from leaving the crowd with an impression of a ruthless heart. Is that a bad thing? Definitely not. Senior Captain Chen Guodong's eyes were bright and scary as he looked at Yi Zhao. The police are not afraid of your ruthlessness, but afraid of the face of criminals do not even have the courage to rush up. What kind of a cop are you without a fear of life and death? Even Yi Huanyan's eyes as he looked at his great-nephew were very surprised. In the eyes of these two captains, this guts born to be police material. What's wrong with being ruthless? It's the only way to deter criminals. I have to say, both of these guys are ruthless. In the past, when we faced criminals, we killed them all. Of course, it's easy to make mistakes. Police have police discipline and rules too. Otherwise, with both of their past credits, they would have been brought up a long time ago. Inside the sports car, Yi Zhao admitted that he was a turd. Bugatti. How many of you have ever sat in one and driven one yourself? At this point, Yi Zhao carefully drove the car, with Gu Qingdan holding the child in the passenger seat. The beautiful big sister said it. You can drive all you want, it doesn't matter if you crash. Just pay attention to your personal safety. Actually, it's the police car that won't fit. For policemen plus one kidnapper made 5, and it was obviously a stretch to squeeze in. It just so happens that Gu Qingdan came in a sports car. Coaxing the child is not convenient to drive. Yi Xiao temporarily play the role of the boss driver. It's tough being a cop, isn't it? Holding her sleeping niece, Gu Qingdan's voice was like an oriole, soft and melodious. It's hard work, but there's nothing for me for a while. I'm just a trainee police officer. Yi Xiao, who was concentrating on driving, flooded her eyes and said, "Sister, can you not talk to me? I'm driving. It's a Bugatti. Can I afford one wheel on my life salary? What's with the thought of being a cop?" Gu Qingdan's beautiful eyes blinked lightly as she looked at Yi Xiao's handsome side face. "Don't you think it's dangerous? It's also dangerous to eat. People choke to death every year and people still have to eat?" Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Some things have to be done by someone. If everyone thinks it's dangerous and doesn't become a police officer, what about the social security? When the time comes, a big beauty like sister mustn't worry about being surrounded by bad guys and can sleep well?" "Ha ha." Gu Qingdan laughed out softly. "No wonder you have a good face. Your mouth is flowery and you're also very talkative. There should be a lot of girls who like you, right? What's this about? I'm a cop. You're a cop? Checking the family register? I'm still single." Speaking of being single, Yi Xiao was a bit depressed. "Can we not talk about this kind of hurt feelings? It's very solid. 2 lifetimes ago, he was born with a good face. I didn't meet nearly as many in my previous life at the police academy, so I didn't have a date. This life just crossed over today. Y'all are trainee police officers. I guess I'll be busy every day, so I won't have time to get married. A virgin for 2 lives. Can you believe that? I can't cry. I have to hold it in. Heh." Gu Qingdan felt that this big boy was so funny and interesting to talk to, and her niece was rescued. She was in a good mood and flirted. "It's okay. My sister knows quite a few pretty girls, so I'll help you introduce them when I have time." "Is it as pretty as your sister?" Yi Xiao hemmed and hawed. "I'll consider it if there is one. If it's not as pretty as sister, then forget it." "You!" Gu Qingdan's showy face blushed slightly. "Is this being molested by a penis? Obviously a cop and a little badass too." "Just kidding, it's here." Yi Xiao hurriedly spoke and stopped the car. Gu Qingdan glared at the older boy and looked out of the car, and sure enough, he had arrived at the Criminal Investigation Brigade. After opening the door and getting out of the car, the people walked into the hall, and there was a specialized person to give Gu Qingdan a statement. "I'll hold it for you." It was inconvenient to make a statement to hold the child. Yi Xiao reached over. Gu Qingdan hesitated a little and handed his niece to Yi Xiao. The eyes and expressions of the police officers within the Criminal Investigation Brigade were off, including Yi Huanyan, the second uncle. The crowd looked at the handsome and somewhat overly pretty pair of youngsters in front of them with strange eyes. Both were sitting at their desks, Yi Xiao holding the baby. Gu Qingdan took out a packet of paper towels and moved gently to wipe the drool from his sleep-drooling niece. The scene resembles a loving young couple, bringing their children to the police station to do their business. Invisibly, the crowd had the feeling of being shown up and drying a bowl of dog food. An inexplicable thought rose in his mind. These 2 youngsters are too good for each other, aren't they? Chapter 16. Bunny is so cute. It was also the first time Yi Xiao had been given a statement, no, a transcript, being a client or a trainee police officer and going through the whole case. But Yi Xiao's statement confused the Criminal Investigation Brigade. The transcript has one center. As a member of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, under the guidance of the captain and deputy captain, under the help of my colleagues, I can handle this case. Yi Xiao, all the credit is everyone's. Are the Criminal Investigation Brigade, I contributed the least. Nima. The cops who took the statements gave dry chuckles. You're not even old enough to describe it. You're a ing loach. You want to be so slick? Again, you have to say, but anyone who sees this transcript will be incredibly cordial when it comes to Yi Xiao. That's taking credit for yourself and making it the credit of the entire Criminal Investigation Brigade. Everyone. Collective third-class merit didn't run away. This kind of credit is spread around, though not much, a little raise in salary and a little resume accumulation for sure. It's a great benefit to everyone who has room for advancement later on. When people give you favors and you don't take them with a smile on your face, unless you're a person with a sick brain, you're going to give them a face. That's too much of a good thing. This cub of yours is better than us, great. Inside the office, Senior Captain Chen Guodong smoked a cigarette, looked at the transcript in his hand, and smiled as he sighed to his old brother. How dare you talk about calves when you don't learn from the good ones? Warinian smiled and shook his head, but he had a feeling of old age. Yeah. The kid from Big Brother's family is a better man than they are, and has an unlimited future. With this case, 3 months. Chan Guodong opened his mouth, looking serious. And then the little guy stayed up for 2 months to turn around. I'll go and ask for an establishment for him. Thanks. Yi Huanyan nodded with a smile. Great-nephew solved the big case of kidnapping and ransom, although the credit is shared, but get a formal establishment is not too easy, just a matter of time. Ordinary people who drag their feet for a year and a half can turn around. It's hard to turn around after only 3 months out of the police academy. The old brother will have to drink out of his old face. But what does it matter? My own great-nephew is a talent in his own right, born to do this. Older brothers want to keep talent in the brigade and develop it properly. Granted, in this day and age, the old ways are not practiced. But like the criminal investigation brigade, such a branch, from elsewhere to the captain of a class of job transfer, few and far between, almost always from the internal selection. If Yi Xiao is really a talent, by the time they both retire, they might actually be able to pick up where they left off. With this one case and the fact that the little guy can behave, the others won't trip him up, they'll just snow him. The future is bright and the road is kind of paved for him. It's just that these 2 old brothers were thinking pretty well. But the question is, can shallow water keep a true dragon? At first light, in front of the CID brigade, Sis buys you dinner. The way Gu Qingdan looked at Yi Xiao was like looking at a younger brother. Very gentle and unadulterated. Things like favors come suddenly sometimes. But Gu Qingdan had to recognize the love. Without Yi Xiao's help today, there was no telling what might have happened. The little girl who woke up from her sleep hugged Yi Xiao's neck like a wombat, hanging like a pendant on a pretty brother's body. The sunny and beautiful big brother is equally deadly to small children. It's no good. It's all I'm supposed to do. Yi Xiao coyly declined for a moment. I hate this rotten fellowship. But in his heart he was screaming wildly. I'm your man tonight if you beg me. I admit I've been Thai all my life. But I'm going to be a pushy bigot in the future. Clam. Gu Qingdan blinked her soft eyes. Sure. Ah, this. Yi Xiao's eyes rolled. Big sister, how can you not follow the rules? Ha! Gu Qingdan smiled angrily, stepped on the lotus steps, and walked towards the sports car. That little waist twists and whines. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Yi Xiao followed with the child in her arms. Yi Warinian, who had just stepped out of the brigade, originally wanted to call his great-nephew to go home with him. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh and laugh and shake his head. It's good to be young. Yi Xiao, who was once again disguised as a domineering chauffeur, drove the sports car and arrived at a villa area in the city according to the command of taking care of Qingdan. When they pulled into the garage of a villa, a petite woman rushed over like a madwoman and took the little girl into her arms, bawling her eyes out. The woman's age is about 27 or 88 or so, well-maintained, is a beautiful woman with excellent charm. Although her face is haggard, it is still difficult to hide the style between the eyebrows. Yi Xiao was stunned. How do these 2 sisters look? You guys are just making it clear that you don't give a damn about other women. Mom, I saw the rabbit today. It's so cute. I want to eat the rabbit. The little girl tilted her little face up and nibbled on her pinky, the word gluttony written in her eyes. Yi Xiao almost laughed. So cuteness is all for eating in a child's eyes? Well, spicy rabbit head, dry fried shredded rabbit. Lovely indeed. Yi Xiao had a mouthful of saliva. All you do all day is eat. It looked like she was scolding her daughter, but the woman's eyes were full of motherly love. Wait a while and let Auntie Lu buy you a rabbit and make it for you to eat. The return of her daughter suddenly made the world so much better in the woman's eyes. It wasn't until much later that he saw the older boy beside his sister. Just one glance was all it took. How did this big boy get to look so good? Chapter 17. There is a kind of coziness called family. In the eyes of men, beautiful women are always the most attractive to them. In the eyes of women, beautiful men are equally attractive to them. If you can't eat it, you'll crave it. Entering the villa, Yi Xiao realized that his pattern was small and his eyesight was not enough. Finally, I know what luxury is. Crocodile skin sofas, understand? Little leaf sandalwood flooring, understanding? What do you know about an all-jade coffee table? Not to mention all those antique ornaments, vases, murals, and whatnot in the villa. Yi Xiao sighed in his heart. That's still Buster's sister's house. What about Buster's own house? And why is there no bodyguard in sight for a family like this? Why did that kidnapper only ask for $500,000 ransom? Movies and novels mistake me. Rich people don't always have bodyguards for the whole family. The kidnappers only demanded a ransom of $500,000, surely for insurance purposes and not to attract the attention of the police. Rich people can afford to pay that kind of money, and they don't go to the police for that kind of petty cash. After his brain rotated for a while, Yishao analyzed it with a bit of emotion. The city is so set in its ways that you can't even be a criminal without some brains. At this time, the beautiful woman knows the big boy in front of the police or benefactor that is a grateful on the spot took out this check, wrote a number hard to stuff Yishao hands. Yishao casually swept a glance at the number on top of the check and almost kneeled. What do you rich people think money is anyway? Yishao looked at Gu Qingdan with a difficult face. Older sister. His brother is a police officer, you're going too far. Gu Qingdan smiled and took the check away from Yizhao's hand, tearing it off casually. Yizhao's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. Let's just say I'm not a cop. You see? That's a lot of money Woody got. The trio chatted while the nanny cooked. It was only then that Yishao realized that Gu Qingdan's sister's name was Gu Qingdao, 28 this year, 3 years older than her sister. And her daughter Daodu was 5 years old, and her husband had died in an accident the year before, leaving them orphaned and widowed. He caught a whiff of a courtroom drama. Title of the play, The Grudge of the Great Family. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. The sisters were extremely close and are survived by their parents. Well, not exactly healthy, but it's all there. Back then, also because the sister's father was seriously ill, Gu Qingdan did not even go to college and took over the family's company. Why didn't Gu Qingmai, the older sister, take over? Because there is a kind of person who is born without business talent, not suitable for the shopping mall, only suitable for husband and mother. Gu Qingmai is such a woman. During the meal, Daodu, who had long since gotten acquainted with Yishao, sat on his pretty brother's lap, waiting to be served, a top-notch snacker. Watching Yishao take care of Daodu's meals with extreme patience, the sister's eyes became softer and softer. In the middle of the meal, Gu Qingdan answered a phone call. It was only then that Yishao realized how powerful her big sister was. In an instant, he changed from a royal sister to a boss, the superior temperament, the competent tone, and the serious expression, all of which involuntarily gave him a sense of oppression. No wonder not many men like female bullies. How is conquering such a woman not an accomplishment? Men, indeed, love the wild ones. The meal was filled with laughter, and with a little cutie talking baby talk, the atmosphere became a little cozy. Yishao realized that she liked this strange feeling. Is this what the old people used to say? Wife and kids in a hotbed? The feeling of family, holy, is not the right rhythm. Yishao instantly woke up. I'm only 22. It's not something I should be thinking about. I'm too young to ever step into the grave of marriage. I must play for a few years and enjoy life. Fun times always pass quickly. I can't believe it's 9 o'clock after a meal. Yishao was ready to say goodbye. Results. Didn't you just say your parents are gone and you live by yourself? Gu Qingmai pulled Yishao's hand. Don't go. Stay at sister's house for the night. Why do you hold my hand like you're trying to eat someone? I'm scared. I'm afraid you sisters will turn into midnight she-wolves and eat me up in the middle of the night. Yizhao's head distorted the image and turned her head to look at Gu Qingdan. The whole bean thing scared my sister, and having a cop stay at the house for a night will put her mind at ease. Gu Qingdan smiled and explained. The timid and cowardly character of her own oldest sister was too much for her to understand. So one night, Yishao thought about it and nodded. When he walked into the guest room, he had the feeling of walking into a luxury hotel. Separate bathroom with all toiletries. After taking a shower and walking out of the bathroom in her bathrobe, Yishao laid down on the large bed. Obviously tired, but a little sleepy. Can't be helped that the first day of crossing over was too much to go through. It always felt like there was a hand that couldn't see that was leading him to an unknown. It's a bad feeling, the illusion of not being in control of your life. Yishao wanted a cigarette. You generally can't smoke or drink in the police business. But some of the old cadets, they're old smokers. Thinking about cases, solving cases, annoying more people than you can imagine. Being exposed to cases all day and facing all kinds of negative events. Without proper relaxation, it is easy to develop mental illness. Whenever they are not on duty, they also smoke a cigarette and drink a little wine to relieve their tired bodies and minds. But no cigarettes in your pocket? Yishao had a hard time pushing, and was even more unable to sleep. Forget it. Go out and get some air. Getting dressed and walking out of the bedroom, the hall light was on. What a coincidence. Gu Qingdan was sitting on the hall sofa with a laptop in front of him, supposedly working. Recognized the bed? When she saw Yishao, Gu Qingdan hooked up the corners of her mouth. A woman winks and smiles, taking in the world. No. Yishao shook her head. I wanted to smoke and forgot to bring it, so I'm going out to get some air. Smoke. Gu Qingdan furrowed her moon brows in displeasure, but still stood up. Wait a moment. I'll go look for you. My brother-in-law used to smoke. I don't know if there's any left. You can't smoke it if you have it, can you? Your brother-in-law has been hanging on the wall for 2 years. Yishao was dumbfounded and sat down on the sofa. Not long after Gu Qingdan returned, with a box of cigars in hand. Chapter 18. The Sister Who Played with Capital. Can I smoke an aged cigar? Yishao realized she was low. The substance needs to be judged on the cigar's qualities. For example, the base cigar is suitable to be smoked at 5 years of well-mellowed condition. This is often referred to as the flavor appreciation period. The reasoning is similar to that of wine, as it is with cigars. High-end cigars can be kept for decades without any problem, but they taste even better. The Bullies family smokes regular cigars, cut with cigar tongs, fire-roasted, lit, before handing it to Yishao. Gu Qingdan's set of movements was extremely skillful. My dad used to love this stuff, and I specialized in learning to light cigars for my dad when I was a kid. Gu Qingdan noticed something strange in his brother's eyes and explained with a smile. I'll go. Did we get the daddy treatment too? Yishao picked up the cigar prettily, took a puff, and didn't inhale. Take another hard inhale. Almost died on the spot. Cough, cough. Yishao choked and blushed, teasing Gu Qingdan on the side with a flutter of flowers and delicate laughter. My dad told me back in the day that there's a trick to smoking cigars. Gu Qingdan said with a smile. Light force won't work. Heavy force won't work either. You have to grasp a degree. It's called pin-sucking technique. Aha! Yishao nodded and slowly tried it. Not to mention, it's really true. Taking a drag, Yishao narrowed her eyes. What does a cigar taste like? This is an amazing topic. As has been the case for decades now, an endless stream of wine and whiskey tasters have exhausted their imaginations and put pen to paper, leaving the Nobel Prize for Literature unattempted but manipulating the minds of the general public of wine drinkers and merchants with their words. Along with their reviews, the wines of the pen, point of view, and premiums are superb. Yishao thinks that cigars still taste like smoke and fire. However, closer to the flavor of natural plant soil. And don't be enamored with the niceties of so-called high-priced cigars. Trying it yourself and feeling good about it is the real deal. No more of those crappy cigarettes, they're not good for your health. Although cigars aren't any good. But at least they can be a little better than those cigarettes. Gu Qingdan looked straight at this younger brother that he had only recognized today. I'll buy some cigars for you. Come get them for me later. Okay? And so on. Yishao looked at Gu Qingdan dumbfounded. Sister, I still want to try and make an effort. I don't want to be adopted yet. You'll make it difficult for me, you know? Go to bed honestly after smoking and don't think. Gu Qingdan's showy face floated with a hint of light petulance, reaching out to pinch Yishao's frozen cheeks, no longer bothering with this younger brother, and continuing to busy herself with her work. Ing. What do you want, sis? You can tell me if you're going to keep me or not. I'm going to feel bad when you do this. Yishao had all sorts of inner drama, smoking a cigar while looking at Gu Qingdan fiddling with his computer. HTC Financial Group. The top 100 financial groups in China. You can call it capital. That's right, Gu Qingdan's company is a financial group that plays with capital, investment, stock market, and venture capital. At the age of 25, he controls a financial group with a market capitalization of over $100 billion. The horror of such women in business, go figure. Yishao didn't dare to think about it anyway, because it's just 2 worlds away from people. Just recognize a sister to mix some food and drink on weekdays. Don't expect people to look at you. You're definitely a brother in people's eyes. In terms of business acumen and making money alone, you're not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. After a few puffs of the cigar, Yishao drifted a bit. No, can't smoke it. Yishao studied how to extinguish it. Don't mind it. It'll go out on its own if you don't inhale. While typing, Gu Qingdan reminded her little old brother of a word. I'll go back to bed then. Yishao got up. Remember to brush your teeth. Gu Qingdan raised her head, her pretty face a little serious. Why do I notice you look like my mom? This bully's character just isn't very likable. I prefer 36D pampered and cute royalty. Though you all have a great chest. Yishao mentally spat out a sentence and went back to her bedroom. Dazed and confused. My brain was a mess, but I fell asleep. I ended up opening my eyes the next day and looking at my phone. Yi Xiao jumped straight up from the bed. It's 7:30, only half an hour before work. Holy, what a way to go. After 3 minutes of washing up, Yi Xiao rushed out of the bedroom. Come over for breakfast. Gu Qingmai, who was like a gentle big sister, waved at Yi Xiao, who rushed out in the hall. I can't. I'm late for work. Yi Xiao was on the verge of tears as she rushed towards the outside of the villa. Take my car, it's not too late. Gu Qingdan, who was drinking kanji at the dining table, opened his mouth blandly and pointed to the car keys on the coffee table with an elegant demeanor. I generally can't use that car. You drive it for fun. Dirtbags and stuff are the worst. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes, rushed towards the coffee table to grab the car keys, shunned the cigar and ran out of the villa. I still bow down to the dirt. Yi Xiao, who rushed out of the villa in his car, was thinking so inwardly with grief and anger. Chapter 19. I was cheating. Barely. Zhang Yang's flashy sports car was parked in the Criminal Investigation Brigade parking space. Yi Xiao rushed out of the sports car straight to the brigade hall. There's still 10 minutes left, and I don't know if it's enough time to change clothes. There are locker rooms within the brigade, all with lockers belonging to individuals, and luckily there is a spare police uniform here. After changing her clothes, Yi Xiao let out a long breath. Come into the lobby and pretend to be calm. Like I'm here early. Actually, it doesn't matter if he's late. Yesterday, Yi Xiao shared out the credit for the kidnapping case equally, and everyone in the brigade knew about it. Everyone had a smile on their face when they looked at him. Usually he was the one who gave the nod of hello first, but today it was someone else who nodded hello to him first. Creatures like people are so complex. The Criminal Investigation Brigade where Yi Xiao is located is not small. More than 70 people. There were 3 more squadrons under the subordinate units, so if you really counted them all, it would have to be close to 200 men. It's a first-tier city after all, but the scale is definitely there. A brigade has not only a brigadier, 2 lieutenants, but also instructors. All 4 are considered leadership within the brigade, with 5 sections below them. There are more than 20 civilian police officers within it. The entire brigade on duty, more than 70 people really out in the field, just so 30 or 40 dry police. In the past, Yi Xiao belonged to the mixing and learning kind in the brigade. It's his job to serve tea and clean up and stuff. Trainee police officer. But it's different from today. No one dares to ask him to serve tea anymore. Not surprisingly, in a few months this little old man was a co-worker for everyone. Such a can-do co-worker is very much liked by the entire brigade. With the addition of Yi Warinian's face, care and all that was necessary. That's the human condition. I have to say that Yi Xiao really knows her stuff. The cigars that had been brought in from my sister's house in the morning were divided directly into 2 for the second uncle and 2 for the first captain, and then these 2 elders were taught how to smoke them. When the 2 leaders heard that a cigar was 5 figures, they almost choked. How much? Over 10,000? That's it? The 2 chiefs of detectives, who had seen a great deal of trouble, shivered in their smoking hands. Yi Xiao hurriedly explained, yesterday this is not recognized a sister. It's from his sister. It's okay. Don't worry about it. If that hadn't been said, Yi Xiao estimated that second Uncle Slap might come over. Have to say, Uncle 2 has been a decent man all his life. The style is also the military style left by the army. The memories after crossing over were telling Yi Xiao that X had been smacked with a big belt by this second uncle when he was a kid because he was naughty, and he really treated his great-nephew as his own son. There are some mistakes that can't be made. One wrong step and your whole life is over. This is something Yi Xiao still understands. We can't do that anymore. We cops can't touch this kind of stuff. Yi Warinian had a serious face and admonished his great-nephew. But my sister said she wouldn't let me smoke. That cigarettes were bad, and only let me smoke cigars. Yi Xiao decides to challenge the all-pervasive elder bullying. No, I don't want to be a slave in the eyes of my elders. I can't listen to them for everything. It's a principle, it's a belief. What do you know about Marxism-Leninism from my past life? You! Yi Huanyan glared. Well, what do you care if someone's sister gives something to her brother? Chan Guodong opened his mouth and smiled as he inhaled a mouthful of cigar. Not to mention, this thing is quite powerful, but it's just too expensive. Humph. Yi Huaran snorted coldly, no longer educating his great-nephew, also began to smoke a cigar beautifully. The what? Yi Xiao, with a small humble face, said in a noisy voice. My sister said that her tens of millions of dollars of sports car also let me drive it for fun first. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Huan Yen. Gordon Chan. Do you think there's anything wrong with a cop driving a tens of millions of dollars sports car? Okay. Yi Xiao also felt that this was very bad, and hurriedly sent the car back to his sister tonight. Before Uncle Junior was about to storm off and beat him up. Yi Xiao buggers off. Ready to go live? When Yi Xiao took out her cell phone and went online first. Clueless. Why do I seem to be on fire and even on the hot headlines? It's not scientific. That's right, Yi Xiao is on fire, an internet sensation, the kind that explodes overnight. The reason for this is that his experience yesterday of giving legal advice and promoting anti-fraud was so interesting. In the first two PKs, one was shivering with fear, the other was on his knees, and the script didn't dare play out that way. The third PK carries off 3 scared, pissed-off young socialites straight away. All of the live broadcasts were edited by Water Friends and then uploaded to the internet. This kind of hilarious positive video was really rare in the past. In addition to the fact that Yi Xiao also in their own live broadcast to the netizens of the law solves the problem of who to save first when your girlfriend or mom falls into the water. Just tell me it's hard for him not to be hot. Yi Xiao, a police officer, exploded onto the internet overnight. The netizens' current mantra is, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app? Did your girlfriend fall in the water? These two sentences have also become a popular internet term. Wait for the CID brigade to get the message. Yi Xiao then became a monkey in the zoo and began to be miserably mobbed, all wanting to see the newest internet cop in their brigade. One with a smile on his face, all kinds of teasing and flirting. It made Yi Xiao's old face red. Doesn't he know if he's a full-fledged cop or not? Everyone else became a cop by being real. I cheated. Chapter 20, One Night's Success. Who gave you the nerve? Do you realize this is a mistake? Yi Huanyan went from chiding his great-nephew, but with a smile on his face. It is indeed a mistake to impersonate an official police officer. But fortunately, his own great-nephew's status is technically considered a police officer. An internship doesn't make you a cop, not to mention the fact that the great-nephew was wearing a police trainee uniform when he went on air. It's just a misunderstanding on the Shark Live platform. Does it matter? It's totally okay. Yi Xiao's live broadcast to publicize anti-fraud was already over-accomplished. The publicity is so great that the whole country knows about the National Anti-Fraud app. Is Yi Xiao wrong? Not only did he take credit, but the entire CID team counts as credit. The higher-ups will most likely have to give a commendation. This is a good thing. Who cares if Yi Xiao is a police trainee? What's more, Yi Xiao drove the positive energy trend on the internet this time, setting a typical example. And the higher-ups will let him stay on as a trainee cop. No, he'd have to be a full-fledged cop. Otherwise, it would be like slapping yourself in the face. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the call came in from the detachment commander. First, he gave Chun a good scolding, asking, how did you dare? How dare you let a police trainee pretend to be a full-fledged cop? The detachment was happily cursed when it was cursed. The following minions are too much for long faces. Nowadays, their provincial and municipal criminal investigation team in the country are famous. Publicity anti-fraud efforts so big to the country, the detachment chief face must have light. Of course, the main purpose of this call was the question of Yi Xiao's identity. The province will go down to check on the political examination and so on. If the political examination and assessment are passed, the person will be directly transferred to the regular staff. Yi Xiao, who got this news, was stunned. Is it still possible to play like this? I'm just turning a positive, actually want the province to come down to assess. This is not the same as a cannon to hit a mosquito? Guess he'd even have to be the scorpion poop of the country, the one and only. But it's no one's fault. It's Yi Xiao himself who has become popular, making a scene that the whole country knows there is such a netizen cop, and it's definitely impossible not to treat him strictly. In case Yi Xiao's profession is not good in mixing with the police force, a bad one will be disgraced, and even will be disgraced in front of the whole country. This responsibility cannot be borne by anyone. No one dares to joke about this kind of thing, and it must be treated strictly and without mercy. Help yourself. Chun Guodong smilingly patted the shoulder of Yi Xiao, who wanted to cry and walked away. You! Yi Huanyan also cried and laughed as he looked at his great-nephew and walked away. The rest of the criminal investigation brigade, each one of them looked at Yi Xiao with complicated faces, dispersed and went about their own business. Hey, what do you all mean? Yi Xiao blinked. Friendship capsized? Am I unlucky now or not? Am I a Euro or a non-European? Did I inadvertently inflate my AC price? His mind began to vomit all sorts of things. But live, it goes on. Wait to open the live feed and go in. I'll rub it in. The number of followers is actually over 20W. There are actually 1,000 people online. Before the live broadcast even started, there were 1,000 people there waiting for him to start broadcasting. That's how big anchors are treated, right? It's really red. As soon as Yishao went online, he saw the number of people online grow explosively, 10,000 in the blink of an eye, 20,000 in an instant, until 50,000 when this explosive growth gradually slowed down. But it was still very fast. Immediately after that, the Shark platform that is paying attention to Yi Zhao's live broadcast movements on the recommendation. Put Yi Zhao's live broadcast on the front page. Cutie, don't do that. Yi Zhao became an overnight sensation and the whole country knows him. That's top traffic. It would be idiotic for the Shark's live platform not to take the opportunity to drive traffic to their own live platform. Therefore, the number of people online in Yi Zhao's live broadcast room began to surge in a blowhole again. 60,000, 70,000, turn 100,000. Then, bursts of pop-ups appeared, filling the screen with hard work, Uncle Cop. Yi Zhao's insides were starting to harry and her scalp was numb. How does it feel to be surrounded by over 100,000 people online? The invisible and qualitative pressure made Yi Zhao's body zao hot. I always wonder if I'm missing an episode and why it's somehow on fire. Soon, he had to mentally sigh as well. That's the benefit of having a big organization on your back and hugging your thighs. Well, keep building yourself up and building the image of the law enforcement system. Hello, everyone. This is Yi Zhao. Thank you for coming to the live broadcast and watching the live broadcast of the law. The opening statement should be formal. The image should be serious without losing the smile. Not to mention the playfulness, Yi Zhao tried to make his image sunny and majestic. Because he's not just representing himself now, it's a question of the image of many police officers in the eyes of the public. He doesn't represent any police, but all it takes is for him to slip up in any way that can instantly tarnish the image of too many police officers. Isn't it depressing? That's not the kind of pressure I should be under at my age. Chapter 21. I want to give you a monkey. Fans? Watermen? Netizens? Pros? Yi Zhao smiled and opened her mouth. Today, when I just went to work, all of my coworkers asked me with a smile, "Have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app?" He played a stunt to drive up the atmosphere of the broadcast room, and in the process publicize it again. Sure enough, the pop-up screen exploded with ha 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 ha. I know I'm red. Yi Zhao's expression was solemn. This kind of redness is not because of me personally or because of my identity, but because of the trust of the fans, the water users, the netizens, and the justice in everyone's heart, and the disgust we all have for criminals. And people live their lives with a sense of justice, truth, and reason, with consistency, honesty, consistency of appearance, purity of mind, and with equal regard for rights and duties. So, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app today? Ha 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 ha. The pop-up stormed. Back to the point. Next, it's time for our upcoming PK propaganda anti-fraud session. Yi Zhao smiled as she tapped the PK button and instantly connected in seconds. To one's surprise, the live room connected this time was actually a big anchor, the kind with more than 100,000 online viewers. Of course, just as Yi Zhao had just spoken live. The number of people online in his live broadcast room had turned into a horrifying 300,000 plus people, and it was still skyrocketing. The moment PK linked up and the two live feeds merged. The other anchor was confused. This is a very pretty, cute anchorwoman with big, adorable eyes. When she saw that the person she was piking with was actually a police officer, her entire little face was dumbfounded, and her little mouth was wide open with that adorable look as if she was about to eat a whale. Hello, I'm Yi Zhao, a police officer. This time it's an anti-fraud propaganda through PK. I hope you don't mind. Such a familiar opening line caused the female anchor's live room to instantly explode. Pop-ups floated up. 666. It's that Netflix cop uncle. Blame it on my lack of culture. The police god has descended. What a powerful aura. I've been shaken out of my internal injuries. Brother policeman is so handsome. Why can he be so handsome? It's called pretty alright, my god. Why doesn't this face value go to be a big star? It's sure to explode in popularity. I crave it, but I don't talk about it. What about wanting the police officer's brother's home address so badly? +1. There are a lot of girls in the anchorwoman's live room. It also made Yi Zhao realize something horrible. If a girl goes rogue, there's no such thing as a boy. For a few short seconds, the pop-up comments changed from Yi Xiao being so handsome, to wanting to take off Yi Xiao's police uniform, to wanting to see if Yi Xiao has abs. Is this a girl? So scary. Hello? The female anchor finally came back to her senses. Her small face instantly reddened with excitement. I know, brother policeman. I've seen your PK video yesterday. It's so interesting. I like it so much. Brother policeman, you are so handsome. I love you so much. I want to give you a monkey. Yi Xiao? What's that? Are you crooked? You're an anchor, not a brainwashed fan. Please don't joke. The corners of Yi Xiao's mouth twitched as she tried to keep a smile on her face. I was trying to. The National Anti-Fraud app, right? I get it. I downloaded it last night. In order to show that she did not lie, the female anchor hastily took out her own cell phone, lit up the app icon and said triumphantly, Brother policeman, you can rest assured that I will help you to publicize, and I will definitely ensure that I complete the task, so that all of my fans will download the policeman. Brother, if I can complete the task, you can tell me your cell phone number? I have no other meaning. I just want to be your friend. Really, brother police officer, you must not think too much. ING. Are you asking for a cell phone number here? Why do I get the feeling that you're plotting against me and want to eat me? Why don't you follow the rules? Are you still out there? Yi Xiao tried her best to sit upright, her face serious and decent. Mentally, I'm cursing. I'd better run. It feels like the risk of running away is lower than the risk of engaging in propaganda against fraud. I'm sorry. I'm at work and can't give out my cell phone number. PK even mic'd to a nymphomaniac. Yi Xiao got a headache. And thanks for your cooperation, bye. Just cut the PK and run. He is not afraid of encountering danger, hardship, or any criminal. But a being like a nymphomaniac is scary, all right. Yi Xiao, however, did not know that the spectators gathered below almost went crazy with laughter when they saw Yi Xiao being scared away. Soon the clip video was uploaded to the internet. Handsome, sunny, cute, shy, and other images of Yi Xiao immediately captured all the hearts of the young ladies. So cops can be so cute and shy? This wave of maneuvering not only did not reduce the popularity of the police. Instead, it brings out the cute side of the police. Yi Xiao unintentionally helped solve the old problem of the police profession not being good at finding a partner again. I guess it won't be long before the police profession may soon become the preferred profession for girls to choose a spouse. It would be sudden. Chapter 22. Hundreds of thousands of people turned into jets in seconds. Returning to his live room, Yi Xiao was still in a state of shock. It's humiliating to be a boy and be scared off by a girl. But there was no way, encountering a nymphomaniac, plus a girl who was like a wolf, who clearly wanted to crave your body. What was Yi Xiao waiting for if he didn't run? Waiting for a live dating show? Then expect him to be hung by the entire brigade for not doing your job. Yi Xiao was a bit afraid to go PK. What do you say if you meet another nymphomaniac anchor? And at this point, the live feeds were exploding with laughter. No, I can still salvage it. Have to redeem myself. Hello, everyone. This is the legal awareness session. And as yesterday, if you have any legal questions, you can send them in online. Yi Xiao corrected her attitude and maintained a majestic smile. I will randomly choose a few questions and answer them for everyone. A screen full of pop-ups floated up and dazzled him. That 1,000 strange questions, seeing Yi Xiao's scalp numb, was an eye-opening experience. Quiet. Everyone, please. I'm going to come to the section now to answer your questions. Yi Xiao waved his hand, signaling for silence. The audience fans were very facetious and quiet. A fan asks if I do my own chemistry experiments at home and inadvertently develop a DU product, and if I don't report it because I'm too much trouble, but I won't tell anyone about the formula, am I breaking the law? Yi Xiao's expression was serious. Here I can tell this fan very clearly, first of all, the fact that you can ask this question proves that you should know a little bit about the law, which is knowing the law. Secondly, our country strictly prohibits the private production of DUYAO agent production, which has violated the relevant laws and regulations of our country. Of course, such as the unintentional development of DU products, which does not violate the law. However, this is no longer a question of whether you report, it is necessary to report, is required to record. Otherwise, it is the same as knowing the law and breaking it. We are all adults. Please do not say that you will definitely not tell others about the formula. Since you are well aware of its harmful effects and you still do not report it, what kind of behavior is this? Don't you know it clearly in your heart? Therefore, assuming that such incidents really occur, please be sure to go to the local law enforcement agencies to report for the record. This is for your own good, for the good of everyone, for the good of the country, and also do not take any chances, for the sake of a momentary mistake, to bring unpredictable consequences to themselves. For a while, the live broadcast became quiet. No one was expecting the basically impossible question that a waterbender seemingly asked as a joke. If it happens, it will have such serious consequences. Yi Zhao's words were all about a fact. Please don't ever try to challenge the law. That kind of consequence is definitely something you can't afford. Next, I'll answer this fan's question. Yi Zhao's face showed a smiling expression. This fan asked, abducting and selling female children can be sentenced to death at the highest. The heart is very annoying. Asked me, human traffickers were shot, then his family how to live. Cannot reduce the penalty a little? Boom! The live stream exploded with pop-ups. Do you understand the scene where hundreds of thousands of people turn into spammers in seconds? The spectacular, it's scary. Even Yi Zhao was taken aback. Let's just say that there are actually people who sympathize with human traffickers. What kind of mentality, what kind of oddity is this? If it wasn't for Yi Zhao trying to keep up appearances, if he wasn't representing the police at the moment, maybe he's even stormed off to join the opening spray. It's also tempting to question the fan. Doesn't it smell good to be human? Who gave you the courage to ask such a question? Everyone, please be quiet. Yi Zhao had to stop the chaos in the broadcast room. Because the moment was so hostile, can also be seen from this. How abhorrent, hated to the core, and loathed in the extreme is the existence of human traffickers. Fortunately, as an anchor and as a police officer, the audience and fans still gave face after Yi Zhao opened his mouth. Gradually, the live broadcast went quiet. Although it is said that the criminal law for trafficking female children is sentenced to be merciless, the law cannot be inhumane. Yi Zhao spoke in a cold voice. Then, can I assume that this fan, your question just now was a joke? If so, then can I also answer you in a joking manner? Since you suggested that you want to reduce the punishment for the traffickers, but heart the traffickers being shot, their families will be sad and upset. As a citizen of the country, putting aside my status as a police officer, can I also suggest to the state that the trafficker and his family be executed? That way, the family of the trafficker won't have to grieve. Ha 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 ha. Full screen burst of laughter. Fans shouted, 666. Of course. I can even imagine what you're going to say next. Yi Zhao calmly opened her mouth. This fan will definitely say that the family members of the traffickers didn't break the law and are protected by the law. Ridiculous question again. At this time you know to take up the weapon of law to defend yourself. Then why did you just defend the criminals? Want to try to question the justice of the law, to excuse the traffickers, to gain sympathy? What is your intention? Am I allowed to suspect, this fan, that you are a human trafficker? Chapter 23. Movies don't even dare to act like this. Yi Zhao's reason for doubting this fan was simple. If you were a normal person, would you sympathize with the traffickers, speak up for the traffickers, excuse the traffickers and reduce the sanction, think about the traffickers' families, and worry about whether the traffickers' families are sad or not? Would you? So, what kind of person would even consider this? Is that what makes you think it's too harsh to shoot human traffickers and worry about the heartbreak of their families? In your mind, do you already have an answer? Just as Yi Zhao was about to do something, a voice that resonated steeply within his brain. Ding! Extra-legal fanatic system quest issued. Mission Option 1. Track down suspected fan identities on the spot. Reward. My brain has a mind of its own. Mission Option 2. Ignore fan skepticism and continue broadcasting. Reward. I'm a piece of. Please make a choice by the host. The reward will be issued immediately after the choice is made. Yi Zhao. System, if you want to send mom, you can just say so. What choice is there between these two options? I have dignity. Are you trying to provoke me? I forgot to tell you. I have a phobia of choice. Option 1. Yi Zhao gave her choice in her mind while greeting the system's immediate female family members. Shasta. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. It's an amazing feeling. Magical to the point where Yi Zhao saw the world stand still. No, not the world standing still. Rather, his mind became extremely fast in a split second, so fast that it was difficult for ordinary people to understand. His body, his 5 senses, everything around him, could no longer keep up with the speed at which his mind was running. As the mind ran faster than the speed of time, it also gave his vision something akin to the illusion of the world standing still. This is... My brain has a mind of its own? Yi Zhao was shocked and a little bit horrified, also pondering a question. Is a computer as fast as your own brain can calculate at this point in time? The answer is obvious. Don't ing dream about it. Blinking her eyes, Yi Zhao's vision instantly returned to normal. All those questions he had just considered seemed long, but in fact only a second had passed before his eyes. That would be very nice. Now, please everyone in the live room better not type and send pop-ups. Thanks for your cooperation. Yi Zhao's face became cold, serious, and majestic. The look on his face scared fans. The entire broadcast room was really in the middle of no one posting pop-ups. Where's SuperTubes? Yi Zhao spoke in a cold voice. SuperTube. I'm in. I need the IP address of the fan who just questioned the over-sentencing of human traffickers. Yi Zhao continued. Caretaker. This? I don't have access to. I need to contact the technical department. Then get in touch with your tech department quickly. Yi Zhao ignored the SuperTubes and opened his mouth to inquire about the live broadcast. Excuse me, are there any fellow brothers? I need a cyber police brother to cooperate with me. One moment. The entire fan base within the live stream was stunned. At this point, even if their IQs were in short supply, they could see that Yi Zhao was ready to present a case and investigate the fan who spoke up for the traffickers. Everyone was thrilled. Hundreds of thousands of people are getting excited. How many people have seen a police officer in action? And this police uncle is too good. Isn't he? They say they suspect you, and they want to check you out right away and do you on the spot. Everyone fan audience in their excitement, one by one, were also very quiet and none of them messed up their typing. This is a live broadcast with hundreds of thousands of people, and not a single person has typed a word. Can you believe it? Yi Zhao's live stream just did it. Hello, Officer Yi Zhao. I'm a cyber police officer. Police number 38XX94. A fan with the ID Little Salty Fish of the internet sent out a pop-up. Probably for fear of being questioned and suspected, even the police number was given. Greetings, this cyber police brother. Yi Zhao wore a smile and raised her hand in salute. Your cooperation may be needed next. The Little Salty Fish of the internet. Fighting crime with no honor. When the fan audience saw this scene and the words of the Little Salty Fish of the internet, their blood boiled a little. Do you want it to be so exciting? Do you want it to be so powerful, a police uncle? Movies don't even dare to act like this. Suddenly, there was a message from SuperTubes. Supervisor. Hello, Officer Yi Zhao. The IP address of the fan has been confirmed by the technical department's background inquiry. A series of IP addresses then hit the public screen. A cyber cop is a cyber cop. Network small salted fish. Address has been seized. XX province, XX city, Jingzhou district, IP for mobile IP. Suspected Wi-Fi router subnumber address. Excuse me. Are there any police brothers from XX province and XX city in the live broadcast? Yi Zhao spoke again. The magic happens again. Hello, Officer Yi Zhao. Originally I came here to study. I didn't want to actually have the honor of talking to you. A fan named Gang110 sent out a pop-up. XX Province XX City Criminal Police Brigade Criminal Police, Guolu. Police number 51XX10, Fight Crime, Supreme Honor. Crap groove. The live feed instantly ignited, especially after hearing two police officers, in a row, utter the words, fighting crime is a supreme honor. Hundreds of thousands of fans stared around. Excited. Are you sure you're not filming? Dare the script be written like this? How exciting can it be? So bad I have to pee. Chapter 24. Something big is about to happen. The Shark platform management scalps were numb as they all watched Yi Zhao's live broadcast. A police officer is working on a case live on their live streaming platform. Just ask you if you're afraid? If you're not afraid, even the internet police showed up. Not only the internet police, but a police officer jumped out. Plus Yi Zhao in the live stream. 3 police officers showed up and close to more than 600,000 people watched online. Excuse me, are you afraid? If you're still not afraid. Well then, the next thing that happened was that because of this incident, the major anchors on the platform drove to Yi Zhao's live room in parts. In an instant, countless anchors of all sizes converged here, and countless seas of fans drove in. The number of people online in the live broadcast room instantly broke 1 million, turning 2 million, in a moment 3 million. Eventually, it's about to reach 5 million people. 5 million people gathered around. What great anchor in history could do that? This isn't heat, this isn't popularity, this isn't one of those bogus numbers. This is the real, true number of people online. Now, are you afraid? The entire Sharks management shivered, all right. It's a bad beat that's going to be a big deal. To paraphrase a fan, the movie wouldn't dare act like you. That's 5 million people. One person could spit and drown you in an instant. Quickly cooperate fully with Officer Yi Zhao's instructions. Any instructions, the technical department, the operations department, the supervisory department. Cooperate fully. The Shark executives cried out and panicked. They suddenly realized that perhaps Yi Zhao's live broadcast at Shark was not only not a good thing for the Shark platform, but instead, it was planting a bomb in the Shark platform. A little inattention and the bomb goes off and the Shark platform is probably gone. It's no joke. At this point, not to mention the Shark's management hair. The moment Yi Zhao saw that the number of live streamers was about to break through 5 million, he was all a bit confused. Are you guys going too far? Do you realize that this is going to cause me a lot of heartburn? Bigger people make bigger things happen. I don't know how many of these simple logic problems I've chewed on in my past life. Yi Zhao wanted to cry. Seems like unintentional trouble. No, I can't. It has to be resuscitated. I can't just give up on the treatment. Is the Shark tech there? Yi Zhao took a deep breath. Technical department. In. Can you do that with all the fans with their typing turned off except for the 2 officers just now who are free to type and talk? Yi Zhao opened his mouth to inquire. Technical department. Yes. Okay then. Turn off the typing for everyone else. Yi Zhao continued to speak. Brothers of the cyber police and brothers of the criminal police. If it's convenient, please directly click on the function of connecting with the anchor, and let's have a voice conversation. I have to say, the Shark platform does this very well. Fans can not only connect with the anchor, but also direct video through the connection. 10 seconds later, the live feed is split into 3 screen boxes. Yi Zhao's live screen was in the center. To the left, a young policeman appears who is a little agitated. This here is the little salty internet police officer. On the right, a serious-looking policeman in his 30s in a police uniform. And this right here is just 110, the criminal police. Brush. The 3 men neatly raised their hands in salute. Hello guys, I'm Yi Zhao. After the salute, Yi Zhao smiled and spoke. This time, I may have to trouble you two to assist in the investigation of a suspect who is suspected to be a human trafficker. You're welcome. The cyber police and the criminal police nodded their heads and opened their mouths. I don't think I need to say anything more in order to prevent the suspect from fleeing, do I? Yi Zhao looked at the criminal police officer named Guolu. Understood, Guanu said with a serious face. Just now, when you had your suspicions, when the cyber police brothers gave their address, our criminal police brigade had already started to act. I myself am responsible for contacting you, and am also in the police car at this time. When he finished, he shook his cell phone around a bit. It was indeed in a police car with 3 other criminal police officers inside. Not only that, but in front of and behind the car, there were 2 police cars. It's a bit of a battle. Damn, is it that fast? Yi Zhao was confused. Net Police Network Small Salted Fish opened his mouth. I have deciphered the other party's Wi-Fi address, locked the fixed IP for a certain past broadband. The registrant's information has been checked, along with the registrant's package-bound cell phone number information has been queried, and at any time, the suspect's mobile location can be locked. As long as his cell phone is carried on his body, it can also be satellite positioning through the nearby base station. Yi Zhao, don't these 2 pussies have any backlash for releasing their skills? Should we be so? Why do I feel a little redundant? Trouble 2 fellow brothers. Yi Zhao smiled and spoke. Actually, I'm not sure if this person is a human trafficker or not, but what he said is very detestable. I also admit that I might have been impulsive, but no matter what, I want to take a look at what kind of existence someone who can speak for a human trafficker is. Don't say you. The network's Small Salty Fish is obviously very young and impulsive, a face of anger. Seeing the words he said in the live broadcast, I want to curse. We police are also people. The most hated is human traffickers like them. They don't take people as their own kind at all. This kind of people should be killed. Young. Criminal police officer Guolu blandly spoke. Killed is not cheap? Should be brought to the case unit properly interrogated. Well, must be properly interrogated. When we interrogated enough, it has been handed over to the prosecution. What are you guys talking about and why can't I understand anything? These 2 brothers, are you really cops? One wants to just get the trafficker killed. One wanted to get back to the station for a proper interrogation. That said, this interrogation of yours, is it decent? It's not called the 10 tortures, is it? The trio's conversation once again ignited the broadcast. The audience fans' aquanauts were dumbfounded one by one. Do these cops have to be so tough? What do you all mean by that? Don't they carry people anymore? Why are we so thrilled and excited? Yes, that's the kind of cop we think of. That's how you deal with human traffickers. Our machetes are hungry and thirsty. Come on, show us. Is that who speaks for human traffickers or not? Chapter 25 Really 10 million people surrounding. The capture. No, it's an investigative operation in full swing, live. When 10 officers of the Criminal Police Brigade, including Guolu, surrounded the suspect's home, the accident appeared. People run away, but everyone is excited. Why? What's wrong with you? Why are you panicking if you're not a trafficker? Cutie. All could see that the fan who spoke up for the trafficker, he was 100% a trafficker. Surprise, surprise, surprise? The live feed blew up. When the news spread 10 by 10, 10 by 100, the live room that originally had over 5 million people online skyrocketed once again. This is a live broadcast of the arrest of a human trafficker. What are the best traditions of the country? Huddle. Soon, the number of people in the live stream broke through 6 million, 7 million in less than 3 minutes, and then toward the 8 million mark. It blew up, it really blew up. The entire Shark platform servers were about to be overwhelmed. The live screen within Yi Zhao's live room began to experience a violent lag. It's 8 million people flooding into one server at the same time. Big game services can you up all right. Luckily, and I don't know what technical tricks the Shark tech department used, it gradually stabilized anyway. Live streaming is back to normal. The arrest officially. Run? You're kidding. Nowadays, the streets are full of surveillance eyes in the sky. All the streets, all the intersections, all the surveillance. Once you've identified the suspect from the surveillance, physical description, just tell me how you're going to run. What's more, this douchebag himself dared to go online and run Yi Zhao's live broadcast to pretend to be a pussy. IP addresses and all sorts of information are exposed. The Criminal Police Brigade has been looking for Turn Industry Locksmith. Open the door of the suspect's home, but also from his home also search the intoxicating drugs and a trade in human account book. The evidence is conclusive. The audience, who were watching the whole thing, completely blew up. This spectacle of soon-to-be 10 million people shook the local law enforcement system. No one dares to joke about a live arrest that is watched by almost 10 million people. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The province gave a direct order. Seal off the city, deploy armed police, and pursue the suspects with full force. Come on, little old man trafficker, how are you going to run? Yi Zhao's smile, which she always maintained, was so big that her face was almost stiff. He had the feeling that he had been shot in the knee, or the kind that was broken. Do you think I may? Or am I just too good at screwing up? Yi Zhao thought sadly as she spat in her heart. Is this a disconnect between me and this parallel world? Or is my OU regime too much? The first captain, Chun Guodong, and the second uncle, Yi Huaren, stood behind him at an unknown time. Both were squinting at him. The eyes were so complex, so odd, as if they were looking at some unknown creature. 10 million people watched the police arrest the traffickers, and it was probably a national sensation. Yi Zhao didn't even have to think about it. You're making the heat again at this point yourself, aren't you? The whole country knows the news. Just tell me that the first captain and the second uncle can't know it? They're not the only ones who know. The other lieutenant, along with the CID brigade instructor, also came. The feeling of being surrounded by 4 leaders made Yi Zhao's brain buzz. Although I didn't whore myself out in my last life. But I can imagine the embarrassment of going to a whorehouse by myself and then having the police officer call my parents to inform them. And right now, Yi Zhao was just so embarrassed. Simply don't want to live. Luckily, the arrest was over quickly. The suspect was held at gunpoint by more than a dozen guns in the street and dropped to his knees with his hands up in surrender. Scared less. This is just one suspect, the same one who ran the online pretense, and will follow up with a deeper dive. Because human abduction and trafficking is a black industry chain, there will be too many criminals involved. As can be seen from the exposure of the books, it's an organized crime ring. The case was also subsequently characterized as a major case. None of this has anything to do with Yi Zhao anymore. It will be masterminded by a local case team. The question is, Yi Zhao took credit again. Still, with tens of millions of people watching, take credit. At this time, the live broadcast reached an unprecedented 10 million people watching. If yesterday Yi Zhao was an accidental burst of popularity, then from today, Yi Zhao's name will literally be on fire and read across the country. End of link with 2 peers. The number of people in the live stream remained in the millions. 10 million people are watching you on their computers and on their cell phones. I'm asking you if you're numb. Yishao hardened her head and kept her smile. Hello everyone, this is Yishao. Thank you for coming to my live broadcast. I think you've all seen the entire process of an arrest of a criminal. It should be very enjoyable, right? However, the enjoyable live broadcast time is coming to an end. Before I get off the air, I want to say one thing to everyone. Yishao grinned and pretended to be an advertising dog. Have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app? Chapter 26. No more messing around. It's a bad feeling to be surrounded by strong leaders who want to find a crack in the ground. Yishao felt that the 4 middle-aged uncles in front of him should have already gotten out of their low class. People in their middle age must not have to thermos cups of goji berries. Is your life. Don't hold on to me as a young man, okay? Yishao admitted that he was a bit skinny and messed up that much. It's just a crowd of 10 million people. What's the big deal? Who am I afraid of, Lu Jianming? Who am I afraid of? Well, I was about to pee my pants too, but who asked us to be shameless? Just be shameless to be fearless. Laughing at what? Seeing that his great-nephew didn't say anything, Yi Huanyan stared up. See how proud you are? Quite proud, aren't you? I'm not laughing, I'm not. Yishao was righteous and had a serious expression. With a face like you're slandering my character, Uncle too. Don't scare the little one. The one who opened his mouth to relieve himself was the instructor of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. In the past to have seen Yishao twice. Just did not expect to meet again. Are you going to be so heavenly? There was no way the instructor could think otherwise. He was shocked when he got word that a trainee officer in the brigade was working on a case live on the internet. He, the instructor, almost had a heart attack when he heard that there were millions of people watching. The other vice captain's mood was similar to the instructor's, looking at Yishao with incomparably tangled eyes. What kind of monster is this little guy? What's gotten into you? This today. Captain Chun Guodong had a headache. The detachment commander just called me in the morning. I estimate that after a while. His cell phone rang, speak of the devil. Detachment commander, yeah, I know, okay, bye. Chun Guodong put down his cell phone with a strange expression and first looked at the 2 lieutenants and the instructor before turning his head to look at Yishao. The detachment commander was scolded by the chief captain. Yishao was confused. Because of the live broadcast? Chun Guodong seemed to smile. The detachment commander means that the live broadcast is messed up by you alone. It has nothing to do with the criminal investigation team. Meaning dump the pot on me? Yishao was depressed. I mean, what do you bigots mean? Blessings for all, woes for the little ones? Don't think about it. Chun Guodong looked at Yishao's changing face, smiled and explained. Who did not expect you to fire so excessively? 10 million people surrounded, not to mention me, not to mention the detachment captain. If something really happened, the chief captain cannot carry this thunder. Fortunately, this time things did not go wrong. But you have to sympathize with the fact that we're not young and our hearts can't take it. So this live broadcast was made by you alone. It's a big credit for you to eat alone. But from now on, you hand over your account. Let the rest of the brigade publicize it. These days at ease, waiting for the province to come down to people political examination and assessment. Never. Do not make things again. Cutie. Both could hear the irony in that. Yixiao's old face blushed. He admitted that he had almost punked the whole brigade. Why? Don't look at him as a one-man broadcast, representing the brigade. With the spectacle of millions of people watching live on air, can you imagine the consequences of that if there was a real accident? Even Yishao herself was afraid afterward. It's no joke that people are popular. He alone gets all the credit for past publicity, which is recognized by the detachment commander. But now Chun Guodong asked him to give the account to someone else to publicize, is to share the responsibility of the live broadcast to go out. In the future, really because of the live broadcast out of anything, is everyone together to fight against the thunder. The law is not responsible for the people. Even if something happens, the higher-ups can't take out the CID brigade in one go. Can they? That's what the detachment commander just called Chun Guodong. Yishao can't go live, so let's lay low for a while. That is to say, the detachment commander was also a protector of his children, which was protecting Yishao. Of course, it was also Yishao who had given the CID too much face. Especially when Yishao was live streaming, the detachment commander was also watching the live broadcast and spectating live. At the end of the broadcast, the sentence, "Have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app?" all gave him a dry laugh. In front of millions of people to do publicity, This kind of thing don't have to province and city law enforcement system who can do. This is the little old man under me. Are you guys convinced? This talent has to be protected, it can't be wasted like that. Then lay low for a while. Thinking about this, Yishao was a bit touched. In the past, the first captain and the second uncle protected him. Now even the detachment commander, whom he had never seen before, was defending him. It's only been 2 days since I crossed over. What can I do? People, they are emotional creatures. Everyone is so nice to you. You can't be so hard-hearted. Can you? The little bit of separation from this parallel world that had originally existed after crossing over disappeared at this moment. Yishao laughed. I love the world of human kindness. Chapter 27. I want to be a cow and a horse. Yishao knew she was red. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, everyone looked at him as if he were a rare animal. Even a thick-skinned person surrounded by an entire brigade would have to blush. Okay? What's more, we're all good-natured onlookers, all seniors. You're the only trainee police officer in the entire brigade, and you're the smallest, so if you don't molest you, who do you molest? That's right, the entire brigade of police officers, the youngest of the others are over 30 years old. A waterfall of older men. He's the only one who's 22 years old and can't even find anyone his own age to joke with. Yishao was also helpless. If you want to be in a solid position and move up the ladder, you have to learn to hug your thighs, and it's the same no matter what era. Nowadays he hugs the thighs of his second uncle, his first captain, and probably the thighs of his detachment captain can give him a hug, which is cool. Finished my meal beautifully and was ready to go out for a smoke. Just out of the criminal investigation brigade came to the road aisle, ready to go across the supermarket to buy cigarettes. A Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of him. You don't treat me like a cop? What's the point of blocking my way? Yishao sank his face and just wanted to put up his majesty. The door of the car opened, and within it a beautiful and somewhat astounding older sister winking and smiling sweetly waved at him. Sis. Yishao smiled and sat in the car. Missed me? Thinking. Gu Qingdan nodded her head with a falling grace, and her flower-like jade face raised a hint of a smile at first. Have you eaten at noon? Eaten. Yishao hemmed and hawed. Sis is going to invite me for dinner that will have to be at night. Not to meet you for dinner. Gu Qingdan raised the corner of her mouth and glanced at the driver. The driver in front grabbed a tote bag from the passenger side and handed it over. What? Seeing that it was for himself, Yishao took it and looked inside the handbag. Holy, all cigars? Not the thick kind, all handmade and fine. Cohiba has always been one of the most expensive cigar types in the world and is sought after by many cigar smokers. It has a very rich and smooth flavor, and among Havana cigars, the Cohiba line is categorized as medium to full-bodied. Because they are handmade, those in the know that the finer the cigar, the less well-made it is, and therefore the more expensive it is. What do you know about cigars that cost over $4,000 a pop? This tote contains 10 boxes of 16 sticks each. Cigar boxes are specialized humidors. Just one box is frighteningly expensive. How much does it cost? Yi Zhao's hands shivered. Don't ever go smoking that crap tobacco again. It's too harmful to your body. Gu Qingdan pursed her lips and smiled softly. This kind can barely be better, but try to inhale as little as possible. Is big sister asking me to be a cow or a horse in the future? I swear. From now on, I will break with other women and only work for my sister as a cow. Yi Zhao's expression was complicated. Her gaze deep, looking directly into Gu Qingdan's eyes. Obviously, her appearance is as cool as a queen, but her body is like a seductive witch. This woman had a gully in her chest, and after glancing at it with his afterglow, he stopped paying attention. After all, when you gaze into the abyss may be gazing into you. Sis, it's just as well you're here. Take the car back. Yishao took a deep breath. Gu Qingdan's face changed slightly, his expression puzzled. I'm a cop. Yishao handed over the car keys and explained with a smile. Do you think it's good to drive a car with tens of millions of dollars? Ha! Gu Qingdan laughed lightly and nodded. Okay. I'll find someone to drive it away in a moment. Sis still has things to do, so I'll come pick you up in the evening. Pick me up at tonight? Yi Zhao's expression was odd. This is going to be on me? Sister, you've misjudged me. I'm not a soft touch. But his mind had already begun to undress and lie down. Heh! Gu Qingdan seems to be able to see what her brother wants. Cannot help but want to laugh. Once again stretched out his jade hand, pinched the face of this little villain, slightly angry. Don't think these days to help my sister. She was born with a small gallbladder, out of this thing to see who is like a bad guy. At night, a person with a child dare not sleep. These days temporarily entrusted you to live in my sister's home for a few days. Okay, so that's what this is all about. Cop to hold down the fort? Yi Xiao was extremely disappointed inwardly and thought that she would have to work as a cow for her big sister. No wonder I was bribed so much. Okay, I sleep alone at night anyway. It's the same wherever I'm sleeping. Yi Xiao grinned, carrying the bag off the car and waving her hand with Gu Qingdan as she walked away. Through the car window, looking at the departing tall back, Gu Qingdan froze in a daze. Why? Was it because it was the first time in over 20 years that I had been held by a man that I felt differently about him? I thought of the scene yesterday when I leaned into his arms and put on a bird-like demeanor and called him husband. Gu Qingdan's jade face flew up in two colorful hues. Destiny? Chapter 28, so-called workplace relationships. Uncle 2, shall we? The lieutenant's office wasn't a separate, office hall cubicle kind of thing. Yi Xiao carried a handbag to Yi Huaren and pulled out a box of cigars. Nowadays, in this world, there is only one second uncle who is like a dear old son. A little bit of good stuff is sure to be a dutiful gesture. What? Yi Huanyan expression puzzled, took the box full of foreign language cigar box, studied half a day before realizing that it was a cigar. His expression suddenly froze, his eyes complex look at his great-nephew. That sister of yours is here? As expected of an old detective, this analytical ability is just extraordinary. Mentally giving second uncle a nod of approval, Yi Xiao nodded. Didn't I tell you? My sister won't let me smoke broken cigarettes anymore, so this is what I got. Clam? Yi Huanyan seemed to smile. It's only been a day since I met you. How come I'm so good to you? Maybe it's fate? Yi Xiao scratched his head with a shy face. I'm too handsome. Ha 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 ha. To this big nephew who likes to stink. Yi Huaren is angry and funny. Pay attention to yourself. Peopless identity. Forget it, you hurry up and get out. Right? Send a box to the brigade. Got it. Yi Xiao hemmed and hawed and slipped over toward the first captain's office. Who says Uncle 2 doesn't know the ways of the world? Great cunning. Looking at his great-nephew's back, Yi Huarenian's eyes became odd. $100 billion boss would look at his great-nephew? Thinking back to that scene yesterday, the great-nephew and Gu Qingdan were a match made in heaven. Seems like his own great-nephew isn't so bad. Young people nowadays can't figure them out. Sons and daughters have their own destiny, and today's times are not the past. Yi Huanyan smiled and shook his head. It's not their elders' turn to worry. By the time he had delivered the box of cigars to the brigadier, Yi Xiao realized that he had no work to do. He's really not alive. In the past, his status was that of a trainee police officer. Spent all day in the brigade mucking about learning and whatnot, a humble little lickspittle. But through yesterday and today, it's as if everything has been turned upside down. No one dared to use him to serve tea anymore. Except for those leaders, it seems like no one really dares to make him. As it were, his identity shifted invisibly into another form. Did I flip? Yi Xiao was a little happy and a little lost. But the thing is, people are cheap creatures. Without work, it would be idle and boring. You're not allowed to play with your cell phone during work hours. How do you think that's going to work out? Find something. Yi Xiao slipped away to the archives. The file room is a section in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, specializing in organizing the case file management place. At the same time, it is also a library. A lot of criminals who have nothing better to do or are on a break like to come here to go through some past cases. Read some difficult cases or old cases to enrich your police experience. Hello Zhao, hello Wang. When he came to the file room, there were two civilian officers inside, and Yi Xiao hastily nodded his head in greeting. You have to always remember one thing. No civilian position within the law enforcement system is simple. As for how it's not easy, you figure it out. Ah yeah. The two officers smiled. Yesterday, a kidnapping case, little old me shared the credit equally, and the whole brigade followed suit. Civilian positions like theirs don't usually have the opportunity to take credit for cases. If you want to get credit, you have to wait to get some collective credit. It doesn't matter where it works. A company, a unit, an enterprise is a small collective, a small society. Relationships are complicated things like that, and it's in your own best interest to try to handle them as best you can. How many times have you seen a new kid hit his head on the head? The future of the little old brother in front of him was unlimited, and in the future, they might have to beg for his services. Whether it's because little old me can do it, or whether it's because later, they all need to make out with Yi Xiao and pull some strings. I came over to study. Yi Xiao smiled and opened his mouth, taking out cigarettes and handing one over to each of them. Ahem, the file room has another name, the smoking room. An old smoker who is addicted to cigarettes sometimes runs here and in the restroom to smoke. Seeing Yi Xiao handing over the cigarettes, both of them smiled and took them. When Yi Xiao lit a fire for them and took a puff, confused. The smell. He's not right. That's when he took a closer look at the cigarette, halfway back. Yi Xiao ignored them, opened a computer next to them, passwords and whatnot in the brigade is not a secret, sat down and smoked while starting to read some case files. Instead, he didn't see that the two civilian officers looked at each other, and one of them opened up the doohickey on his computer and searched the English language according to the cigarette holder. After the information about the cigar appeared in their eyes went straight. I'll rub it in. Over $4,000 for a cigar? They're both going crazy. Chapter 29. I want to go one-on-one with you. Fake cigarettes? Yeah, must be fake cigarettes. Otherwise that one cigarette would be their salary for a little over half a year. Is this something that anyone can just smoke up and give away? The two officers had complex expressions and were internally torn. Here's the problem. The smell and look of the smoke. It doesn't look fake. A thought came to them that made them incredibly excited. There's a rich kid who's infiltrated my police force? Then, the way they looked at Yi Xiao was like looking at a psychopath. Why? It's like wielding an AK-47 as a crutch when you clearly have it in your hand. Your family is so rich, how much drinking has given you this to run for the police? Is it sick? By the way, I heard this morning that there's a multi-million-dollar Bugatti parked in the parking lot. It's not the one in front of you, is it? Probably, or they couldn't afford to smoke tens of thousands a pop. ING. The two police officers who had drama in their hearts were bewildered, staring blankly at Yi Xiao on the side. Are police careers so sought after these days? Even the rich kids are competing with them now. Jesus Christ, does it not smell good to be human? Yi Xiao's expression was serious. Her face was calm and cold and scary. That's pretty much what happens to people who read case files, because you simply can't keep your mind occupied. This is why police are one of the professions most tainted with negativity and most prone to heart disease. It is important to realize that police officers who have been in the police force for more than 3 years are required to go to the hospital for regular checkups every 6 months. It's hard and fast. If you are found to be suffering from a heart disease, you must suspend the work in hand and wait until you have recovered from the disease before you can continue to work. In the minds of many, police officers are all tough men of steel. In fact, police officers are just as likely to experience frustration, psychological disorders, or psychological crises as ordinary people. As a special social occupation, the police are characterized by high pressure, high risk, and high intensity. This poses a direct threat to their physical and mental health, making police officers highly vulnerable to mental health problems. Nearly 80% of police officers in China are psychologically overstressed, and their mental health is significantly lower than that of other groups in society. According to statistics, the average life expectancy of frontline police officers is 46 years. 90% of police officers suffer from depression and obsessive-compulsive disorder with varying degrees of severity. That's why every 6 months, it's crucial to go to the hospital for a checkup. Yi Xiao was in a very bad mood right now. Murdered and shredded is nothing. Upon seeing the photos of the site survey and the details of the description of the survey, his stomach, he realized, was unpleasant. I have to say that the person who wrote the archival survey record is a damn talented person, and the writing is awesome. The case scene is well portrayed and can take your mind to the murder scene as if you were there. The case is about 1.5 years ago and takes place in an abandoned warehouse somewhere in the suburbs. The deceased, a female, was confirmed by autopsy to be between 25 and 30 years of age. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head with severe skull fracture. The body was cut with a knife and divided into 7 sections, which were hidden and buried in 7 places on the warehouse floor. Due to the high degree of decomposition at the time of discovery, fingerprints and other clues could not be identified. Because it is a suburb belonging to the city Eyes in the Sky surveillance dead zone, tracing is extremely difficult. There are even fewer local records of missing person reports, etc. Preliminary judgment: the deceased is most likely not from the city, suspected foreigners. The hiding place of the body was not the first seen. The body was cut up, and it was judged that it should be for the purpose of transporting the body and making it easier to carry. That is to say, it is highly probable that the body of the deceased was divided at the first scene and later taken to the warehouse for burial. If that's the case, The killer's means of transporting the body was most likely on foot and did not possess a transportation substitute such as a vehicle. Traces of burnt ash from an object were found outside the abandoned warehouse. Suspected woven bag, most likely a body carrier. There are a total of 3 suspects in the case. First point, the tools used to dig the hole to bury the body. What would be left at the scene? The second point is that how many people have the mental capacity to dare to split a body and carry it on foot? Point 3, according to the investigation of the National Missing Women match, there is no match with the deceased. Read the case file. Yishao closed her eyes and let out a long breath. There are many more difficult cases like this one in the computer's archives. 2 of these were classified as mega, as many as 8 at the major case level. Small cases not to mention. Cops are not gods and don't pinch pennies. They are only human and not all cases are 100% closed. Conversely, murderers are human beings and possess the same intellect and mind. Of modern criminal investigation techniques, crime scene investigation, surveillance, and autopsy, 3 essential components. Of course, the most important thing to do when trying to reason out a case is to subtract. List the clues one by one and sort through them. All the details of the case are in the text file with the survey records. It requires deliberation, chewing, and a brain that thinks and analyzes calmly. When she came back to her senses, Yishao realized that it was almost time to go to work. He actually thought about the case for the rest of the afternoon. Unfortunately, not a clue. That's right, if a large group of old detectives can't understand the case, why can you, a rookie who is not even a cop, analyze it? Yishao laughed to himself and was just about to get up. Suddenly, ding! Extra Legal Fanatic System quest issued. Mission Option 1. Investigate the current case. Reward? Lend me your eyes. Mission Option 2. Ignore the current case. Reward? You're just. Please make a choice by the host. The reward will be issued immediately after the choice is made. Yishao. System, you come out. I'm going to have a one-way with you. Chapter 30, The Soft Guqing Dance. Yishao screamed in her heart for a long time. The system clearly had no intention of hurting each other with him. In that case, as human quality males, let's be generous and leave the mom-giving system alone. Option 1. Yishao meditated in his heart. Shasta. He felt his eyes itch a little and couldn't help but blink twice. Are you blind? Not blind yet. And then, there was no more. Lend me a pair of eyes, will you? Where's Lao Tzu's wise eye? Yishao wanted to curse. Forget it, it's important to get off work. When he got up, he realized that the 2 seniors beside him were looking at him with smiles on their faces. So what are you waiting for? 2 cigars were handed over. As the saying goes, cigarettes can pry open a man's mouth. Money hooks men. Eating seafood together can make you a fellow traveler with others. The social triad. No need. The 2 seniors hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads. $4,000 apiece, tens of thousands of Chinese dollars. How dare we take your cigarettes again if we're crazy? If people weren't peers, this would be a ing bribery offense. Little old me, begging to be spared. By the way, your friend was looking for you just now while you were reading the case file. A civilian police officer mentioned it. My friend came to see me? Yishao inexplicably walked out of the file room. How can we have friends when we've only been traveling for 2 days? Step out of the brigade and take a look. Brother. A little nub ran toward him as if he were a little husky off the leash. Beans? Yishao hurriedly squatted down and hugged the little girl before she could pounce, lifting her high. Ha ha ha. Innocent children's voices rang out with laughter. Hearing this childish laughter, Yishao realized that the negativity she had been exposed to in the archive room was instantly purified. Sister Qing Mai, what brings you here? With a gentle force on his arm, he let the little guy ride on his neck, and with both hands holding a pair of small short legs, Yishao took a step towards the beautiful woman not far away. Daodu was clamoring about missing you, and I had nothing better to do, so I came over to check. Gu Qingdao's face showed a hint of soft shyness, but instead, it set off the peach blossom eyes on that stunning pink face more and more charming. No wonder his coworker had just said someone was looking for him, looking at him strangely and putting on an anti-smile. There was a great beauty with a little girl, as a wife brings her child to her husband. You're only 22 years old. Just tell me what people will think. Do you think, you who, little old me, you're not that old, and you have a 4 or 5-year-old kid? Yi Zhao's expression changed non-stop. Am I gonna have to explain to the team that I'm not, you can't think that, don't ing accuse me I'm still single? Wanna cry a little? seeing the beautiful woman in front of her, especially the model figure of about 1 meter 7, the delicate and sweet face. Yishao was uncontrollably apoplectic and filled her mind with thoughts of the color of banana peels. No, I'm an honorable man. Hungry. Yishao tilted her head and asked with a smile at the little one holding her head. Brother, I want to eat rabbit. Last night's rabbit was so good. Bean had a mouthful of saliva. Top-notch snacker is not a good idea. The saliva almost dripped off the pretty brother's head. That would be to go for the rabbit. Yishao looked at the soft and charming big sister on the side. How is it? Gu Qingdao was naturally of a soft nature, always giving the appearance of being contrary and soft. The kind of woman a man can't help but pity at first sight. When she was bullied since she was a little girl, it was her sister who stood up for her and would only hold her tongue. Gu Qingdan used to say that this sister was fortunate to be born into a good family. Otherwise you might get bullied. Yes, obviously older than the younger brother in front of him. Gu Qingdao lowered her head and responded with a curt voice. Heh! Yishao was happy. She knew this big sister's character last night, and smiled as she spoke. Let's go. Eat rabbit rabbit. Eat rabbit, eat rabbit. Daodu rode on Yishao's neck and cheered, his little body twisting around. Happy. When her daughter was so happy, Gu Qingdao had a soft smile on her face and followed Yishao's side, her jade hand gesturing to a short distance away. There was a limousine there, with a tall, burly driver beside it who silently returned to his car and drove far behind them. 7 or 8 minutes away from the Criminal Investigation Brigade Road there is a Bashu Rabbit Head store. People talk about a small restaurant. It's early, so there's not much of a crowd. Memory was telling Yi Xiao that this store's rabbit meat was made far and wide and had an excellent flavor. I asked for a hare with 8 treasures, a plate of spicy rabbit head, and a plate of cold shredded rabbit. There are no taboos, and the little guy is a spicy eater, so he's eating with a big smile on his face. Yi Xiao felt that children would always be happy as long as they had good food. Gu Qingdao ate very quietly. The way she sat and the way she moved while eating would make you can't help but be reminded of the ancient great ladies. Watching her eat was like admiring a painting. Pity. Yi Xiao inwardly sighed. People are mothers of children. It's true that I was born to be an old man, and you were born to be a young man, so I missed it after all. Not to mention, in Yi Xiao's mind, Gu Qingdan's figure appeared. What's going on, my overlord? Chapter 31. I still like the wild ones. Halfway through the meal, Yi Xiao received a call from her second uncle. Said he's having dinner with a friend and can't go to Uncle Tu's house tonight. Yi Warinian admonished his nephew not to get into trouble and hung up the phone. I'm the one causing trouble? Yi Xiao was very unconvinced. I still can't help but feel a little weak when I think of the scene in the morning when I caught the traffickers live on air and was surrounded by millions of people. Suddenly, Gu Qingdao's cell phone rang. Well, I'm outside. It's fine. I'm with Daodu. With my brother. Well, I know you come back early. Ending the call, Gu Qingmai's eyes that were as soft as water looked at Yi Xiao. Sister Qingdan's phone? Yi Xiao asked with a slurred voice. Aha! Gu Qingdao nodded, said he would not be back until later, and asked you to go to my house to sit down first. Got it. Yi Xiao grinned. Sister Qingmai, it's not good for your guts to always be like this. It's too honest. He also wondered, what are the times nowadays? How can there be a woman like Gu Qingdao? Obviously the painting style is asymmetrical to the era. What kind of tough ladies are each one of them these days? If you tell them some dirty jokes or something, they look shy, but in their hearts they may say, I shucks, not as good as my girlfriends, but not the big sister in front of me. Pretty mess not to mention, but also born with the little look of I'm so easy to bully, you come and ravage me. Aren't you just telling people to bully you? Me, my character. That's it. Gu Qingdao lowered her head in some embarrassment, her pretty face a little red. Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head. You're not their man and you can't control them. Finish eating. The 2 adults strolled down the street, one holding one of Daodu's small hands. A little cozy like a family of 3. Brother, you don't actually have to stay with us. Blowing on the slight autumn breeze and looking at the sunset in the distance, Gu Qingdao said softly. I can't. I'm under orders. Yi Xiao smiled and spoke. Sister Qingdan said that Sister Qingdao was too timid. Don't listen to her. Gu Qingmai's face was slightly red, comparable to a colorful sunset. You have your own life too? By the way, does brother still not have a girlfriend? Why is it that you and Sister Qingdan, for one thing, always like to ask this heartbreaking question? Yishao covered her chest with a hurt look. There's nothing wrong with being a single dog. People, they always need to find a suitable partner then. Gu Qingma smiled sweetly. Let's just forget about it. Yishao shook his head. In my life, good students did not become, bad students did not become thorough, the game is always bad, people look barely passable. Find a girlfriend, this kind of thing depends on fate. Not that there can be What is this fate that my brother speaks of? Gu Qingdao was a bit curious. I'll consider. When some girl with a picture of me in her friend circle, a cell phone password that is my birthday, and a lock screen wallpaper that is a selfie of me will announce my existence. Yishao said seriously, my destiny. Gu Qingdao froze. Is that a lot to ask? It's really not that high. But the question is, how many girls today can do that? I remember what my husband used to say to her when he hadn't died. Actually, the more you support him, the harder he'll work. The more you love him, the more he will let you live the life you want. The more you understand him, the more he will not let you lose even if he puts his life on the line. Stunned, he looked at Yishao, who was playing with his daughter. Listened to the laughter of a large and small child like two children, especially looking at the sunny aura that permeated the older boy. Gu Qingdao's expression gradually became gentle, and her gaze gradually became mesmerized. That's a boy. It was getting dark and the lights were on. Coming to Gu Qingdao's villa again, Yishao didn't feel uncomfortable. Sitting on the sofa with Daodu, who was sleeping after playing tiredly, drinking the black tea brought by the maid, Mrs. Liu, and listening to the pleasant and soft music in her ears, Yishao's body and mind relaxed. Gu Qingdao, like a little woman, was holding the cigar tongs on the side and was preparing cigars for her brother. It was clear to her that men actually liked to light up a cigarette and take a nice drag after a meal, or when they went to the bathroom. My brother didn't even smoke today because my daughter was there, so I guess it was hard. When the cigar was cut and toasted to remove the moisture to light it, Gu Qingdao smiled softly. Give me Daodu, while you go smoke. Thank you, Sister Qingmai. Yishao smiled and got up, handed Daodu in his arms to Gu Qingdao, took his cigar and walked out of the villa, sat on the stone steps outside the gate, squinted his eyes, smoked, and couldn't help but sigh. Is Sister Qingmai too understanding? Such a gentle big sister and a look of being at your mercy. Even with kids, how many men can top that? A Rolls-Royce came into view. Immediately following, white shirt, work skirt, Parisienne, long legs, hate heights, the female bully stepped out of the car. Yishao swallowed his saliva and looked at the stunningly beautiful figure that walked with cat-like steps. Okay, I'm showing my cards. I still like the wild ones. Chapter 32. Female bosses and whatnot are the most annoying. Didn't I tell you to smoke less? Gu Qingdan stood in front of Yishao, furrowing her curved moon brows, her beautiful eyes like waves of water. She glared at her brother and stretched out her white jade hand to remove the cigar in Yishao's hand and tossed it aside. Yishao, holy, I'm going to change my family now and work for Sister Qingmai. Female bullies and whatnot are the worst. Yishao rolled her eyes and punched herself in the face, not liking the wild ones anymore. Bully him for what? Soft's voice sounded behind him. He didn't even smoke at night with Bean. That's the cigar I just got for him. Yishao got excited and warmed up inside. See, it's better to be a soft big sister, knowing that your heart goes out to your brother. Clam. Gu Qingdan looked at Yishao and then at her sister, seemingly smiling. It's only been a day and you're so oriented towards him? Gu Qingdao didn't say anything and turned around to walk back to the hall. These words didn't taste quite right when they heard Yishao's ears. It sounds like, ex-girlfriend came to see you yesterday? It's more of a two millennials grabbing a toy and then letting the toy choose for itself who it's going to follow. Have I undoubtedly flipped some switch? Will it be a courtroom drama of two women fighting over a husband? Yishao was a bit excited. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. Why are you still sitting? The floor is cold. Aren't you afraid of getting hemorrhoids? Gu Qingdan looked at Yishao with a smile. Rolling her eyes, Yishao, who had gotten up, was convinced. It's true that women who have seen the world have the courage to say anything. When they returned to the hall, Daodu was carried back to the house by Mrs. Liu to sleep. Yishao sat in the middle of the sisters. He felt a bit like a humble little licking dog, not knowing who to lick. There was no courtroom drama, and the sisters chatted. Gu Qingdao spoke about her daily routine for the day. Gu Qingdan also talked about the company's business and said that she would go to the imperial capital headquarters in a few days to take a look around. Headquartered in the imperial city? Yishao wondered. Why is it that the headquarters of some big companies like to open in places like the nation's capital? He didn't know anything about business and he wasn't sure about the doorways. The gentle big sister is gone, and Daodu is not sleeping well enough to worry about the baby. When her sister left, Gu Qingdan smiled and asked, "Were you great today?" "What?" Yishao froze. "Millions of people are watching you catch bad guys live." Gu Qingdan raised the corners of her mouth. "So handsome and domineering." "Hey!" Yishao laughed awkwardly, his old face reddened, and his heart was still very proud. What guy doesn't like to act like a pussy in front of a girl? Also love it when a girl inadvertently learns about her pretentious history. Don't mention how soothing that sourness will be when she asks you herself. Look at that for you to be proud of. Gu Qingdan hooked the corners of her lips and said to sister-in-law Lu, who was not far away, "Pour us a glass of wine." Mrs. Lu brought 2 glasses of red wine. Gu Qingdan picked up a tall glass and took a sip, exhaled, leaned back against the sofa and closed her eyes, and also reached out and pinched the nape of her neck, a little tired. "Don't be busy making money all the time. Take a break when you need to." Yishao glanced at the red wine and picked it up to take a sip. "Lean, am I too low? This red wine with no Sprite and no ice doesn't seem to be very good. Wow. But the flavor, astringent, sour, sweet, tangy, and a hint of alcohol. Surely not for ordinary people like us to enjoy. Not used to drinking?" Gu Qingdan opened her eyes. "When I first drank it, I was just like you. I couldn't get used to it either. When you can drink it, slowly savoring the aroma of that wine, you can drink a mellowness that will bring back memories. How can you be so godlike? I'll believe the hell out of you. Women are deceitful sirens." Yishao didn't want to fall for it and stood up to come behind the sofa, her hands falling onto Gu Qingdan's fragrant shoulders. "Did you hear what I told you?" Holding Gu Qingdan's shoulders and neck, Yishao spoke softly, "It's time to rest." Gu Qingdan froze for half a second, her beautiful face slightly fluttering with red clouds, slowly closing her eyes. "Got it. Well, that's the way to be an obedient sister." Yishao grinned. "The feel of it in your hand is awesome." The hall was quiet, and Mrs. Lu left. "Don't you get lonely when you live alone?" Gu Qingdao spoke softly. "Alone? How?" While rubbing her sister's shoulders and neck, Yishao spoke. "If you're lonely, then go take a hot bath. Change into loose clothes. Step out of the house alone with the wind blowing. Take a walk, and look at the passers-by. You'll feel that life is still good. I would think then, work hard, what I don't have now I will have in the future. I want to have the best." "Ha!" Gu Qingmai laughed out softly, stretching out her jade hand to land on her brother's. "Now what? It's going to take more effort." Yi Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light as she looked at her sister on the sofa. "Otherwise, I'd feel like I don't deserve better." Chapter 33. Small hands are soft. Inside the bedroom, Yi Zhao was looking at her hands and giggling for half an hour. Why? Because this hand had just grabbed Bully's little hand. That's a goddess. A real bully in chief. If this had been in his previous life, Yi Zhao would have been able to roll all over the bed. No, I must be calm. Mustn't reveal the truth that I'm a virgin. Took a cool shower to cool myself down and squash the restlessness within my body. As he lay in bed, his mind was filled with Gu Qingdan's shadow. In a daze, Yi Zhao fell asleep. Day 2. The cell phone alarm went off. Yi Zhao snorted and got up to wash. When he came to the hall, Mrs. Lu had breakfast ready. The 2 sisters, Gu Qingdan and Gu Qingdao, had gotten up early and were sitting in the hall chatting. Seeing Yi Zhao, a hint of a smile appeared on both sisters' faces. A slight light smile, a soft sweet smile. Yi Zhao felt that his titanium dog eyes were blind again. Blinded by 2 overly beautiful faces. Sit at the table. His mind was spitting mad. For the first time in my life I was disgusted with women. It's possible to look at a beautiful woman too much and turn into a wolf. I don't want to commit a crime. Don't force me. I'll take you to work. After eating breakfast, Gu Qingdan spoke with a calm demeanor. Thank you, Sister Qingdao. Yi Zhao looked like an innocent schoolboy. I'll have Mrs. Lu make something delicious tonight. Gu Qingdao lowered her head and whispered. The subtext of the statement is, Brother, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? Yi Zhao admitted that he was quite naive sometimes. Doesn't mean he's stupid. Sister Qingmai, I want to eat boiled fish. Yi Zhao grinned. Gu Qingdao raised her head. The shyness on her face was gone, and she smiled softly. Inside the car. Good with girls, huh? Gu Qingdan narrowed his eyes and looked at his brother, who was pretending to look at the scenery outside the car beside him. My sister quite likes you. Yi Zhao's scalp instantly tingled. There's something wrong with that, not really daring to take it. Our predecessors have been teaching us. When a woman is going to up, it's best for a man not to push. Yi Zhao represents words with actions. He reached out his hand and shamelessly held Gu Qingdan's hand. Soft, just like last night. The white jade hand only gently struggled a little, and then let Yi Zhao hold it. Gu Qingdan's showy face reddened and she turned her head to the side. This time it's Bully's turn to see the sights. Amazed face, Yi Zhao was excited inside, just holding Gu Qingdan's hand and giggling the whole way. Still giggling until the car pulls up outside the CID brigade. Stop laughing. Gu Qingdan's cheeks slightly reddened as she glared at her brother. Silly hoo-hoo, you're going to be late. Oh, Yi Zhao let go and opened the door to get out of the car. Take your own cab to my sister's house tonight. Gu Qingdan said this, closed the door, and the car left. Yi Zhao, why does this man flip-flop faster than a woman? Shouldn't you have said you'd pick me up tonight? That's why women are big piggies. Yi Zhao was in a happy mood and walked into the brigade humming a song. Greeted all that could be greeted. The live account was handed over yesterday and someone will be live in his place. Is a civilian police officer. That's not to say he won't be broadcasting in the future, but he's laying low for the time being. Don't say anything about red or not. You're a cop. What's the point of being red? Did the police quit to become internet celebrities? If he dares to do that, Uncle Tu will break his legs. With nothing else to do, Yi Zhao wandered back to the archive room. Yesterday's old case had inexplicably brought out a hint of hostility within him. It was as if an invisible voice was telling him that this case had to be investigated. Because of the system mission? It's not. It was Yi Zhao who held a fire in her heart when she saw the case. He wanted to see what kind of person could be ruthless enough to do that. Not just killing, but shredding. During the morning, Yi Zhao looked at the case file over and over again, looking for any negligence in the case investigation process. Turned out to be nothing. During the lunch in the large cafeteria, Yi Zhao had a decision. He's going to check out the murder scene. A question stopped him in his tracks. A trainee police officer is not qualified to handle cases. To be precise, Yi Zhao has no authority to investigate this case. This status of police trainee, to put it bluntly, is just a social worker studying in a law enforcement unit, with no independent law enforcement powers, no civil service police powers, no national civil servants on board, and no presence in promotions. If it is determined to be accepted and recognized by the unit, it is very similar to the work-class police officers. The treatment is a little better than the police, and the administrative police treatment gap is still not small. Only when they are converted and become trainee police officers will they be given independent law enforcement powers. To become a trainee police officer, Yi Zhao needed to pass a political examination and test, similar to the national examination, the civil service entrance examination. His 2 days of live broadcast propaganda anti-fraud, read too outrageous, the province directly down people alone for his political examination test. That's why they say a cannon hits a mosquito. What to do? Without independent law enforcement investigative powers, you can't go to the site and investigate. Yi Zhao had a bit of a headache. Getting help from Uncle Tu? Don't tease. Uncle Tu will surely scold him for adding to the confusion. Just as Yi Zhao finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria, suddenly, he saw someone he knew. Chapter 34. Goshang, who is a bit fierce. There are many kinds of people to know. It can be a regular person, an acquaintance, or someone who is extremely close. This person in Yi Zhao's eyes was not only an acquaintance, but also had an okay relationship. Goshang, nicknamed the dog leftover, Yi Warinian's disciple. The police profession has to learn from their teachers too. Of course not. Rather, every line has to be carried by someone. Let's say that when you become a full-fledged police officer, there will be a specialized veteran police officer who will take the newcomer on a case. There are some cases where learning and watching are not enough. There's a big difference between having someone to lead and pass on the experience, and having no one to lead and leave you alone. Goshang was brought out by Yi Huaran, and was also a capable general under Yi Huaran. It's not that Goshang's casework is that great. Rather, this one had completely inherited Yi Warinian's bravery. He's the most capable one in the whole criminal investigation brigade. Once went to the province to participate in the criminal investigation team competition. Purely in fighting, horizontal push the entire province's law enforcement system cadres. Just tell me if it's fierce. Go! Outside the brigade's parking lot, Yishao stepped towards Go Shang, who was smoking in the corner. Nice guy. If you don't say Go Shang can fight. This one was like a small mountain just standing there. That big robust physique was at least more than 1 meter 9, a little more than half a head taller than Yishao, who was 185, as if he was a humanoid bear. Yeah. Seeing Yishao, the cross-faced Go Shang, who looked like he had a hideous big face, revealed a naive smile. Smoke. Without saying anything, first handing cigarettes on the subject of doing things, Yishao, who has been a man for 2 lifetimes, surely has a set of skills. Yo, what kind of cigarettes are these? Go Shang, who had received the cigar, was half puzzled. Must be a good smoke. Yishao lit a fire for Go Shang and said with a smile, Brother Go doesn't have a case today? Those who are generally out in the field will rarely come back to the police force canteen for lunch. You might as well deal with a bite at an outside snack bar if you have that kind of time. Aha! Go Shang inhaled the cigarette, wrinkled his thick eyebrows, smacked his lips, and his big eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad. It's a good cigarette. Obviously not even 30 years old. That's pretty much an old smoker. Brother Go, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yishao, who had nothing to offer, went straight to the point. I want to investigate a case. I may need to ask you to step in. Eft. Go Shang puffed out a mouthful of smoke, almost didn't choke, looked at his little brother with a strange expression. What did you say? On a case? You're a trainee cop working on a case? That's right. Yishao didn't hide anything, and talked about the murder and shredding case he saw in the file room. But doesn't he have no authority to handle the case? Let Go Shang help. That case. Go Shang tilted his head and thought, it's too far away in time, so I guess I can't see anything at the scene, so there's no point in going. The police have the power to cordon off a crime scene, but that power is time-limited, usually between a day and a few months at the longest. It's not possible to say that just because this is a crime scene, you can't let anyone else move it all the time. There's no such thing. If the case is significant and involves certain factors, investigators and forensic pathologists may, depending on its significance, be able to cordon off the scene for an indefinite period of time. But it's not usually done, the repercussions are too great. Once the basic site investigation is complete and various details are documented, it will all be unsealed, potentially for hours, days, or weeks. I'm just curious. Go take me for a long look. Yishao cheerfully opened his mouth. Wait for the evening when old brother invites you for dinner. Don't bull me. Go Shang laughed and shook his head. The meal or not is secondary. Yishao is Yi Warinian's nephew. The face that should be given must be given some. After discussing the matter, Go Shang went to the brigade file room to collect the case file and sign it. This kind of process must definitely be followed, and records must be kept for any case that is investigated. That's the rule. It's not like you can investigate any case you want. Let's say someone takes over a case where others generally don't mess around and only have the right to assist, which again is the rule. This is an old case, no one's looking into it now. If it's a case that someone else has taken over and is investigating and you go and plant the flag, that's screwing up. Friends are friends. Coworkers are coworkers. And I'll be just as pissed off if you plant a flag on me. Both are loners and neither has a family. Most of these people have a trait of not being very good at saving money. Neither of them had a car, so they had to take a taxi to the scene of the case. Outside, abandoned factory buildings. A year and a half has passed, but no one has actually moved. I have to say that Yishao is very Euromillennial, and his luck is beyond words. Yishao was thrilled to be at the crime scene for the first time. It's obviously broad daylight, but it's still kind of gross. This feeling is like the thrill of a horror story where the protagonist stays overnight in a mountain wilderness, is warmly received, and then wakes up the next day to find himself in a deserted mountain cemetery. After all, it is a dead person or the kind of broken body, poor psychological quality really dare not come to this kind of place. The first moment you walk into a real estate warehouse may be psychological. Yishao smelled an unpleasant odor. Seems like mold or something rotting. The spot where the police used to make a mark to hide the body is still there, and it seems that no one is really in the area since the case happened. The scene has been covered with a layer of dust and most of the original case scene traces have been covered up. None of this matters. The first hiding place of the corpse that Yishao came to, squatted on the ground and looked at a pit in front of him. The pit was not deep, a foot or so, and this was dug up later by the police. There were 7 such small pits in all, spread over 7 locations on the floor of the abandoned barn. Other than that, there were no other traces at the scene. Yishao knew he had come for nothing, because there doesn't seem to be anything to check on this body hiding place. When the somewhat disappointed Yi Xiao stood up and prepared to ask Go Shang to leave with him, suddenly his eyes began to itch. After continuously blinking his eyes a few times, Yi Xiao's eyes, unintentionally, looked towards one of the warehouse's walls, and his entire body froze. He saw something strange. Chapter 35 Chicken, you're too beautiful. What are you looking at? Seeing his little old brother standing frozen, Go Shang was uncertain. But the next moment, Yi Xiao suddenly looked like a wild dog off the leash in his eyes, and quickly rushed to the wall of the factory warehouse. Go Shang was taken aback by little old me. What's this you've found? What did Yi Xiao find out? He saw a line. The line was so small and tiny that a normal person would have a hard time noticing it without getting close to the wall. Sort of found it and wouldn't even care about the line because it wouldn't even know what it meant. Just now from the wall at least 7 or 8 meters away, why would Yi Xiao find it? Lend me a pair of eyes. Because of the system, he had a pair of wise eyes. Hundreds of causes have consequences, and your retribution is me chicken, you're too beautiful. Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. It's not a paragraph but 2 internet terriers. For every cause there is a consequence. Your retribution is me, chicken you too beautiful? These 2 web terriers are out through 2019. What kind of person left this statement? Why didn't anyone record this statement in the investigative case scene investigation file back then? Is it because the case officer was negligent back then? It's not, because that statement doesn't make any sense to the average person. Not to mention, the case officers who were capable of investigating this big case back then should not be young. Probably don't understand what that means either. Can't see any relevance to the case at all. That's why it's not on the record. What was found? Go Shang came to Yi Xiao's side and looked at the wall suspiciously, also seeing a line on the wall. But nothing felt wrong. This is an abandoned barn. Back in the day anyone could come over. It's normal for someone to like to scribble graffiti or something. The words, left over from the year of the murder. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, but it's not related to the case. I'm not sure. What? Go Shang was a bit confused, still a bit dumbfounded, and somewhat unable to understand as he looked at Yi Xiao. Why do you say that? Because the passage is 2 of the year's internet hits, both appearing in 2019. Yi Xiao frowned. But existences like people are forgetful creatures. It can be read at the time, but once the heat is over very few people will remember it, so very few people use these words nowadays. And then what? Go Shang was uncertain. Even if this passage is an internet buzzword that appeared in 2019, what does it have to do with the case? Suppose, hypothetically, the passage was left by the murderer? Yi Xiao's expression was skeptical. Brother Go, you'll find something very interesting. Tell me about it. Go Shang's expression became serious. Don't think being tall means you're stupid. To be able to graduate from the police academy, to be able to pass the examination to enter the police force and become a police officer, first of all, the brain power is absolutely there. Without some intelligence, what kind of cop are you? How else are you going to solve cases? Let's start analyzing the first sentence. Yi Xiao began to explain to Go Shang. Hundreds of causes will have consequences, and your retribution is me. The general idea of this sentence is that the results of things are caused by different reasons, and if a person does something bad, he or she will definitely have retribution. But at that time, this saying was mostly used to describe relationship problems between men and women. There were some young men who slagged off their partners, and later on they got their retribution. People would use this phrase to mock those people who got their retribution. It can also be reversed to describe that some very scummy men and women fall in love with someone even more scummy, and this even more scummy person calls himself retribution. The moral is, the reason why they fell in love with this even more scummy person is that the other person suffered retribution. Male and female feelings? Go Shang closed his eyes, his mind racing. The victim who was killed and split up back then was an unnamed female between 25-30 years old, right in the young range. Suppose the words on the wall could have been left by the murderer. So is it possible that this murder and mutilation was due to a love affair? Needless to say, this is a major clue. It's also an uncheckable clue, because there are so many young couples in this world. You didn't even find out who the victim was. And how do you know who her lovers are? No solution. However, Go Shang was somewhat surprised by Yi Xiao's analytical reasoning ability. Little old me still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Let's not even talk about whether the words left on the wall were written by the killer. That discovery alone, and the ability to reason out such a possibility, is a bit of a feat. But it doesn't work. Go Shang opened his eyes and shook his head. From this alone, Even if there is a suspicion, there is no way to check it. There is nothing we can do. Who says there's no way to find out? Yishao raised the corner of her mouth and lifted her finger to the words behind. It, most likely, is our clue and the starting point for tracing. What? Gou Shang's scalp instantly exploded, his eyes staring deathly at the words behind him on the wall. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Is it a clue? Chicken, you're too pretty is an internet catchphrase. Yishao slowly said. This sentence also appeared in 2019, however, this sentence is a coherent word, not a dividing word. Brother Go, have you noticed that it has a comma after this word chicken, dividing the 4 words? Yes, indeed. Gou Shang frowned again. Why would the person who wrote the passage separate it if it was a complete word? Because it has turned into a suggestive sentence. Yishao spoke in a deep voice, word by word. The so-called implied sentence is similar to the implied sentence making. For example, the world may not be as good as you think it is, the moon won't change because of you, but my love for you won't change. That's a love story hint. Hint sentence. Gou Shang's mind raced electrically as he began to analyze the words. Chicken. You too beautiful? Chicken? What chicken will be beautiful? Steep. Gou Shang's eyes lit up. He came up with a profession that is strictly forbidden by the state. Chapter 36. Too big to eat. Selling girls is indeed a profession, an illegal profession. Sometimes people call women in this profession chickens. When Gou Shang analyzed the implication of the words, chicken, you're too beautiful, brains all seemed to instantly explode, adrenaline spiked, and cold sweat rolled down one by one. Why can't the deceased be identified? Because the profession of selling girls is so fluid across the country. Those who are in this business will almost never be local but go to some big cities. The more prosperous the city, the more. A foreigner who dies suddenly in the city, without relatives present, will not be reported as a missing person. Because of their occupations, it is common for them to drift around for several years without returning home, often after leaving their place of domicile. If you don't have a good relationship with your family, even if you suddenly die, your family won't get the news, much less report you as a missing person. The mystery of the dead man's identity is well explained by the phrase, chicken, you're too beautiful, if in following this starting point backwards. For every cause there is a consequence. Your retribution is me? Suppose this victim had a boyfriend. Is it possible that the victim did something to wrong her boyfriend, and that's what led to the killing? Simply too likely. Because of the victim's own profession, any man who knows his woman is in this line of work has green prairie on his brain. How many normal men can stand it? What kind of things can't you do when you're impelled by anger? With 2 more internet buzzwords, it's not hard to analyze that the murderer should be a young man. Because this kind of buzzword is also most commonly used only by young people. Ask some of the older ones, do they understand this? Wait to figure all this out. When Gou Shang once again looked at his little old brother on the side, it was as if he was looking at a demon or devil. What's wrong with your head? It's too much. Brother Gou, is there any luck? Yishao was a bit distracted by Gou Shang's eyes. My heart cried out wildly. Brother Gou, I'll be scared if you look at me with such eyes. I'm a decent person, not interested in Go Dao, and I don't love fencing. More than screwed. Gou Shang took a deep breath, and a big black face instantly reddened. Most likely, we are going to be rich big. What do you mean? What Gou Shang calls hair is not getting rich. Instead, they find major clues leads to solving crimes. You know what that means? To be crass. This represents a strong likelihood of merit, raises, and promotions. Be civilized. This is the rhythm of working for the people to solve big cases. The profession of the police is to fight with criminals every day, for the ideals of the heart, for the purification of the world, for the sake of a passionate heart. But don't forget that police officers are human beings, not saints. If there is an opportunity for meritorious awards and pay raises and promotions, they will likewise not let it go. It's not utilitarian. This is a normal mindset that everyone possesses. Who doesn't want to make their own life a little bit better, a little bit more quality of life? Is there such a person? Come on, step forward and take a couple steps. Let's see how the brain dead walk. There's a disease you need to cure. So what are we waiting for? Yi Zhao's eyes glowed. Dry. This. Gou Shang rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. We can't eat this job. Yi Zhao blinked, understanding in seconds. Indeed, it's a job they both certainly couldn't eat. In a city, there are definitely women who specialize in the profession of selling in, and there are quite a few venues. If we rely on the two of them, how long will it take to finish the investigation? The entire criminal investigation brigade pulled out is not enough. Definitely need other brother units to cooperate with the investigation. It involves a human life case or an extremely bad case of broken bodies. It's common to mobilize a city's police force to cooperate in the investigation of such cases. But here's the thing. A trainee police officer who isn't even a police officer, a 12-cents criminal police officer, who can be commanded to cooperate with you? Sure. This case, they just from a paragraph, reasoning and analyzing things, whether others recognize it or not is still a matter of opinion. What if the killer didn't write this passage? What if you check and end up playing for nothing? This will turn into an accident. Gotta need someone to resist the thunder. They are too small to resist. Come on, go back to the brigade and find the leader. The case really needs to be solved based on this clue anyway. The top credit must be theirs, or rather Yi Zhao's. There's no escape. It's okay to share out some of the credit, it's not good to eat alone. Yi Zhao was also never one to eat alone. Without Goushang's help today, he didn't even have the power to investigate the case. The most important point, he's not a cop yet. You can't even try to take credit for it. You're not even a cop. How can you get credit for something that's only for cops? Yi Zhao was once again in tears. What's the third time? Kidnapping once, catching human traffickers on air once, and here in front of us again. If these 3 credits were added together, they would be enough for an ordinary police officer to receive a third-class merit at the minimum. A second class is not out of the question if you operate well. Yi Zhao was heartbroken. There goes the old man's credit again. Chapter 37. This is a nuclear bomb hitting a mosquito, isn't it? When Yi Zhao and Goushang came back, the criminal investigation brigade came with guests. 1 body, 2 vice-3 captains plus the instructor, all in the conference hall to accompany the guests to chat. Can be imagined that the tonnage of the people who came should not be small. Yi Zhao and Goushang looked at each other and waited. Anyway, the case is a year and a half old, not a moment too soon. By the time the two of them stood outside the conference room waiting for the leader, the door to the conference room opened. A group of 5 people talking and laughing walked out. Seeing Yi Zhao and Goushang standing outside, the group of leaders were stunned. Senior Captain Chen Guodong smiled and raised his finger to point at Yi Zhao. Old Gao. This kid is Yi Zhao. Old Gao was a middle-aged man, in his 50s, not very tall, short and fat, with short, graying hair. The body is wearing a police uniform, but the shoulder insignia is the 3rd level of police superintendent. Hello, leader. Yi Zhao and Goushang hurriedly saluted. Old Gao's seemingly smiling face had a pair of eyes that flashed sharply, as if they were 2 knives. Now that's the kind of eye an old detective should have. Yi Zhao's heart was surprised. Old Gao glanced at Goushang. At over 5'9" with a mountain of a body, it's all too rare in the police force. When Old Gao looked at Yi Zhao, he was instantly a little stunned. 18.5 is nothing. But this face of Yi Zhao, isn't it a bit too pretty? To be able to use a word like beautiful on a man's body. One could imagine the extent to which Yi Zhao's face was so good. But absolutely in, this good skin a little bit not mother, a little bit not milk, handsome sunshine, figure upright, eyes bright as a star, hands and feet make people such as a bath spring breeze, and then with the tailored police uniform with a sentence valiant jade tree to describe, is not too much. No wonder it's not without reason that it's caught fire across the country with tens of millions of people watching. Old Gao muttered in his heart, and a kind smile appeared on his face. It's a nice young man, as it happens. I'm here to find you today. Looking for me? Yi Zhao was a bit confused. The other man's police rank was already telling him very clearly. It's a leader, a big one. But it's a bit much for you to come after me, a trainee constable. Should I chew on my fingers and show you a little brain tremor as a sign of my respect? I don't know who you are yet, but I'm sure there's something about you if you can come to me on your busy schedule. Yi Zhao could be angry without losing her manners. I just don't know. What are you looking for me for? Heh, guts quite big, ah. Old Gao smiled. My name is Gao Demon, the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team Chief, Deputy Chief. Yi Zhao's heart was shocked. Sure is a big one, but his heart is in all kinds of vomiting. You nervous, ah, you so big leader suddenly come to me. The old man scared out of a heart attack. How to do? By the way, what did I do? After passing his brain for a moment, Yi Zhao knew why the other party had come. Political assessment. After thinking of this possibility, Yi Zhao immediately felt the sky rolling with thunder and was thunderstruck. It was only yesterday that the Brigadier General said that people from the province were coming to assess him, and he still felt that the cannon was hitting the mosquito. No, I was wrong. I apologize. You're hitting a mosquito with a nuclear bomb, aren't you? Yishao was on the verge of tears. I'm just turning a corner. It's only a trainee cop even after the transfer. Do we need a chief deputy of the CID to come down and test us personally? That's a bit of a tawdry maneuver you guys are doing. There's no need to be nervous, little comrade. Come on. Come on. It's just time for us to go to the conference room and have a chat. Godman smiled and opened his mouth, turning his head back to the conference room. The 3 captains and 1 instructor, with complicated glances at Yishao, returned to the conference room. Go Shang on the side was a bit gloating, scowling at Yishao, his little old brother. He was ineligible to go in, but that didn't stop the preparation for the show. Ing. Yishao cried and laughed, but in the end, he still had a serious face and marched into the conference room with a straight face. Inside the conference room, all 5 leaders sat down, and Yishao stood with a straight body. In the past 2 days, I've watched all the videos of the live webcasts you've been doing to promote legal awareness and anti-fraud. Godman smiled gently, looking at the little one in front of him. Tell me, how do you feel about your expression? How? I think it's awesome. But surely you can't say that. Yishao thought deeply and spoke aloud. There are still too many inadequacies in my work, but also thanks to the leadership of the brigade and colleagues who took great pains to teach and correct my mistakes. But I will definitely study hard and strive to become a people's police officer as soon as possible. Dedicate myself to the noble cause of people's law enforcement. Resolutely be loyal to the country. Serve the people, be fair in law enforcement, and be disciplined, and unswervingly be a builder and defender of the socialist cause, and strive hard to maintain the stability of society in general, to promote social fairness and justice, and to ensure that the people live in peace and work in contentment. 5 leaders. They looked at the small youth in front of them with odd expressions. One barely stifled a giggle. That's for you to say. Wouldn't it be a pity if we didn't let you become a policeman, if you're such a talented person? Yishao maintained the serious expression on her face and skimmed in her heart. Don't think I don't know that you guys must be watching me blow off steam while your auntie smiles inside. There's a bunch of old silver coins that get to be leaders. We're too young to talk to you. You guys can't give me a hard time, can you? Chapter 38. Who asked us to have a hang-up? You're quite a talker, but in our line of work it's useless to just talk. The business must be skillful. Gao Demon put away the smile on his face. A pair of sharp gazes were like 2 invisible knives, scraping at Yizhao's face. I'm here today specifically for your assessment. As long as you can pass me, the preparation I will guarantee you to get it. This time when he came down from the province, he did come specifically for Yishao. Flack at a mosquito? Not really. It was the little guy in front of me who had drummed up so much in the past 2 days. They all knew that their province's criminal investigation brigade had produced such a cop as Yishao. Originally, the first day when this little guy was live streaming and tens of thousands of people were watching online, it was scary enough. Who would have thought that the next day would come straight to 1 million people watching online? The onlookers are still Yi Zhao's live case. Just ask you, do you want to go to heaven? The slightest thing goes wrong and the image of our law enforcement system, our police, collapses instantly in the eyes of the people. Who could resist such a thunder? One bad one, and their province's criminal investigation team would have to be reorganized. It's no joke. But then again, you have to admit that the little guy has a bit of a knack for it. The traffickers were caught and a live broadcast watched by millions of people came to a perfect end. What's most interesting is that this little guy is as bold as they come. Before it went off the air, it was actually advertised in front of millions of people. Don't you know that one of the things the people hate most is advertising? How dare you? What happened then? The ads are too good. In just 1 day, the National Anti-Fraud app has been downloaded more than 10 million times. What's this? It's a great credit. It proves that the law enforcement system in their province has made big achievements to publicize anti-fraud. But that didn't delay the fact that the chief captain was all on the verge of having a heart attack from Yi Zhao's audacity. Anyone who has a henchman who is this good at making things happen, just ask you if you can sleep. Couldn't we avoid trouble by clearing Yi Zhao, a little guy with a great ability to cause trouble, out of the police force? Stop it. Nowadays, throughout the country, there are too many people who know Yi Zhao, who know this Netroots police officer. Who are you slapping in the face by getting him out of the police force at this point? Instead of getting rid of Yi Zhao, you have to make him a real cop right away. Otherwise, when everyone knew that Yi Zhao was now an identity still only a temporary worker, it would be equally in your face. To put it bluntly, Gao Demon came down this time just to represent an attitude of the general team, to go through a passing phase. This was clear to the 4 leaders of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Only Yi Xiao didn't know it. Right now, everyone was also trying to tease Yi Xiao. Let this young man with a great capacity for screwing up grow up. You're picking a fight, aren't you? Yi Xiao blinked her eyes, and her head was mulling over Gao Demon's words. What do you mean, if you pass this test, you'll cover my establishment? Is this something you'd like to do or not? It's a matter of what I want or don't want. It's really not that Yi Xiao blow is awesome. Not to mention the fact that we have a hang-up as a traveler. If he can't even get an establishment, how can he go out? Will it embarrass the army of travelers? Don't look at Yi Xiao in front of you with a small humble look. It was indeed pretending. I'm doing this for Uncle Air's sake, and also because just because I want to be a cop doesn't mean I'm Gwyn. Between eye rolls, he glanced at the first captain and then finally at Uncle too. As a result, both elders were smiling and looking at him without giving a hint. It's all a bunch of old silver coins with big bad hearts. What's the matter, scared? Seeing that Yi Xiao did not say anything, Gao Demon's serious face revealed a smile. Scared? Yi Xiao was happy and grinned. You're kidding. The day I wanted to become a police officer, I've never been afraid. You who? Calling you fat and you're still panting? Godman was also amused. Old hi. On the side, Chun Guodong's expression became a bit strange as he said with a smile. I forgot to tell you just now, Yi Xiao also helped our brigade solve a kidnapping for ransom case the day before yesterday. This case couldn't be closed for the time being because the suspect was still hospitalized, so it wasn't reported to the top either. The smile on Gao Demon's face froze. What do you mean? Chun explained truthfully. That insider bit of cattiness won't fool a veteran detective. When Gao Demon heard that Yi Xiao faced the knife-wielding kidnapper alone and not only took the kidnapper down, but also beat the other party to disfigurement, with a severely fractured jaw and a severe concussion, he was speechless. Straight-up human trafficking cases, you can all Yi Xiao lucky. Then this kidnapping could be more than a matter of luck. To put it mildly, without fear of embarrassment. Gao Demon himself had been a police officer for more than 30 years and had never even come into contact with a kidnapping case. Can you still say that people have poor business skills? You haven't even become a cop yet. They've solved 2 cases. What's your test for? Gao Demon looked at Yi Xiao's eyes. A complicated batch of, hey, what's the meaning of the way you're looking at me? Boss? Yi Xiao continued to maintain the seriousness on her face, hardening an overly professional smile. Is this what you call the wrath of the scum against the bully? I know people in your day weren't very good at school, so please don't envy me. Who told us to hang on? Chapter 39. Soon to be transferred. Look at the constipated expression on the face of the big boss in front of him. Yi Xiao thought of a joke from his previous life. Suppose you sleep between a man and a woman. Would you turn your ass toward a man or a woman? If you face towards a woman, the woman may suspect you are a G. If you're facing men, you're in danger. Left and right. Yi Xiao wanted to laugh in her heart. I've always been too soft-hearted to carry all my problems on my own. So, we can't make things difficult for the leader, can we? Deputy Chief, today a colleague and I found a clue to an old case. It just so happens that the leaders of our brigade are all here, and the leaders are helping to staff the case to see if this clue is feasible and can be investigated. Yi Xiao continued to put on a small humble posture. Put today and Go Shang found the clues of murder and shredded body case. Said one by one, the faces of the 5 leaders changed. They're all old detectives. You can tell if a lead is reliable or not by listening to it. This case in particular was very sensational back in the day. Once, because the case was not closed within the deadline, the Captain Chen Guodong have been criticized by the superiors, was an internal warning. Of course, at his age he didn't care about warnings anymore, and he wasn't more than a few years away from retirement. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to crack this case. Where you fall, you have to get up. That's what makes a man. After listening to Yi Xiao's reasoning and analysis, Chun Guodong's eyes glared. Because this clue is so important and very reliable. Assuming that the words left on the wall at the murder hideout site were really the work of the killer, then there's a 70–80% chance of bringing the killer to justice. However, it is very difficult to try to investigate. After all, this case happened a year and a half ago. Some of the women selling in entertainment venues are also highly mobile, and it is anyone's guess whether they can be traced to follow up clues. But what's a cop? A police officer is someone who must use all his or her abilities to get to the bottom of even the slightest clue. Be worthy of the oath you took when you joined the police force, the profession of policing, and this skin on your body. Old Hai. Chun Guodong looked towards Gao Demon, the old brother who joined the police force with him back then and now became the top boss. In a moment, I'll greet the general team and ask him to personally speak to the leadership of your city council, so that your city's law enforcement system will fully cooperate with the Criminal Investigation Brigade in investigating this case. Both are in this line of work. What Chen Guodong wants to do, Gao Demon is more than clear. Then, he couldn't help but look at the little guy who dropped a bomb and just hid and watched. Did you do it on purpose? I just said, business must be skillful. You're just going to take your business out and punch me in this old face. Aren't you? I love little guys like you with personality. More than anything, I hope your rushing in continues. Godman is gone. Without saying another word to Yishao, he left abruptly. Subsequently, Chun recalled all the cadres who were out in the field and prepared for a meeting. The theme of the meeting is to study the clues found by Yishao and Gosheng, to follow the clues to once again start the program of investigating the murder and shredding of the year. Yishao was a little excited to find herself clearing her head again. Uncle Tu just told him 3 days at the latest. His establishment will come down and his file will be listed in the People's Police. That means in 3 days, his status will no longer be that of a trainee police officer. Instead, he is a trainee police officer, which can also be called a trainee police officer. The police are a standard civil service administrative establishment, which is regularized after 1 year by trainee police officers. Trainee police officers have the same independent law enforcement powers as regular police officers during their traineeship and enjoy a slightly lower level of treatment. If no major mistakes are made during the 1-year probationary period, the officer will be ranked and converted to a full police officer police, and the rank will be promoted according to the length of service in the police force. Technically speaking, a trainee police officer can already be called a low-profile version of a police officer, unless you're killing yourself and make a mistake during your 1-year apprenticeship. Once you pass this 1-year apprenticeship period, you will be promoted to police constable to 1-star police officer. Subsequent normal promotions are possible every 3 years until superintendent of police is promoted to inspector of police, which is a 4-year period. Of course, we are talking about normal promotions here, excluding meritorious and outstanding work contributions. If you have solved a major case, received a commendation, or received a police honor, let's say that a 3rd or higher merit is established. That minimum would all be accompanied by a promotion of 1 police rank. This reasoning is understood by ordinary people. If you don't get a promotion for meritorious service, what's the point of playing? This is not only true in the police force but also in the military. Because of this, Yishao almost cried in the toilet. If he had just crossed over as a trainee police officer instead of a trainee police officer. Now, on merit alone, you'll be promoted to 2nd grade at the very least. It's not impossible to get Uncle Junior to give the operation a go, and it's not impossible for a 1st-class police officer to look into it. Just tell me if it's depressing. Yizhao's mouthful of grooves was hard to hold in her throat. I wish I could clamp my legs together and pinch God to death. Chapter 40. Starting a company is like raising a child. It's rare, but not unheard of, for a criminal investigation brigade to work overtime en masse. Yishao, who was getting ready to leave work, felt that being a police officer was indeed a tough job. No vacation all year round, not to mention overtime every day. It's not uncommon to add until after 6 o'clock at least, and get home in the middle of the night if you're late. It may not seem like a lot of overtime, but has anyone thought about the fact that this overtime is on top of a year-round schedule? Double day off? Don't be ridiculous, the police profession doesn't know what a bi-weekly is. There's never been such a thing. Every police officer has to work almost 12 hours or more a day, and except for a few days of possible vacation on New Year's holidays, there are basically no vacations. They work overtime all the time, and that kind of whole-day fatigue is very fatiguing. With a national life expectancy of 77 years, why is the average life expectancy of a frontline police officer 46 years? You wish. Yishao walked out of the police station and let out a long breath. He knew he had a few more days of normal life left in him. When he becomes a full-fledged cop, he'll join the ranks too. The road was of his own choosing, so he had no complaints. One always needs a little purpose in life. What's the difference between a soul without a purpose to support it and a walking corpse? Ideals, beliefs, pursuits, emotions, responsibilities are all goals. Life is a few short decades. Even if you can't make a splash, you can't be a wimp. It's good to be blameless. With the morning's admonition from Lord Hegemony still ringing in her ears, Yi Xiao prepared to take a taxi to Gu Qingdao's house, the drooling kind. Sister Qingmai promised to make boiled fish, and Mrs. Lu's skills are pretty good, so it should be delicious, right? Walking to the side of the road, a limousine pulled up in front of him. Get in the car. Inside the open car door, the soft Gu Qingdao smiled gently, like a sister looking at her brother. Sister Qingmai is the best. Yi Xiao cheerfully got into the car and hugged Daodu, who pounced on him. Did you want your brother? I'd like to. The little girl hugged her pretty brother's neck, her childish voice milky, more than wanting auntie. Haha. My Daodu's little mouth is just as sweet as smeared with honey. Yi Xiao was so happy that she gave Daodu a hard kiss on her little face. Ha ha ha. Bean shook his little brain to avoid it. Pretty brother has a beard. Yi Xiao had a smile on her face, but her heart was thinking. The man still has to have some hair on his mouth. Men like it. Women like it too. When the chauffeur drove back to the villa and walked into the hall with Daodu in his arms, Mrs. Lu brought the meal to the table. Let's eat first, don't starve. Gu Qingdao took over her daughter. Not waiting for Sister Qingdan? Yi Xiao asked. She doesn't have a chance. She's busy late every day. Gu Qingmai shook her head, her beautiful eyes smiling. Let's eat first. There's boiled fish. What's the point of being polite? Yi Xiao sat down at the dining table. Lots of meat dishes and very few green vegetables. The fact that the greens were for Daodu made him feel a little bit better inside. I didn't realize that after eating here twice, Gu Qingdao had remembered that he didn't like green vegetables. The gentle big sister knows too much. This will kill a man. Do I count this as a mistake that started a path of plain and simple concubines? Stop it. He's a cop. It's impossible to talk to Gu Qingdao. As for Gu Qingdan, Yi Xiao felt that there was still work to be done. Now the status, indeed, does not match the female bully. After dinner, Yi Xiao accompanied Daodu to play in the hall. Gu Qingdao, like a gentle and understanding sister, was preparing a cigar for her brother. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, a tired female bully returned. After everyone spoke for a while, Gu Qingdao carried the child back to the bedroom, leaving space for her younger siblings. What time was dinner tonight? Like last night, Yi Xiao's hands fell onto Gu Qingdan's shoulders and neck, giving the female bully a kneading massage. 5 o'clock, I think, casually. Gu Qingdan closed her eyes, enjoying her brother's gentle consideration. What's the point of making all that money? This was a question Yi Xiao had wanted to ask for a long time. Gu Qingdan's company was too big, and its own assets had long exceeded $100 billion. How many lifetimes will it take to spend that much money? What about a brother who doesn't understand business? Gu Qingdan hooked up the corner of her mouth. From the day I took over my father's company, I was forced to do it at first. Later on, as I did it, it was as if I had raised a child with my own hands, and as a parent I couldn't leave it alone. What parents do not want their children to get better and better? The same is true of opening a company. It is no longer a question of making money or not. As one of the richest men in the country said, he doesn't care about money, he's not interested in money. People eyesight to a certain extent, indeed. Like me now, money in my eyes is just a meaningless number. The company's future development is the most important. The thing that I think about every day is also how to make it better. It's the same thing. Don't I get it when you say that? Yi Xiao bristled. He did used to think that those businessmen were making money for the sake of making money. He just hadn't given it that much thought. That's right, when he first heard Papa Ma say the words, he doesn't care about money, he's not interested in money, he thought he was pretending. Now that I've heard my sister say it, it seems to make some sense. Companies such as their children, who wouldn't want better for the children they raised? Yi Xiao's eyes rolled and her hands were a bit unsteady. Gu Qingdan's pink face instantly flushed, and she reached out her jade hand to grab her brother's dishonest hand. Neither of them spoke, and time passed slowly. Yi Xiao loosened her hand and came to Gu Qingdan's side, cradling the female bully into her arms as if she were a wolf. Don't. It's my sister's house. Gu Qingdan's words don't sound like a sister. A little shy, her delicate showy face buried on her brother's chest, whispered and laughed softly. Don't make it bad. Clam. Yi Xiao licked the corner of her mouth. Am I trying to be bad? I'm trying to eat people. Never mind, my sister is still a bit resistant, so we'll talk about it later. Many men and women who are in a relationship like to travel hand in hand. When I have time, I will definitely travel with my sister. Because the swim is on the baby. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 41. A man must have a conscience. Another breakthrough in the relationship with Lord Overlord. Yesterday let's hold hands. Today let's cuddle. What will it be tomorrow? Yi Xiao, who was lying on the bed with a silly grin on her face, was filled with the color of banana peels. I'm a virgin. I've never eaten meat. What's wrong with that? I'm damn proud of it. Not long after falling asleep, the proud Yi Xiao was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. Pick up your cell phone and see. 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. A call from Uncle Tu? What the hell? What's wrong, second uncle? Yi Xiao asked suspiciously. Come to the brigade quickly. Yi Warinian's voice was a bit low. There's a bit of a problem with the case. I need you to come over. I'll rub it in. Yi Xiao had a black question mark on her face. I'm not a cop yet. Okay? Hesitantly, he got up and quickly dressed and walked out of the bedroom. When he came to the villa's hall, Yi Xiao was torn. Where can I get a cab in the middle of the night? Is there a drop? While downloading the taxi software, Gu Qingdan, who was wearing pajamas, came over. What happened? Yi Xiao's mouth almost watered, and her eyes were so dead set on her sister's halter nightgown that she wouldn't blink. Gu Qingdan's cheeks flew red and she glared at her lecherous brother. But she still walked over, stretched out her hands to help Yi Xiao straighten down her clothes, and softly asked, Going to the Criminal Investigation Brigade? She knew exactly what her brother did. I just didn't realize I had to go to work so late. Aha! Yi Xiao swallowed his saliva, and once he reached out, he swept Gu Qingdan into his arms, feeling the warm, soft, and cozy fragrance, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Prepare to find a car. The sports car is in the garage. You're the one who doesn't like to drive it. Like a little bird relying on someone, Gu Qingdan leaned against that fiery chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat. It's not good for a cop to drive that kind of car. Yi Xiao shook his head. I'll have the driver take you there. Suddenly shy and annoyed, Gu Qingdan knocked off her brother's strange hands, clenched her pink fist and gave her brother's shoulder a blow, biting her pink lips. Tomorrow I'll have someone get you a car. Always going out in the middle of the night like this isn't a good thing. Being eaten by her brother, she didn't know whether to be angry or not for a while. If she didn't get angry, where was her dignity as a young woman? I'm too young to be a good softie. Yi Xiao laughed badly, pretending that I was shy and teased. Clam. Gu Qingdan was furious and amused. Beautiful you. Who told you to eat soft food and work hard? Yes, sir. Yi Xiao, who let go of the beautiful person in her arms and stopped eating tofu, raised her hand and gave her sister a military salute. The chauffeur has a special lounge outside the villa. Receiving Gu Qingdan's call, the driver got the car ready. Be safe. Standing at the entrance of the villa, Gu Qingdan commanded as if he were a wife admonishing her husband. Aha! Yi Xiao got into the Rolls-Royce and left the villa. What's your name, big brother? Yi Xiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the driver and asked with a smile. This driver's physique was strong enough to be a practice driver and Gu Qingdan's bodyguard. The last time I asked my sister a mouthful, she said she came back from the army transfer, without going into details. You're welcome. My last name is Wang Mang. The driver grinned. You're not the king next door, are you? Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. Brother Wang used to be a soldier? How about telling little brother about being a soldier? I also had a wish to be a soldier when I was young, but unfortunately it didn't come true. Yi Xiao was not the only one who had the dream of wanting to become a soldier. Either you put on a police uniform to catch the bad guys, or you put on a military uniform to hold down the fort. It was a dream that belonged to some boys as children. Being a soldier is pretty hard, but it's also fun. Wang Mang smiled and spoke. That kind of bitterness, sometimes it will make you cry. The kind of joy that sometimes wakes you up with a smile in your dreams. There is the principle of confidentiality. The things of my troop can't be said. The things of ordinary troops are not secrets in the eyes of the public, so there's no point in talking about it or not. Yi Zhao's face was instantly suspicious. Can't tell? The principle of confidentiality? ING. This Wang Mang seems really fierce. Any unit that deals with the principle of secrecy should not be simple. It has to be at least special forces level, right? He didn't understand some things about the military, but he knew better than to ask. The military has the principle of secrecy, why wouldn't the police force have it? How did you think about retiring? Yi Xiao looked complicated. Wang Mang is just 33 or 40 years old. If it's really the kind of troop he imagined, it shouldn't be retiring at this age, right? Retreat from injury. Wang Mang only said these two words. Yi Xiao was shocked. Injury, retirement? Know what those two words mean? Is he overthinking it? Can't ask anymore. Feeling a bit intimidated by this one. That said, so why do you want to be someone's bodyguard? It was as if he knew what Yishao had in mind. My dad used to be a driver for the Gu family, and the Gu family has been very kind to our family back then. My mom was seriously ill with cancer, and the Gu family took out a few $1,000,000 to give my mom medical treatment. Wang Meng smiled and said, "People have a conscience." Yishao froze up. Conscience is the fairest judge of every man. You can fool others, you can never fool your own heart. Man enough. Returning to her senses, Yishao stuck out her thumb to Wang Meng. "Let's drink together some other day." "Yeah." Wang Meng nodded with a smile and stopped the car. The Criminal Investigation Brigade has arrived. Chapter 42. The instructor is a reader. At night, all is silent, but the Criminal Investigation Brigade is brightly lit. 5 or 6 old detectives are sitting at the front door swallowing clouds. I'm too sleepy not to have a cigarette to refresh myself, and I have to wait for someone. It took them by surprise when a luxurious Rolls-Royce appeared in their line of sight, still parked in front of the brigade. To add to the surprise, the car door opened and stepped down a young man in a police uniform. When they saw clearly that the small youth was Yishao, the expressions of the crowd were a bit strange. Fraction looked to Yi Huaren, whose face was not very nice on the side. "Didn't I tell you not to drive this kind of car?" Yi Huanyan threw away his cigarette, stood up with a cold face, and chided his great-nephew who walked over. "I didn't open it." Yishao rolled her eyes. "It was someone who sent me here. It's hard to find a car in the middle of the night." He also knew that there were too many taboos in the police business, and that Uncle Tu was doing him a favor. "Well, have a word inside." Chen Guodong stood up, smiled and nodded to Yishao as he walked into the brigade. The crowd followed inside and went straight to the conference room. Inside the conference room, more than 24 cadres were still seated. Each one had an incredibly serious expression. "And I'll cut the crap." As everyone took their seats, Chen Guodong looked at Yishao. "There's progress in the murder and shredding case. That fast?" Yishao's heart shook, narrowing his eyes at the first captain, knowing that the other party was talking later. When the victim's body was found back then, it was unrecognizable because of the high degree of decomposition, but the technician still mapped out the victim's greatly altered appearance and height. Especially the victim's incisors were deformed, which should be very recognizable as long as one is familiar with the victim. It's just that we didn't think about the victim's occupation back then, so we missed our chance. Chen Guodong continued, "At 8 o'clock last night, because of this case, the city's law enforcement system launched a joint anti-pornography audit, focusing on arresting Ian Sellers and John's Changes, and cracking down on some illegal establishments. A total of 179 women were arrested, and 93 people were suspected of being involved. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that our operation this time is specifically to find a breakthrough from these Ian-selling women and inquire about the identity of the victims of the murder and shredding case. It can't be that coincidental, can it?" Yishao was shocked. "Someone recognized the victim? It's just such a coincidence, or you could say it's our luck." On the side of Yi Huanyan's expression of suspicion, nodded. The victim's real name Qian Suelan, 23 years old, originating from H province, engaged in the sale of Ian services before being killed. After contacting the police of the brother province, has gone to the victim's home. After identity comparison, has been confirmed the identity. 23? This is somewhat inconsistent with the autopsy report, but it's not a big deal. After all, autopsies extrapolate age and are subject to error. The age given at the beginning was also a ballpark range. Now that we've found a clue, we should be able to follow the trail to catch the killer, right? Yishao was puzzled. Calling me here doesn't seem to help. It wasn't that he looked down on himself. The group of police officers in the conference room are all old cadres, old detectives. Which one of them is not more experienced than him? A whole bunch of old detectives can't solve a problem. Call me a trainee cop. Disturbing people's dreams. Do you have any manners? Because you're the one who found the clues. The instructor wearing glasses smiled and opened his mouth, speaking also literally at first glance is a reader. According to your reasoning and analysis, we have only finally confirmed the identity of the victim, but also confirmed that the words left at the scene of the murder were indeed the murderer's year. So looking for you to come is to see maybe your brain is enough and then analyze something. You're joking, instructor? Who in our brigade doesn't know that you're the brigade's wise man? Yishao was polite. I'm not good enough to solve a case that even you can't solve. The corners of the instructor's mouth couldn't help but rise. In the past, he did specialize in helping analyze cases in the brigade, and his mind was recognized as good in the brigade. That, too, has been one of the highlights of his life. Readers are like that. If you lick him, awesome, old iron 666, he doesn't bother. But that doesn't mean that readers don't like to be patronized. It just needs to be done differently. Yi Zhao's ass-kissing was just as precise, in a way that readers liked, and made the instructor feel comfortable. The instructor was a very proud reader. The three captains on the sidelines were just big old types, but human. There are little cuties who can be among the leaders. Watching the little guy slip and lick the instructor, after seeing the instructor's eyes looking at Yi Zhao, became more and more amiable. If anyone dared to bully Yi Zhao in this future, the instructor would probably be the first to jump out and say no. The three captains cried and laughed, laughing and cursing in their hearts. What ing talent? Don't deny it yet. Often it is people like Yi Zhao who can make a good living wherever they are, and they are also the favorite type of people in the eyes of the leaders. Relationships with co-workers, again, are the most cordial. If you are good at what you do, your future is unlimited. On the contrary, no one will like the rash kind. You think you're great and think highly of yourself. And in the eyes of others, you're a dork. Often the ones who die the worst are also the rash types. Don't bull me. Yi Huanyan laughed and cursed, throwing his great-nephew a copy of the investigation report. Take a look at it first. Yi Zhao cheerfully picked up the report and read it carefully word by word. In an instant, the smile on his face was gone. Chapter 43. Peeling the cocoon and drawing the threads. The survey reads, at 9:30 last night, the police confirmed the identity of the victim, Chen Suelan, from a Yin cellar. Chen Suelan, a person who was running a single gang, was usually alone, and also used a pseudonym of Zhou Tingxin. Although the Yin cellar woman recognized Chen Suelan, it is not clear exactly where she lives, whether she has a date, with whom she is flirting, and who is suspected of killing her. That's where the investigation broke down. It was also because it was too late for the police to investigate the use of the victim's ID. Let's say a record of an open house, a record of a rental, or what has been done in the city using the ID. Problems have arisen. After all, it was also a case from over a year ago. Trying to find out who had a fling with the victim and who might have committed the murder from all this stuff is bull. In particular, the victim's cell phone number, which was issued in the city, was found, but it had been cancelled because it had been in arrears for too long. A cell phone card that has been deactivated due to non-payment of fees under normal circumstances will usually be cancelled in 3 months. When you log out, all your past communication history will be deleted. Yi Zhao felt the deep malice of God. Isn't this a clear-cut way to make the case more difficult? Let us police officers take it easy and have fun solving crimes. Isn't it good? In the fall season, the weather was wet and cold, and Yi Shaoqin was sweating profusely. There must be some clue that the police have overlooked. Rockoff's law of material exchange tells us, whenever a crime is committed, there are bound to be direct or indirect traces left at the scene. The shape traces can be divided into 2 main categories, which I can't remember too well. But it's safe to assume that there are plenty of clues, they're just being ignored. Based on the description of the investigation report and the case file he had read at first, Yi Zhao reviewed the entire case in his mind. Repeat it over and over again, nudge after nudge. Case information and clues converge, and his brain runs like a computer at high speed. For a moment, the world in front of him was as if it had come to a standstill. My brain has a mind of its own, an ability given by the system that kicks in on its own. Extreme thinking made various information within Yi Zhao's brain piecing together rapidly, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. Without realizing it, he felt as if he had entered a certain state. The feeling was as if the soul was floating out of the body and the brain thoughts were spinning. Steeply, Yi Zhao came to his senses. The eyes were tired, but full of exhilaration. Ha 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 ha. I know. Yi Zhao laughed out loud, clenched his hands into fists, and slammed them on the desk with a bang. Next moment, a smile froze on his face as he realized dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at him. It just occurred to me that I was in a conference room, surrounded by 20 or 30 police officers. It's embarrassing. Don't I have any dignity? Thought of what? Chun Guodong looked at Yi Zhao with a smile. I need all the victim's hotel rooming records as well as rental records. Yi Zhao looked serious. Half an hour later, all of the victim Chen Suelan's rooming records in the city appeared before him. But there are no rental records. It is easy to see from all the rooming records that the victim was involved in the sale of Yin upwards of 200 times during her lifetime and had been living in D-City for 4 years. No rental history? Where does the victim live? Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed. Acquaintances? Relatives' homes? Let's start by combing through the victim's rooming records at various hotels and motels. But anyone who has been in a room with the victim more than 3 times or more is listed. Why are you looking into this? Anyone who could have roomed with the victim so many times must have been an acquaintance or someone close. Then, Yi Xiao found out the people who were attached to the suspicion from this list of people who had opened a room more than 3 times. The phrase "the killer left at the scene where he hid the body," an internet buzzword, is also familiar and customary only to young people. Eventually, 4 suspects were identified. Let's start by bringing these 4 back tomorrow to investigate. Yi Xiao made a list of names and handed it to a few captains. Be polite to them, because they are not necessarily murderers. Why don't you identify their killer? The 4 young men were all 27 years old at the youngest and 30 at the oldest. From the record of rooming with the victim, it is basically a luxury hotel. If there was a relationship with the victim, why don't you rent an apartment if you have that kind of money? Of course, the reverse may not be so bad. But that's highly unlikely, as the rooming records show. Most of the victims' rooming histories with these 4 men were after 9 or 10 o'clock at night. This time period is also the time period when the victim receives guests. These 4 are suspects, but not very suspects. But what if a blind cat meets a dead rat? The above was just a clue that Yi Xiao deduced to find the murderer. There are 2 more clues to check out: the victim's body and the victim's spending records. Sometimes, when a person dies, the body speaks just as well. A record of each person's spending, which will never be cancelled. Chapter 44. To teach you a lesson. Inside the conference room, Yi Xiao, the 3 captains, and the instructors were left at this time. Everyone else went to rest. Yi Xiao held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the autopsy report in his hand. The victim's body was divided into 7 pieces, of which the limbs and head could be deduced from the autopsy to have been cut off in one go by a sharp instrument. And the upper body was sliced from under the ribs, severing the spinal compulsion and splitting it in half. It may not be clear to many that chopping bones is a craft. Ordinary people, ordinary cookware, even chopping a piece of ribs may not be able to open with one cut. Like the human thigh bone, even if a non-transmutation tool allowed an ordinary person to chop it off, it would not be possible to chop it off at one time. But the autopsy report mentions that the victim's limbs, all of them, were cut in one piece. What does that tell you? It means that the murderer is most likely a person who specializes in bone cutting and is familiar with this kind of business. Let's say a butcher, a raw meat processor, or someone working in a slaughterhouse. This was already investigated by the police officers on the case that year and was not found. But one thing is for sure, the murder weapon used to split the body must have been of the large knife type, or even a transient logging axe, etc. And that's a tool the average person simply doesn't have or doesn't have at all. This is the same as the body of the deceased having opened its mouth to speak and give a specific characterization of the killer's abilities. Young, strong, good at chopping bones, extremely strong at heart, and most likely a craftsman. When he put down the autopsy report, Yi Xiao took a pen and marked out all these characteristics. The next thing to check is the victim's spending history. Why is it that everyone's spending records are never cancelled? This involves the BOC as well as certain laws and regulations that relate to money disputes type of record-keeping issues. The average person rarely knows, even if you delete your personal spending records. But every purchase you make, let's say internet banking type purchases, bank card, credit card, Alipay, WeChat type purchase records, and transfer records will always be kept. But anything with a spending record must have been archived as well. At this time, Yi Xiao is looking at the victim Qian Suilan's lifetime internet banking consumption records, as well as Alipay, WeChat, and other consumption records. What's the point of looking into this stuff? Something to do with a murder case? Yes, these spending records appear to be unrelated to the case. But it is possible to find something that is connected to the case. Let's say, Yi Xiao saw the victim Qian Suilan had purchased a Longines men's watch, Gucci men's shoes, LV men's belt. From the styles above, they are all suitable for young male individuals. As you can see from the spending records, it started with the purchase of the first luxury men's watch, a year before the time of the victim's death. And then, other luxury men's items are purchased within the subsequent year. What does that tell us? It suggests that the victim had bought these items and given them to a man, a younger man, before she was killed. Sure, those aren't even the highlights. The focus is on the mailing and receiving address in the online purchase record. Where would the average person's shipping address be? Home, work, and place of habitual residence make it easier to pick up the goods, don't they? so where the victim lived in the past can be seen from that. For in the morning, when Yi Xiao, along with 2 brigade officers, arrived at the suspected victim's former residence, knocked on the door. Inside lived a middle-aged couple. According to the other party's account, the house was rented by them most of the year. Sure enough, it's a rental house. Yi Xiao laughed. The landlord was brought in. In accordance with the provisions of the public security law, any house rental must be registered and reported to the local police station, as well as proof of the identity of the person renting the house. Yi Xiao looked at the landlord, whose face was instantly panicked, and asked coldly, "What makes you so bullish that you've been drying out the rental house for so long without reporting it? Do you know that you are breaking the law? In front of this landlord is indeed very cattle, do housing rental more than 5 years, actually not once in the local police station registration record. Otherwise, how come we can't find the rental information of the victim, Chuan Chuilan? Likewise, the landlord is equally suspect in the victim's death." When the landlord was brought to the CID, he all but pissed himself. From this point on, this landlord doesn't have the kind of mentality to kill and split a body. Yeep, the confession is out. Go Shang, who walked out from the interrogation room, stood in front of Yi Xiao and frowned. The victim did rent an apartment from him in the past, using a fake ID, but after the victim disappeared and didn't pay the rent for more than a month, he cleaned up all the victim's things and didn't find anything useful. The victim's leftovers from that year are basically gone. Expected. Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. If you want to say that some people are quite damned, let's say this landlord. Send him to the detention center for a few days first, and deal with him later. Yi Xiao spoke in a cold voice. Go Shang went to open the formalities. Yes, the landlord has indeed broken the law and there are human lives involved. The CID brigade also has the power to place the other party under suspicion and take them into custody temporarily. Yi Xiao, however, knew very well that the landlord could not be a murderer. He hated the fact that it was because of people like landlords that some cases were made more difficult and some criminals got away with it. Since you dare to ignore the laws and regulations, I'll let you squat in a detention center for a few days to refresh your memory. Chapter 45 Mr. Boss comes to visit. Can be confirmed. The rental house was not the first scene of the victim's murder. Through the deceased's pre-life consumption records, cell phone card suspension records, online shopping records, etc., has been roughly able to determine the time of death of the deceased. This is almost as long as the coroner's autopsy report. As for whether the murderer had been to the victim's rental house, it would only be clear after a police visit during the day. But there is little hope. After more than a year and a half, human memory should not be expected to remember that long, or things that are not important. Most people today live in buildings, and some residents have lived there for years and don't even know their neighbors. Can you expect them to know if anyone has been to the victim's house? Yi Xiao shook his head and leaned back in his chair. I have to squint for a while, I can't carry it any longer. After staying up all night, the morning sun was out brightly outside. But he was a little limp, like he just finished a 1,000-meter running test and his muscles were sore the next morning. Seemingly in a dream, Yi Xiao felt a small hand gently smoothing his brow and slowly opened his eyes. Into the eyes is a pair of black silk long legs. In the upward look, work skirt, white shirt, beautiful face, guaranteed boss dress. Dreaming? Yi Xiao thought sleepily. Whatever. Yi Xiao reached out and hugged the thin waist of Mr. Bully, burying her face in the small abdomen of Mr. Bully. Gu Qing Chuan. The pink face was a little shy, but the expression was indifferent, and the air of superiority in his body did not change a bit. There were quite a few policemen around who were looking at her. As a corporate boss, you can't be as shy and pouty as a little girl in front of outsiders. Can you? Gu Qingdan didn't push Yi Xiao away either, stretching out her white jade hand to gently stroke the older boy's short hair, a moist and soft luster flowing within her eyes as she spoke softly. Don't act up. My sister asked me to bring you some breakfast, so eat it while it's hot first. Had my persona collapsed without me realizing it? It doesn't make sense. Yi Xiao knew she couldn't pretend. He could sense that Lord Overlord was not in a good mood. She's on her period? Or didn't sleep well? What brings you here, Sister Qingdan? Yi Xiao stood up, grinning awkwardly and not gently. Humph. Gu Qingdan glared at the stinky brother, raised his left hand. There was a food bag on it, and there was a big insulated lunchbox inside. For you, I still have to go to work. By the way, last night you left. My sister didn't sleep much. Sister Qing Mai didn't sleep well? Yi Xiao froze and looked straight at General Manager Ba. Where is Sister Qingdan? I slept quite well. Gu Qingdan spoke calmly. I'll believe the hell out of you. Should we be so heartless? Yi Xiao gritted her teeth. Believe it or not, I will be in public. Shut up. As if Gu Qingdan had associated something, her jade face blushed, and her mouth chirped, I'm leaving. After saying that, Sister Overlord no longer cared about Stinky Brother and left with a pair of long legs. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes. Do you believe that I will blacklist you? Slag you off once in the future, and then pull up my pants and don't recognize you? Surely being with a woman is more tiring than fighting. This tiredness is not physical, it is mental. Yi Xiao exhaled. However, as long as you make this woman happy, it's worth being tired, right? This is my future boss alone. Shaking his head, he ignored a strange gaze around him. Yi Xiao took out an insulated lunchbox and a cup of very warm milk. Gu Qingdao's shadow involuntarily surfaced in his mind. I'm sure she's a gentle big sister with a heart of gold. Unlike Stinky Ba, who is always cold in front of outsiders all day long, and can only still be gentle in front of himself. Yes, bosses and whatnot are the worst, who knew it was a black one when you cut it open. I've seen 1,000 or 800 like you on TV in my past life. Taking a bite of the bun, Yi Xiao was happy. Meat-filled, I like it. 5 minutes to devour your breakfast. Yi Xiao got up and brushed her lunchbox, then went to wash her face and went to the captain's office. All 3 captains and the instructor were there, discussing the case. They had all seen Yi Xiao's busy work this night. Chen Guodong smiled and opened his mouth. Xiaoya, no, you go back to rest first. Give you a day off today. The case has been dragging on for a year and a half. It's not that bad for 2 days. Don't be ridiculous. Brigade, we all know what's going on in this case. Yi Xiao laughed and shook his head, placing 2 boxes of cigars on his desk. It's been a long night, and everyone's almost out of cigarettes. Let's subpoena those 4 suspects first. Yi Xiao said with a straight face. Of course, even without them, I can probably guess where the murderer is. Calling them here is just to confirm it. What? For exclamations as one. You can find the killer? Chapter 46, Movies are bull. Does Yi Xiao know where the killer is? Sort of guessed a little but wasn't quite sure. Seeing the 4 leaders looking at him, Yi Xiao smiled coyly. I understand this 4-eyed god. As long as I say I'm blowing awesome, I guess they'll chop me up right away, right? Surely it must be exciting to molest a leader or something. He hadn't dared to do that. After all, there is a second uncle in the leadership. Beat you do not dare to fight back the existence of Ah. In fact, a couple of suspicions came to mind when I found clues at the murder hideout. Yi Xiao's expression was serious. The first thing is that the victim's bones were buried in that abandoned factory warehouse until the body was highly decomposed before it was discovered. Judging from the time, almost 4 months have passed. The fact that it took 4 months to be discovered means that very few people knew about this place. But why did the murderer know about it? Also know that it's better to hide the body here? It can't be ruled out that the murderer is connected to this abandoned factory warehouse. There's also a possibility that the murderer's location at that time wasn't far from this abandoned barn warehouse. That's why he was more familiar with it. All 4 brigade leaders nodded. This idea had also occurred to Chen Guodong, who was in charge of the case at first. But it's too difficult to troubleshoot. There's no way to investigate anything through that alone. And then there's the autopsy. Yi Xiao continued, through the description on the autopsy report, it is highly likely that the murderer is good at the craft of chopping bones. And there is a possibility that the jobs involved are for workers in places such as butchers, raw meat processing, and slaughterhouses. I've done some checking and there are 2 locations near the hiding place that are suspicious. One is a private livestock farm and one is an individual yellow cattle slaughterhouse. His words brightened the crowd's eyes. Don't think about it. Yi Xiao shook his head. The murderer definitely won't be there now. I just roughly deduced that the murderer was most likely working there when the crime occurred back then. Because it was only in these 2 places that the murderer would have been able to transport the body to the hiding place without the need for vehicle transportation, and still not have to worry too much about being discovered. And the place where the bodies were divided could also be well covered up without being discovered. So it's 80% that this person is a staff member from from the past. And then, there's the relationship between the killer and the victim. Assuming that the killer and the victim were a couple, that's a little less plausible. Because the victim is a incel, frankly speaking, this kind of woman is exposed to people, exposed to some things will make her eyes wider. Even if she chose a spouse, why would she choose a practitioner in the butchery industry? It doesn't make sense at all. Huh? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes and said word by word. So I suspect that the murderer and the victim, most likely, knew each other in the past, and might even be old friends. Or perhaps, in the past they were lovers. When the victim left her hometown, is it possible that the murderer came to our city to work because he missed it? He had the good sense to pause at this point to allow the four leaders to digest their reasoned analysis. Also see the complex expression on the instructor's face. Do I seem to have struck a blow to the ego of this CID wise guy? He couldn't see the crux of the case, probably the segment. Yishao snickered a little bit in his heart, or maybe my Huang physique with hanging is too powerful. Then why don't you go investigate? Yi Huanyan was a bit puzzled. This morning, the three captains gave Yi Xiao the power to mobilize the police within the brigade to cooperate with the investigation. That's easy for Uncle Tu to say, isn't it? Yi Xiao rolled her eyes. If I could do that, I'd be better off on my own. Why should I tell you? The point is that a search warrant is required to check places like factories, not residential dwellings. Household occupants wanting to search just need to say hello to the head of the household. But not in places like factory companies. It's too easy to make a mistake without a warrant. Moreover, a search warrant is a legal instrument issued by the prosecutor's office and executed by law enforcement agencies. In other words, it requires the nod of these leaders in front of us to say hello to the prosecutor's office. Do you really think that the movie shows the police bolting around and being able to just search any place? That's bull. That's why the police don't have the power to just search when they don't have a warrant. A search warrant, the bosses will have to get one. Yi Xiao shrugged. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the murderer's motive for killing. The reason why I looked for those four suspects is because I found out that all four of them were people who had some contact with the victim in the period of time before the victim was killed. And then what? The other lieutenant spoke up. I suspect that the killer may well have seen them. There was a light flickering in Yi Xiao's eyes. Or it is very likely that they have also seen the murderer. Only through them can I confirm if my deduction is valid. Chapter 47. Like a ing dream. Yi Xiao's reasoning and analysis instantly opened everyone's minds. Several leaders felt like they had touched the door to a new world and were excited to get the ball rolling. But soon they realized that the door to a new world is slamming shut and begin to doubt life again. Thus, the three captains and the instructor turned their attention to Yi Xiao. One had to admit that they still underestimated this young man. In the past few days, everyone had already given Yi Xiao the greatest recognition because they appreciated the ability she had shown. But it was at this point that I realized that I didn't know this little guy well enough after all. There is a limit to how far the human brain can think. However, Yi Xiao's thinking was like a heavenly horse, like a gazelle with no trace. There are too few antecedent clues to follow in this case. However, investigating a case is all about finding clues. A good old detective needs to be good at pushing from all angles and looking for clues in the details. They had some difficulty accepting the discovery. Yi Xiao had not only found too many clues, but his brain power was no longer second to any old detective. This son, he will become a great man. Yi Xiao ignored the gazes of the crowd and immersed herself in her own world. At this point, I'm going to say, I lied to you guys, I don't actually know anything, so I'm probably going to get killed, right? But I've been using my brain too much today, and my brain cells are severely depleted, but I can't sleep. It would be nice if Bully was around so we could have fun doing some good exercise. If you can't, it's good to have a soft big sister, at least you can pamper yourself with her. Leaving the captain's office, Yi Xiao's expression seemed to be shocked and happy. There's no way not to be surprised or pleased. A trainee police officer who hasn't even been transferred yet, but he's been given the task of arresting this murder and mutilation case. Can you believe it? Actually, no. With the approval of the vice captain of the general team, Yi Xiao's target for transfer has been nailed on. Technically, he's considered a full-fledged police officer. A full-fledged police officer has the authority to handle a case. As long as you gain the trust of your leaders, you can take on cases as big as the sky. Highlights. To have a young cop take over such a major case is hardly a precedent in any case unit. Yi Xiao is not a cutie. It's no longer just about the trust of the leaders. What's that? The case is old, cannot be solved, at most, the brigade to resist a mine, criticized by the higher-ups a meal. But if it breaks, it's a big credit. The clues were discovered by Yi Xiao, but he was not qualified to take them over in the past. The arrival of the vice captain of the general team, however, gave Yi Xiao this qualification. The case is in his hands, there is no fault at all, and no one will say anything about it, much less talk about it 3 to 4 times. Because Yi Xiao had given the entire brigade credit for a kidnapping case the day before, everyone owed him a favor. That is to say, at this time, letting Yi Xiao take charge of this case, the whole brigade to cooperate with him, is to return this favor to him. Of course, It's up to you to decide if it's a mule or a horse. The case is solved, the credit goes to you, Yishao. Can't break the whole brigade to give you an endorsement and a favor. After thinking about it, Yishao smiled. He loves the CID team, and even more, he loves this humane world, and equally loves the rush of everyone going all out to solve the case. Well, let's make this a beautiful case. Bring it to you. Sun Chi, 31 years old. The city people, a self-employed small boss, has a wife and daughter. When he was brought to the CID brigade, he had a panicked expression and was somewhat uncertain. He had not committed any crime in the past, let alone any offense. So why did these police officers bring him here to assist in the investigation? Inside the interrogation room, Sun Chi's mind was a bit disturbed and fidgety. That is, until the door to the interrogation room opened and a young man in uniform walked in. He was a little puzzled. He could see that the young man in front of him was not an official police officer. In fact, the position and status of a police officer can be seen by the rank on the shoulder epaulets. Let's say that a herringbone folding bar is a trainee police officer, and this herringbone folding bar is also called a secondary badge. Compare this to the two human folding bars, a first-class police badge, which represents a trainee police officer or trainee police officer. Why does Sun Chi know this? Because he used to be a police academy graduate as well. But only instead of becoming a cop, he turned to business. Do you know why you were called? Yishao looked straight at Sun Chi with a cold expression. The corner of Sun Chi's mouth twitched a bit, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, shook his head. This? Police comrade, you don't have the right to ask some of me about this, right? What are you pretending with me? I graduated from the police academy too. You're a trainee constable coming here to interrogate me. Are you drunk? And you're worthy to call me a comrade? Yishao laughed. And you're saying I don't have the authority to interrogate you? As he spoke, he raised his hand to wave at the security cameras in the interrogation room. Next moment, the door to the interrogation room opened and a police officer walked in. A total of 5 people walked in, the youngest were all in their 30s, the lowest ranked were all superintendents, and there was also a 2-barred, 1-starred, middle-aged old police inspector. What's up, team leader? The police inspector looked at Yishao, winked, and opened his mouth with a smile. Uncle Lee, he said I didn't have no right to interrogate him. Yishao grinned. A few seniors helped me tell him whether I have this power or not. That's right. Yishao was indeed a group leader now. Homicide and mutilation, head of the task force. The 5 policemen in front of us are the members of the task force. This group was also formed about an hour ago. Endorsed by the 3 captains and instructors of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, and likewise by the 5 members of the group. Who still dares to say that Yishao doesn't have the power to handle cases and interrogations? Clam! The old police inspector laughed, and when he turned his head to look at Sun Chi, the smile on his face dissipated, and a pair of sharp knife-like eyes stared at Sun Chi's face. You are questioning the leader of our task force? The moment a police inspector opened his mouth and called Yishao team leader, Sun Chi's brain had already broken out in cold sweat. The whole person was dumbfounded. The sky was rolling with thunder, and his scalp was numb as he looked at the young trainee police officer in front of him. It felt like a ING dream. Chapter 48. I'm coming for you. Some people may not understand. Why are you still an ordinary police officer when you have reached the rank of police inspector? It's actually the police profession in this country where rank rises with seniority. When you reach the end of your police career, if you haven't made any major mistakes, you will be gradually promoted to a higher rank. The police rank regulations, though, provide that there is a correlation between the position and the rank of the police. But in practice, without outstanding ability, as well as outstanding contribution, meritorious performance, even at a rank level like first-class inspector of police, still and possibly still an ordinary police officer. To put it bluntly, looking at the rank under first-class inspector of police isn't very useful. It's just a representation of your police service in the police force and can be tied to your paycheck. But it doesn't have a dime or two to do with your position. But you have to say it doesn't matter, it still does. Let's say that when you want to be promoted to any position, your rank level of police is not enough, again, no. Isn't that interesting? Even so, the rank of police inspector represents an intangible status. The higher the rank, the more senior the police officer, which is also a form of seniority. Some grassroots leaders have to be polite when they see these old policemen. That's the rule. Because these old cops are seniors. Just because they didn't get promoted doesn't mean they can't. There could be many factors involved. but their experience in the police force is definitely not comparable to that of young police officers. However, at this point, Sun Chi, however, saw a veteran police inspector addressing a trainee police officer as team leader. This turned his understanding of the police as a profession upside down. It overturned his 3 views and perceptions. But one thing is confirmed. The 5 police officers in front of them, who were casually called out, had police ranks that were sky higher than the trainee police officers. At this time, all of them are the men of this trainee police officer. What's wrong with the world? Is this still the world as one knows it? Are all crazy? Looking at Sun Chi in front of him, whose face was white and frightened, Yi Xiao was depressed. Uncle Li isn't being polite. Look at the fear you give people. You've got me on the ropes, so what am I supposed to do? Smilingly witnessing the 5 group members walk out of the interrogation room, Yi Xiao skimmed his lips. In the end, I still carry it all by myself. I'll have to do the interrogation myself. Do you know Chant Ryland? Yi Xiao spoke coldly. Sun Chi was at a loss. Then I'll prompt again. Yi Xiao asked in a cold voice, do you know the name Zhou Tingxin? Upon hearing this name, Sun Chi was first stunned, followed by a steep color change in his expression. Come to think of it? Yi Xiao sneered. Then do you need me to tell you again what you did with this Zhou Tingxin a year and a half ago? Do you need me to invite your wife, parents, in-laws and tell them? Sun Chi's face instantly turned as white as paper. Cold sweat swished out of his head. His body shivered, and he slowly lowered his head. It's not that he's afraid. Rather, it is one's shame that releases. The police have evidence of the whoring, and there's a good chance it will be publicized. This would be known by the wife and daughter, parents and in-laws and friends. Anyone who still has a little bit of shame would probably want to find a crack in the ground at this point, right? How dare you tell me now that I don't have the power to interrogate you? You want to try to skin me again? Yi Xiao looked disdainful, looking at the suspect in front of her. This kind of behavior from the other side, he had just seen it in 2 other suspects. Only those 2 suspects honestly cooperated with the investigation. Unlike this Sun Chi who actually tried to fight back against Lao Zi. What the hell do you have to resist in front of me? When I give you face, you better take it. Or you'll be on your knees when I punch you in the face. Understand? Sun Chi was already on his knees. As long as the trainee police officer in front of him a word, he will not only be fined, sent to the detention center in the future, I guess also have no face to see people, his wife will have to divorce with him. It was because of this understanding that Sun Chi was a bit puzzled instead. He clearly heard the old police inspector calling Yi Xiao the leader of the group, or some kind of task force. A task force that specializes in catching prostitutes and sellers of prostitutes? Come on. Zhou Tingxin is a pseudonym for Chen Zuelan. Yi Xiao said word for word. A year and a half ago, she was murdered and her body was brutally split. Now do you know why I asked you to come over? Sun Chi once again steeply changed color, jerked his head up, a face of horror and loss of color, staring at Yi Xiao with wide eyes. What did you say? Isn't that shocking? Yi Xiao looked indifferent. I don't want to waste time right now. I'm only asking you one question. You have to give an honest explanation, and it's also related to the key of whether or not I'm going to let you go. Understand? I understand. Sun Chi immediately nodded his head honestly, his expression terrified, his eyes flashing with panic. Back then, when you were with the victim Chen Zuelan, did you ever meet her boyfriend? Yi Xiao looked straight into Sun Chi's eyes. Or rather, did you know about the fact that the victim had a boyfriend? Sun Chi first froze. Soon his face showed a trace of embarrassment and lowered his head. I did see it once. The corners of Yi Xiao's mouth curved in pleasure. Killer little old me. I'm coming for you. Chapter 49 Men, Marty the Gentleman. I met her because a friend introduced me to that club. Sun Chi lowered his head and whispered with a face of shame. At that time, I didn't hold back and took her out and had sex. Yi Xiao was happy. How can you call a man's business not holding back, much less being horny? Is clearly a fair lady. This Sun Chi in front of me can be seen as having a major character flaw, even though he's smart and owns his own little company. But men, sometimes the lower body has more power to decide than the brain. Then we have befriended each other a few times. Sun Chi's face turned even redder. Only so many times. This befriending of yours, is it decent? Is it friendship or what kind of friendship? This to say clearly, Yi Xiao mentally spat. Once, when she and I went to a hotel room, we met a young man. Sun Qi's expression grew suspiciously heavy and a little strange. But I swear, I didn't know she had a boyfriend. What happened then? Yishao narrowed her eyes and inquired in a cold voice. He came at me and punched me and drank and asked me who I was. Sun Qi smiled bitterly. Before I could open my mouth, the two of them quarreled. I also just learned that she had a boyfriend. At that time I was a little embarrassed. Still in the hotel lobby, I left and never met with her again. This is a reasonable statement and should not be a lie. But is that the point? The young man's appearance, his age, tell me all about it. What Yishao wanted to know was the point. There is a section in the police case unit called the technical section. The people within this section are called technicians. Yishao thought they were great at what they specialized in. Let's say this technician he called from the technical section could draw a person's appearance just by Sun Qi's dictation. Then through Sun Qi's description, a little modification, a suspect's portrait freshly made. Just ask you not? So don't ever look down on some of the civilian staff of the police. Maybe a god will jump out at some point and clunk you in the face. Of course, with this kind of portrait sketch, a 5 or 6% likeness would be good at best. But for Yishao, it's enough. A leader said hello, and the warrant was granted in the morning, faxed from the DA's office. And then the Criminal Investigation Brigade stamped and signed. A search law enforcement instrument appeared in Yishao's hands. Search warrants, divided into specified and non-specified. Designated representatives allow you to search designated places. Non-designation means you can search places related to this case. It may not seem like much of a difference, but the real difference is ridiculously large. Yizhao's hand trembled ever so slightly as she held the search warrant. What a non-designated search warrant. Whenever you suspect something is connected to this case, you can search it. Understand? You know what this piece of paper represents? It represents the imperial sword, albeit only a beggar's version. But with this kind of thing, as long as it is in the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Yishao can completely turn on the husky mode, cross the center and investigate the enterprises, companies, individual private units, and other kinds of organizations that he wants to investigate. Private livestock farms, generally established mostly in remote places. There are also those that are built in the suburbs for convenience, which has a transportation issue at stake. When Yishao with 2 police officers came to the front of this named Hong Pig private livestock farm, shelved a long way can smell a bad smell. Luckily, this factory is located in the suburbs. If it were in the city, do you believe that the public would sue you for not being able to take care of yourself because of the smell alone? When the trio arrived at the gate, they were stopped by a doorman in a security uniform. Hita didn't want to stop it. That's for 3 cops. Stop them. Are you crazy? But there's no way around it. It's what he does for a living, so if he doesn't stop it, he probably won't have to do the job. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The doorman, who was in his mid-30s, inquired with a smile. Is your stockyard manager here? Yishao smiled and was also polite. Please call him. We have something we need him, and everyone within your place, to cooperate with the investigation. The doorman honestly went to get someone. There may be people in this world who dare to call the cops on their asses, but not him. He's a small security guard, a small doorman. He doesn't have that qualification. Soon, the managers came. When they saw Yishao and the 2 cadres, they were also polite, saying whatever they were asked, and cooperating when they were told to cooperate. Yishao came here to investigate, not really to search or anything. He just pulled out that sketch of the suspect and had everyone in the private stockyards all look around. After finally confirming that, indeed, no one recognized the suspect, he turned around with 2 officers and left. Moving on to the next one. Yellow Cattle Slaughterhouse. Chapter 50. Society is realistic. Cattle abattoir. A place where yellow cattle are slaughtered for beef supply. The factory was small, the yard was large, and there were not many people working in it, just 5 or 6. Why are there so few personnel? Nowadays, the domestic cattle business is not doing well, and most of the domestic beef market has been occupied by imported beef. Can't be helped. It has been said in the past that price determines the market, and it is not nonsense. Let's say Poundland is on the rise. Is that representative enough to make the point? The self-employed scalper slaughterhouse in front of us has not been doing very well in the last few years. It is good enough to slaughter 1 or 2 cows a day to supply the city market. Nowadays, the slaughtering craft is no longer like the traditional craft, with some equipment has not need much labor. There were only 5 people who actually worked and a slaughterhouse owner. After the entire slaughterhouse arrived, Yi Xiao took out the portrait drawings for them to recognize. Two of the men's expressions changed, some surprise, some confusion. Eventually, they recognized the person in the portrait. Zhang Haoyan, male, 24 years old, former abattoir worker, left more than a year ago and is said to have returned to his hometown. Leaving over a year ago. What's with the coincidence? It coincides with the time of the murder. When Yi Xiao finished reading all the records about Zhang Haoyan in the slaughterhouse, as well as copies of ID cards and other things of this kind, as well as 5 insurance and 1 gold and other filings, he exhaled a long breath and looked at the 2 dry police officers beside him who looked more or less excited, grinning. Uncle Li, Brother Go, found it? Smiles appeared on Go Shang and Li Ming's faces. Why are they excited? As a member of the task force, if the case is solved. Yi Xiao ate meat, and they could nibble on some bones and drink some soup. Although the credit is not big, but cannot help, this kind of credit can be accumulated. After more, the promotion of the title of the promotion and so on is not a problem. What's more, this case was all Yi Xiao's doing, and they were just running errands after their little old brother. As long as the case is solved, the credit is as good as nothing. If you were to encounter such a good thing that fell from the sky, how could you not be happy? Going to make an arrest now? There's no rush. Yi Xiao is ready to first confirm whether this yellow cow slaughterhouse is the first scene, or the scene of the crime, or the scene of the split. The police need evidence to arrest people. They can't arrest people at random. Need to know the suspect's criminal behavior, suspicion, motive, murder weapon, exhibits, evidence. If a few vital elements are missing, even if you arrest the person and you know he is a murderer, and you go to the prosecutor's office can reopen the case for you, and you will not be able to close your case. Even if the prosecutor's office passes this hurdle, the court cannot pass that hurdle, you will not be able to close the case. Sometimes the criminal is convicted and sent to jail because of insufficient evidence, and the criminal has a chance to turn the tables, and it may come back to bite you in the ass then. There are so many examples of this kind of tawdry maneuvering that it has occurred more than once or twice. For the police, sometimes arresting someone is the last thing you need to do in a hurry and to avoid spooking them. Pinpointing where the suspects are is likewise crucial. If the evidence has been collected and you cannot find the person, you are likewise working for nothing. Uncle Li. Yi Xiao looked at the old police inspector and commanded in an irritating manner. Find someone, see where the person is. If it's in the old home, let the brother units in the provinces cooperate to first focus on surveillance. If necessary, you can use coercive measures and slowly collect evidence. Although the heart has already confirmed that this Zhang Haoyan's suspicion is the greatest, the motive of the crime is the greatest. But now that there's no evidence of anything, it's definitely still going to be surveillance. Just find the evidence, even if it's just the same evidence. The police also have the power to take people into temporary custody. Aha! A smile appeared on Li Ming's old face as he reached out and patted Yi Xiao's shoulder. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It's not possible to defy old age. In the future, Uncle Li will follow you. That's a bit of a slip of the tongue. Isn't it puzzling for a veteran police inspector to kiss the ass of a junior police officer? Not really. How long has Yi Xiao been in the CID? A little over a month. How many cases have passed through Yi Xiao's hands in this 1 month or so? 3 up. If this case in front of us can be taken, what kind of case efficiency is this? Kidnapping cases, human trafficking cases, and now a murder case. Holy, can some people who've been cops their whole lives ever handle 3 big cases like this? Know what that means? Competence and strength. What's wrong with being young? What's wrong with not being in a good position? What's wrong with kissing ass? If you hang around with such a capable and strong young man, you may be able to sustain yourself by just chewing on bones and drinking some soup. What's a face? You can't live without it. It's real to grab what's right in front of you, what's affordable and what's good for you. Let's say that Go Shang used to be able to put on the appearance of a former big brother in front of Yi Xiao. Now what? People had long since assumed the posture of a beaten little old man, waiting to mix with Yi Xiao. Isn't the world so realistic that you kind of don't recognize it? Chapter 51. Are they all so professional? I still remember at that time, Xiao Zhang was renting a house to live outside, and was responsible for some outwork in our field, such as picking bones, chopping bones, carrying and so on. An old slaughterhouse worker with a coy look recounted to Yi Xiao about the Zhang Haoyan he remembered. That young man is a hard worker, always smiling. If you bully him and tease him, he won't get angry. My biggest impression of him is that he has a very pretty girlfriend who dresses up every time she comes to find him. How can I describe that girl? She doesn't look like a serious girl. But I can see that the girl's family should be very rich. Every time to come to see Zhang will bring a lot of things, will also bring some quite expensive things. I heard that the watch on Zheng's hand costs $7,000 or $8,000. And what shoes? Belt clothes all very expensive. Yishao listened, nodding every now and then, taking notes with the notepad within her cell phone. The old worker's words, which describe the victim, and some of the luxury items the victim purchased online, all match up. It's now 100% certain that Zheng Haoyin had an affair with the victim. Ending their questioning with the two slaughterhouse workers, Yi Xiao and Gou Shang came to the place where the suspects used to work. The first is the scalper's slaughterhouse. The moment he came here, Yi Xiao frowned. Although the ground was rinsed clean, some bloodstains could still be seen, and there was a heavy smell of blood. There is also a drain in the corner of the ground on one side for sewage disposal after rinsing. A large iron frame made of welded steel pipes can be seen, fixed in the middle of the slaughterhouse, with all 4 columns buried deep underground. There are also things like huge shackles on the uprights which are supposed to be used to drive the bulls here and tie them up for slaughter. Just as Yi Xiao was about to see if he could find some clues, he noticed Gou Sheng watching himself from the sidelines. "What are you looking at me for? I can investigate cases, but I'm not a fortune teller." "What do you mean you're not hiding the fact that you think I'm a tool person?" Yi Xiao blinked twice and turned on. "Lend me a pair of discerning eyes." This ability given by the system, he could not skillfully control it now. "Every time I turn it on, my eyes feel itchy." Having just swept such a glance in the slaughterhouse, Yi Xiao's eyes straightened and looked at a wall. I don't know why. He always felt that from the moment he touched the case, he was wedded to the wall. What's so great about the walls this time? Nonetheless, it's not very pretty, and it's a bit gross. Killing cows is sometimes poorly handled, and their blood can easily splatter on the walls. There's not a lot of blood and water, but it can add up. Such is the case with this wall in front of us. Sporadic blood spots can be seen. Isn't that common? But Yi Zhao's eyes were telling him right now. There are a couple of blood spots on the wall. Something is wrong. What was found? Gou Sheng asked curiously. Yi Xiao deliberately smiled, looking at that wall but not answering. A look of "I've seen it all" and malicious fishing. Sure enough, Gou Sheng's eyes lit up, glaring like bronze bells, and began to observe those bloodstains on the walls in the period. It's kind of hard for the human eye to pick up something from all this dried blood. But the problem is that the color of the droplets of cow's blood after air drying, all of them have a dark brown color. This wall, if you were to look closely, you could make out a few drops of blood drying up to an unusual blackish-purple color. Gou Sheng's heart pounded furiously and his neck stiffened a little as he looked at Yi Xiao beside him. It's more than just having a few skills to realize that the blood on the wall is not right. Isn't it? Aren't the other cops human? Why didn't I just notice this suspicion when you saw it just by looking at it? Are you scientific? Yi Xiao didn't care about science or not. She took out her cell phone and dialed Yi Huarn's number. "Second uncle, I'm at the Yellow Cow Slaughterhouse in XX. Dispatch a forensic scientist over here." Whether those few drops of dried blood were what he thought they were or not, the only way to find out was for the forensic scientist to look at them. Less than half an hour later, the forensic scientist arrived at the slaughterhouse and utilized a small scraper to scrape a bit of dried blood off the wall and put it into a glass container, adding a bit of unidentified liquid to dilute it. Then drop the diluted blood pressure onto a glass bottle and hold it with another glass piece. Then the coroner took out a small microscope from within his own toolbox. Yi Xiao was all stunned. "Brother, do you need to be so professional? Can you even carry something like a microscope with you?" After 10 seconds or so, the coroner looked up at Yi Xiao and spat out 2 words in a heavy voice. "Human blood." Yi Xiao was calm because it was expected. Gou Sheng, who was on the side, was not calm. The way he looked at Yi Xiao was as if he was looking at an unknown creature. The heart is a roar. This is not scientific. This is absolutely not scientific. How in the world did he see it? Chapter 52. Don't treat me like a human being from now on. Human blood is human blood, and whether it's the victim's blood or not requires a DNA match. There are 2 general types of DNA identification. Depending on the category, the time it takes for the results to come out will vary. The first type, a personal and private paternity test, which usually produces results in 3 to 5 working days. The second category, used for forensic identification, special needs to speed up the fastest general results in 24 hours. But this does not delay. Yi Xiao can suspect that this blood is the blood of the victim. in using this as a basis for reasoning about some of the things that come next. Let's say, could this be the first scene when Chant Ryland was killed? Or the first site where the body was dismembered? If it was a dismemberment scene, what were the tools of the trade? The slaughterhouse is on lockdown. The many officers of the Criminal Investigation Brigade arrived quickly. A lieutenant and instructor sit on the brigade. Chen Guodong and Yi Huaran led 10 policemen over to help. And then it's all about surveying the scene, looking for signs that you can, and the murder weapon. Pity. So much time has passed since the case that it's almost impossible to make a discovery. After a simple lunch and a break at noon, Yi Xiao and the brigade of police officers continued to search the scene. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the brigadier's cell phone rang. After answering a phone call, Chen Guodong came to Yi Xiao's face and uttered a piece of news that made Yi Xiao not return to her senses for half a day. A year and 6 months ago, Zhang Haoyan's family reported him missing. After multiple police confirmations, Yung Ho Tien is listed as a missing person and his whereabouts are still unknown. After hearing this news, Yi Xiao's pupils shrunk and his heart sank to the bottom. How is that possible? Is it a crime? Does this news smack of a bolt from the blue? Returning to her senses, Yi Xiao realized that both her second uncle and the brigade were looking at her with odd eyes. What's that look in your eyes? I don't know that the old man's mind is broken, but how did the man disappear? Why is he gone? The present age is not the age of the past. The streets are full of surveillance-type cameras. It's hard for a person to disappear completely. Traveling to do any transportation will have a travel record. Don't say anything about playing hiking, or hiding in black coal kilns, black brick factories, or hiding in the countryside. In today's day and age, such hiding is no longer even possible. Check. I want to know how this Yung Ho Tian was confirmed missing. The suppressed atmosphere finally exploded, and Yi Xiao's face turned blue as he spoke coldly. Chen Guodong understood Yi Xiao's current mood and estimated that the little guy's heart was already in disarray. It's no wonder this little guy dared to give him orders. Just as he thought, Yi Xiao was indeed disorganized at this moment. He felt the deep malice of God. Because even if the case is solved, if there is no murderer, everything is still the same as a waste of time. No, I can't panic. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and forced down the irritation in her heart, forcing herself to calm down. First, it is critical to determine if the suspect is actually missing, because one disappearance alone raises a lot of possibilities. Hiding, accident, or death. He remembered that when he was still in the police academy, a professor who studied criminal psychology had once spoken. A person's behavior is closely related to his habits. When profiling a target person, the first step is to gather as much information as possible about the person and understand their habits. Even the most cunning criminals have a pattern of behavior. That's what he's used to. Until 4 in the afternoon. 2 policemen stood watch at the slaughterhouse to guard the scene, while all the others went back to the brigade. About the last place where Zhang Haoyan disappeared, it was also roughly deduced. The suspect has lost all trace of him since he left the slaughterhouse. No record of travel by any means of transportation, and the last location of the disappearance was in the city. Yi Xiao was puzzled. Did Yung Ho Tian know at that time that his murder would be exposed? Nope. Since he dismembered the body and buried it in an abandoned property warehouse, this already indicates a fear that the police will be checking up on him. And burying the body in such a hidden place, even the police won't find it for a while. So he had plenty of time to escape gracefully, even using transportation. There was also no need at all to hide his movements at that one time. Rather, it was more questionable. What went wrong? Or is there some key area that you've missed? Yi Xiao frowned and was just about to continue analyzing it. Suddenly, ding! Extra Legal Fanatic System quest issued. Mission Option 1. Find out the truth. Reward. I can guess the criminal's heart. Mission Option 2. Give up the truth. Reward. I admit I'm a garbage man. Please make a choice by the host. The reward will be issued immediately after the choice is made. Yi Xiao furiously rolled her eyes. You're a ING psychopath, aren't you? Can't you give some normal options? We are a young man with 4 virtues who grew up under the red flag. The proletarian successors who have been waiting to take over. From a young age, I have been practicing the 5 lectures, for beauties and 3 favors. Is it tolerable to actually be played by a foolish system that wants to defile Dad's mind? No, this one must be fought to the end. System, I choose? Okay. Choice 1. Yi Xiao gave up treatment. You can't blame him for that. No one wants to be a garbage man, right? Next moment, countless information was integrated into his body and forcefully inserted into his brain. Wait! Yishao was stunned. Criminal psychology of the criminal mind reasoning. Is this the I can guess the criminal's heart given by the system? Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Yishao closed her eyes. For half a second, when he opened his eyes once more, his face was ecstatic and his heart cried out furiously. System Dad, don't treat me like a human being from now on. Chapter 53 Magical, Scary, Analog Heart. What a shame. I actually got the idea of wanting the system to just me. Yixiao's scalp tingled. However, he was now excited and still thrilled. Why? Because the ability, I can guess the criminal's heart, given by the system is a bit scary. This ability has something to do with psychology, indeed criminal-mindedness and also criminal psychology. The ultimate goal of this discipline, using psychological theories and methods, is to study the science of psychological activity related to crime and its objective laws. That is, the discipline of exploring the causes of crime in terms of mental activity, but also in terms of the causes and processes of the formation of the offender's mental structure of crime, understanding the offender's mental activity, and how to impose an analysis of the mental structure of crime. Just now, Yixiao used this ability to simulate and analyze the suspect Zhang Haoyan's heart. Something magical happened. He felt in that moment that his heart, his mind, and his thoughts had become a different person. Again, based on the person's heart reverse reasoning about the person's behavior and what they are likely to do. Is it magical? Is it scary? For a police officer, this is not only not scary, it's a godsend. Suppose a police officer has a hold on the heart of a criminal and the way he or she behaves. So, is it still a difficult task to catch this criminal? What criminals want, think and do is firmly in the hands of the police, so how can you escape police capture? Of course, this ability isn't as amazing as it seems. It only gave Yixiao a simulated analysis of the criminal's heart behavior. It allows him to forcibly simulate the behavior of a criminal's mind in a profile that has knowledge of the criminal. This heart behavior is not necessarily the heart of the criminal, but just very close to it. It is this highly probable, but can help Yixiao reason out the suspect Zhang Haoyan's heart back then. So what are you waiting for? Yixiao slowly slumped down on her desk. What appears to be falling asleep is actually entering a state of analog analysis. Put yourself in your mind, your heart, and your behavior. Try to convert the suspect Zhang Haoyan. It is possible to have the thinking heart. If, for example, I were Jung Ho Tin, would I be furious when I found out that my girlfriend was actually a chicken? So I beat up the John. I argued with my girlfriend, cursed angrily, and my mind exploded. But the fact that I can come to D-City from my hometown proves that I love my girlfriend deeply. And yes, I'm one of those bottomless licking dogs. If I were this kind of lickspittle and still loved my girlfriend dearly from the past, would it be possible for me to forgive her? 30% might forgive, 30% might despair of the world, 30% might need to send a xie, 10% might commit suicide or vice versa. Murder. A 10% chance of murder? Why only 10%? Because, since I have met my girlfriend and still practicing in this city, I must have found out some clues after spending time with her. Yes, I must have found out about her occupation from the clothing, food, housing, and behavior are not difficult to find out. And my girlfriend has given me such expensive gifts altogether, tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars more. What makes a person who goes out to work, a girl who hasn't even been to college, become so rich? Yes, I found out my girlfriend's occupation, and I've taken gifts from her because, well, I love her. That's right. I'm not just a lickspittle. I'm a green turtle. But I really do love her. Is it wrong to love someone? Even if I found out she was with a John and I beat up the John, I still wouldn't leave her, would I? So how could I possibly kill someone I love so much? So, I forgave her. I was desperate for the world and I needed to find something to do to xie up my mood or I'd go crazy. And how many ways are there to vent xie generally? Venting some violence, drinking to drown your sorrows, or finding someone to talk to about the bitterness in your heart. I'm Jung Ho Tion now, so I would use that method? First of all, I can be a lickspittle. I can be a green turtle. I'm so tolerant. Surely I can't be too violent a person? So, I will choose wine or find someone to talk about the pain in my heart. Or find a familiar person to drink with, and use the strength of the wine to send out the words in my heart xie. Yes, I am that kind of person, so I should indeed do that. But who can I find to drink with? Being in a strange city with no relatives. Who can I talk to? Workers. Yes, I should seek out my workmates for a drink because these workmates are pretty much the people I'm kind of friends with and closest to in the city besides my girlfriend. Right? I'll find them for a drink, and then I'll get drunk, and then I'll post what's on my mind. Right? But I am Zheng Haoyan. Since the girlfriend so many things I put up with, why would I still kill my girlfriend and still hate to the extreme to split her body? Why would I do that? This is completely unreasonable. By the way, I also left a message at the site where the body was hidden. For every cause there is a consequence. And your reward is me chicken. Are you too beautiful? No. How could I call her a chicken? Even if I am disappointed in her, she is after all the person I love. How could I call her a chicken? How could I even write it? Wouldn't everyone know she was a chicken after I wrote it out? So won't everyone know that I was once given a green prairie by a chicken? Others will also know that I have a girlfriend who is a chicken. This is a matter of a man's self-esteem. Why would I write this? I'm a young man. I don't want to lose face. No, that quote on the wall. I definitely didn't write it. No, since I put up with the fact that my girlfriend was a chicken, and I accepted the gifts she gave me, and I accepted the fact that I had a green prairie on my head, and I put up with all of that, how could I possibly go through the trouble of killing her and splitting her up and transporting her to bury and hide her body somewhere else? What good would it do me to do so? Not at all. So I didn't do any of these things? Shasta. Yishao raised his head from the table, a cold luster flashing within his eyes. Killer. Not Jung Ho Tin. Chapter 54. Because it's called Red Flag. Night, 9 o'clock, outside the Yellow Cow slaughterhouse. Yishao sank his face, narrowed his eyes, sat on the road teeth with a cigarette in his mouth, and coldly looked at the door of the slaughterhouse. A red flag EHS-9 parked beside him. It's a luxury SUV that outclasses many large luxury SUVs in terms of size, coming close to the Range Rover Plus and just slightly smaller than the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Some media have already been eager to call it the Cullinan of the East. In terms of both price and luxury, the difference between the red flag EHS-9 and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan is not even close. I have to say that in China this year, the red flag EHS-9 is considered a pinnacle. Not to mention that its name will make a lot of men resist the urge to buy it. Because it's called Red Flag. The car was sent by Gu Qingdan's driver Wang Mang in the afternoon. Knowing that his brother was a police officer and couldn't drive a luxury car, he bought this kind of car that looked luxurious but wasn't too expensive. Of course, this kind of inexpensiveness was that Gu Qingdan's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. In the eyes of Mr. Ba, who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, 10 million or 100 million was not called money. But the price of $700,000 to $800,000 still belonged to the expensive batch in Yi Zhao's eyes. The career of a police officer is already barely open, and not really over the top. The moment she got the car keys, Yi Zhao was still thinking, this is the rhythm of soft rice to the end. On a normal day, he would have been excited and thrilled a bit to have his first car of his life. But today he wasn't in that kind of mood and was still incredibly cranky. Yi Zhao was waiting for someone. He knew the man would run. Normal human thinking. Suppose you are a murderer and the police still show up during the day to lock down the crime scene. Do you wait for the police to find a clue and arrest you? Or do you run away before they do? Then, Yi Zhao saw a middle-aged man, slowly walking out from the slaughterhouse. The middle-aged man's expression was calm and natural, with a naive smile on his face. He looked in a good mood, and was humming a song while walking. Only, when he saw the young policeman he had seen only once during the day sitting on the curb, especially looking at the police officer's gaze within a pair of eyes, as if they were two knives that were gazing at him coldly. The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks, his heart beating wildly for a moment. The feeling was just like after watching the old corpse in the living room, while being afraid, returned to the bedroom to sleep, opened the door to find a white beauty standing at the bedside, staring at you with white pupils. The fear in his heart exploded, and every nerve urged him to run, run, run. But the police are already here. Can he still run? Yi Zhao hooked the corner of her mouth. Subconsciously panicking after seeing me is a sign of weakness. Despite the remedies made, the performance was fairly calm. The posture of not looking away, but rather, it shows more of the weakness of the heart. It's a natural fear. Yi Zhao admitted that he had been negligent, because this middle-aged man had a face that couldn't be of an ordinary person. This kind of face would be easy to overlook him if placed in the middle of a crowd. That's the one that almost fooled him. It's like during the day when this person told about Zheng Haoyan, he said the right things. He also intentionally stated his impression of Jung Ho Tian, the victim, and purposely say that the victim bought some luxury goods or something for Jung Ho Tian. Everything is a misdirection of the police. Let the police put all eyes of suspicion on Jung Ho Tian's head. People are old and treacherous, horses are old and cunning, and the ancients are true to their word. But there are still a lot of mysteries that can't be explained. He was clearly a man in his 40s running towards 50. Why would you leave internet buzzwords on the walls that only young people understand? Why did he split up the victim? The most important point, the victim had no grudge against him. Why did he kill the victim? None of these suspicions make sense. So Yi Xiao came. He wanted to ask about it in person. Sorry I'm late. Yi Xiao threw away his cigarette and slowly stood up, looking at the middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man was silent for half a second and spoke calmly. Why did you come? But I'm here anyway. Yi Xiao wanted to play terrier, but the words turned into a cold laugh. He was furious. Anyone would be outraged at such a thing. Almost got made a monkey out of, luckily had quick reflexes and a bit of a fierce hang of his own. If not, it is highly likely that the real murderer will get away with it. First to the slaughterhouse, luckily not too late. If it's late, the man will likely flee. Trying to catch him again will take time and effort. How did you find out? The middle-aged man's eyes became a bit grim. It shouldn't be. That line on the wall, you shouldn't have written it. Yi Xiao grinned, baring her teeth. Clever. That white teeth flashed light under the street lamp like a wolf's teeth as cold as the cold. Zheng Haoyan has already chosen to endure, even accepted the fact that his girlfriend is a chicken, and also wore a cuckold for so long, and the soft rice is very fragrant to eat, so he has no reason to go to kill and split the body, which is very unreasonable. Of course, there is another point. What? The middle-aged man stared deathly into Yi Xiao's eyes. The blood lab results from the walls of the slaughterhouse are in. Yi Xiao spoke word for word. Not Chantry Lens. Chapter 55. You're really lucky. The blood on the walls of the slaughterhouse is human blood. If it's not Chantry Lens, whose could it be? Yi Xiao had already guessed. But it's very hard to accept that, because in the past he had never thought about how many unknown consequences could arise from a homicide going from one life to two. He watched silently as the middle-aged man across from him dropped the bag he always carried in his hand. Looks a little old, but very heavy bag. Another saw the middle-aged man take out an oddly shaped, bone-chopping knife from his bag. This knife was very large, more than a foot. The blade was very thick and heavy, somewhat black, to be more than a few times larger than an ordinary bone chopper, at least more than 10 kilograms of weight or more. Such a knife did not exist on the market at all. Most likely it was specifically customized, or maybe a family heirloom type of thing, because it looks old. Is this the knife you used to kill and split the body? Yi Xiao came to be interested. I didn't kill anyone. The middle-aged man laughed, frantic. I merely killed a king's ass and slaughtered a chicken. Sure enough. Yi Xiao laughed. In the eyes of a crow, the whole world is black. But a creature like a crow is not a good bird. Aren't you afraid that I have a gun? Are you equipped with a gun? The middle-aged man bristled in disdain. Yi Xiao was embarrassed. Well, it's true he doesn't come with a gun right now. Even regular police officers are only armed with guns when they are on serious violent crime missions and don't have guns on a regular basis. Units equipped and configured with firearms must clarify the responsibility for firearms management and designate a person in charge. There should be solid and dedicated storage facilities, and firearms and ammunition should be stored separately. For firearms handed over for personal use, a strict management system must be established for the registration, handover, inspection, and maintenance of firearms, and they must be recovered in a timely manner after use. Firearms equipped or allocated for personal use must take effective measures to prevent theft, robbery, loss, or other accidents. Probably a lot of people don't know that. Even when armed, some police officers have blanks as the first round in their pistol magazines. There is a requirement to fire a warning shot before a police officer shoots. If real bullets were fired into the sky, there would still be a risk of causing an accident, and there should not be too many examples. Later on, the civilian police of some case agencies were armed with guns, and the first blanks rule was adopted. Yi Xiao was furious. Yeah, I admit to not being qualified to carry a gun yet. But who says you can't get someone killed without a gun? I'm ing hungover. Everyday real men. Opens. I'm going to hit 10. No need to open it. It's at your service 24/7. In an instant, The feeling of the body's overall enhancement gave Yi Xiao a feeling of coolness that was all over his body. Last chance. Yi Xiao spoke coldly. Put down your weapons and kneel down to surrender. You! The middle-aged man carried a knife and charged instead of running wildly towards Yi Xiao. He's smart. Confirmation that the 2 police officers in the slaughterhouse who remain on site will not be present. And when Yi Xiao was the only one outside the slaughterhouse. This is his chance. As long as he let Yi Xiao down, he would have a chance to escape. A man who dares to kill would be a soft-hearted man. The middle-aged man was brutal, so how could he possibly be afraid of an unarmed young cop? Killing one is killing 2 is killing, and the police are not human. He was confident that he would make this cop understand what cruelty meant. Who told you to get in my way? Go to hell! The huge bone-chopping blade in his hand swung up, slashing diagonally at Yi Xiao's neck as the middle-aged man roared. That's the experience. He knows how to deal with bones, and he knows where they are hard and where they are weak. With the weight of the knife combined with the force of the swing, he was confident that he could break Yi Xiao's neck and cut off his head with this slash. When you strike, you run to kill. Yi Xiao didn't move, still thinking in her heart. When you give off too much of a benign vibe, when people think you're a bully. Even a dog thinks he's turned into a lion and wants to bite you. But a dog is always a dog. It can't be a lion. Shasta. Yi Xiao's body half squatted. The blade slid over his head. While half crouching, he kicked his opponent's knee in a lightning-fast manner. The kick was a skillful one, right on the side of the middle-aged man's knee joint. Plus now his body had gained double physical strength, the same as twice the strength of a normal person. What will be the consequences? Only heard a click sound. The middle-aged man's calf immediately folded in the opposite direction. The whole person also shortened by half. Before the middle-aged man could scream out, Yi Xiao rushed forward and reached out with one hand with his left hand to clasp the middle-aged man's wrist that was holding the bone chopper. His right hand had been clenched into a fist and sent it violently, directly slamming it into the middle-aged man's big mouth along with his miserable screams. Bang! The teeth, along with the screams, along with the fists, actually smashed into the open mouth, rawly dislocating the middle-aged man's jaw. The middle-aged man's eyes glared all of a sudden, and a look of horror finally surfaced within his eyes, as if he was going to wail, as if he was going to say something. Yi Xiao, however, didn't even look at him. The right hand retracted and fell to the left hand. Both hands together grasped the wrist of the middle-aged man holding the knife, and violently exerted a force, followed by a break. There was a click. The middle-aged man's wrist was broken raw by him. Ah! Strange screams rang out from within the middle-aged man's dislocated mouth. Instead, his gigantic bone chopper had fallen into Yi Xiao's hands. How about a taste of this knife of yours? Morose words rang out from Yi Xiao's mouth. The blade swung and landed on the knee of the middle-aged man's other thigh. Not the blade, but the back of the knife. Click! The heavy bone chopper combined with Yi Xiao's terrifyingly huge strength. There are no surprises. The middle-aged man's kneecap was unexpectedly smashed to pieces by a knife. You think it's over? No. The moment the middle-aged man collapsed with a miserable howl. The bone chopper in Yi Xiao's hand swung again and landed on the middle-aged man's other uninjured arm. The same back of the blade, the same fierce and huge force. Click! An intact arm was smashed by Yi Xiao's knife. By this time, the middle-aged man had lost all his limbs. Yi Xiao also let out a long breath at this moment. Put the heart of the grumpy and angry, along with this breath thoroughly hears out. Look, even if I don't have a gun, I can kill you just as easily. But you certainly won't die, because I'm a police officer. My mission is to catch the bad guys. So you're really lucky. Chapter 56. You've gone too far, little brother. Sitting back on the doodad and tossing the bone chopper in his hand aside, Yi Xiao put down his cell phone and ended the call with the first captain. At this time, after hearing the hissing and miserable howling in his ears, and looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who was lying on the ground writhing like a big maggot, wouldn't it be normal to not see a coffin? It's not like you're playing a game and feeling a little bit of a disadvantage to pitch in 5. You're dying a little too impulsively. Yi Xiao was quite convinced. This pusher is a real cow. If a normal person's limbs were broken, they could pass out from the pain alone, right? But this middle-aged man can still scream in a rhythmic way, just not faint. You say strong or not? Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head. Luckily, it was in the countryside and there weren't many pedestrians. Otherwise, the screams alone would have attracted large crowds of uninformed people to come and watch. 2 brigade officers inside the slaughterhouse were drawn out by the screams. Seeing the scene in front of him, he sucked in a breath of cold air on the spot. Yi Xiao smiled and didn't explain anything, handing the 2 officers a cigarette each. There are some things that require the presence of the first sergeant and his men in order to split the credit for the case. Still, the case is too big. 2 lives, he's a little too much to eat. You might choke on it if you eat it hard, so you might as well share some of the credit and share it with everyone. It's really good when everyone is good. Took out a fine cigar and put it in his mouth. There was a dry police officer on the side who was very eye-catching, and hastily helped to light it, and after taking a puff, Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes. After identifying the murderer, the whole case is considered completely clear. All the case histories are also very well reasoned. The middle-aged man is a yellow cow slaughterhouse worker, and I think he has a good relationship with Zhang Haoyan. What was the reason for the killing? There are no more than a few. Grudges and grudges, seeing color and seeing money, are the kind of things that concern themselves and are about profit. As the saying goes, people die for money, birds die for food. Covered because everything in the world is born after profit. Any demeanor can ultimately evolve into the pursuit of one's own interests. It no longer matters what the middle-aged man killed for. The murder weapon is obvious. There is another serious problem. Zhang Haoyan's body? Yes. 2 lives are involved in this murder case. That Zhang Haoyan died suffocatingly should. Couple was brutally murdered. If Yi Xiao hadn't guessed wrong, Zhang Haoyan's body was most likely hidden inside the slaughterhouse. Yi Xiao herself laughed at the thought. This murderer has some serious balls. It also takes the phrase, the most dangerous place is the safest, and plays with it. One bad move and the case could be pushed into a mega-series. As for the case after what, people are caught, as long as into the criminal investigation brigade there is no prying mouth, slowly. The immediate problem is the need to find Zhang Haoyan's body. All 3 captains of the criminal investigation brigade along with the instructor were present. And a whole bunch of dryads. The crowd was surrounding Yi Xiao. Just by seeing that bone chopper and that middle-aged man with all his limbs, they had already guessed the crux of the matter. So they need an explanation. How do you know this man is a murderer? This makes no sense at all. Okay. Point 1. If my girlfriend was a chicken maker and I took out this chicken, would I announce it to the whole world? And write it on the wall for others to admire? Yi Xiao smiled and spoke. The second point, after my analysis, since Zhang Haoyan can accept the gift of being a chicken girlfriend, he is clearly a green turtle. A man who can even tolerate his girlfriend being a chicken. What else can't he tolerate, and what's the point of killing? Third point, if the above 2 points of inference is valid, Zhang Haoyan does not have any motive to kill. Not only will not kill through his girlfriend to receive gifts this point, there is the suspicion of eating soft rice. Soft rice is so delicious. Why not continue to eat? Therefore, the murderer can only be someone else. The fourth point, Zhang Haoyan came to the city to work. A foreigner in the local acquaintances would not have been much. Workplace is still in the suburbs slaughterhouse. Recognize the people will not be more. The question came, through the case of total signs, Zhang Haoyan killed his girlfriend's greatest suspicion. But not he killed, the murderer will be who? Why also disguised as Zhang Haoyan, in the hidden corpse site left that sentence. This is not clearly let Zhang Haoyan resistance to thunder. Fifth point, the person who could dig such a big hole and bury Zhang Haoyan in it, and who could still mislead our police line of sight, must be someone who is familiar with Zhang Haoyan. I've already said that Zhang Haoyan has no family in the city and his workplace is still in the suburbs. So who could know Zhang Haoyan as a person so well? Yi Xiao spread her hands and looked towards the slaughterhouse worker whose limbs were completely wasted and was being carried away by the arriving ambulance medics. The answer is already obvious. The crowd was staring at Yi Xiao in a daze. Their expressions were all so complicated and strange. What kind of monster is this little guy? And how did his brain grow? They recognized that there are too many smart people in the world. But not many people are smart enough to play with the deductive analysis of a case to the extent that you have, are they? Is the average old detective at your level? That's a bit much. Little old me. This moment also understood why Yi Xiao had called them over instead of handling the case independently. Everybody's not a cutie. No one's a cutie. Can't be a cop either. What's more, which one of us here is not an old detective? You're giving us a share of the credit again? Little brother, how can you do that? How can we show our faces? Yi Xiao's heart still had that little bit of smugness in it. Shouldn't I now say in response, holding the moon in my hand and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world? He hadn't slept a day or a night, And at this point, he was in a state that was like staying up for 72 hours and forcing himself to run another 1,000 meters, his heart thumping wildly, teetering on the edge of overload. Holy feel like I'm gonna die suddenly. There shouldn't be any suspense left in this cracked case. Just find Jung Ho Tin's body at the end, as well as wrap it up. The old man finally didn't have to stay up all night exploding his liver. Nobody stops me. I'm going home to NG bed. Chapter 57. Please God, don't with me again. We don't even have to go back to sleep if Zhang Haoyan's body can't be found. Yi Huanyan glared at his great-nephew, who was contributing to the work. Understand. Got it. Yi Xiao, whose eyelids were fighting straight, nodded. Uncle Tu's words reminded him of the old days when he was studying and the teacher stood at the podium tapping the blackboard and asking, "Do you all understand?" He was replying out loud with his eyes wide open. Got it. Actually, he understands nothing. I think when he was 18 years old, his slogan was, "My life is up to me." By the time he was 22, the mantra was, "Please God, don't with me anymore." Showing off an operation in front of a group of seniors is already the limit. If she didn't slip away, Yi Xiao felt like she was going to be whacked on the ground. But the body really can't carry it. I didn't get much sleep yesterday, and now it's nighttime. It's easy to die suddenly. If I sacrifice one day, I want to experience a black man carrying a coffin. Yi Xiao spat out rather humorously. Lend me a pair of eyes. Opens. Yi Xiao began to skulk blindly around the slaughterhouse. Carpet search with your own pair of discerning eyes. Finally, he slipped back to the slaughterhouse and stood in front of the wall where the human blood had been found. Reasoning method according to the heart of the early murderer practice. If this is the first scene of the victim's murder, then it's also the most convenient place to dispose of the body. Let's say, would the killer dispose of the body in his own living room? Shouldn't it be easier to go to a place like the bathroom to rinse it off? The slaughterhouse itself is the site where the cattle are slaughtered, so surely it will be easy to wash down with water pipes and sewers. Sewer? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes as she looked at the sewer in the corner. To facilitate flushing, the floor is sloped and the water flow will naturally go down the drain. Sewers in slaughterhouses are not of the civilian kind. They are specially designed to prevent clogging. The underground drainage channel for the sewer terminates in a design similar to a septic tank outside a residential building. Because it's suburban, it's not connected to the city drainage system. Is it in the septic tank? Yi Xiao, who had returned to her senses, shook her head helplessly. Sure is a good place to hide a body. This simple-minded reasoning could have occurred to him, and surely it had occurred to the other officers as well. When Yi Xiao arrived at the slaughterhouse's septic tank-like sewage discharge site, he looked at the huge manhole cover in front of him. The other police officers came one after another. Yi Xiao was in a dangerous situation where she was in a dilemma and sweating profusely. Everyone looked at each other for a few moments. Septic tanks hide corpses and are the worst to deal with. Surely this job must require a forensic brother, right? The forensic brothers came quickly, but not with a good look on their faces. Those who get it. See the forensic brotherhood at their beck and call, descending from the wellhead into the septic tank. For some reason, Yi Xiao instantly felt that the future of the police profession was full of brightness. Very nice. Half an hour later, a corpse was found. Yes, corpses and bones. Corpses and bones without flesh and blood. How can it be preserved intact after more than a year and a half has passed, or in a place like a septic tank? Yi Xiao sighed. Without even having to confirm it, he knew that this corpse was Zhang Haoyan's. It's true that only those who are dark know best about dark people. In order to understand the heart of the murderer, one must first be well versed in the heart of the crime itself. There was no cheering at this moment, and all the dryads were full of negativity. Emotions such as bewilderment, anger, and fear surfaced once again by Yi Xiao's heart. Bewilderment is not understanding why it's turned out this way. Anger is feeling intellectually insulted. The latter fear was that if he didn't respond in time, and the system didn't suddenly give him an ability to understand the criminal's heart, he was likely to be hit at that time. Suddenly her heart palpitated, and Yi Xiao nearly died on the spot. I can't. Gotta get some sleep or I'm really gonna die. Yi Xiao said hello to a few captains and the second uncle, took a day off in the meantime and drove off. The case is basically clear, so let's let the seniors do the rest of the wrapping up. Originally, I wanted to go home. As it turned out, on the way back to the city, Bully called. Where is it? Calm with a hint of gentleness combined with seriousness. The voice was very similar to the low rasp of an imperial sister, somewhat seductive. Just got done. ready to go home and get some sleep. Yishao put her cell phone on speaker while driving. Why haven't you rested yet? It's almost midnight. What's Gu Qingdan up to? Have you eaten yet? Come over. Gu Qingdan appeared to be speaking calmly, but his voice was undeniable. You're going too far. I'm a man. Don't I want to lose face? Okay. Yishao, who wanted to save face, compromised and drove back to the city and went straight to Qingdao's sister's villa. I wonder if Zoe's big sister is asleep? Inexplicably, I kinda want to be served by a big sister. When he got out of the car, Gu Qingdan was standing at the entrance of the villa, as if he was a wife waiting for her husband who returned late. So tired. The moment she was paralyzed on the sofa, Yizhao's body tilted and fell towards Gu Qingdan, who had just sat down, her head resting on her long legs. So soft. Gu Qingdan's pretty face blushed, seeing her brother's tired face. She felt a little heartbroken, reaching out her jade hand to gently caress Yizhao's short hair, whispering, "Eat something before you sleep. Don't want to move." Yizhao choked and turned her body to put her face on her sister's chest and belly, arching like a piglet, like a breastfeeding child. It'll starve. Gu Qingdan was helpless, wrapping her arms around the big boy in her arms. The beautiful face of the city rose up at first with a smirk. There will be plenty of time for tofu in the future. Yishao, whose treacherous plan was demolished, his old face flushed with shame and wanted to jump into the canal and swim back to his previous life. Mr. Bully is so smart, he even knows he's pretending to be tired to eat tofu? Yishao didn't say anything and played dead. It's not a wimp, it's an adult mindset. The more you explain, the more you show that you have no heart. Dinner is ready yet, brother, come and eat. Gu Qingdao's voice resounded with laughter within the villa's dining room. Yizhao's old face turned even redder and hurriedly got up. It's embarrassing how Zoe's big sister isn't sleeping either. Getting up and coming to the dining table, Gu Qingmai's showy face was gentle. Her plump little mouth curved up in an arc, as if she were a little mother looking at a naughty child, before turning her head to her sister. I'll go to bed first, you stay with him. Aha! Gu Qingdan nodded slightly and sat beside her brother who was eating with his head down. Results. Yishao, who ate a few mouthfuls of rice, was about to fall asleep as she ate. Chapter 58. Suffering Physique. After being carried by the bossy big sister by the ears to eat, Yishao returned to the bedroom to take a shower before throwing herself on the bed and pretending to be a dead dog. Strange. Why is it that when you are physically tired, you can't sleep when you get into bed? Hands still uncontrollably want to pick up your phone and play with it for a while? Nonviolent non-cooperation? To knock yourself out? Staring blankly. Yishao stared blankly at the ceiling in the darkness. The behavior is a bit uncontrollable, as if all parts of the body get ideas of their own. Suppose they could talk. People. They are such strange creatures. Thinking about the last few days of traveling through. Why did it seem like every day after crossing over was wonderful enough to make Yizhao's heart skip a beat? Could it be that he is not a Euromancer physique, but a disaster-attracting physique? This feeling is very much like coldly letting God stab you in the back. Don't mention how hard it is. Yishao was too lazy to spit and fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how much time had passed when I heard someone talking in my ear. Seems to call himself to work? Are you the devil? I'm exhausted. I'm taking the day off. After being woken up, a somewhat cranky Yishao reached out with her eyes closed and hugged the person who had woken her up next to the bed and carried her to the bed. Like hugging a big soft pillow, burying their faces in each other's arms and drifting off to sleep again. When she woke up again, Yishao opened her eyes blankly. There was no one around but herself. Dreaming? Snorting, he got up to wash up, only to find a brand new set of men's loungewear on the nightstand. Yishao froze for half a second, her expression constantly changing. It wasn't a dream. Who was it then? Bossy big sister? A gentle big sister? After returning to her senses, Yishao smiled and changed into her housecoat. Two women also came to mind. The image of Gu Qingmai in Yizhao's heart was just like the kind of female scum in the class when she was young and studying who was particularly pretty and clumsy and would make a sad face and keep scratching her head when doing math problems. Being overly pretty, the dumb female scum is highly sought after by the boys and will be hated by the other girls in the class, who will make a private remark about the stupid scum. Gu Qingdan, on the other hand, is the kind of high-cool female school bully, due to the character of no one else will not be liked by the girls, privately slandering what is so great. What's the difference between a high school girl and a dumb school girl? Female school teachers can play the class to death. Female scum can only be bullied in a condescending manner. While both are kind of beautiful and somewhat amazing, the personalities are polarized. How does a man go about choosing them if they are both unmarried girls? Unfortunately, no ifs. Sneaking down the hall in his housecoat. Sister Buster is not here. Gentle sister sat on the couch with her cell phone to catch up on the show. It's the sadness of a lonely, beautiful woman. Wake up! When she saw her brother, Gu Qingdao's face flew up with a shy blush and a sweet smile, like a neighboring sister. Yi Xiao walked over, as if he was a younger brother pampering his sister. Sister Qingmai, I'm so hungry. Got it. Gently ranting at her brother, Gu Qingdao got up and walked towards the kitchen. Sister-in-law Lu was very perceptive and helped with the cooking. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Xiao's eyes swept over Gu Qingdao's body. A good-looking woman is just as pleasing to the eye even if she is married and has children. Men are like that. When they see a beautiful woman, they will always unconsciously take a few more glances and can't control their gaze. Unless your daughter-in-law is right beside you, you can only endure it with great perseverance. Yuck, it's still gluttony for other people's bodies. I'm not horny. Don't accuse me. Yi Xiao, who retracted his gaze, first denied the trifecta, not admitting that he was a womanizer. And then slightly sheepishly, I mentally plead that while I went to school with a T on my laptop hard drive, it was just a way of trying to get dopamine rushing into my brain to fill my empty soul. Then when he thought that he had taken a vacation and rested while the brigade was working, Yi Xiao was a little overjoyed. Uncle Tu, how's the case going? Calling Yi Huaran, Yi Xiao asked. I said, can you do it properly from now on? The cell phone came from Yi Huanian no good words voice. Good suspect let you crippled. When to leave the hospital still do not know. Come on, you teach us how to do? Hey! Yi Xiao hurriedly compensated for the smile. That what? A moment of impulse. A moment of impulse. Second uncle, you also know that I'm not young. Don't use youth as an excuse. Yi Huanian laughed and scolded. The kidnapper in the last kidnapping case let you be crippled, and you're still like this time. It's not good for you to be a police officer like this. But I'm warning you that there won't be a next time. Do you hear me? I'll definitely listen to second uncle. If second uncle points east, I'll definitely not go west. Yi Xiao transformed into a little licking dog and started slipping licks. Who made us do the wrong thing? In the future, you must be gentle with criminals. It's a matter of promotion. If you cripple the criminals every time, what do you want the leaders to think of you? You're a cop, not a hitman. But Yi Xiao herself was depressed. I don't know why. When confronted with these criminals, he was somewhat unable to control his raging heart. Then he talked to Uncle Ernie and learned about the case. Yi Huanian told him to rest at ease and just leave the finishing work to them. Just let your own great-nephew wait for a leadership commendation. Just as Yi Xiao thought. This case is too big. The murder and mutilation case itself is a major case of a heinous nature. Now there's a human life involved and it's kind of trending toward a mega case. This kind of case is not for one person or one case team. Yi Xiao was extremely correct in dividing the credit. Anyway, he's the one who solved the case, so he'll definitely get the credit. The whole brigade followed the glory. Mix a collective merit is indispensable. Yi Warinian was satisfied with his great-nephew's approach. Several captains and instructors were also very pleased. The whole criminal investigation brigade can be happy. Yi Xiao could also rest assured of his vacation, and the brigadier general granted him another 3 days of leave. Yvonne also told her great-nephew the good news. Yi Xiao turned the tables. Officially became a people's policeman. Police trainee. Chapter 59. There are no third warnings in life. After dinner, it was noon. Sister Qingmai, where's Daodu? Yi Xiao kind of missed the little guy. The little girl is obviously only 5 years old. But day after day the mouth is sweet. That brother called, can sweeten your heart. Where's the kindergarten? I'll pick her up later. Gu Qingdao said softly from the hall sofa. Together. With nothing to do, Yi Xiao was ready to accompany the gentle big sister out for a stroll. Female bullies and whatnot are the worst. All they do is work all day. Though being a high-flying goddess in the workplace is very conquering. But what Yi Xiao wants to do most is to make her cry. Changed his clothes and accompanied his sister out the door. Found that Gu Qingmai did not let the driver drive to send, but came to the bus stop outside the neighborhood to wait for the car. Yi Xiao was a little puzzled. How to take the bus? Not have a car? Can't really drive my car. He had a slight heart attack when he said his car. That was clearly bought for him by Mr. Bully. My mouth clearly says I don't want it, I'm not a soft touch. When you get it in your mouth. Emma, it smells so good. Today's social climbers are too much for kids. Gu Qingdao softly smiled and explained. Those who are adults, especially those who are parents, need to let their children have a correct outlook on the three things from a young age. Daodu is already 5 years old and is still in the kindergarten class. It's not good to go to and from kindergarten in a limousine every day. Yishao stood in awe. Someone said, looking at a child's upbringing tells you what kind of person the child's parents are. That's not necessarily true in its entirety, but there's certainly some truth to it. Everyone has a love of comparison. Actually, the love of comparison is not all bad. For example, a child's love of comparison in learning is a good thing and will make them more motivated to work harder at school. But it's not good to compare some of them, let's say materially. The two of them got on a bus and arrived at a kindergarten after 5 stops. Outside, there were already a number of parents standing outside the park, all waiting for their children. Gu Qingdao took out her cell phone, and through the surveillance on campus, she could see that Daodu was playing with a group of children, and a gentle and sweet maternal luster unconsciously appeared on her delicate face. Yishao quietly looked at her sister. Snow skin, jade skin, eyebrows like a picture, dignified and beautiful, warm and lovely. That kind of mature female softness, gentle flavor, let a person's heart thumping. It's hard to tell that she's already a mom to a 5-year-old. The kindergarten's dismissal bell woke Yishao up and looked into the garden. Led by the kindergarten teacher, the children chirped and ran out like a cheerful elf. The kind of scene that would make the corners of your mouth curl into a small smile. Yixiao's smile froze on her face in the next moment. He saw the bean. Originally, Daodu was walking nicely when a little chubby guy suddenly pushed her hard from the side, almost pushing the 5-year-old girl down. Beans! Seeing the scene of her daughter being pushed, Gu Qingdao exclaimed in shock. The kindergarten has a rule that parents are not allowed to enter the kindergarten at the end of the school day, in order to prevent accidents. What are you doing? The other person was clearly taller and stronger than her, and Daodu still glared fiercely with big eyes. You want to get your ass kicked again? Tubby grinned cheekily and posed as if I was being mean. Go away, nuisance. Daodu glared at Tubby and turned toward the kindergarten's front door with his short legs. Tubby froze. He didn't seem to realize how this little girl, who usually let him bully her, suddenly became hardened and dared to be mean to him. How was he to know that Daodu had just passed through the guardrail of the kindergarten and saw his brother standing outside? In her mind, her brother was a cop, specializing in fighting bad guys. With her brother around, who would dare to bully her? Of course she's hardened. Unbeknownst to Daodu, her hardness angered Tubby. Stinky girl. I'm going to beat you to death. Little Humpty Dumpty went crazy. His little face flushed red as he rushed towards Daodu. An amazing scene emerged. Anyone did not expect only 5-year-old Daodu man-child, but has been defending the little fat peer. When the little chubby man rushed forward as if he were a little brute to ram Daodu, Bean suddenly jumped aside in a flash, causing Tubby to hit the ground. But the problem was that at this point, both kids were at the main entrance to the campus with the gate in front of Bean. It didn't matter if she dodged like that. The little chubby head hit directly on the iron door. Bang! Little Tubby's eyes rolled white. His tiny body staggered and fell on his back, losing consciousness. Ah! A scream rang out. Within the parents waiting for their children outside, a woman rushed through the gate like a madwoman, bumping into a number of children and rushing over to the chubby little man lying on the ground. Then, without saying a word, this woman raised her arm and slapped Daodu, who had long been looking dumbfounded at the side. Pumping into that tender little face. Snap! Instead of landing on Bean's body, the palm landed on an upright figure. Yishao looked at the crazy woman in front of her. Her eyes were cold. Are you sure you want to beat a child? Off! The woman went crazy and waved her hands, scratching at Yishao's face. Yishao did not make a move. Her arm lifted to hold Daodu by her side and took a step back, speaking in a cold voice. First warning, please stop your illegal behavior. Ah! The woman hissed as she rushed towards Yishao once again, swinging her hand at Yishao's face. Second warning, please stop your illegal behavior. Yishao dodged again, still not returning the favor. But the woman did not heed the warning and charged a third time. Yishao grinned. He was always a reasonable person. Today he is still a police officer. But... Snap. A slap sent the woman spinning in place and falling to the ground. Yishao, who retracted his arm, coldly looked at the woman on the ground who was spitting blood and teeth from her mouth. There are no third warnings in life. Chapter 60. Beating you to save you. Someone called the police. The police came quickly, too. He hit someone. He hit me. When 2 vigilantes and 2 auxiliary police officers showed up, the woman put on her standard evil act. Yishao, who was hugging Daodu, wanted to laugh. He seriously suspected that the woman had an IQ problem. Today's kindergartens are on the verge of being monitored almost to the death. It was precisely because of this that Yishao wouldn't worry about anything. The children in the kindergarten have left. There were also a few parents holding their children outside watching the play. Surrounding something like this has been a traditional virtue since time immemorial. There were so many slots that Yishao didn't know how to spit for a while. Gu Qingdao stood by her brother's side, her pink face white, as if she was a scared little woman, her delicate body unconsciously leaning against her brother's body, as if she was looking for something to rely on. Don't worry. Yishao held the child in one hand and held her sister's hand in the other, gently comforting. There's me. Mom. My sister's little hands are really soft, smooth and tender. Gu Qingdao's beautiful eyes looked at her brother. Her flustered heart calmed down, and she nodded. What's going on? The one who was a police officer would definitely not listen to one side of the story, and his cold and stern gaze moved from the woman who stood up to Yishao's body. She was going to hit the baby and I stopped her. Yishao raised her hand and pointed to the security camera at the kindergarten's main entrance. Instead, she attacked me again and again, and as a law-abiding citizen, I had already warned her twice, and I began to fight back in self-defense when she launched a third attack on me. The 2 policemen and 2 auxiliary police officers froze, staring at Yishao in a daze. Here's one who knows the law. Many ordinary people don't realize that if someone hits you and you immediately hit them back, it's not self-defense, it's mutual assault. However, when someone hits you and you initially duck and yell out a warning, and the warning doesn't work multiple times and the other person launches an attack on you, that's when your counterattack is considered self-defense. That's when you're defending yourself. This is self-defense from others. You are not criminally liable. But with the caveat that it should be for the purpose of protecting oneself, not for the purpose of violence against others. Stop the opponent to stop immediately. If the opponent attacks you again, then you have unlimited counterattacks. What's an infinite counter? At this point, you are not responsible even if you beat him to death. Hit the kid. A policeman's eyes suddenly went cold. Shocking the kindergarten after hitting the children. Yishao looked stunned and looked at this police officer. Brother, are you going to be so cruel? Old hands. Huh? Open your mouth and wear a hat. Do you know what kind of behavior it is to storm a kindergarten as well as to storm a school, to beat up underage children, and to threaten the safety of underage children? You'd never dare to think about it. If you're still holding the murder weapon in your hand, one bad move and you'll turn into a hornet's nest. The kind of hornet's nest that gets shot at random. Nonsense. The other cop glared at his colleague. Let's pull up the kindergarten surveillance first. Surveillance footage was quickly pulled. The causes and consequences are clear. The woman was indeed suspected of storming the kindergarten and beating the young children, but fortunately was stopped by Yishao. Could be said that Yishao had saved the woman. If this slap in the face of Daodu, just impact kindergarten assault on young children, this crime is punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. If there are serious consequences, 3 years will start. 10 years start if there are bad consequences. In case of violent Kong behavior, the military police have the power to shoot the suspect on the spot. Even so, the woman has violated the law of public order. Waiting for her would be a detention of up to 15 days and getting her teeth knocked out for nothing. What does this tell us? Don't storm kindergartens and campuses, and don't do crimes against young children and minors in kindergartens and campuses, or you will die a horrible death. Being in the park and being out of the park are completely different in nature. Inside the police station, Yishao cooperated with the police investigation when making a statement. His identity is still exposed. There's no way around it, he's too popular on the internet. Netflix cops, millions of people watching. Is that a joke? No one will give him a hard time, we're all in the same system. Thank you, brother. After walking out of the police station, Gu Qingdao looked at Yishao and opened her mouth. Thank you, brother. Daodu's little mouth was sweet, and she even gave her pretty brother a hard kiss on the cheek. You're welcome. Yishao hugged Daodu and kissed the little girl's tender face before she put away her smile and said to Gu Qingmai with a serious expression, let the child change kindergartens. I can tell from that child who bullied Daodu that it's not the first time. This kind of thing happens in a kindergarten, and the kindergarten teacher actually didn't stop the education. This kindergarten isn't very good, and it's very easy to get into trouble. Got it. Gu Qingdao's stunningly beautiful face. All of a sudden, the clouds opened up and bloomed into a sweet, soft smile. Listen to your brother. Ha! Yishao laughed. Men seem to like women like that. She'll do whatever you tell her to do. Chapter 61. You're teaching me how to do things. Dao. Girls cannot be playful, to study well every day, never learn from brother me. Yishao, who had been playing with Daodu for the whole afternoon, was paralyzed. Just like when I used to study, parents didn't allow students to play games on the internet, and if any student spent the whole day in an internet cafe, he was a quasi-social scum. He never knew children could be so energetic. There seems to be an endless amount of physical energy in a small body. Kids can play all the time as long as they have something to play with, whether you're playing a game or a person. Unfortunately, Yishao was the one being played. One afternoon. In total, they played the Doctor-Patient game, the Princess-Prince game, and the Little Red Riding Hood Big Bad Wolf game. Holy! Yishao was so devastated by Daodu that she was more tired than a day at work. It's also kind of the first time I've experienced how hard it is for a woman to bring up a child. At the same time, he figured out the truth that the only person who can deal with a bear child is the one who is a mom. Even if Gu Qingdao was gentle in how she was, everyone else knew that she was contrary and easy to bully. But as soon as the gentle big sister glared, little Daodu was as wimpy as a mouse seeing a cat. Daodu is a little monkey then, and a monkey too, the Shin monkey. Gu Qingmai pulled the sweaty Daodu ready to take a bath, and softly glanced at Yishao. Brother, take a rest too, eat later. How does the gentle big sister know that I like the Shin monkey? Oh, she is talking about Daodu's birth date, that's all right. Good. Yishao nodded her head in a serious manner and eyed the mother and daughter. Leaning back on the couch, he was too tired to move. A good holiday and an afternoon of coaxing the kids. I miss the long legs of the boss's sister. It's so comfortable to rest on. You'll be back soon, Mr. Overlord. I don't want to struggle. Yishao remembered the paragraph he had read before. Even though I drink and smoke and get tattoos and go clubbing, I'm a good girl. So can't we say the same thing? Even though I'm soft and soft plus soft, I know I'm a good man? It's not climbing. Rather, if girls can be so shameless, why can't boys? Why can't boys go to the women's restroom if we want equality between men and women, right? When mother and daughter came back from washing Shannon, Daodu hung like a little monkey from her pretty brother's body, acting as a pendant. Stupid 5-year-olds? No, a child's mind is sometimes more sensitive than an adult's. They have a certain intuition that adults don't have. One can be the first to find out who treats them well and who treats them like their heart's content. After serving Daodu his meal, the little ancestor was carried away to bed by Mrs. Liu. Then he switched to Gu Qingmai to wait for Yishao to eat. Cloth dishes serving soup as long as Yishao looked to see what. The gentle big sister will be able to take the dish you see and put it in your bowl. Too knowledgeable. After dinner, Gu Qingmai prepared cigars for Yishao as usual. Yishao squinted her eyes, looking at the few puffs she needed to take due to lighting the cigar, and watched as Gu Qingmai's tiny pink lips sucked on the thick cigar. His throat floated up and down a few times without intuition, and he swallowed hard. Rising violently, he took the cigar handed to him by Gu Qingdao. Under the gaze of the gentle big sister, show-faced bewilderment, fled and ran out of the villa. It's Angie killing me. Sitting at the gate, ruthlessly inhaling 2 mouthfuls of cigarettes, Yishao looked at the distant sky, looking at the white clouds on the sky. He knew he needed to cleanse his mind from thinking about dirt. Beautiful women and whatnot are like floating clouds. I am a decent man, Yishao said so in his heart. But when it's time to play hard to get, there's never any ambiguity. Soon, he saw the Rolls-Royce and saw the bully who stepped out of the car. A faint smile raised on that stunning face, and a pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with bright flavor. Yishao only understood after knowing Beiji that the fox charming is not only sharp and pretty melon face. There is a kind of goose egg face woman, can also be very charming and seductive. It is a pity that the occupation limits the play of the boss, otherwise a big wave, wearing jean shorts and halter tops. The face is not too majestic, replaced with a sweet and soft smile. It is a proper flirtation of the imperial sister in the nightclub is very mixed with the kind of, why are you back so early today? Knowing that Mr. Ba didn't like him to smoke, Yishao deliberately provoked the cigar in his mouth, stalking his neck. What about coming home early if you're not too busy? Gu Qingdan narrowed her eyes at Yishao, who was making a scene. looking at the other party's provocative appearance with some tears and laughter. What's wrong with this guy? He's obviously like a big man outside, but he acts like a little kid in front of his own face. Oh, Yishao nodded faintly. What about smoking less? Gu Qingdan glared at her brother. You're teaching me things, huh? Yishao narrowed her eyes.
PFFT.
Haha. The female bully was so amused that she couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Stretching out her jade-like vein hand, Gu Qingdan pinched Yishao's handsome cheeks and smiled angrily. Always acting strange. Humph. I advise you to be nice to me. Yishao was smug. A good boy like me. If I lose it, don't get picked up by the young lady. What will happen? Gu Qingdan smiled like a flower. I'm afraid I won't give it back. Yishao hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely. Ha ha. Gu Qingdan couldn't stop laughing. I'm so scared. It's good to know that you're afraid. Yishao saw the good thing and stood up, pulling the small hand of the chief boss lord and walked towards the villa, saying triumphantly, So, sister must keep an eye on me. Gu Qingdan smiled and shook her head, still a little helpless. Got it, stinky brother. Chapter 62. Yishao was furious that a good night's sleep was woken up by her cell phone again. Second time, right? Calling me in the middle of the night again? Does being human really not smell good anymore? Yishao, who was lying on the bed with her cell phone, had an egg on her face. Second uncle, what's going on? There's an urgent mission. Come to the brig. After Yi Huaren said this, he didn't even give Yishao a chance to refuse and hung up his cell phone. Yishao stared blankly for a long time. Words to say. Aren't I on vacation? Didn't the captain grant me 3 days leave? Where's the trust between people? My fake this is wooden. Sighing, Yishao got up and dressed. This is the police. What a bull vacation. There's work to be done and you have to get up in the middle of the night, or the kind where you can't be decisive. It's not like it can't be refused. Unless you're in a hospital bed or a coffin, you can refuse. 11:30 p.m. After changing her clothes and coming to the villa's lobby, Yishao was a little heartbroken to see Gu Qingdan still working. It's not easy to do anything. Others only see that Mr. Ba is powerful. But who sees how hard Mr. Ba works? Seeing her brother ready to go, Gu Qingdan was stunned for a little while. Isn't it a vacation? And you're going to work again? Take a vacation from what? Yishao came to the sofa and hugged Chief Bully, who stood up, burying her face within Gu Qingdan's hair, muffled. That's how it is in the police business. Stay safe. The understanding boss snuggled into his brother's arms, enjoyed a brief moment of tenderness, and whispered, Before you do anything, think about me, and my sister and Daodu. Aha! Yishao nodded heavily and let go of the beauty in his arms, turning around and walking towards the outside of the villa. Looking at her brother's departing back, Gu Qingdan raised her hand to her chest, feeling the sensation of panic in her heart due to her worried hangover. Is this what it's like to be a woman who's a cop? Gu Qingdan slowly sat on the sofa, no longer in the mood to work, staring blankly. When Yishao arrived at the Criminal Investigation Brigade, he found that almost all of those who could work had come. Is this going to be a big deal? Some co-workers smiled and nodded when they saw Yishao, and those who were familiar with them would also say hello. Yishao nodded hello one by one with a smile on her face as she had done in the past, and then went to change her uniform. Wait to come to the conference room. When the many seniors saw that Yishao still had the trainee police officer shoulder badge on her shoulder, each of them had a strange expression. A brigade is a big family, and the news of Yishao's transfer is no secret. The little guy is actually wearing a trainee police officer shoulder patch. Are you going for the dress-up as a pig non-mainstream route? You enjoyed being a police trainee? Senior Captain Chen Guodong looked at Yishao and flirted. You can't blame me for that, can you? Yishao was depressed and muttered. Being called here in the middle of the night, I don't even have a chance to go get my police rank. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. Meeting first. The instructor spoke with a smile. The crowd's expressions became serious at once. Last night at 9 p.m., there was a vicious vigilante sex offense. Yi Warinian's expression was calm and cold as he slowly opened his mouth. Crowd? Yishao? Did the lieutenant say something wrong? They're the CID, right? Know what a CID brigade is. The Criminal Investigation Brigade is mainly responsible for the investigation of serious and vicious cases, criminal gangs involving black and evil, and organized criminal gangs. Responsible for on-site investigation, investigation and pre-trial handling of serious and major criminal cases in the city, research and judgment of criminal information, and combating prominent criminal organizations. What's that? A crime of a public order nature. Does it have anything to do with our CID team? Isn't that something that little old me at the police station is responsible for? Don't all act like you've never seen the world. A vice captain glared fiercely at these old greaseballs. This case has involved a black force gang crime. At 10 minutes past 9 last night, a group armed fight occurred at an entertainment center, with one person killed on the spot and 4 seriously injured. The officers nodded. Yi Zhao's face appeared dazed. So it was like this. That's right, gangs and organizations involved in blackmail. This does come under the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. There are also casualties at the scene in the type of vicious gang fights such as this case, and the grassroots security police force is unable to deal with it. That's why this case of a crime involving blackness and evil of a very bad nature was handed over to us by our superiors to be detected by a deadline, and to make sure that all the perpetrators are brought to justice. Chen Guodong's cold gaze swept over all the cadres. Any more questions? No. All replied in unison. Old Yi, you lead the people to investigate the scene first. We'll do a good job of supporting and cooperating. Chen Guodong looked towards his old brother, Yi Huaren. Aha! Yi Huaren got up and called a few cadres, then looked at Yi Xiao. You also follow along to learn. Oh! Yi Xiao skimmed his mouth. Is not just a fight and assault dead. What's there to learn? With this thought in his heart, he still quickly followed behind Yi Huaren. A group of 5 police officers got into a police car and headed straight for an entertainment center. Wait until you get to the place. The scene has long been maintained by 110 police officers and the security police of the local police station. Many people know that 110 is the police, but it's not clear exactly what police force it is. To be precise, 110 is a police service desk, a command desk. Different police types will be dispatched based on the information provided by the caller. For example, if you get lost or get into a fight or get drunk, the police are usually sent. The criminal police will be dispatched for major criminal cases and the traffic police for traffic accidents. There is a dispute with the police and you can ask for an inspector to be assigned. Strictly speaking, the Criminal Investigation Brigade is full of evil jade. No, it is full of criminal police. The rank, which appears to be equal to the Criminal Police Brigade, is actually half a rank higher, equal to the Riot Brigade. But where the CID Brigade takes on a case, it's hardly ever much of a small one. The scene of the incident at hand is an entertainment club. A clubhouse, which is a club, is literally an organized group place where people gather for recreational activities. Groups and places where people with certain common interests engage in social intercourse, cultural recreation, and other activities. But there are some clubs that hang around. This is the case with the clubhouse in front of us. When Yi Xiao walked into the clubhouse for the first time, he couldn't help but frown and saw a number of scantily clad women squatting on the floor in the hall, being interrogated. But these have nothing to do with the CID Brigade. Yi Huaren led the group directly into a large private room within the clubhouse. Then Yi Xiao saw the medical examiner and a corpse. Chapter 63 Full Mad Dog Mode. There's something not quite right about the body. This wasn't Yi Xiao joking with the dead. Rather, this dead man does look funny. The dead man was small, naked and covered in tattoos. His tattoos are a bit unusual, with bear on his front chest and bear on his back. Both arms are also tattooed with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Is that a decent tattoo? The cause of death of the deceased, with multiple stab wounds all over his body, and a wound in the middle of the period, through the chest cavity. From all the indications at the scene, and the randomly littered men's and women's clothing, it can be found that this private room was in the midst of a group in mess prior to the vicious deaths. And it was in this state that a group of a dozen or so knife-wielding masked men stormed into the clubhouse, rushed into the private rooms and hacked away at the dead man as well as other people. Vicious incident resulting in 1 death, 4 serious injuries and 3 minor injuries. The most important point is that inside a private room like this one, there are no surveillance cameras. The only thing the police could see was the security camera footage of the robbers storming inside the clubhouse lobby, as well as the dictation of the clubhouse attendants, and the dictation of the deceased's companions as to what happened at the scene. It was eventually confirmed that the offenders were a group of hitting home. What's a hit home? Many people will think of the term housebreaking, which means to go to someone's house in a gang and rob them of their belongings. But unlike the family hitters, they basically don't rob property, even though they are ganged up to commit crimes. They have only one purpose: to get paid to do things for people. That's right, it's whoever pays them to do the job. The patron pays as much as they contribute. They're going to hit whoever the patron tells them to hit. Even murder. And the average hitter simply won't kill and won't dare to. The main purpose is to teach and cut others. It is a crime of the nature of the organization of the Black Forces team and a criminal gang of the nature of the state's severe crackdown. As the state's fight against black power crimes continues to grow, this kind of gang sex crime in today's day and age is very rare. The city has not seen any cases of home invasion crimes at all for several years now. What's with the gang of fighters that just popped up out of nowhere? This is also the key reason why the city police department will directly transfer the task to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Deadline to investigate this case. As can be seen from the site survey, the dead and seriously injured used to be the idle members of the community. But nowadays they have all switched to other professions and also specialize in setting up debt companies. The so-called debt companies are some private collection agencies. His work is responsible for debt collection, personal debt collection, debt recovery. Generally certain financial institutions such as banks, some credit card debts and bad debts, and then some loan companies such as bad debts and bad debts will be outsourced to such debt collection companies. Here's the problem. In this group of beat family broke into the clubhouse, not only masked, all wrapped tightly, knife hand or wearing gloves, very diverting, professional chopper, by pulling neighborhood, eye in the sky surveillance footage. The group of hitters can be found arriving at the clubhouse in an old commercial van, the unlicensed kind. Vehicle has been recovered, abandoned in the countryside, no surveillance eye in the sky zone. A veteran, Yi Xiao, who had listened to the on-site investigation report, narrowed her eyes. This kind of counter-surveillance awareness is not for ordinary people. It even counted on the city's eye in the sky surveillance. The deceased was also the head of the debt company. You can tell the other side is extremely purposeful. It's a purposeful crime, and its purpose is most likely homicide. This made Yi Xiao uncontrollably think of a Hong Kong movie he had watched in the past. Knife hand. Don't think that gangs are unorganized and undisciplined. Do you know anything about Hung Gar? Do you know anything about the Green Gang? Many people are probably aware of how rampant these gang-related organizations, which have been severely cracked down by the state in the past, are, right? All the people present in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, all of them had a suspicious expression, feeling the hot hand of the case. If it really comes down to professional organized and disciplined criminal gangs, it's not that it's that difficult to try to solve this kind of case. The difficulty is the time limit given by the superiors when they give orders. 3 days. Within 3 days must take this case. Otherwise, the Criminal Investigation Brigade will be criticized and disciplined demerits. Is this a case of the higher-ups giving the CID a hard time? Not really. Rather, the impact of this vicious incident is so bad that the case must be solved as soon as possible to give the public an explanation. The same would be true for any other city's law enforcement system. Since you are given a deadline to solve the case, you will also be given the appropriate power and authority. If necessary, the city's law enforcement system will cooperate fully and may apply for the deployment of riot brigades and special police brigades, as well as the deployment of armed police, to assist in solving the case. At the same time, but any such request for a deadline type of detection of the case represents a great merit. Yes, either you get credit or you get criticized. There is no second option. Because that's what you do. This was the key to why even Yi Xiao was called to the brigade in the middle of the night. Credit or no credit or whatever, the whole Criminal Investigation Brigade doesn't care anymore. The only thing they can think of is to hurry up and solve the case without being penalized. Yi Xiao found something interesting. No matter what case management unit, as soon as they come across a deadline case issued by their superiors, both will instantly go into full-on mad dog mode. Chapter 64, Terrifying Murder Weapon. Someone likes being a mad dog? Definitely not. But if the case isn't solved, the whole CID team is out of luck. It's nothing to be a mad dog when you compare the two. Yi Huanyan stared up. Those who knew him well knew that the vice captain had gone into a rage. First from the victim's side of the people to start, to see if there are any disputes as well as enemies. There is no offense is not seeking revenge. Yi Huaran instructed the other dry police. The crowd nodded and went to look for clues. Uncle and nephew were wide-eyed at the scene. And you? Yi Huaran glared at his great-nephew. These days are not ghostly, quite deep-hearted. Move your brain. The case solved uncle has a reward. Yi Xiao? I'm sure it's a real second uncle. He's just like his own old man, and he doesn't even blink when he snubs his juniors. So that's the kind of person I am in Uncle Tu's mind? I'm a man with a deep heart. Why don't I know that myself? Opening her mouth, Yi Xiao was unable to speak for a while. It's too damn earthly real. Forget it, who let him be the second uncle, we don't remember the big man's faults. When Yi Xiao saw that the coroner was preparing to put the victim's body into a special shroud bag, he waved his hand and stopped them. Lend me a pair of eyes. Opens. Yi Xiao crouched in front of the body, her eyes scanning back and forth over the victim, looking for clues. What would the body tell us? Of course there will be, let's say, a wound on a corpse. The sharpness of the murder weapon varies and the wounds inflicted can vary greatly. The victim died from a thoracic penetration that punctured his internal organs. The human chest is protected by ribs. Even if you gave a normal person a dagger-type weapon, you wouldn't necessarily be able to stab it. Even doctors have to use specialized open-heart tools to perform open-heart-type surgeries. Where's the hullabaloo? The immediate wound that caused the victim's death was a rabbit's mouth-shaped wound. Seeing this wound, Yi Xiao's pupils all contracted sharply and his eyelids fluttered. Unspeakable horror rose in my heart, as when I took a selfie in an abandoned mansion, took the picture home and washed it out, and then realized that a cloaked, white-clad female ghost was standing behind me. The kind of thrill that calls for chills down the spine and numbness in the scalp. Yi Xiao thought of a deadly weapon. 3-pronged spines. It was the only weapon that could cause such a rabbit's mouth-like wound when stabbing. This weapon was also immensely famous in times past, and belonged to the military control category of weapons. 3-pronged military spikes. First, there are 3 blood slots above the 3-pronged spikes. Blood slots serve 2 main purposes. The first is bloodletting. 90% of people who've been stabbed with a 3-pronged spike have bled to death. The state has therefore included it in the list of controlled knives, which shows the strong blood-letting ability of the 3-pronged military spike. Secondly, with a blood trough to allow blood to drain, the muscles do not tighten around the bayonet when contracting, making it easier to draw the bayonet. After the 3-pronged military spikes hit a person, the human body presents a wound that is roughly hair-lipped and 3-valved, similar to a triangle. Triangular wounds are not easy to stop bleeding compared to a single slit wound and can cause heavy bleeding in the internal cavity. The material used to make the 3-pronged military spike is unknown to many. It contains arsenic within the metal. Even if he was stabbed with a 3-pronged military spike, it was useless even if the wound was stitched up. The arsenic component causes the muscle to rot from the inside out, causing the wound to fester and become infected, with a horrendous death rate. Moreover, once this 3-pronged military spike is inserted into a person's body and then rotated with force, think about it, right? It is because this weapon is so inhumane that it has since been regulated and banned from use and manufacture. This doesn't hold back the fact that there are civilian-capable people who will high-fashion it, but the materials certainly won't be the same as those used by the military. Many have said in the past that the 3-pronged military spike has been mythologized. Are this powerful? They're all under strict ING orders to stop making them. Do you think it still needs to be mythologized? Does it have arsenic content? Yi Xiao looked up at the coroner with a serious expression. The coroner nodded slowly. Your mom's high. Yi Xiao furiously rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. What is arsenic? It is a non-metallic element, but can be diluted into metals. Inorganic arsenic is more toxic than organic arsenic, and trivalent arsenic is more toxic than pentavalent arsenic. Although it has industrial uses, it is also included in the control list. Why did Yi Xiao curse his mother? Do you understand control? Something that ordinary people generally can't get. In other words, the weapon that caused the victim's death, which is suspected to be a 3-pronged spike. It's likely that it really is a 3-pronged military spike. What do you think of spike? Soon, Yi Xiao breathed another sigh of relief. It can be seen through the clubhouse surveillance footage that the weapons held by the hit men were machete-type murder weapons. That is, even if such 3-pronged military spikes appear, there may be only one. It's a blessing in disguise. It's good news for Yi Xiao and for the Criminal Investigation Brigade. If the military is really involved, don't dare think about it. It's not a forced bumper sticker. To make a simple analogy, without a military forging material recipe, can an ordinary person make this kind of military spikes? Can you? There's also a possibility that this military spike is a 3-pronged military spike that made its way into the civilian population back in the day. It's not an uncommon thing. Folks still have the 3/8. A while back, a guy made a big deal out of turning in his father's firearms with a state award. It's a state-awarded gun from a bygone era. Isn't it awesome? As Yi Xiao stood up, he signaled the coroner to collect the body, in the absence of any other findings. See what? Yi Warinian asked his great-nephew with a smile. Yuanfang, what do you think? Yi Xiao subconsciously floated this famous line in her mind and skimmed her mouth. 100%. Run for the kill. Chapter 65. Meeting the Elders. Why are you sure it's 100% about killing? The reasoning is simple. Whoever owns a three-pronged military spike would not understand the power of this deadly weapon. The other guy stabbed the victim in the chest, going for the guts. Isn't that killing for the sake of killing? This kind of common sense, as a veteran criminal investigator, Yi Huanyan understood as soon as he thought about it. Premeditated murder? It's hard to do. Start with what? These words were a koan from Yvonne to his great-nephew. Uncle Tu is talking about military spikes? Definitely not. Yi Xiao shook his head. It's unlikely for military personnel. It should have flowed into the civilian population. It's still necessary to start from the victim's side. Aha! Yi Huaran was satisfied with Yi Xiao's answer. Worthy of being a scholar, your brain is just quick-witted. Yes, my generation of readers is this magnificent. But the question is, don't readers have anything to do with me? Spitting in his heart, Yi Xiao said under his breath. I suspect that it might be a revenge killing or a debt dispute. The victim's identity in the past was a gangster. Although he changed his profession, he did work that offended people. Debt collection, this kind of thing, is too easy to offend people. And what kind of vendetta is provoked? It is estimated that even the victim himself does not know. The words were interrupted by the vibration of his cell phone. Yi Xiao picked up her cell phone and took a look. Mr. Bully? Friend. Seeing second uncle looking over, Yi Xiao explained and picked up the phone. Can't sleep thinking about me? Previously on the internet to see netizens blowing. Said what tease girls must take the initiative to boldly attack from time to tease over time will leave a deep impression in her heart. He's on a bold offense right now and it's exciting. Poor mouth. Gu Qingdan pouted slightly. You left in the middle of the night, and my sister couldn't sleep again. Yi Xiao? What do you mean I left in the middle of the night and the gentle big sister couldn't sleep? We don't have anything going on, okay? My sister is too timid, and the last time something happened to Daodu scared her. Luckily, with you coming over to stay every day, she can only sleep at night with peace of mind. The day before yesterday, when you went to work on the case, my sister didn't sleep all night. Gu Qingdan's words sounded with a bitter smile as she explained. Oh my God, we have this? Yi Xiao cried and laughed. Aren't there Wang and the others? In his mouth was brother Wang, the driver Wang Mang who had returned from the army. Well, it should be a slam-dunk veteran. My sister doesn't let other men in the house. Gu Qingdan smiled and said, because Daodu is close to you, you were let into the villa. You're also the first man to get to live in my sister-in-law's house since she died. I love it when you talk like that. Yi Xiao had that little bit of excitement in her heart. Since you can't sleep, come out. It just so happens that my second uncle and I were busy with the case in the middle of the night and didn't even eat. Let's have a meal together? This? Gu Qingdan was a bit hesitant. It's not like you've never met my second uncle. Yi Xiao knew what Chief Bastard's sister was thinking in her heart and smiled badly. Okay. Gu Qingdan asked, where to find you? Last time Daodu had an accident and went to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, she did meet Yi Xiao's second uncle. Is that the lieutenant? Let's see, huh? Yi Xiao searched her brain's memory to recall a place near the clubhouse where she could eat at this time. XXX Buffet Hot Pot Bar. It's open 24 hours a day. I'll wait for you there with second uncle. End of call. That sister of yours? Yi Huanyan looked at his great-nephew and asked with a smile. Yi Xiao nodded and grinned. Second uncle. Let's have a meal together. Uncle and nephew left the clubhouse. The emperor isn't far behind in starving soldiers. The police are human beings, although the case must be solved. But this midnight cannot work on a hungry stomach, right? When they arrived at the buffet hot pot restaurant, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the uncle and nephew duo 20 or so minutes later. The two Gu sisters got out of the car, both wearing women's casual clothes. Gu Qingdan's expression was normal enough when she saw Yi Huaran. Gu Qingdao's complexion was shy, always keeping her head down, not daring to see anyone in a small womanly manner. To outsiders, it seemed as if Ba always was the older sister and she was the younger one. Second uncle, this is Qingdan, this sister Qingdao. Yi Xiao smiled and introduced the Gu sisters to the frozen Yi Huaran, also saying to the sisters, This is my second uncle Yi Huaran Pro. There was no way for Yi Huanyan not to freeze. The pair of sisters' face values were both of the dumping type, and men basically had to look confused when they saw two top-notch beauties appearing at the same time. Returning to his senses, Yi Huanyan smiled and nodded, "Hello guys." Instead, he muttered in his mind, "The great-nephew hasn't been home lately. He's been staying at these two girls' house, right? You're a cop. Don't make a mistake." "Hello, uncle." The sisters were very facetious and shouted uncle together. "Why do you want to talk about saving face?" Gu Qingdan was a $100 billion boss. Stranger who could make her call her uncle? It has nothing to do with polite upbringing, but everything to do with status. "What's with the uncle name? How rusty is it?" Yi Xiao pulled Gu Qingdan's hand and looked at the dismayed expression on Chief Bastard Sister Xiu's face. "Call second uncle." Gu Qingdan froze for a little while and sighed in her heart. This ingrate. Uncle too. For the first time, a shy expression surfaced on that calm jade face and called out. Being able to call Yi Huanyan's second uncle is the same as recognizing her as Yi Xiao's girlfriend. Yi Xiao was instantly enraptured. Does this count as officially establishing a relationship with Sister Bully? Sure enough, as long as I don't have a face, the overlord goddess turns into a step-forward wife. Good. Good, a good daughter. Yi Huanyan's eyes lit up, a little happy, and a little excited, looking at Gu Qingdan's eyes as if he was an elder looking at a junior, as if he was looking at his nephew-in-law. Eat first, eat. The crowd walked into the fondue restaurant together. Since the beginning, Gu Qingdao lowered her head, a small shyness on her face. She still had her head down when she found a table inside the hot pot restaurant and the crowd sat down. Sister Qing Mai, don't look down. Yi Xiao laughed and teased. Or else you'll eat in your nose if you eat later. Gu Qingmai raised her red, showy face and glared at her brother. When the waiter came, everyone started ordering fondue ingredients and laughing. As an old detective, Yi Huaran looked at the three youngsters in front of him and gradually felt that something was wrong. The three of them, aren't they too close? Chapter 66. Thank you for giving me a chance. Yi Huanian looked at the three younger generations talking and laughing there. After observing for a while, he mentally sighed. The young man's business was something he wanted no part of. The great-nephew is not young, knows his stuff, and I think he can handle the situation. Being of the older generation, he wasn't going to be that eyesore. After taking a few bites to pat his stomach, Yi Huanyan got up and walked away. Before leaving, Yi Xiao was warned. You can't drink when you're on official duty. This is a hard and fast rule that should never be broken. When Yi Huanyan left, Yi Xiao smiled and said to the two girls, "Hear that? Your brother is on official duty. After eating in a while, you guys obediently go home and sleep. I still have some work to do." Not wearing a police uniform in the line of duty? Gu Qingdao asked softly. Gu Qingdan was also looking curiously at the plain clothes on her smelly brother. The sisters had no idea. When Yi Xiao followed her second uncle out to work on the case at night, she deliberately changed into civilian clothes. Everyone changed into civilian clothes. When investigative actions are required to investigate and apprehend suspects and fugitives, surely civilian clothes. Otherwise, the suspect will see it and run away, but the arrest will be completed by showing his papers. Then again, some of the arrests often need to be made across geographic boundaries. Police uniforms are generally not worn at social events, even when traveling on official business, to minimize social impact. Police officers are required to wear police uniforms and to dress in a standardized manner for their daily police duties and other general work. Wearing a police uniform indicates the identity of the people's police and may be dispensed with. When Yi Xiao finished explaining, the sisters were only able to realize. I didn't realize there was so much to be said for being a cop. After finishing their meal, the three of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant and it was almost 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Just as Yi Xiao was about to say a few words to the sisters and then go back to continue investigating the case, not far down the street came a group of young men, at least 20 of them, all drunk, laughing and shouting loudly. Yi Xiao frowned and ignored it. Who hasn't been young? That's a loaded statement. The group of youngsters were almost all about his age. But sometimes people don't get into trouble and things come to you. Wow, beautiful woman. When the group of straggling youths came close enough to see the Gu sisters, each of them had glowing eyes and all sorts of wolf howls and whistles. Gu Qingdao hid behind her sister in fear, and Gu Qingdan sank his face. All iceberg overlord temperament. Driver Wang Mang stepped down and stood beside the Gu sisters, his expression calmly looking at the group of youngsters. not seeing the slightest fluctuation within his eyes. A death wish? Yishao looked at the surrounding gangsters and spoke in a cold voice. I'm a police officer. The youngsters were quiet, looking stunned and looking at Yishao. Soon, one of the tattooed young men, who looked like the leader, shouted with a disdainful face. There are more cops you paralyze? Who are you scaring? Yishao froze, his eyes flashed brightly with a hint of fire, and with a lift of his hand, he took out a document and opened it. Warning you, insulting the police is a crime, and I'm on a mission right now. Obstructing a police officer on a mission is likewise a crime. I'm hindering you today. What can you do to me? Obviously, this tattooed young man had drunk too much, cursed and walked to Yishao's face, didn't even look at the document, and with a lift of his hand, he slapped Yishao's face. Ha! Yishao laughed. In the face of this slap, he didn't just dodge and let it fall on your face. Snap! Yishao's face was tilted to the side, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Thanks, guys, for giving me a chance to strike out with impunity. A riot of emotions rose within. With a calm expression, Yishao turned to look at Gu Qingdao, who had exclaimed out in shock, and Gu Qingdan, who had a strange expression on her face, and said with a smile, Sister, you guys go back to the car first, and Brother Wang, keep an eye on them. Aha! Wang Mang's expression was a bit off and he looked deeply at Yishao. After opening the door of the Rolls-Royce aside and waiting for the two women to get in, he stood outside the door. No more worries. Yishao wiggled his neck a bit, licked the corner of his mouth, licked off the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and squinted his eyes as if he was savoring a delicacy. Everyday real men. Opens. The youngsters around them gathered around. Look, this is still a cop. Ha 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 ha. Ah. The tattooed young man who had slapped Yishao laughed rampantly. But the laughter was instantly interrupted by a palm. The palm of his hand, outstretched like lightning, landed on the youngster's neck. Shasta. The tattooed young man was like a small chicken, lifted high by this arm, his body in the air. With that, this arm swung violently and danced, slamming towards the ground instantly. Bang! The opponent's body was dunked on the ground so hard that the earth made a muffled sound. The tattooed young man paralyzed on the ground in a daze, his bones seeming to break at this moment. For the first time in his life, he felt that death was so close to him. Passed out. Hit him. The surrounding youths were first startled by the scene. In an instant, more than 20 people frantically rushed towards Yishao, who slowly stood up and withdrew his hand. Yishao looked calm, stepped, and charged forward. I'm going to hit 10. Dodging both fists, he raised his arms and dropped his hands to both faces. Grabbing the heads of the two youths, Yishao closed his hands together. Boo! Two heads collide and the two youths fall to the ground like two puddles of mud. The youths around them cried out in shock and horror. Yishao's figure, however, was incredibly fast, dodging the punches and kicks that hit him, and his body suddenly catapulted. Bang! His knee slammed into the face of one youth, sending the other straight through the air and smashing down 3 or 4 youths. The moment he landed, Yishao's thigh swung and danced like a horizontal battle axe. Bang! Whip in the side of a youth's face. Whip the youth's body to fly up horizontally. In the next moment, the sound of bang bang rang out. Yishao's figure was like a raging panther, and people tumbled wherever he went. With every punch, every kick, a youth must fall. The most horrifying scene appeared. Yishao grabbed a youth's kicking thigh and swung the youth into the air as if he was dancing a human-shaped log. Boom! Slapped on the two youths, slapping the 3 on the ground. Maybe half a minute, maybe a minute. The whole 23 young men of society. All of them were lying on the ground like broken sacks, wailing and screaming. This was still Yishao staying his hand. Otherwise, don't say wail. There'll be a bunch of corpses. Chapter 67 Fighting Feast. Time to turn back. Inside the car, the Gu sisters were looking at Yishao through the car window, watching their brother surrounded by a group of social hooligans. Qingdan, call the police. Gu Qingdao shouted anxiously. No need to call the police, my brother is the police. Gu Qingdan looked calm, narrowing his eyes like a cat and hooking up the corners of his mouth. He wants to fight. But, there are so many of them. Gu Qingdao had an anxious look on her face, incomparably worried. Don't worry. Gu Qingdan recalled the scene a few days ago when Yishao saved her and Daodu and faced the kidnappers. A hint of a smile appeared on her pink face. Our brother is very powerful and Terrifying. Terror. Gu Qingdao was uncertain. Ah! Before the words were out of his mouth, the gentle big sister screamed out. She saw Yi Xiao go from a human being to a thug. Gu Qingdan also saw it. Not only did she see it, but in her eyes, there was a hint of excitement. The stunningly beautiful face, even more so, surfaced an abnormal redness. A pair of beautiful eyes stared dead at her smelly brother outside the car. It was like watching a raging beast, ravaging a herd of prey. Unconsciously, Gu Qingdan licked the corners of her mouth. She's hungry. Wants something to eat. Wang Mang stood quietly beside the car, frozen. The Special Forces officer, who was born in the Special Forces, was as motionless as a wooden stake at this time. Thinking back to when I was in the army, daily training, shooting, fighting, tactics, it is no exaggeration to say that in that special squadron, in addition to the instructor, purely refers to the fist and feet kung fu killing means. Wang Mang had never obeyed anyone. But now, from his angle, he happened to see the entire process of Yi Zhao's fighting and wrestling. Yi Zhao's instantaneous outburst of violence, cruel and cold-blooded tactics. All of it sent a shiver down his spine. Although the social youths that Yi Xiao knocked down didn't seem to be that powerful, they were just a bunch of punks, social little old men. But the point is not the result. Rather, it's the process, the number of people.
8 versus days.
Can he do it? Can the instructor, recognized as the #1 fighter in the squadron, do it with his bare hands? You think this is a movie? It was precisely because it was not a movie that the youth in front of him, Yi Xiao, had done it on the side. And it was the indifference and coldness that Yi Xiao exposed throughout the process that was the focus of Wang Meng's shock. Before this, he would never have dreamed that anyone in the world would be so proficient in fighting. That cleanliness throughout, that lack of any fancy moves, and maintaining complete composure in a one-on-one fight. It was as if he was going through the whole wrestling process with an almost onlooker's mindset. Such a fight can no longer be called violence in Wang Meng's eyes, but art. The art of killing. Gulp! Swallowing hard, Wang Meng came to his senses. Because the fight in front of us is over. Without the slightest hint of suspense, all the little old socialites were all knocked down and laying on the ground. Wang Meng's eyes changed when he looked at Yi Xiao. Luckily, he's a police officer. Tick, tick, tick. A drop of blood slid off one hand and dripped onto the ground. Watching a group of wailing little old socialites fall around themselves as if they were sacks. Yi Zhao's handsome and sunny face remained expressionless. He waved his hand gently, shaking the blood off his hand, and once again stuck his tongue out and licked the corner of his mouth. The action fell on the eyes of the others like a lone wolf that had just finished feeding. But in that, when this action appeared on Yi Xiao, it seemed very natural. Until he narrowed his eyes and lifted the corners of his mouth, which led to a long, contented breath. The feeling was as if you had experienced a feast of killing. When you turn your head, Yi Zhao's eyes had regained their clarity, and he grinned at Wang Meng, who was beside the limousine. Wang Meng's heart beat wildly for a beat. His sweaty hairs exploded and his scalp went numb. The door opens. The Gu sisters stepped out of the car. Gu Qingdao ran over at the first opportunity, as if she was a panicked bunny, and when she was about to fall, she was hugged by Yi Xiao. Is there anything? Is there anything? A voice with a sobbing tone rang out from Gu Qingdao's mouth. The gentle sister with watery eyes reached out a pair of jade hands and felt around her brother's body, looking for injuries. Until he was sure that his brother was not hurt, he cried out with a wow. Don't cry, it's okay. Hugging Gu Qingmai and comforting her in a small voice, Yi Xiao looked at Gu Qingdan in front of her again and grinned. Not as conscientious as Sister Qingmai. Clam? Gu Qingdan laughed, smiling like a flower. If you can't beat them, I'll only look down on you. Ing. Yi Xiao was happy. Not bad for a bully. Strong enough and wild enough. Looking at the snow-white delicate skin. Eyes like a bit of paint. Red lips bright. Gorgeous and incomparable overlord sister. Ness, the word flashed through Yi Zhao's mind. It's perfect. This is the beauty of my dreams. With her heart fluttering, Yi Xiao only felt that she had finally met love in this lonely world. There was a kind of long-lost heartbeat, the kind of heartbeat that any man would have at the sight of a stunning beauty. More accurately, hormonal agitation. This woman, she's mine. Yi Warinian came with a sullen face, walked in with 3 dryads, looked at his great-nephew, then at a field of wailing little old socialites. Rao Can Pro Taishan fell without changing color. This time the old detective, vice captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, also cannot help but shrugged, sucked in a breath of cool air. The great nephew did it? Did he do it alone? You believe that? Not only did Yi Huaren not dare to believe it, the surrounding cadres were all dumbfounded and foolishly looked at Yi Xiao. One person puts down 23 gangsters. Is this something a person can do? Is it okay if Tyson comes? Waiting for Yi Xiao to recount what happened at that time. Yi Warenian and the other 3 policemen didn't say anything. It's too big a thing. One bad move could lead to big things. They can't just listen to Yi Xiao's side of the story. They have to understand the whole story before they can make a judgment. The streets are monitored by Eye in the Sky. The Rolls-Royce has a car recorder on board. The police are converted to this kind of thing by accessing video. When the crowd returned to the brigade, several captains plus instructors, along with countless officers, watched the entire process of the surveillance video through the projector in the conference room. All silent. Chapter 68. Clearing of the Rain. Can a human being really be powerful to such an extent? Realize that there is a limit to one's physical abilities. Give you 23 men in front of you honestly standing still for you to fight. Can you physically take down 23 people with your bare hands? Not to mention the 23 people you're facing that are attacking you. How did you manage to knock out all 23 men in less than a minute without being injured yourself in such a situation? This can no longer be described as wrestling. It's ing metaphysical, all right, but within the video that came out of the projector. All the police officers present clearly saw that Yi Xiao did not transform, nor did he take on the guise of Superman, nor was there anything special about him. Indeed, it was with his own strength alone, his horrible fighting skills, that he accomplished this 1 versus 23 fight, and managed to beat all the punks. What was certain was that Yi Xiao was still a human. Humans who are so powerful in fighting that they can be considered terrifying. If Yi Xiao was not a police officer, his fighting ability alone would have to be filed. Because Yi Xiao's punches and kicks were not just punches and kicks. You could call them weapons. A weapon that can kill. The crowd that came back to their senses dropped one gaze to Yi Xiao, who was leaning against the corner with a sunny smile and a cigarette in his mouth. Everyone's eyes were complicated, as if they were looking at a monster, looking at this little old man who had just turned a new leaf. Why are you so? How else are we going to have fun with you in the future? What if you get angry and make a move on us? You're such a good fighter. You know we're scared. Seeing the gazes of the crowd looking over, Yi Xiao hastily put on an I'm shy look. The heart breathed a sigh of relief. What happened tonight was too much. Some of it is beyond common understanding. A bad one could be suspected of being an unidentified object. Impulse is the devil. Yi Xiao lamented in her heart that she couldn't be like this in the future. Other people don't just call you names. Slapped you in the face. What's in this? Him ya. No, must treat them gently. Yes, we must be gentle with them in the future. I'm a cop, right? I'm really a good man. A good man is me. I'm Yi Xiao. I don't know if others believe it or not, but anyway Yi Xiao himself believes it. You'll have to follow someone around from now on. Senior Captain Chen Guodong looked at Yi Xiao and opened his mouth with a bitter smile. If not necessary, you can't be striking out at any criminals, is that clear? Think of the 2 crippled suspects still lying in the hospital. A kidnapper, a murderer. It's not known when I'll be discharged from the hospital. Chen Guodong's heart tangled in a knot. At first, he thought Yi Xiao was just a bit ruthless. What's in this? But now, he's wrong. This Yi Xiao is more than ruthless. Simply a thug in human skin. As soon as it's done, good man. It's not about bloodshed anymore. You're damn well guessing all criminals are crippled, except for the ones who didn't kill anyone, right? Definitely not without a warning. I hear you. Yi Xiao hastily puffed out his chest and raised his head, promising with a loud sure, already firm, as if he had promised his second uncle yesterday. And the result? He beat up 23 little old society boys lying down all the next day. Research this next incident. Chen Guodong had a headache and looked to the instructor and the 2 lieutenants who also had a headache. There's no way not to have a headache. Tonight's fault is not Yi Xiao's. You can't even criticize and educate her. Being surrounded by 23 people and you educate the people who surrounded you, are you sick in the head? But the problem is, now it's not the one who was rounded up that's being taken to the hospital, but the 23 guys. These criminals are deliberately obstructing our law enforcement. violently mobbing the police and also threatening the lives of our police officers. They must all be severely punished. The instructor spoke slowly, but their actions can only be punished according to intentional injury or organized crime. Of course, Yi Xiao had already revealed his identity at the beginning and was slapped. Facing a violent attack by 23 people, striking back is self-defense, reasonable and legitimate. Of course, they are lucky because the crime of assaulting a police officer will be implemented soon, but it hasn't been implemented yet. Crowd. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Both could hear the instructor endorsing. That's very protective. And, of course, this is true. Of course, the law and regulation of assaulting a police officer was not there in the past, nor was it enforced. However, the higher-ups have already started working on it, but I believe it will soon be incorporated into the penal code. Attacks on police officers today are basically criminalized according to the severity of obstructing law enforcement agencies in carrying out their duties in accordance with the law. If the instructor says so, do the other captains and officers have any questions? Of course, there's no problem. Then it is time to arrest and sentence and crack down on the forces of evil, and this group of little old men of society is a typical case. It is the time to crack down on the police, and you are on the wrong side of the gun, and you dare to beat up the police, and even scream, "More police, you assholes." Nice and arrogant. Very criminal, very cuffable. I just wonder if you will continue to be so arrogant when you go to prison? I'm warning you, there won't be a next time. Yi Huaren looked at his great-nephew who had his head down and roared out, "If you cause trouble for the brigade again, get out and go home. It looks like you're cursing awesome, but you're actually giving it to someone else." After all, the great-nephew's performance today was horrible. You're so powerful, who'll dare to partner with you in the future? Of course Yi Xiao knew that Uncle Air was acting, and he was playing along. He was lectured for his honesty, and he made a lot of apologies and smiled. Seeing such Yi Xiao, falling into the eyes of the crowd, they all couldn't help but laugh. That's right, this is still the same Yi Xiao that everyone sees, the same little old man. Only, this little old me is a little ruthless when it comes to bad guys. Does it matter? Of course not. There. Chan Guodong couldn't look on, smiled and scolded. "Olji, you also don't pretend. Xiaoye as everyone watched into the police force. What kind of person he is we know in our hearts." Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed good-naturedly. Yi Xiao himself hemmed and hawed and giggled. Rain passes through, but the fuss was over, and the night passed. There are no leads yet in the vicious murder case at the clubhouse. Got it. No one needs to sleep. Keep busy. Yi Xiao snorted while following his second uncle out of the brigade. Go. Solve the case. Chapter 69. Too unreasonable. A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 1,000 miles to eat. The old saying is half true. Yi Xiao, who was in a state of fighting eyelids, curved her mouth and leaned against the backrest of the car. Colleagues within the brigade now view him with politeness and cordiality. That's a good thing. You're strong and capable, and people will look up to you. It's useless even if they want to be jealous of you, because your strength and ability is something they can hardly reach. When strength and ability are strong, they all represent an intangible status. And when one reaches a certain position, status pushes you to take image into account. Even if you're a mega corrupt, the outward appearance you present has to be one of greatness. Take Yi Xiao for example, he can now whore himself out to his heart's content because he is young and lowly. But when he's in a position of power one day, he'll have to pay. When they reached a food stand, the crowd got out of the car. You definitely need a bite for breakfast or it's a tough day. Yi Huaren, 3 cadres plus Yi Xiao, the 5 of them ordered some donuts and bean curd brains. Results. Yi Xiao found out that a police officer actually puts sugar in his tofu brain when he eats it. He looked at the dryad as if he were looking at a heretic. For a salty tofu noodle lover, yes, this one is definitely heretical. Forget it. Let him go for the sake of being a co-worker. Yi Xiao nibbled a bite of donut and sucked on the tofu brain as his brain studied the clubhouse murder case. A 3-pronged military spike shouldn't need to be checked. The purpose of hitting home should be to kill. Buying a murderer is very likely. Grudges or feuds? It's not easy to judge. There must be a grudge or some other purpose to hire a group of house beaters to kill people. Sure, there's another possibility. Someone could be killing people in disguise hitting homes. If this is a possibility, what is the purpose of the other side? Clueless. Returning to her senses, Yi Xiao ate the last bite of the donut and was very good at paying the bill. When they returned, the group also got up and returned to the car and headed straight to the hospital. It was not only the victim who was attacked last night, but also the victim's companion, who could also be described as a company employee. When they arrived at the hospital, Yi Huaren led his men to a ward, which was guarded by 2 other police officers outside. When you walk in, it's a 4-bed kind of thing with a person lying on all of them. All 4 are companions of the victim who was seriously injured in last night's attack. One of them had a hand cut off and 1 hamstring severed. Of the other 2, one was stabbed in the small of the back and the other was stabbed 7 times. Yi Xiao felt that all 4 of them were quite miserable and unlucky. The person who attacked them was clearly going after the victim. The 4 of them merely ate pot roast. Of course, these 4 are no slouches. Even if they recover from their injuries, they will be penalized. The crime of mobbing. The primary elements or repeated participants shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 5 years, criminal detention or control. This is no small crime. That's why there are 2 civilian police watching the entrance to the ward to prevent them from escaping. The problem was, in their current state, it was impossible to escape. It's miserable. Yi Huanyan is questioning an injured person while an officer makes a statement. The other 2 officers chatted with the 2 civilian police officers at the door. Yi Xiao, whose eyelids were fighting straight, yawned. So sleepy. But uncle said I'm a scholar. Readers are very concerned about health and wellness, and behaviors like popping the liver and staying up all night are simply a waste of life. I really want to fight back against the law enforcement system bullying employees. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao didn't dare. If he really dares to resist, Uncle Tu will be the first one to make a big deal out of it. No, my brain is getting sleepy and I can't fight it all alone. Walking out of the ward and washing her face in the hospital toilet, Yi Xiao was much more refreshed. When I got back to the ward, I heard one of the injured men pushing his luck. At the time, we were working with the owner of entertainment. While entertaining, a group of masked men with knives suddenly rushed in and slashed at us. They're too ruthless. It's clear they want to get us killed. That kind of ruthlessness isn't like gangsters or anything. It's like they're professional hackers. Our boss died a horrible death. I witnessed 4 masked men pressing down on the screaming boss, and 1 masked man took out a 3-pronged thorn. No matter how much the boss begged for forgiveness, it didn't work, saying that it wouldn't be good enough to give them money. The other party still stabbed our boss, just 1 time. That 3-pronged stab went in through the boss's front chest and came out through his back. Yi Xiao, who heard this, frowned. It's no use begging for mercy. It's useless to give money. A murderer with a 3-pronged thorn piercing a man's body with 1 blow? Tough enough, indeed, to kill for the sake of killing. But that's a lot of information. First of all, you have to understand that house hunting is a profession of taking money from people. Again, this group is there to give people a job for money. You could also say that it's a bunch of outlaws who see the money. If they all see money, why do murderers and others ignore the victims when they offer to sell their lives for money? Would you trust a bunch of outlaws, a bunch of money-minded people to be honest, moral, and quasi-moral? Don't tease. But this is the same group of thugs who actually turn their backs on money, just to kill and take out the victims. Would you find it unreasonable? By the dictation of the injured man just now, the victim was pinned to the ground by 4 thugs while a 5th worked on the victim using a 3-pronged spike. Nima, what kind of division of labor is this for you guys? That said, for those who can use this kind of killing tactic, are you sure it's the first time they've done this kind of thing? Especially the one who was responsible for the killings, holding a 3-pronged thorn that pierced the victim's body at once. Can you imagine how long it must have taken to go through the trials and tribulations of such tactics, such ruthlessness? You ask ordinary people to do it, can they do it? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao took a deep breath. He knew something big might be going on with this case, because that group of hitters is definitely not normal hitters. When Yi Xiao looked at Yi Huaren, sure enough, Uncle Tu was frowning too, surely thinking of all this. It also seems to be finding the case tricky. Both uncle and nephew were quiet and continued to listen to the injured man there. I realized that the group had come to kill our boss, and probably wanted to kill even us along with them. But then a leader among them shouted and berated the others, and then they left quickly. A few minutes passed from the time they appeared to the time they left. That kind of doings as if they have been professionally trained. Too scary, really scary. Now when I think of last night's experience, I am... Well, you rest. Yi Huaren spoke in a cold voice. Wait in, if there are any problems we will come to you. The uncle and nephew looked at each other and walked out of the ward with another officer. Uncle too. Yi Xiao spoke up. Something big might be about to happen. Crap. Yi Huanyan rolled his eyes. I'm not a cutie. I didn't call you a cutie. I didn't call you a cutie. Yishao smothered a smile in her heart, but her expression was serious. Seriously suspected that Uncle Tu was taking elder status and pretending with him, his great-nephew. It's not a middle-aged disease. Middle-aged disease is a cognitive bias, a problem with the nature of thinking. This is forcing the king. Because pretending is something you do on your own initiative, not something that is cognitively faulty. Will Uncle Tu beat me up if he knows I imagine him as the king of push? Cuckoo, cuckoo. What do you think? Walking out of the hospital and back to the car, Yi Huanyan looked at his great-nephew. He had to admit that his nephew's brain was much better than his second uncle's. 3 points of doubt. Yi Xiao spoke indifferently. First, the other party did not kill simply for money. If they really did it for money, they wouldn't have not even reacted a little when the victim offered to buy his life with money. Yi Warinian and the other 3 cadres nodded. That's a very reasonable inference. Secondly, I suspect there's a chance they're not house beaters. Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. Nowadays in this era, if it's purely for the sake of money to kill someone, unless it's the second little cutie, if you have the life to take money, you must also consider having the life to spend it. This inference is also reasonable. Ordinary hit family is frankly just a group of social loafers, gangsters, and hooligans type of personnel. It was fine for such people to bully ordinary people, but if they were asked to kill, they didn't have the guts. On the third point, I suspect that there is a possibility that these people have been professionally trained. Yi Zhao's expression was doubtful. Their demeanor resembles a group of soldiers, but it is certain that they are definitely not a group of soldiers, not even veterans. Why do you say that? Yi Warinian coldly looked at his great-nephew. While it's normal that sometimes there might be that 1 or 2 stinkers in every other industry, it's definitely not too out of the ordinary to have so many much less organized. Yi Xiao said with great certainty. The other side ran out more than 10 at once, which would be completely impossible. Even if they are retired soldiers, it's impossible. I am very confident in the profession of our country's soldiers, poor and starving. They won't make such a thing. Don't ask me why, I just know. Yi Warinian smiled, a hint of pride on his face. Yes, he's proud. Because he was a soldier back in the day and later retired from the police. That stint in the military was also one of the things he was most proud of in his life. Those who have not been in the military can never realize the joy of being in the military. Okay. Stop licking. Yi Huanyan laughed and scolded his great-nephew. Get to the point. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm an old fart. Uncle Tu found out about this. Yi Xiao grinned. Of course, the above 3 points are actually not the focus. The focus is, just now when the second uncle asked the injured, it seems that he neglected one thing. What? Yi Huanyan froze. The wounded man said the leader of the group shouted after the kill? Yi Xiao put away the smile on her face and her expression was serious. What did he shout? Since he was shouting, as the people present, I think they should all know what he shouted? Then why did the injured person only say that he shouted, but couldn't say what he shouted? These words, which seemed like a tongue twister, caused Yi Huaran to freeze. Yeah, what's the shout? If the injured man heard it, why didn't he speak up? Or maybe he didn't even know what the other guy was yelling. I don't know. That means I don't understand? Shouldn't you understand? Yi Huanyan's scalp went numb. Could it be? Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Perhaps, these people are not from our country. For a moment, the cops in the car were grossed out. Chapter 70. Almost scared Dad to death. What did Yi Xiao just say? These people aren't from our country? Do you realize the nature of what this represents? In case something like this does happen, it'll scare the hell out of people. It won't be a matter of solving the case when the time comes. A bad one could have gone to heaven. What is heaven? Up to heavenly hearing. This is a matter of national security. The shoulders of their police are too small to carry it. Yi Xiao had long thought of this, so she was a little less certain when she said this. Just a suspicion that these people are not nationals. Doubtful. Understand? I still suspect I'm your father, but I have no proof. It's no use just doubting. It's as if Yi Xiao had lived 2 lives. In both lives, he was a beautiful man, but in both lives he was a virgin. Is this a problem for the ladies? Is it possible that I have hidden attributes in terms of a love of fencing? This matter must not be leaked. Otherwise it will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Never be allowed to turn over how to behave in the brigade in the future. Second uncle, I think it's a good thing to look into, as long as we find the source. In order to hide her heart, Yi Xiao smiled and said, As long as it's determined who wanted to kill the victim, everything will be easier. To put it mildly, Yi Huanyan glared at his great-nephew without any good reason. The key is that the upper side only gives us 3 days, which is looking at a day is going to pass. Just now in the ward, I realized something. Yi Xiao interrupted the second uncle's words with a serious look. When the second uncle interrogated that injured person, I saw the injured person in the other hospital bed, pretending to be asleep. When you guys said that this group could possibly be professional hackers, this person's body obviously shook a little. Yi Warinian narrowed his eyes, and the eyes of the other cadres suddenly lit up. That's an important detail. Pretending to be asleep and eavesdropping? And you shook when you heard the key? Little old me, you've got a big problem here. Are you excited? Or are you scared? Or maybe you're worried about being told something. If it's the latter, why are you worried? Out of harm's way and with the police around, what do you have to worry about? Did you do something wrong? Yes. There is a dry police look little excited, reached out and patted afraid of Yi Xiao's shoulder. Oldly said yesterday that your kid was born to handle the case material. Said that in the future to follow you to mix with soup can hold up. Your eyes are too poisonous. Aha! The other 2 police officers looked at Yi Xiao with astonishment and excitement. Their expressions were different, and their hearts were thinking. Oldly is so optimistic about this kid. And in the future, if there is any case, we must look for him to take care of it, and there may be surprises. Old Lee is that old police inspector in the brigade, the old detective. Back then, because of a mistake, the police rank was only raised, but the rank was not raised. Speaking of the year's mistake, Lao Li was also unlucky. Pursuit of fugitives, fugitives in the hands of stopping gunpowder gun. In order to prevent fugitives from harming the public, Lao Li can only draw his gun and shoot and strive to kill on the spot. But the thing is, no cop in the world dares to say he's bulletproof. So, there have been mishaps and injuries to the population. Back then it was still several captains and instructors who jointly bailed out Lao Li. Otherwise old Li wouldn't even have to be a cop. Even so, Lao Li is unlikely to be promoted in his life, and can only be an ordinary police officer for the rest of his life. What's wrong with you? It's wrong, but it's not wrong. First of all, as a police officer, your identity and duty is to keep the people safe. Even when you're on a mission, the first thing on your mind is to keep the people safe. Although you're chasing criminals and shooting at each other with fugitives. Still, it is important to ensure the safety of the population, followed by the capture of the fugitives. Do you really think this is a good job for a cop? The average life expectancy of a frontline police officer is 46 years. Get it? The older generation had this saying. If you starve to death, you won't be an errand boy, and if you're an errand boy, you won't have a small life. This poor refers not to the official, said the police cannot live long. He's just a junior, but you're all big brothers, so what's the point? Yi Huanyan couldn't stand to watch, glared at a few subordinates and scolded with a smile. Besides, our generation of old cadres of police, we really have to follow him to mix with a junior in the future. Do we want to lose face? That's just it. Yi Xiao played dumb. You are all seniors. I have to follow you in the future. Seniors have to cover me. Ha ha. The car resounded with laughter and the stress of what had just happened slowed down considerably. Check. Yi Huan put away his smile and looked deeply at Yi Xiao. Leave it to you, will assist. Yi Xiao resisted the urge to roll her eyes. What are you doing? What do you mean leave it to me and you guys assist? I used to think Uncle Ernie was a good father. But why are you digging a hole to bury your great-nephew? No, I don't blame you. Just blame me for trusting the wrong person. Yi Xiao spat in his heart. A group of police officers then returned to the hospital again and came to the ward. What was that? Last cry you just told us about the thugs trying to kill you and their leader stopping it. Yi Xiao coldly looked at the injured man lying on the hospital bed. The injured man also did not expect the police to go and return. And asking such a strange question. After half a day of recall, the injured man shook his head. I don't remember what he shouted. Anyway, he shouted and the men stopped and left quickly. Don't remember? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked word for word. Or do you not understand? This? The injured man made a strong recollection. I think I shouted, peel your sister or put her sister. I didn't really understand. The hearts of Yi Xiao and the other cadres sank. It's basically safe to assume it's not standard Mandarin. Because the leader of the thugs shouted such a sentence, its thugs actually heard it and quickly left. Proof that the statement was not just a heckle, but certainly still a go of sorts. Here's the problem. Strip you? Putting on a girl? Or maybe it's... Poem? What kind of language is this that has go in it? Wait. Yi Zhao's heart suddenly jumped. He thought of when he went to the police academy, there was a roommate in his dorm room who was from an ethnic minority, and sometimes when he spoke, he would bring his hometown dialect with him. Yi Zhao took out her cell phone and began to doohickey, typing up the phrases, peel your sister, and put her sister, searching for common minority phrases. 20 minutes later, an answer appeared. May. Gone. Nashi common phrase. Nashi people are also called Nashi, more than self-proclaimed, Na-ru, Na-hang, Emosum, after the unification of the Nashi people. The population of several 100,000, mainly distributed in Yunnan and other places. Checking here, Yi Zhao let out a vicious sigh of relief. As long as it's not crooked. Almost scared dad to death. Chapter 71 Lying has its techniques. This man is no longer of use. No, it's this wounded man you can rest. Yi Zhao went to the next bed and looked at an injured person on the hospital bed who was lying there with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. This is the victim's companion, one of the 4 seriously wounded with 7 stab wounds. It was also the least injured of the 4. 7 stabs in the body is not enough. None of the wounds were fatal, they were on the arms, thighs, and back, and they didn't hurt the vitals. Are you sure you don't want to wake up? Yi Zhao stood by the hospital bed and spoke in a cold voice. The injured man on the bed was motionless, as if he were actually asleep. Ha! Yi Zhao was amused and stretched out a finger, aiming it at the injured man's soft spot and gently stabbing it. All human weaknesses develop a natural avoidance response when suddenly touched. Because there is a sense of pain, you will unconsciously avoid it. Sleeping people don't. People who can pretend to be asleep. The injured man twisted his body a little, still in a soft spot because of that slight pain. Then, with a panicked face, he opened his eyes and looked at Yi Zhao in front of him. There was also a somewhat panicked glance around at his companions lying in hospital beds. Not pretending to be asleep? Yi Zhao's gaze was cold and stern. Did you have a good time listening to the chatting conversation we just had? The other party called Lu Lei, 32 years old, the second in command of the debtor company, and the victim's relationship is very good, in the past together in the road to mix, and later followed the victim to open the company. Lu Lei didn't say anything. Since you don't want to talk, you can't die from your injuries yet. Yi Zhao grinned. Then come with us. 2 dryads approached with cold faces. One of them took out handcuffs. I said, what do you want to ask? Lu Lei's face instantly went white and he shouted in a hurry. Give face. Yi Zhao sneered. Explain why you reacted so much when you heard about the transmigration cut. Do you know something? Lu Lei's eyes flickered, somewhat not daring to meet Yi Zhao's eyes. I'm not clear about anything. Take it away. Yi Zhao stopped talking nonsense and turned around to walk out of the hospital room, locking eyes with Yi Huaren. This look was tinged with amusement. There was something to be found. 2 police officers handcuffed Lu Lei without saying a word. Lu Lei, who was almost paralyzed with fear when he got up from the hospital bed, walked towards the outside of the ward. How dare you lie to the police at a time like this? Criminal Investigation Brigade, interrogation room. Yi Zhao looked at Lu Lei, who was sitting on the interrogation chair in a hospital gown with a pale and panicked face. Tell me the whole walk you saw last night. Yi Zhao droned in a cold voice. And the things you're hiding in your heart, you'd better say them as well. Lu Lei lowered his head and just didn't say anything, with a look of I'm very rigid. But here's the thing. If you're really tough, why do you look like you're freaking out? Don't say it, do you? That's okay. Yi Zhao calmly opened her mouth. I will slowly investigate you. Not only last night's incident, but also anything you have done before. Don't ever let me find out anything. And you'd better not break the law either or else. Otherwise what? Lu Lei snapped his head up, panicked, and sweat broke out on his brain. This is a very unusual behavior for you. Did you really do something great in the past? Something illegal? Yi Zhao's eyes gradually sharpened and stared into Lu Lei's eyes. I didn't do it. I really didn't do it. I had nothing to do with it. Lu Lei opened his mouth, very excited. You didn't do it? What have you been doing? Yi Zhao's heart was shocked. It's a big fish. Do you want to say it now? Yi Zhao's expression was calm. The more calm he was, the more nervous Lu Lei became. It's Wu Gang. It's definitely Wu Gang who did it. He has a grudge against Brother Wang. Back then, Brother Wang broke one of his legs and said that he wanted to take revenge on Brother Wang. Lu Lei said quickly, Brother Wang? Victims. Who is Wu Can? Yi Zhao narrowed his eyes. Used to be all brothers with us. Lu Lei lowered his head in shame. Then everyone went their separate ways. Because of what? Yishao continued to inquire. Because? Lu Lei smiled bitterly. Because sister-in-law used to be Wu Gang's woman, and was snatched by Wang with means. Sister-in-law also put a cuckold on Wu Gang. Wu Gang found out and fought with Wang, was beaten by Wang and broke his leg, said that he must take revenge on Wang. Then later sister-in-law and Wang got married, and the money to open the company was also contributed by sister-in-law back then. Wu Can? Yishao mused. Is that possible? It's all too possible. Taking a man's wife and daughter is a great feud that does not end in death. But Yishao stared coldly into Lu Lei's eyes. When I went to the police academy, the school had special psychologists to teach the cadets. Remember what psychologists used to say? When lying, try to make up as many embarrassing details as possible and tell a little bit of the truth. Because of human habitual thinking, other people don't intentionally make up things to make themselves look bad. Lying with details that embarrass you will make the lie easier for the other person to believe. The best lies are 2 parts truth, 2 parts embarrassment, and 6 parts falsehood to be least suspected by others. Obviously, this Lu Lei in front of him didn't have the talent to lie. It should be half true and half false. What appears to be true and false is directly exposed as a lie. He is intentionally misleading the police to divert their attention to this Wu Can, and that sister-in-law? Don't envy brother, sister-in-law is the legend? Playing a stunt in his heart, Yishao looked at Lu Lei with a smirk. That is to say, the murder of the victim had a lot to do with this Wu Gang, right? Yeah, it's definitely him. Lu Lei hurriedly nodded his head. Because besides him, Brother Wang hasn't had any enemies over the years. Professional hacking, what do you know about it? Yishao asked in a cold voice. Lu Lei was silent half a second. I'm not too clear, I just heard that there is a group of people in the country who specialize in taking money to do things for people. As long as they give money, they do everything, but the general public can't contact them. Lying again. Or punching yourself in the face. Since these people are paid to do things, it's not just the word money. But when they kill, the victims get paid for their lives and are ignored. Yishao laughed coldly in his heart without showing it on his face and asked calmly. Oh, that's so. Then you think that Wugong hired these people in order to kill the Wang brother you were talking about, right? But hiring someone to kill someone should require a lot of money? This Wu Gang is very rich. He has no money. Lu Lei shook his head. But sister-in-law has money, and in the last 2 years, Wugong and sister-in-law seem to have rekindled their old feelings, because of which sister-in-law was also beaten by Wang once, and almost got a divorce. It's a shame you don't write novels. Yishao smiled and said word for word. You, I suspect, are the one who wants to kill the most, aren't you? Chapter 72. Can it be that simple? Why do you suspect Lu Lei of having a motive to kill? Because he lies all the time. Normal people, things don't matter. People have a heavy heart for disaster avoidance. It's in their nature. When something is not in your favor, you will try to avoid it quickly. If Lu Lei is a normal person, he shouldn't say whatever he has to say, and pull out the connection with the case as soon as possible, so why lie? Here's the problem. Lu Lei was the one who was attacked that night. He was stabbed 7 times. He was the victim. How did he kill? Buying a murderer to understand. How could I kill someone? Lu Lei roared in excitement, stood up, and denied loudly with a flushed face. Sit down. Yijiao's complexion was calm and cold. Lu Lei still wanted to yell. Last warning. Yijiao spoke coldly. Sit down. Lu Lei honestly sat back in the interrogation chair. Excited. Yijiao stared at Lu Lei's eyes. I'm just suspicious. Why did you react so strongly? Lu Lei's eyes dodged, a little angry. Wang and I are brothers. How could I do such a thing? Besides, I have no reason to kill Brother Wang at all. Those people who killed me don't have the slightest relationship with me, they even cut me. Yes. Yijiao warmed her voice. Since you and the victim are brothers, aren't you and Wu Gang brothers? Back then, when the victim snatched Wu Gang's woman away, instead of helping Wu Gang, you followed the victim's side, opened a company together, and continued to work for the victim.
Liu Lei.
Don't talk to about brotherhood, you don't deserve it, and grow some teeth when you talk. Yijiao slowly stood up and came to Lu Lei's front, condescending, and asked in a cold voice, Say, are you the one who hired the murderer to kill? No. Obviously scared. Lu Lei still roared out angrily. If you're not, You're so mean, I want to knock your teeth out. No, you don't want to. Learn to be gentle with suspects and not get the brigade in trouble again. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the grumpiness at the bottom of his heart, Yi Xiao revealed a gentle smile. One last question. Where's that group of beaters? Lu Lei was dumbfounded, his face pale as paper for a moment. Sure enough, it was you who betrayed your so-called brothers and told the Hit family about your visit to the clubhouse? Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. With this clue, it's good to check the back. Why would he say Lu Lei betrayed the victim? The reason is simple. If you want to go and hit someone, don't you have to know where the person you want to hit is first? The guy who's about to get beat up will tell you himself? Are you going to have to go through some channels to determine where the person you're going to hit is? A group of thugs from the car rushed into the club, straight to the victim where the room, kill the people away before and after a few minutes. Why are they so sure where the victim is? Who'd believe you if no one tipped you off? Why Lu Lei? First of all 4 of the victim's companions were injured. One had his hand cut off, one had his hamstring cut off, and one had been stabbed. Only Lu Lei's injuries were the least serious. The one who had his hand cut off is still in a post-operative coma. The one who was stabbed was in a similar situation. Only the one who had his hamstring cut and Lu Lei were in a conscious state. Wasn't Lu Lei also cut 7 times? That's why it's interesting. 7 slashes, which may seem intimidating, but the slashes are not fatal. What makes you so lucky? Why are the criminals so kind to you? A man who can kill is a merciful man? If Lu Lei was the one who tipped him off, why didn't he hide and wait to be cut? Because he's acting. The thugs are helping him with his act. It's the only way he won't be suspected by the police. If Yi Xiao wasn't in the hospital room, she overheard Lu Lei's body shaking a bit as he eavesdropped on them. Maybe let him muddle through. Who does the heavens bypass? Yi Xiao walked out of the interrogation room. Let the old detectives of the brigade continue to interrogate. People had limited energy, they hadn't slept last night, and it was already noon, so he had to rest for a while. If you don't have enough energy, you're prone to make mistakes when investigating a case, which is a big no-no for a police officer. Clues he had found for the brigade. All old detectives, all monkeys. Lu Lei, this kind of small scum, those old criminal investigation to clean up his hand to take the pinch. There is no possibility of a tough talking suspect in front of a group of cops in mad dog mode. Teeth are broken for you. You still have a hard mouth. The Criminal Investigation Brigade has a special lounge. Yi Xiao threw herself headfirst onto an improvised bed and entered dreamland in less than 3 minutes. When Yi Xiao woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Out of the lounge, Yi Xiao noticed that many of the cadres had smiles on their faces. The atmosphere within the brigade is no longer so depressing. Mad dog mode off? Case solved? Well, it broke and it went surprisingly well. When Yi Xiao came to the office of the brigade captain with a strange expression, he saw several captains and instructors, one after the other, with an easy smile on their faces, tossing him a copy of the interrogation transcript. He knew the case was really solved. Why is it so easy? Because Lu Lei admitted that he was the mastermind who bought the murderer. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Yi Xiao frowned both eyebrows and read the interrogation transcript. It's so wrong. On the interrogation transcript, Lu Lei has given a full account. It's true that he bought the murder. Its purpose is for a sum of money hidden in the company. 3 million. The money was the victim's ill-gotten gains. It's not a good thing to be in the debt company business. Remember, it's all of it, because good people don't go into the collection business. From time to time, violence, threats, and intimidation of debtors occur during the collection process. Can a good man do that? The victim's debt company had problems of its own, as well as a shady loan business. Black loans may not be understood by many, so usury must be clear what it is, right? Over the years, victims have utilized this black loan to make illegal gains, amounting to more than $4 million. There's over $1 million squandered and $3 million stashed in the company safe. No one else knew about the money except Lu Lei. He had a crooked idea and found a group of house beaters to plot against him. How do I contact the hitter? Once by chance, Lu Lei met a do-it-yourself family at the wine table. The two left each other's phone numbers at the time. This time he called the number and remitted $200,000 to an account as requested. 3 days later, the hitter said he brought someone to the address where the victim was. It all seems very reasonable. Even the details of the case were clearly explained. With this confession, the clubhouse murder case can indeed be said to be solved. It would also be a good way to give the higher-ups a piece of your mind. But the problem is, there's another group of hitters that need to be apprehended. The case will only be completely closed when the gang of hitmen are all caught. Putting down the interrogation transcript, Yi Xiao fell into deep thought. The case so simple?
Hey.
Chapter 73, You're Not Human. This case. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the 4 leaders in front of him. He didn't voice the doubt in his mind and instinctively felt for a cigarette in his pocket. The result is a frustrated touch. In the brigade, when it comes to solving crimes, there's no such thing as a captain constable. People were also sitting in 2s and 3s, smoking cigarettes and discussing the case. The cigarettes were pretty much gone by the end of the night. Asking how much sorrow you can have is just like a small cigarette oil. Yi Huanyan took out a box of cigarettes and took out one and handed it to his great-nephew. Yi Xiao froze for a long time. As far as I could remember, this was the first time Uncle Tu had ever handed him a cigarette. Shrinking her neck, Yi Xiao hit her heart and didn't dare to pick it up. With the way he knew his second uncle did, he never handed cigarettes to his juniors. And now that Uncle Tu was actually handing him cigarettes, it must mean something was up. You can't take this cigarette. Yi Huanyan narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Yi Xiao, who had her head lowered, anger gradually showing on her face. Lao Yi. Senior Captain Chun Guodong opened his mouth, and Yi Huaran turned his head aside. You still see it? The instructor smiled and opened his mouth, his eyes staring into Yi Xiao's eyes. Yi Xiao didn't say anything. Thinking about the case at hand, it also occurs to me that in ancient times, there was a word for the magistrate's office. Touchdown fish. This word belongs to the specialized terminology of the magistrates and constables' ancient police in the government offices. Big meaning. Find a scapegoat, take the case. In ancient times, those times were not as technologically advanced as today, and investigations were limited by technology and equipment. Some cases in ancient times, especially some human life cases, are mostly headless. The detection rate is extremely low because the technical means are not available. Officials in those days were good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, and sometimes pressured by their superiors in order to make political achievements. When push comes to shove, these rubes, who only think of raking in the people's fat and wealth all day long, will look for scapegoats to take the blame. There is historical evidence that in ancient times some of the catchers who were rumored to be godlike, almost most of them were good at touching fish. The process is that the sheriff's magistrate selects a group of old assholes, villains, and rascals who have committed crimes, writes their names on paper, and draws lots. Whoever touches it is a scapegoat. That's touching the fish. Subsequently, in a set of flexing operation, sensei how hard the bones are, you absolutely cannot carry it. After fish confess to the crime, the top is satisfied. The officer is satisfied. The constable's magistrate was satisfied. Hello to me and everyone. Was the scapegoat unjust? Don't be ridiculous. These scapegoats are the ones who have committed crimes. It's not wrong to get killed, and it will be for the good of the people. Similar tawdry maneuvers were too much in those ancient times, and in modern times there are such operations, but they rarely happen. Yi Xiao didn't like it. Despite the 2 lives, his 3 views are still alive and well. We all know it in our hearts. This Lu Lei is highly suspicious and is also involved within the case. But at most it is an accomplice type of being, never a mastermind. If we let him take the blame, won't it be a waste of time for the real culprit? From the day he became a police officer, Yi Xiao had a bottom line in his heart. This bottom line should never be trampled on by anyone. Even if it's a real second uncle, neither can it. 3 captains and an instructor, for faces with serious expressions, plus 4 pairs of sharp gazes staring straight at Yi Xiao. Why? Chun Guodong opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. Here. Yi Xiao raised his head and also raised his hand, pointing to his chest. You guys might think I'm stupid, or you might think I don't know what I'm doing. But here, I still have a little justice. Justice? Surprisingly, justice. The 4 leaders were silent. Turn the moment. All 4 old faces were smiling, relieved. They were all looking at Yi Xiao with smiles on their faces. That look was unmistakably gentle. Yi Xiao froze, because he saw something in the faces, in the eyes of the 4 leaders, and even in the eyes of his second uncle. Recognition. Yi Xiao was confused. With his intelligence, he felt out as if things were not what he thought they were. Fell in the pit? Being dug a hole and buried by 4 leaders joining forces? There's an unwritten rule in our brigade. Chun Guodong smiled warmly and opened his mouth. This rule was jointly made by our 4 old brothers after we teamed up. To work under a few of us, we don't care what you are, but you have to be a human being first. Suppose today you accept that audit transcript just now, remain silent, and go along with the flow. Then from today, even if you become a police officer, for the sake of old Yi, I will transfer you to a civilian position. If there is no old Yi, I will kick you out of the criminal investigation brigade. If you have the ability, then you go to another case unit. If you don't have the ability, then get the hell out of here and go home. As he spoke, Chun Guodong opened the drawer of his desk and took out a pair of epaulets from it, stood up and came to Yi Xiao, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, "You've passed." Yi Xiao glanced at the first captain and then at his second uncle, who was sitting where he was smiling and looking at himself. There was also the instructor and the other lieutenant, all with a smile on their faces. Yi Xiao uttered half a day and stifled a sentence. "Is this really good for you? These old guys are so inhuman. If one chooses to pretend not to see the suspicion in the case and endorse touching the fish, Nima, in the future, will never be able to get out of the world. Uncle cannot even help him." A layer of cold sweat broke out all over Yi Xiao's body. Luckily, he still had so much justice in his heart, had his own bottom line, and wanted to stiffen the 4 leaders. Surviving a crisis by being crooked. Cheer up, be a good police officer in the future, and always hold on to the justice in your heart. Chun Guodong looked solemn. Be worthy of the police uniform we are wearing, of our own hearts, and of the people's trust in you. Like an elder, he stretched out his hand and first took down a pair of trainee police epaulets on Yi Xiao's shoulders. Then put a new pair of epaulets and put them on with his own hands. Yi Xiao stared blankly at the new shoulder patch on her shoulder and froze. Not a trainee officer's shoulder patch, because it's not 2 recognizable crosses on it. Instead, it's a metal 4-pointed star flower. Police Constable 2. Yi Xiao raised her head blankly and looked at the first captain. Why wasn't it a trainee constable, but a direct promotion to Constable 2? Murdered and shredded. Finished. Chun Guodong smiled and opened his mouth, reaching out to pat Yi Xiao's shoulder. You kid is very lucky, although the credit for the case you shared with the brigade. But there are rules for solving a case. Even if the whole brigade gets the credit, there has to be a top credit. The first prize is yours, no one can snatch it. The entire criminal investigation brigade gets 3rd-class merit once. You'll get a 3rd-class merit and you'll be promoted to the 1st rank. In a few days, the detachment chief will come to our brigade to sympathize with the commendation. Trainee police officer's shoulder badge. Can't match your merit. The 3 captains and instructors raised their arms at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao raised her head and chest to the 4 elders and raised her arms. The 5 men gave a silent military salute. Fighting crime with no honor. Chapter 74. Adults know they can't afford it. Criminal Investigation Brigade. What brings you here, Sister Qing Mai? Yi Xiao stood at the gate, looking at the gentle big sister in front of her. Where's Daodu? Worried you were hungry. Gu Qingdao handed over a food bag containing an insulated lunchbox. A signature shyness surfaced on her softly pretty face. Her watery eyes swirled up, sheepish and soft. Sister-in-law Lu is watching Daodu. Can't let her come. It will delay her brother's work. Lao Zi Iron Bone is strong and strong. Not subject to contempt. Yi Xiao took the lunchbox, without a little embarrassment. Thank you, Sister Qing Dance. Can you clearly feel that Sister Qing Mai is treating me as one of her own and trusting me too much? Yi Xiao thought about it. I'm a good licker, but I haven't licked it a couple times in total. I'm off, haha. Gu Qingdao softly whispered, and the pair of bright eyes under her eyebrows were like 2 pools of fragrant and cold wine. I'll give you a ride. Yi Xiao took out the car keys. No need. Gu Qingdao shook her head, the corners of her lips curling up slightly, her pretty face looking more and more vivid. In a moment, Qingdan will come and pick me up. Speak of the devil, and Yi Xiao saw Chow Chow. The Rolls-Royce pulled up, the door opened, and Lord Overlord arrived in front of the duo carrying a fashion bag and stepping on his heels. Yi Xiao grinned straight. In his eyes, Beiji slightly raised her snow-white jaw and took a proud stance, like a proud little hen that wanted to show off but held back strongly, beautiful and noble, which in turn made people feel a different kind of sexiness. For you. Gu Qingdan handed over the fashion bag. Delivering food too. Or did you buy me clothes? Yi Xiao was puzzled and took a look. It was full of cigars. I know you're busy. Let's go. Gu Qingdan waved her hand at her smelly brother and pulled Gu Qingdao's hand as the sisters walked towards the limousine. Looking at the figures of the Gu sisters, Yi Xiao lamented. It's the kids who want it all. Adults know they can't afford it. Right and left is the way to go. Just as I'm caught between my bossy sister and my gentle sister, and I can please both sides. What? Perfect. Carrying the lunchbox and cigarettes back to the brigade, Yi Xiao first threw the cigarettes into the locker that belonged to him. It was only then that he returned to his desk with his lunchbox. Open it. Oh, meat, eggs and fish are very well stocked. Even sea cucumber and abalone. It's just nice to have a gentle big sister who knows I'm growing. But your body won't be able to handle such a tonic, right? My little old man is going to suffer again in ways he shouldn't at his age. 2 days until the deadline to solve the case. Yi Xiao took the interrogation transcript of the suspect Lu Lei and read it a few times, finally dropping it on his desk and raising the corners of his mouth. Why did Lu Lei resist all? Isn't it clear that there is only one thing that can happen after a guilty plea, the death penalty? Why would he do that? Too much doubt. It doesn't really matter who was the mastermind and who was the accomplice in this case. The important thing is that the gang hit home, as he thought not only was Uncle Tu an honorable man, but all the other leaders were honorable men. There is no such thing as touching the fish. Even when the time comes and the CID endorses being criticized, they won't be looking for someone to take the fall. That's very Ness, and Yi Xiao likes the boss's style. A man full of righteousness can make a career in the government? The answer is no. But it's okay to be a cop without all the bureaucratic twists and turns. Playing mind games is for readers. Being a cop is only about fists. You have dignity when your fists are hard and criminals are afraid of you. When he came to the interrogation room, he looked at Lu Lei, who was sitting on the interrogation chair in a disheveled state. Don't want to tell me something? Yi Xiao stood in front of the other party and asked coldly. Lu Lei raised his head to look at Yi Xiao and lowered his head again. You think we're going to believe that statement of yours? Yi Xiao disdained. We are all adults. Don't be so naive. And you don't deserve to play tricks with us cops. You are even less worthy to play such a small trick as resisting a crime with us. Lu Lei jerked his head up with a horrified look on his face. The dream was defeated by reality before it even started. Right? Yi Xiao laughed coldly. With your little IQ, it's not that I look down on you, you're not even worthy of lifting our shoes. That's really not him blowing awesome. The police line of work is all about playing deductive reasoning all day long, brushing up on your IQ, working out how to solve crimes, and battling the bad guys. Simply then the competition brain, play hard eyes, casually called out an old detective. Ordinary people really do not necessarily be a rival. Lu Lei's expression showed panic and lowered his head again. Who exactly are you protecting and who are you trying to take the fall for? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes. I admit I underestimated you at first. A righteous little cutie like you is indeed rare in the world. There are really very few people in this world who can go and take the blame for someone else. For what exactly? Brotherly love? Or is it love? Or maybe it's affection? What made you do such a topsy-turvy thing? Humph. Lu Lei snorted coldly. Yi Xiao saw a flash of tenderness in Lu Lei's eyes. Crap? It's not because of love, is it? Yi Xiao's brain spins. My brain has a mind of its own. I can guess what's in the criminal's heart. Opens. If I were Lu Lei. So why would I take the fall for someone else? Is it really for love? Suppose I am in love and fight for love. Then that love must be because of this case. And for my love I am going to take the fall. My love should be a woman? Is there a woman involved in this case? The clubhouse girls? Do they deserve it? So who? Wait, is that sister-in-law? I am Lu Lei. Assuming that I am for my sister-in-law, my love is my sister-in-law, and I am taking the blame for my sister-in-law? Does it mean that this sister-in-law is the culprit who planned out this incident? Why? Why did sister-in-law buy a murderer and kill her husband? Husband and wife do not get along, or fell in love with me, Lu Lei? No, if it's falling in love, if it's husband and wife don't get along, there's absolutely no need to kill someone. Can't you get a divorce? What on earth for? Why must people die? It's for the $3 million? Hey! It's definitely not about the $3 million, that's just an excuse. Sister-in-law has absolutely no reason to kill anyone. And I, Lu Lei, have no reason to kill anyone. Then who is the one who has a reason to kill? Wait! Wugong. Hate for taking your wife? The revenge of breaking his leg? Yes, Wukan, it only takes him to justify killing because that's not called killing, it's called revenge, isn't that right? Here comes the problem again. If Wu Gang planned this murder, then there is absolutely no need for me, Lu Lei, to help take the blame, right? What brotherhood? Bull brotherly love. Right, how could I, Lu Lei, help Wugong and still take the blame for him? Or because sister-in-law. Could it be that my sister-in-law asked me to do this, to take the blame? And it's still in the name of my sister-in-law who wanted to kill her own husband, so I, Lu Lei, would willingly confess to the crime? That is to say, I don't even know these things are done by Wu Gang. Why is sister-in-law helping Wu Can? By the way, did I mention that Wu Gang and sister-in-law have rekindled their old relationship? Could it be that Wu Gang has found his sister-in-law and wants to get back together to get back what he lost back then? And by the way, take revenge. Then, Wu Gang used his sister-in-law and my Lu Lei's love for his sister-in-law to play a three birds with one stone? Shasta. The world, which looked like it was standing still in front of me, returned to normal. My brain has a mind of its own. I can guess what's going on in the criminal's mind. Yishao recovered his mind and coldly looked at Lu Lei. This is a ing, right? Whether he is or not is unclear. It's time to meet that sister-in-law and that Wu Can. Let's see if it's what we reasoned. Yishao walks out of the interrogation room. Chapter 75. Sister-in-law and Wu Can. Sister-in-law no less. When Yishao saw this sister-in-law, he realized that this was a woman who was a sight to behold. Plump waist, seductive face, age looks around 30 and charming. It's beautiful on the outside, but it's really all makeup. It was not like the Gu sisters kind who did not apply any cosmetics on weekdays and whose faces were born with a natural look. The sister-in-law's name is Han Mena, a native of the city, who married the victim 5 years ago and was not pregnant after the marriage. At this time, Han Mena is standing in the morgue, crying her eyes out over the victim's body. Yishao could tell at a glance that this woman was a bit of a do-gooder and wasn't as sad as she appeared to be. At the sight of him, the woman's eyes straightened. Those eyes were hungry, like they wanted to eat Yishao. Ing. Hey, I said watch your image. What are you looking at me like that for? The corner of Yi Zhao's mouth twitched. Once this woman reached the age of a wolf, tiger, and leopard. The look in her eyes when she saw a blooming beautiful man like me was really a bit ferocious. Hello. I'm a detective from the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Yishao. Yishao took out his police officer's license, a new one that he received only today, not the old cadet's license. Thinking that he not only turned positive but also a step up to become a second-class police officer, the heart is a little bit beautiful. It's not that he's blowing it. How many 22-year-old second-class police officers are there in the country? I wonder what I can do to help the officer? Han Mena's complexion changed slightly when she heard that Yishao was a police officer, and in an instant, a foxy smile appeared on her face. What can you, a rookie woman, do for me? Your ing craving my body. Drink yuck. Do need a little help from you. Yishao smiled. Excuse me, do you know Lu Lei? Sure. Han Mena nodded. He's my husband's coworker and my husband's brother yet. Speaking of her husband, she turned her head to the victim, who had been turned into a corpse, and raised her hand as if to wipe her tears. Yishao didn't see any watery mist in her eyes. The expression is still calm. As a normal person, when confronted with a dead body, shouldn't you be pale and wooing everyone? Yishao thought of a song in a very appropriate way. Sell my love, you carry a debt of conscience. And in the end, knowing the truth, my tears fell. There's something wrong with this woman. What's your impression of Lu Lei? Yishao continued to ask. Let's say, how is Lu Lei's character? This? Han Mena looked like she was contemplating for a little while and slowly spoke. He's not a very nice person. He's also a bit colorful. Especially when he drinks, he's like a different person. Anyway, I don't have a good impression of him. So may I ask the bad impression, and how did you know he was horny? Yishao sneered in her heart. As the saying goes, men tend to drift when they drink too much alcohol and will do things they normally wouldn't dare to do. But if it's normal, you a woman can drink with Lu Lei. At least your husband should be around, right? Even if a man is horny, can he ignore a woman's husband who is around to see you? Unless he wants to get beaten up. How do you know that Lu Lei is horny? Or maybe, when your husband wasn't around, you drank alone with Lu Lei and realized he was horny. Your senses and impression of Lu Lei are very bad, right? Yishao smiled. Of course. How could I possibly be impressed with him? Han Mena didn't hesitate. I also heard that he was taken away from the hospital by the police today, presumably for some offense. Do you think it's possible that he killed your husband? Yishao continued to ask. his gaze looking straight into Han Mina's eyes. Kill my husband? Han Mina made a thoughtful face. I suppose no. That's a pause for should, and then wouldn't, deliberately trying to draw attention to yourself. A woman like you wants to play mind games with me? Yishao hooked up the corner of her mouth. Compared to my overlord, you have to have an IQ at 1 level, my overlord is at the ceiling. Yishao calmly asked, do you know Wu Can? Han Mina's expression changed. How could she not have expected the police officer in front of her to suddenly ask that name? It is the sense of impact created by the great contrast that is most powerful. Her face showed a hint of panic, and quickly hid it, pretending to be calm, smiling. Of course I know. That is my past. Boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend, right? You also cuckolded an ex-boyfriend in the past with your deadbeat husband? Has he been looking for you lately? Yi Xiaowen smiled. Or have you met him in the last year or two? No. How could I still be in contact with him? Han Mina denied it. I can't even be friends with him when things are over. This Rip Clear is very determined. It doesn't matter if it's Lu Lei or Wu Gang. Thanks for your cooperation, bye. Yi Xiao nodded with a smile and turned around under Han Mina's frozen gaze. Why don't you take her? Yi Xiao didn't want to scare the snakes yet. Yes, there is something very wrong with this woman. From the other man's words, he had sensed that this woman had something to do with the case. First of all, this woman is definitely not clear with Lu Lei. Secondly, she was flustered the moment she said Wu Can. Once again, this woman has been lying. Yi Xiao remembers studying criminal psychology at the police academy. One such micro-expression mentalism is perfect for 80% of the population. Person is talking. The eyes look to the left in remembrance. Eyes to the right is making up lies. The right shoulder is slightly shrugged, likely telling a lie. Keeping your hands rubbing together and making small involuntary movements while you talk is a gesture of self-congratulatory lying. 74% of the true feelings of the human face tend to be exposed on the right side of the face. Hesitation in speech and repetitive stuttering and halting of language also indicate lying. Walking out of the morgue, Yi Zhao's mouth sketched out a cold smile. How dare you lie to me? Are you going shoulder to shoulder with the moon? Oh, it's not dark yet. That's all right. Having met this sister-in-law, Yi Xiao confirmed 5 points. First, she has an ambiguous relationship with Lu Lei. Secondly, she has a flirtatious relationship with Wu Can. Thirdly, Lu Lei and Wu Gang are similar tools to her. Fourth, she's been disguising herself with lies to try to pull off the case. Fifth, she craved the old man's body. Yi Xiao grinned and shook his head. So disgusting. You're an old lady craving my body. A fresh meat? Who gave you the face? What do we do now? Meet Wu Can. I also wonder how well the brigade cadres have collected the Wu Can information. When Yi Xiao returned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, he found the officer responsible for collecting information on Wu Gang and got a message. Wu Gang, 32 years old, a native of the city, 5 years ago went out to work and has not returned since. His own identity card in 4 provinces and 7 cities across the country has a record of use. In the last 2 years, yet no record of ID card use has been found in relation to Wu Can. What does that mean? There's one more piece of news, and it's the most important one. Wu Can himself is not Han Chinese. Instead, Nashi. Chapter 76. A man who doesn't act like a pussy is a young man. Narcs. Yi Xiao was confused for a long time. He thought about the group of house beaters. The thought of the leader of the hit family berating his men for saying the Nazi phrase. Think of the obvious group of people who sell their lives for money, ignore the victims when they offer to take money for their lives, and prefer to kill. All sorts of messy thoughts, speculations, flashed through the mind. Yi Xiao combined the clues he had gotten and pushed the case step by step. Thinking about it, he suddenly woke up to something. Countless details and clues surfaced in Yi Xiao's mind, and the pheromones were like a boiling lake. A nuanced truth is revealed. That's right. Wu Can himself is the hitter. There's also a good chance that it's the leader of the group of house beaters. His purpose is to kill. The hatred of taking a wife, the hatred of short legs. Conference room. Open a warrant for the arrest of Han Mina and the capture of Wu Can. After Chen Guodong gave orders to all the cadres, he looked at Yi Xiao, who was contemplating with her head down beside him. What else do I need to pay attention to? The conference room fell into a brief silence as the old detectives looked at Yi Xiao wordlessly, their faces lacking expression. There was no way to have an expression, because each and every one of them were dumbfounded by Yi Zhao's analysis just now, and could be said to be stunned. They're all old detectives, and no one's head is on a swivel for nothing. But why is it that the brains of a group of people just don't work as well as the brains of a single descendant? Because it was so short, less than a day from the time of the crime. Given enough time, they can likewise analyze the causes and consequences. However, Yi Zhao's intelligence could analyze it in advance. That's the gap. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Zhao was so smart. His greatness lies in his ability to extrapolate cases, his mastery of details, and his keenness to spot clues. And isn't that the kind of ability you want in a police officer? You give a cop business acumen, does it work? A breakdown of the cases Yi Zhao has been through since she arrived at the CID. One was a minor case. Took down 3 cases without turning around. I've just turned the corner, and I'm looking at a 4th case to be solved. You're a ing drum washer, aren't you? Does Conan have you so? At this time, everyone also realized that Yi Zhao, who was bowing his head, had a look on his face that was as steady as an old dog's expression, as if it said, "Yes, this is the truth." For some reason, they all had a thought, the urge to rub this offspring on the ground. How else do you want us old-timers to live? Quit your job and go home with the kids? Yi Zhao, who had his head bowed in contemplation, did not pretend to be deep, nor was he pretending. He's thinking about things. The case was found to be almost clear, though it had been pushed and prodded. But there are a few other details that don't match up. When he looked up into the conference room, a pair of eyes were looking at him. What the hell are you all looking at? Why does it seem like it's going to just me? Yi Zhao was startled. Sure enough, boys must protect themselves out there. Quickly reacting, he knew why one of his co-workers was looking at him like that. Turns out I was too good. In his heart, Yi Zhao's expression did not show. His handsome face was serious, and he coughed. Since ancient times, men and women have pursued vastly different things. Men are looking for a hit, women are looking for a hit. People don't pretend to be a teenager. If you don't install it now, when will you wait? Hey! This little old brother is still pretending to be up. The crowd of dry police officers brushed their mouths in unison. Snap! Yi Huanyan slapped the back of his great-nephew's head and scolded with a laugh. Hurry up! Everyone is waiting for you. What else do we need to pay attention to? All police officers are armed, in squads of 5, not to be pursued alone. Yi Zhao knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. His expression was serious as he scanned the people present. There must be a person proficient in militarized training in Wugong's group. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so strong and disciplined in their actions. Judging from the means of killing, it shouldn't be the first time. So really want to find them, must pay attention to safety. The arrest process, try to pay attention to their own safety. Try not to get too close if necessary. Kill on the spot. Contact the SWAT brigade as well as the riot brigade. Let them be ready to support. If necessary, contact the armed police brigade. The hearts and minds of the cadres trembled. They all know exactly what the full complement of guns represents. The SWAT brigade and the riot brigade are internal to the system. If armed police are deployed, it represents the seriousness of the situation. Strictly speaking, the armed police are already considered regular military personnel, the combat arms of the state. Of course, compared to the military kind of real combat weapons, the gap between the armed police is still not small. But against ordinary thugs and criminals, outing them is a total crush, all right. What kind of thug criminal can carry a combat weapon? There was another problem before the CID team. Where are Wu Can and the gang of fighters hiding now? Has there been a flight out of the city? That's why the whole CID team is out there. It is also the key to Yi Zhao's request for all police officers to be armed with guns to pursue and find each other. If you can't find anyone, what's the point of pulling the plug? Criminal Investigation Brigade Armory. Faced with a wide array of police armaments, Yi Zhao's eyes were spent. Batons, handcuffs, shackles, police ropes, pepper spray, tear gas, special riot guns, video recorders, and expulsive as well as subdued police equipment, just to name a few, with a special weapon store. Police pistols are standard, and Yi Zhao also found a Type 05 submachine gun. Is the Criminal Investigation Brigade so fierce in firepower? Fierce indeed. It's just that it's not usually used when there's not a major police situation. Greedy. Senior Captain Chen Guodong looked at Yi Zhao, who was almost drooling, and spoke with a smile. Unfortunately, even if you've been converted, you can't be issued a gun now. You must go through training before you are qualified to carry a gun. Men, who doesn't want to play with guns? Real guns? But cops aren't just allowed to carry guns. It is the need for rigorous training and proficiency in the essentials of firearms that qualifies you to carry a gun. You want to carry a gun without training? You're thinking about fart eating. In particular, there are a number of civilian employees within the police force, almost all of whom are not qualified to carry a gun. Even those who are qualified to carry a gun have a set period of time to continue to undergo a training test. Fail the test and you'll be disqualified from gun ownership just as harshly. Hearing the first captain's words, Yishao skimmed her mouth and put on an expression of who cares. In fact, the heart was on the verge of gluttonous tears. Thinking that when this case is over, I must go to the police training ground and hurry up to train and get qualified to carry a gun. A real man, you can't just have a pin, you have to be able to shoot a gun. Watching the others finish receiving their guns and putting on their police instruments, Yishao followed out of the police armory in a depressed manner. You wouldn't have to follow. Yi Huanyan looked at his great-nephew with a sullen face. This gang of thugs is extremely brutal, and you don't have a gun, yet. As he said it, he couldn't go on. Nima. More than cruelty, what outlaw criminal is as cruel as his own great-nephew? The strikes are both crippling and dozens at a time. Don't you feel guilty yourself when you admonish your great-nephew? Look around at the strange looks on the faces of one of your co-workers. Yi Warinian's old face blushed. It's true that Sayaka doesn't need to follow. The instructor spoke. Try not to have casualties. The police officers nodded their heads and looked at the dumbfounded Yishao with a smile. The instructor didn't mean that there were casualties among the dryads. It's because I'm worried that Yi Shaojin will follow and find the gang of thugs. Fear of casualties among the thugs. This kid is so ruthless. Chapter 77. Born to be beautiful. You can't give up. You guys are making it hard for me, fat tiger. Yishao looked blearily at the captains as they led all the field officers out. He and the instructor duo gave the salute. There'll be plenty of opportunities for you to go out on the police force later. And it's not certain if we'll find Wukan tonight. The instructor consoled Yishao, who was in a depressed state. Go home and rest. Maybe tomorrow you'll be busy. The sun was setting and it was 6 in the afternoon. Since he couldn't use Yishao, he might as well let the little guy go home and rest. Yishao made a big effort in this case, so special care should be taken. The rest of us must keep fighting. You want to go home and rest until you've solved the case? Don't even dream about it. It's what you do, you know. Even as a brigade instructor, it's not going to be special. Thank you, instructor. Yishao grinned, happy. Who wants to work when you can rest? This is the first time we've seen a boss tell an employee, you shouldn't waste your time on something as trivial as going to work. Yishao only hated that she hadn't met such a good leader in her previous life. It's awesome. Drive home to your own home. Traveling to this world today, so much time has passed. I can't believe he hasn't slept at home yet. Can you? I can't help it. Who told my sister to be too pretty and soft and timid? I can't sleep at home again tonight. Go home and change your clothes and hurry to find your sister and sister to report. Sleeping alone by myself, as opposed to sleeping at my beautiful sister's house and being waited on. What would you choose? In fact, being a man who is naturally beautiful is what makes me feel more vicarious. Took a shower and changed into a set of clothes and re-surveyed his home. Yishao knew that there should be few chances that he might come back to live in the future, right? Think of a small dream in a previous life to have a house of your own. In this life, I've got it, but unfortunately, I don't have much chance to live in it, and it's a pain in the ass. It was already 7 in the evening when he drove to Gu Qingdao's villa. The gentle big sister was pleasantly surprised to see her brother. Hurry to greet Mrs. Liu and cook for her brother together. Leaning on the sofa, Yishao had the feeling of returning to the old society of all evil. He himself is the Grand Master, Sister Gentle is the concubine, Sister Bossy is the original wife, and Sister Liu is the old maid. This life is so degrading. But why is it so comfortable? No. I'm an honorable man and a police officer. Can't pursue enjoyment or let temptation corrupt my mind. I must be strong and resist. Brother, it's time to eat. Gu Qingdao walked out of the kitchen with a plate of food in her hands, placing it on the dining table. That round face blossomed into a smile, with curved eyebrows and soulful, watery eyes, waving at Yishao. This brother is not at all sisterly. Sounds like a pouty, whiny. Who can carry this? Yishao, who had given up resisting, got up and came to the dining table. Taking the bowl of rice handed to him by his sister, he gorged himself. I still fall. Where's Bean? Yishao's mouth slurred as she asked Gu Qingmai, who was tenderly laying out food for herself beside her. Recently looking for a kindergarten for Daodu, Haven't found a good one yet. My parents picked it up when they wanted the kid. Gu Qingdao's large soft Kaziran eyes were full of laughter as she explained to her brother. Looking at what the gentle big sister had to say, Yi Xiao smiled. In a previous life, the woman in front of me would have been a giant baby, stupid and lacking in social beatings. You're not afraid I'll do something to you? Sister is too simple. But for men, probably it is Gu Qingdao such soft and internal charm, not too smart women, more popular. After eating, as usual, he took the cigar that Gu Qingdao had prepared for him. Yi Xiao came outside the villa to smoke. The location of my sister's cottage is great. The environment is elegant and the villa area is well landscaped and also quiet, not as noisy as a normal neighborhood. Because it is a villa area, the houses are slightly farther apart from each other. If something happens in the villa area, it's hard enough for the neighbors to hear you if you yell at the top of your lungs. Inexplicably, I think of bully. According to the usual time of getting off work, Gu Qingdan would be back soon, right? This was her own rightful lady, and she needed to be treated strictly. Yi Xiao studied how to make her cry. Wouldn't it be nice for Mr. Bastard to cry? Badly, he took a drag on his cigarette. The smile on Yi Xiao's face became stiff. He saw a guy going over the wall. Don't you think that's interesting? The wall that went over was still the wall at my sister's house. Thief? That thought was overturned 2 seconds later when another 5 or 6 men were seen coming over the wall, machetes in hand, toward the villa. Yi Xiao was shocked. What is this, a movie? He sensed a killing intent. It's a really subtle feeling. It was also noticed that these men carrying knives were coming straight towards themselves sitting in the doorway. That killing intent was directed at him. Masked, tightly wrapped, and with a uniform machete in his hand, he is highly mobile. Yi Xiao had seen this scene before. It was seen within the surveillance video of the clubhouse murders. It was this group that stormed the clubhouse with knives, stormed the private room and killed the victim. Yi Xiao couldn't figure it out. Why are these people here in front of their eyes? There's also the possibility that it's coming for him. Why did you come to kill me? Are you guys scientific? No, enemies don't just show up for no reason, I just can't think of one. Everyday real men. Opens. Yi Xiao got up and took a step to the door of the villa and shouted to its interior. Sister, you must not come out. Boo. He closed the gate to the villa. It's this moment. A machete brought up a cold aura and slashed at the back of Yi Xiao's head. Okay, it's here to kill me. The wind picked up, and the breeze that blew through the villa suddenly turned violent, causing the knife-wielding thug to squint. Just then, in his hazy, blurred vision, a figure that should have had its back to him catapulted like a panther. Jumped up more than 2 meters. The figure not only let go of his past slash. His body was still turning in mid-air, and a whip-like thigh came lashing out with a furious strong wind. Not a kicker. Instead, used the bend of the leg using the curvature of the thigh and calf to wrap around the mugger's neck. The bend of his leg closed instantly, clamping the knife-wielding assailant's neck tightly between them, followed by a twist. Click! There was a crunch. The thug's neck appeared to have a strange crease in it. The entire head was twisted above the back. Presents an odd angle. When Yi Xiao retracted his thighs, his figure quietly landed like a civet cat. The thug's body also fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The breath is all gone. Chapter 78 Stormy Yi Xiao. What's it like to kill someone for the first time? There's none of that fictional feeling of wanting to vomit. Nor were they trembling and pale with fear. Yi Xiao was holding a very difficult emotion inside his chest, making his chest a bit stuffy and really hard to bear. The feeling is indescribable. The thugs around them froze. Not 5 or 6, but 11, counting the one on the ground. At this point, the eyes behind the masks of the 10 thugs all showed shock. Stunned, he looked at his fallen companion, not moving a muscle, and that grotesquely twisted and drooping neck. Everything tells them a truth. People are dead. How is that possible? Obviously, he was alive a few seconds ago and had to cut someone. Why would he be dead in just a few seconds? The kind of drastic contrast that made their brains still spinning like they were living in a dream. Yi Xiao's eyes retracted from the body of the thug at her feet, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled it out again. Let his heart, which was beating somewhat violently, gradually return to a steady state.
Ache versus this.
The opponent is not an ordinary person, and most likely has had some training. Actionable, executive, and ruthless. We can't wait for them to surround us, or we'll surely die. The thugs finally came back to their senses. Before they could react, Yi Xiao moved. One move, like a panther. The moment his thighs stepped, Yi Zhao's body was like a cheetah that had risen up and attacked. 5 or 6 meters away in an instant, appearing in front of a knife-wielding masked thug. Left hand raised, Yi Zhao slashed his opponent's throat with a palm strike without mercy. This strike was a strike under the everyday true man opening, where the body gained double the power and exploded at full strength. So, ka! The sound. The ear-piercing sound of a broken bone rang out abruptly. There's no such thing as holding back. Yi Zhao would not give his opponent any chance to hurt him. Go in peace. The thug's knife fell into Yi Zhao's hands, ignoring the thug beside him who was covering his neck and couldn't even send out a scream as he fell to the ground. The arm brake swung up. The machete in his hand flew out. Anyone who fights with less and has to play melee is a cutie. The "I'm going to fight 10 battle" experience in his head was telling him. In a crisis situation, it is important to reduce the threat and attenuate the opponent's fighting force by efficient means. You mustn't give your opponent a chance to surround you in the cold. No matter how good your kung fu is, you'll be hacked to death with a chopper. Pest! The machete flying in the air slashed at the neck of one of the masked thugs, cutting open half of his neck in a raw manner. Fierce, accurate, brutal. This was something Yi Zhao had shown in just 10 seconds or so. It's full of violent aesthetics. Perhaps Yi Zhao's performance had irritated these vicious thugs, seeing 3 of his companions die a horrible death in an instant. Instead of fleeing in panic, the remaining masked thugs became frantic. With a few roars of anger, the remaining 8 people waved their machetes and madly rushed towards Yi Zhao. Humongous. Seeing this scene, a chill could not help but rise in Yi Zhao's heart, immediately followed by an indescribable sense of crisis rising within his body. Why? If it's an ordinary person, even if it's ferocious. I'm guessing you're all numb with fear after the tragic deaths of your 3 companions. Why are they different from ordinary people? What makes them not afraid? What makes them so crazy? What makes them... Bang! Yi Zhao stepped on the ground and stomped with all his might as his figure surged and rushed out. He's not an indecisive man, and I don't know how long my fitness will last. But he knew what he had to do. To survive, the remaining thugs must die. Yi Zhao seemed like a leopard hunting for food, clinging to the ground and moving at high speed. With the added power of a system ability like Everyday Real Men, his 185 frame was so strong and energetic. With every stride, every charge, the muscles in his body seemed to draw tight and swell like whips. The beauty of that coordination of savagery, flexibility, and strength is enough to mesmerize any woman. When Yi Zhao's movements and speed were all let loose, his figure was like a ghost, appearing beside one of the thugs in the blink of an eye. Before the opponent could swing his arm, Yi Zhao's right hand gripped the opponent's wrist. The frenzied power drove the opponent's wrist to swing. Pest! The curved front blade of the machete stabbed into the thug's own abdomen and stabbed out the back of his waist. After doing all this, Yi Zhao's figure did not pause for a moment, and between his steps, like an instant, he appeared in front of a masked gangster who waved his arms, and his hands fell on both sides of the other's cheeks. Instantly clasping his opponent's head, he twisted it violently. Ka-chow! The opponent's head came to a 180-degree rotation and his face had turned behind him. 5. Yi Zhao suppressed the killing pleasure in his heart. He knew it wasn't good. Everyone has a bad root inside them. If you don't suppress it in time, it's easy to go down a bloodthirsty path of no return. Crouching low, a machete chopped along his head with a deathly strong wind. With a slight force under his feet, Yi Zhao pranced out. Boo! Knees like ramming horns into the face of his opponent. As his opponent flew up, Yi Zhao's legs just landed. The arm reached forward and grabbed his opponent's thigh, which had been raised by flying backwards. The moment he clasped the opponent's thigh with both hands, Yi Zhao exerted his arms and half-rotated his body as if he was in an over-the-shoulder wrestling, swinging the gangster's body up and slamming it against the gangster who rushed to the near front behind him. Boo! The 2 bodies crashed together, screams accompanied by the loud explosion of broken bones. The 2 thugs were paralyzed on the ground. There are 4 more. Yi Zhao had begun to gasp. Even though his entire body's physical abilities had been doubled, that burst of power in less than half a minute is huge. Before he could catch his breath, a strange whoosh sound entered his eardrums. Almost without even thinking about it, Yi Zhao's body instantly moved and jumped away from his original position, the light of the blade cutting down against his body. If you were half a second too late to hide, Yi Zhao turned around violently. Along with the turning motion was his arm and two of his fingers. Pest! 2 fingers inserted into a pair of eye sockets. Blood and the jellied liquid from the burst eyeballs spewed out. Ah! The scream rang out from the outlaw's mouth, halfway through the shout. Yi Zhao's palm fell to his neck, gouging his throat bone and holding it violently. Click! The sound was all but gone, and the outlaw fell to the ground. 8. Suddenly, Yi Zhao saw 3 machetes, separately from 3 directions, to him together chopped down. Your mom. Chapter 79. Suspicions solved. Facing those 3 slashing knives, Yi Zhao only felt as if a bucket of cool water had been poured from her head to her feet, and her heart was bitter and cold. Shasta! It was as if the world in front of me had come to a standstill. My brain has a mind of its own. When this ability was turned on, Yi Zhao's brain thoughts ran at a high speed, which would cause his vision to appear similar to a static state. The truth is, it's not that the world has come to a standstill. It's that his mind is revving too fast. Can't hide. What do I have to do? With his thoughts spinning frantically, Yi Zhao quickly analyzed how to dodge the scenario. At the same time, utilizing the "I'm gonna fight 10 of them" combat experience, he pushed on how to block this unavoidable attack. There it is. Steep. Vision returned to normal. Yi Zhao instantly leaned back, her body lying towards the ground. Swish! The 3 machetes cut a blank. How could the 3 masked thugs not expect that Yi Zhao would actually use this kind of dodging method? Normal people in such a state are almost confused. Why do you still have this reaction? Why don't you let us cut it? Are you polite, little old me? Boo! With too much force, Yi Zhao's body slammed hard into the ground. The impact of the back of his head against the ground nearly made him pass out. But the crisis is not over. Strongly enduring the severe pain on his body, Yi Zhao instantly rolled over. Hands and feet on all fours, face a little pale. His body resembled a beast on the ground, a black panther on the hunt. In a flash of lightning, Yi Zhao's limbs exerted force at the same time and flew up. Boo! His shoulder slammed into the chest and stomach of one of the thugs, bending the other over. The knife in the opponent's hand was also snatched into Yi Zhao's hand. Arm raised, he raised his hand and stabbed it through the thug's wide-open mouth behind his mask. Pest! The terrifying blade, in an explosion of blood and light, pierced through the back of the thug's head. There was an incredulous gleam in the thug's eyes, along with terror in the face of death. With one strike, Yi Zhao's body rolled, dodged a knife, and ducked underneath one of the thugs, slamming into the thug's arms. A quick stab with the knife in his hand. Fast as a stream of light, like a flash of electricity. 3 consecutive stabs penetrated the robber's chest and abdomen. Yi Zhao instantly retreated violently. The blood spraying out of the thug's chest and stomach wasn't even as fast as he exited, already coming in front of the 3rd man. Click! Sparks were flying. The 2 slashing machetes collided. Bye! Yi Zhao grinned, baring her teeth. Fear showed in the other's eyes as he thought of dodging. Arms flailing. Pest! The front edge of the machete in Yi Zhao's hand stabbed inside the gangster's neck, chopping open the gangster's throat. Blood was like a fountain spraying into mid-air. Yi Zhao let go of the knife. The thugs across the street also fell to the ground with a bang. Phew! Exhaling a long, hard breath, Yi Zhao's taut nerves relaxed. Just for a moment of relaxation, a wave of vertigo hit him, causing his body to shake a little. A feeling of weakness caused Yi Zhao to no longer be able to stand, sitting on his butt and slowly lying on the ground. So tired. He's in a terrible state. Faced with an attack of 10 thugs, the fight was continuous until the battle was over. Got a minute? Yi Zhao wasn't sure, but the process took too much of his physical energy, his energy. As the taut nerves relaxed, Yi Zhao couldn't hold on any longer. The fighting also cost him more than he could bear. His legs were sore and aching, and that was because his body had strained his muscles from exploding at full force. The little finger of his right hand, too, was curving strangely. You think if you hit someone, you won't get hurt yourself? No, you're just as likely to get hurt. Although Yi Zhao's palm had chopped the throat bone of the thug, his fingers were broken on impact. But these are not the most important. From the beginning of the fight until now, Yi Zhao turned around a few times on the edge of life and death. Explosive exertion of strength leaves him deflated. Lying flat on the ground, Yi Zhao lazily looked into the night sky. The sky was so dark that it seemed like it would never see clear. Yi Zhao still wanted to soar freely under this dirty sky. Because he's a man. Men, like eagles. Suddenly, in a corner of the villa's outer wall, a dark shadow walked out silently. He slowly approached Yishao. Nighttime. He was carrying a strange weapon in his hand. It was a thorn, a three-pronged military spike. Just as he walked to a point where he was 2 meters away from Yishao. I have a few questions I can't figure out. Yishao, whose eyes seemed to be lost and were staring at the night sky, slowly opened her mouth. The black shadow's body trembled violently, his palm gripping the three-pronged military spike in a death grip. For a long time, a cold, husky voice rang out. What can't you figure out? What did you use to get Lu Lei to take the fall for you? This was indeed something Yishao couldn't figure out, because it's very unscientific. In today's society, can anyone really go and take the fall for someone for love, for someone else, or is it a capital offense? Do you believe that? I knew Lu Lei 7 years ago, and a few of us were brothers back then. The black shadow sneered. But once a few of us went out to drink and drank too much and met a person in a place. You should be clear that people make mistakes when they drink too much, and we beat that person up, but Lu Lei accidentally killed that person. And this thing we all did not say, and no one knows that we did it. To be exact, no one knows it was Lu Lei who did it. Got it. Yishao smiled. Threats? Not only this threat, maybe you threatened Lu Lei with his family after you found him? Is he taking the opportunity to make a promise to give Lu Lei's family how much settlement money, so that he can rest assured that he can take the blame? Same old story. Then who was the reason for the trace of tenderness he saw in Lu Lei's eyes? Sister-in-law? I don't think so, I was thinking wrong. That tenderness should be because of family, right? Second question. Yishao slowly spoke. A woman cuckolded you back then. I don't believe that any normal man can be subjected to it. Since you are so capable and have come back for revenge, why don't you even kill this woman together? Wouldn't it be cheaper to kill her now? Dark Shadow sneered. Let her think I like her. Wouldn't it be good to finish her off after getting all her money? In case you didn't know, Han Mina is very rich. So that's how it is. Yishao laughed. Drinking too much alcohol makes you prone to accidents. The lure of wealth and money blackens the heart. Sake is red in people's faces, and money moves people's hearts. One last question. Yishao smiled and asked, why did you kill me? And how did you find this place? That's 2 questions. Yeah, why kill him? And how did the other party know about Gu Qingdao's home? Because you're a cop. You shouldn't have gone to Han Mina. The black shadow had already stood in front of Yishao, condescendingly looking at Yishao, who was lying on the ground, smiling sardonically. The fact that you went to look for her proves that you have found out something. I can't leave the city for the time being, so you must die. As for how I found my way here, you probably don't know it. Han Mina is very rich. She has a villa. Coincidentally, this villa is this villa area. And recently we also happened to be hiding here. There was a time when Han Mina saw you walk out from within this villa, saw you, and also knew that you lived here. So, we came. So it is. He doesn't realize that the CID has started arresting them all over the city tonight. Does he? I didn't realize that Han Mina actually has a house in this villa area and has met me. No wonder she looked at me funny when I was in the morgue. I thought she was craving my body. Suddenly, Yishao saw a 3-pronged military spike. From the top, it stabbed violently. Hi, your mom. Chapter 80. You're not worthy to clamor in front of me. Click. The 3-pronged military spikes plunged down the side of Yishao's neck to the ground. Yishao laughed, fortunately dodging quickly. Seeing the spikes on the side of the head, it's true that they're military. However, this military spike is not a domestic military spike, but a foreign one made by copying the Type 56 3-pronged spike. There are also markings on it, inscribed with the military flag of a particular country. The state of Maine? That means the other person disappeared for 2 years and left the country? To Burma? Almost rested. Time to work. Bang. Yishao, who had dodged the military thrust, blocked a thigh with his right arm, and his body used the force to instantly rise. Under the night, Yishao looked at the man in front of her. The height is only 1.75 meters. The body is thin but not weak, but the hideous scar on his face completely destroys his overall temperament and looks extraordinarily hideous and horrible in the darkness. There wasn't an ounce of excess fat on his body underneath that tracksuit, although it wasn't as imposing as the muscular men on TV looked. But the muscles that saturated underneath the clothes were full of force, taut as a stringed arrow, ready to go. His right hand tightly gripped the 3-pronged military spike, and a pair of sharp eyes stared at Yishao dead in the face. a chilling gaze that made people not dare to look at each other. Wukan. Phew! Yishao exhaled a long breath and looked at the other party calmly. Surrender. Dream on. Wukan's mouth let out a cold and furious cry as he violently charged forward. His left hand grabbed at Yizhao's face like lightning, and his right hand holding the three-pronged military spike stabbed Yizhao's chest. Yizhao's pupils contracted violently, and his hands stretched out at the same time, moving almost as one, grabbing each other's hands. Snap! Yizhao's right hand and Takeshioka's left hand clashed together without any frills with a muffled sound. Wukan felt a pain in his 5 fingers and lost consciousness. How is that possible? Why is this young cop so powerful? A freeze. Wu Gang's right hand holding the three-pronged military spike was held by Yizhao's wrist, and he wrenched it with one hand. There was a click. Takeshioka's wrist was dislocated, and he could no longer hold his military spikes. Arthrotech. Ah! Wukan roared in pain. His left hand retracted violently, and he punched Yishao in the face. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow after all. Having a system-given ability like, I'm going to hit 10, it also gave Yishao an almost beastly fighting instinct. It's surprisingly ferocious when it comes to instantaneous close combat. Facing Takeshioka's left fist that came across the room, Yishao not only didn't avoid it, but instead crashed down with a headbutt. Because of their close proximity, the headbutt not only bypassed Takeshioka's fist, but also hit Takeshioka's nose solidly. Boo! Intense pain mixed with soreness swept through Wukan's entire body. The painful irritation of his sore face brought tears to his eyes. While staggering back, he angrily yelled, "Damn! What's the use of cursing now?" Yishao had won with one move, so naturally, he could not let go of this opportunity. With a short stance, he pounced like a cheetah. One arm raised, elbow forward. Boom! Crashing into Takeshioka's soft underbelly. Ah! Again, the pain was unbearable, causing Takeshioka to take a breath and bend over in agony. Instead, within the hazel eyes of tears, I saw a thigh raised high, and a knee. Boo! Kachow! A knee strike not only smashes the bridge of Takeshioka's nose, but it also raises Takeshioka's upper body and head. At the very moment his head had just been raised, a thigh, like a battle axe, swiped at the side of his face. Bang! The moment the soles of the feet made close contact with Mugang's head, Takeshioka's body was kicked and sent flying across the room as if he had been hit by a car. Before he could fly out, a palm landed on the neck of Wukan, whose body was in a horizontal position. Snap! Wukan's entire body was lifted high in the air again. Dog-like. Yizhao's eyes flashed with the color of blood as he raised his arm high in the air, looking at the palm of his hand at Wu Gang, who was rolling his eyes as he was choking himself, and coldly spoke. "You're also worthy of screaming in front of me? Palm. Just about to push." Ah! A terrified scream rang out at the front door of the villa. Sister Qingmai? Shasta. The bloody light in Yizhao's eyes dissipated, restoring clarity. Can't kill in front of my sister. With a wave of his arm, Wukan was tossed aside like trash by Yishao. Sister Qingmai, it's not that you're not allowed to come out. A sunny smile reappeared on Yizhao's handsome face. Don't be afraid. It's just a few bad guys. There's no danger anymore. Yes, is it? Standing in the doorway, Gu Qingdao shivering, as if a frightened little quail, show face pale, doubtful blinking beautiful eyes, looking around the people lying on the ground, found everywhere is blood after. The body swayed and fell. The courtyard of the villa was like a torture chamber at the moment. Counting Wu Gang, who was finally knocked down by Yishao, there were 12 whole people lying around. There are only 3 or 4 living people, and the rest are all dead. In her lifetime, Gu Qingdao had experienced such a scene there and was directly stunned. Yishao was also startled and forced his body to come to the entrance of the villa and picked up Gu Qingdao. Suddenly, a scream came from the entrance to the villa compound. "Mr. Bully is back?" Yishao turned his head to look. Gu Qingdan is back, was looking at the villa courtyard with a white face. When the driver Wang Mang saw a field of corpses, his face changed dramatically and he was horrified. "They're coming for me." Sitting on the ground, Yishao held the sleeping Gu Qingdao and looked at Gu Qingdan, whose face didn't look too good, and explained, "Luckily, nothing serious happened. This, and you call it no big deal?" Taking a look at the cultivation-like villa courtyard, Gu Qingdan hurriedly turned her head to the side, forcing herself to resist the urge to vomit. "You can't live here anymore. It's not bull. Places where people have died are usually places no one likes to live. Aha! Yishao nodded. You first take Sister Qingmai to find a place to rest. There are still quite a few things that need to be dealt with back there. Yes. Mr. Ba, who had also seen the world, reached out and hugged his sister, heading out of the villa. This scene made Yi Zhao's heart flutter. Why is Gu Qingdan so strong? Why didn't I realize it before? Is this the woman who can't twist the cap off a bottle? Can she twist my canopy? Of course, now is not the time to think about that. After watching Wang Mang escort the Gu sisters away, sister-in-law Lu, who was about to be scared to death, also let Yi Zhao send her away. It took 10 minutes for the CID brigade to arrive. Yi Zhao was happy. Think of a terrier. The police are always the last to arrive. Chapter 81. Coaxing Sister. The three captains had doubtful expressions, staring blankly at the corpses on the ground in the villa's courtyard. Well, there's 4 more alive. If you save it in time, you should be able to live. It's hard to tell if you don't get rescued in time. The instructor of our brigade, true to form, is prescient. For a long time, Chen Guodong had a complicated expression and looked at Yi Zhao, who was sitting on the ground smoking a cigarette with a look of, I'm going to die of exhaustion. It's right not to let him follow the case. It's a kind of protection for the suspects. Is he, still available? Yi Warinian was also looking at his great-nephew, as if muttering, I've been on the police force for almost 20 years, but it's the first time I've seen a policeman like him. Why can't it work? The other vice captain laughed. When we are police officers, we should treat our enemies like the autumn wind sweeps away the leaves. These criminals made their own deaths. Are you going to let Xiao Yi stand still and let them kill them? The reasoning is understood by all. But the problem is, that's 8 lives, not 8 chickens and ducks. To think that in the past, people still said that Yi Zhao was ruthless. No, we were wrong. You're a killer. It's no wonder they think that way. Some people who are police officers don't necessarily shoot down a criminal in their lifetime. The number of police officers with lives in their hands is likewise few and far between. Where's Yi Zhao? In one night, he killed 8 thugs with his bare hands and seriously injured 4. Has this kind of battle ever been fought within the law enforcement system across the country? Even if they do, they use guns. Try it with your bare hands. A pair of 12 knife-wielding thugs. Can you survive? Take a vacation first. Chen Guodong finally made a break. The thing is too big, even if the thugs are estimated to scare the people above. It is not good to say, Xiaoya, you have to have a heart preparation. Maybe someone Xingxin want to find you to talk. Understand? Oh, Yi Zhao was now very well behaved, in front of the several captains. Well behaved like an elementary school student, blinking her big innocent eyes. Actually, I'm very measured. Are you serious about this? Is it better to save a life or a leg for the bad guys? The 3 captains rolled their eyes in unison. Don't you ing pretend. In the past, Yi Zhao, in their eyes, has a good character, very good at things, smart, oily, knows how to flatter and sneak around, but has his own principles. Overall, a mix of official material, a bit unsuitable for the police. But it's just that this one has an extremely good head for cases. He's even better at analyzing cases and reasoning, and seems to be born to be a cop. But the eyes of the 3 captains fluttered as they watched a body being carried away. They realized that Yi was born in the wrong era. If it's a time of war, maybe this little guy will be the most terrifying presence on the battlefield. The 3 captains took the statements themselves. This treatment made Yi Zhao's heart skip a beat. Honestly told the story of what happened tonight, and also to talk about his findings. The military spikes in Wukan's hands originated abroad, in the country of Burma. According to the information, Mugong has been away from the city for 5 years, 3 years roaming around the country, 2 years missing, and most likely out of the country in some illegal way, because there is no record of any entry or exit. And then there's the fact that Wukan, as well as the group of housebeaters, are no ordinary people, highly likely to have received militarized training. Burma, a country at war. It's also a good illustration of why this group of criminals is extremely combative, operational, and executive. They are abroad in no more than a few mediums. Soldiers, hitmen, bodyguards, mercenaries, assassins. Some people are fond of mythologizing the existence of mercenaries and assassins as such. It's not really that metaphysical. When these professions run out of weapons, especially firearms, they're no better than the average person. Yi Zhao told the 3 questions he had asked Wukan, and already Wukan's answers. And so on with nothing more to say. The transcript ends. The three captains walked away, leaving only some officers to deal with the scene. Crouch! Is it really okay for you guys to leave me like this? Yishao cried and laughed. What do I do with a head full of grooves I don't know how to spit? To be fair, I've made such a big score and I almost hung up the wall tonight and I've put on such a big show. You shouldn't do this to me, should you? Courtesy. CID Brigade? Forget it. I'm not dead anyway. Yishao got up with a bitter smile, went back to the villa and picked up the car keys, greeted his co-workers and went home. Just threw up at the end of the night, so maybe I won't have a chance to sleep at home later. As it turned out, the opportunity came. Back home, Yishao was paralyzed like a dead dog on the bed. Brain is messed up with the case and the two sisters. Soon all the cases and whatnot were forcibly kicked out of the brain by the figures of the two sisters in the back of his mind. Previously, Yishao thought he was simply Black Silk Control, Imperial Sister Control, Mature Girl Control, Lowly Control, Sister Control. In the end, I realized that I seemed to be simply horny. And the feeling has never been more profound. From knowing the sisters Gu Qingdan and Gu Qingdao, no other woman will ever see his eyes again. It's like eating a meal where you're sipping on a daily 8-piece soup and would never have any interest in salt water. Honestly, 2 lives. Of the beauties Yishao had seen in these 2 lives, Gu Qingdan could rank first and Gu Qingdao could rank second. Gu Qingdan is self-charmed with a buff bonus. Gu Qingdance relies on her own hardware and natural silly sweetness. In terms of body shape alone, Gu Qingdao was awesome. If this woman traveled back to ancient times to become the queen, there wouldn't be a single one in her harem that could fight. Obviously 2 beautiful women currently, but unfortunately our body 2 lifetimes are still with single, never with the young lady intimate. So depressing. Why am I still a virgin? In a daze, just about to fall asleep. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rings. Will you let me sleep? Yishao picked up her cell phone and looked at the caller ID. Lord Overlord. Sister Qingdan. I miss you so much that I can't sleep, Yishao said with a smile. Obviously I was about to fall asleep just now. This one is just staring blankly. Not working? Sleeping? Gu Qingdan was surprised. Well, at my own home, I was just scolded by the 3 captains and told to rest for a few days first. Yishao explained. That's just as well. My sister is freaking out tonight, Gu Qingdan said in address. You've caused your own trouble, so come over and coax it out of her. ING. What do you mean I caused the trouble? I was all but cut up. I'm innocent too. Okay. Yishao laughed bitterly, got up and dressed, took the car keys and went out. He did worry that Gu Qingdao was freaking out. Go coax it. Chapter 82 Face or Bully, which one do you want? Rich people suck. Walking down his big red flag and looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Yishao lamented. The villa's electronic courtyard gate opens automatically. After walking in, Yishao saw at a glance that inside the large courtyard, in a gazebo, Wang Mang was sitting there smoking. Brother Wang, why aren't you sleeping? Yishao walked over with a smile. Scared by you. Wang Meng wanted to laugh with Yishao and realized how he couldn't. 13 years in the army, 2 years as a big head soldier, 2 years in a scout company, 9 years in the special forces. Wang Mang had likewise gone on quite a few missions during those years, killing some drug dealers, criminals, terrorists, and whatnot. However, in 13 years as a soldier, he hadn't even killed as many people as Yishao had in one night. Still killed with my bare hands. Thinking back to the night when I saw the scene that was like a Shura, and then looking at the handsome face in front of me that was full of sunshine. How could Wang Mang not be able to connect what happened tonight with this harmless face in front of him? It's too deceptive. This is a killing machine in human skin. Brother Wang is a soldier. How could he be intimidated by this small scene? Yishao began to distort the floor. By the way, my sister and the girls are there, right? Aha. Wang Meng nodded. Wang, you rest early, haha. Yishao waved his hand and walked out towards the villa. When he opened the gate, he saw 2 servants standing inside. The villa's hall was large, and on the sofa in the hall, Gu Qingdan was wrapping his arms around Gu Qingdao, as if he was coaxing a child to comfort something. When she saw Yishao, Chief Bastard fiercely glared over. Air shivering cold? Yishao laughed. Not to mention, Mr. Ba's gesture of putting his arm around his sister and comforting her was very much like a devil who was helping his younger brother. That said, none of the Fudi demons have had a good ending, have they? The younger brothers who have a sister like Fudi demon seem to be stupid too, right? Wait. Yishao froze, picking at her fingertips. Fudi devil? 2 sisters? Isn't that what I said about myself? Didn't realize I was so ruthless that I even cursed myself. Walking to the sofa, the heart of a demon was foolishly stirring, but considering that the bully's fist was bigger than his own, Yi Xiao chose to follow the heart's will and pick a fight with the bully after a while. Sister Qing Mai. Yi Xiao sat on the sofa and looked at the gentle big sister who was shrinking in the arms of Mr. Bully and was staring at herself with frightened little eyes, and grinned. What? Is sister afraid of her younger brother? I ten. Gu Qingmai lowered her head, glutinous and not knowing what to say. Afraid of nothing. Yi Xiao suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Qingmai's jade hand, pulling her sister up and then placing her jade hand on her face. Sister Qingmai, touch me and see if I'm still human? Ouch! Gu Qingdao's face reddened and she hurriedly withdrew her hand, her showy face shy.
妈呀，你看看温柔大姐姐的小模样。
That voluptuous figure, the flavor that couldn't be hidden between her eyebrows, was a man-killer. Doesn't this bring back the feeling I had when I first met her? Mom's friend, kind sister-in-law, English teacher, etc. Suddenly, a stern gaze fell over. The slack muscles instantly tightened. Perhaps because of being a thief, Yi Xiao was a little numb and glanced at Gu Qingdan, noticing that Mr. Bully was looking at himself with a smirk. Is this something that the Queen Mother sees? If you really marry the boss home, it will be hard to cheat on her. This woman is too smart. And there's money, and there's power, and there's 365 ways to take you down in a minute. Yi Xiao winked at Gu Qingdan and passed a look over. I'm coaxing your sister. Don't get me wrong. Gu Qingdan also winked at her smelly brother and passed a look. I didn't misunderstand. I just wanted to beat you up. Yi Xiao. He remembered that, in his previous life, some men poured out their woes online. What to say? Women can miss 10, 20, or more times. Men can't kill them, they can only grind them slowly. But men only have to slip up once, and they'll blow your brains out. Not only that, but probably lift up your canopy. Take a look at your brain, and curse in disappointment. Yuck! Crass man. Thinking that he is also a man, and he doesn't yet have Qi Tian de Shang's fixing needle that can be big or small, in front of the female goblin, I guess he doesn't even have a chance to resist. Yi Xiao instantly felt so helpless and pitiful. Luckily, that's when the gentle big sister spoke up and broke the awkward atmosphere. I'm just a little scared. Gu Qingmai opened her mouth, lowered her head, and murmured. It was kind of scary. Scared of what? Yi Xiao looked at her sister with a smile. What does her brother do? The police. Gu Qingdao whispered. What are the police doing again? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Catching bad guys. Gu Qingdao was a little embarrassed. Sister Qingmai, I think you're not as bold as Daodu sometimes. Yi Xiao said cheerfully. Why should I be afraid? Why is it scary? Daodu all know that it's only right for police uncles to beat up bad guys. Is it wrong for brother to beat up those bad guys tonight? Gu Qingdao froze. She was simple, timid, but that didn't mean stupid. At 28 years old, what haven't you seen in 28 years of life? Only for a moment, terrified by the events of the night. Now that I heard Yi Xiao say this, it seemed like it was indeed the case. Isn't it only right for the police to fight bad guys, catch bad guys and kill bad guys? It's a good thing. Why be scared and fearful? For a moment, it was as if she had figured something out. The little bit of panic in my heart, and the heart-pounding soul was gone. She blushed and became a little embarrassed again. Yeah, she's 28. I can't believe I let a 22-year-old brother coax her. So embarrassing. You guys talk first. I'm much better and going to rest. Gu Qingdao got up and walked towards the second-floor bedroom of the villa. What's the situation? Yi Xiao looked somewhat uncertainly at Gu Qingdan, whose face appeared surprised and was looking at her elder sister's back. My sister is fine. Turning her head, Gu Qingdan looked at Yi Xiao with a strange expression. She'd been coaxing for almost an hour or so tonight, and her oldest sister couldn't listen to anything and was scared. As a result, after Yi Xiao came over and said just a few words, the old sister was not afraid and the person recovered. Wouldn't that be interesting, do you think? Yes. Yi Xiao hemmed and hawed, moved his butt and sat beside Bagong, taking Bagong's white hand in his hand and playing with it. Sister, it's too late. Do I not need to go home? But your house is so big. Why don't I live with you? Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that I might sleepwalk. It's better to have an acquaintance around to look after me. Gu Qingchuan, you're a cop. Face. Polite? Yi Xiao would have been disdainful if she knew what was going on in the mind of Mr. Ba. Face. Let you choose. Which do you want, the face or the bully? Chapter 83. Sleeping with Mr. Bully tonight. Someone said, if a girl likes you, then you'll pretend to be a child in front of her. That's right, play the kid, not the macho guy. Yi Xiao decided to try. Sister Qingdan, I'm hurt. Yi Xiao raised her hand pitifully for Lord Overlord to see. His eyes were watery, like a stray kitten's, pathetic. Gu Qingdan thought her brother was joking, probably pretending because he wanted to eat her tofu. Just as her eyes swept Yi Xiao's hand, the smile on her pink face froze. She saw her brother's little finger, which was in a grotesque twist. Come on, man. Gu Qingdan stood up violently and screamed out. What calmness, what pride, what dominance, disappeared. At this point she is a woman who has been shocked, is in a panic and worried, and is still very much in love with her man. Two servants came quickly. Medical kit, Gu Qingdan shouted, holding Yi Xiao's palm gently with both hands, looking at his brother's little finger, taking a look at the abnormal swelling on it, and shouting angrily. You didn't even say anything when you were hurt so badly? I thought it was okay to nurse. Yi Xiao played dumb. How can you fight a dozen thugs and not get hurt? It was also because it was too late, and I had planned to hold off and go back to the doctor in the morning. I wanted to act a little pitiful with Mr. Ba, but I didn't know that Mr. Ba's sister would react so strongly. The maid brought the medical kit. Gu Qingdan moved gently and took out the alcohol cotton and wiped Yi Xiao's fingers a few times first, then suddenly stood up. Go to the hospital. Also do not care whether Yi Xiao agreed or not. Pulling the stinky brother out of the villa. Inside the hospital, Yi Xiao has his hand in a splint. How else do you say it's scary to be uneducated? Yi Xiao also didn't know that hospitals could actually pick up bones and put on casts in the middle of the night. Okay, he admitted he was pretty naive. The doctor looked at him strangely when he took the picture and asked him, how long have you had this broken finger? It's recovering quite nicely. It doesn't mean much to have it splinted or not. And a thigh strain is basically fine. Yi Xiao? I just got hurt at night. And you're telling me I'm almost recovered? And then a thought came to him that made his hair stand on end. Is my body mutated? Or did the system mutate my body? Why else would I recover so quickly? Back at the villa, Yi Xiao, who had a splint on her hand, looked like she was on the verge of terminal cancer, and her whole body leaned in Gu Qingdan's arms and grunted weakly. Are all men as horny as you? Gu Qingdan's face flushed as she looked at her birdie brother in her arms. Heh. Bully obviously doesn't know me. Yi Xiao felt that he was not a womanizer, he just made the same mistake that most men make. Loves Sleeping Beauty and doesn't indulge. This has nothing to do with infatuation, this has to do with whoring. Yi Xiao pretended to be a dead dog and continued to eat tofu. Stop pretending. Gu Qingdan pushed Yi Xiao away and stood up, moving lightly with lotus steps towards the second floor staircase of the villa. Ah, this. It seems that Mr. Hegemony didn't invite me. Yi Xiao is a bit confused. Should I follow him up? Did she play with my feelings, hurt my pride, and waltz off again? Tears flowed uncontested. What are you still sitting there for? Gu Qingdan, who was preparing to go upstairs, turned her head, shyness showing on her proud face. Not sleeping. Yi Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. Oops, that's not good. How can a man and a woman be in the same room together? I haven't been in a room with Mr. Ba yet, will people be shy? Yi Xiao flew up quickly and went straight to the boss's sister. Inside the large bedroom, Yi Xiao, who was sitting on the bed, was excited. Today, I'm finally ending my virginity. Why it came so suddenly? The whitewashed Gu Qingdan walked out from the bathroom in her pajamas. Her clear and absolutely beautiful face hung with two blushes. Her eyes blazed, more of a woman's delicacy, less noble and cold, and she had the feeling of a jade beauty coming to life. This is the only way to have a woman's flavor. A Day's cold and noble. End of the boss shelf does not let go. Not at all lovely. Yi Xiao's eyes stared at General Manager Ba with a deadly stare. What kind of eyes a hungry wolf has, what kind of eyes he has right now. Going to take a shower. Gu Qingdan didn't even look at her stinky brother and sat in front of the dresser. Her face even redder. Or don't sleep with me. Hey, Mr. Bully, don't speak so harshly. You have to convince people with your morals. Yi Xiao jumped up and rushed to the bathroom. Ha! Gu Qingdan looked at that furtive back and just couldn't help but laugh. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao rushed out from inside the bathroom. Gu Qingdan was lying on the bed, leaning against the head of the bed, flipping through something with her tablet. A certain wolf was so excited that he climbed right into bed and took away the overlord's tablet and tossed it aside. Yi Xiao took Beiji into his arms and kissed him. When a certain wolf tried to undress Bully, I realized that I seemed to be having my period. Gu Qingdan winks and looks at the monkey Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao? What's the matter with you? What is it? Is it a great ant? Shasta. Yi Xiao was struck by lightning and stupidly asked, "How did you find out?" Eft. Gu Qingdan sputtered with laughter, remembering a segment from the internet, and giggled softly. "I found it with an 8-power lens." Yi Xiao, he cried, knowing he was being played. No wonder Mr. Ba was so generous to sleep with him tonight. It turns out that with Great Auntie's protection, there's no fear of what he'll do. Looking at Gu Qingdan with an emboldened stance and a teasing smile on her face, Yi Xiao closed her eyes in pain. A song lyric comes to mind. What do I need this iron rod for? Good boy. Don't keep thinking about that bit. Gu Qingdan laughed angrily and stretched out her jade hand to pinch her smelly brother's crying, handsome cheeks. It's all broken bones. Rest well. It's yours. No one else can snatch it away yet. Seems to make sense, huh? Yi Xiao sighed, took the boss sister into her arms and said with a straight face, "Sister, you've misjudged me. In fact, I really just want to sleep with you. I didn't think of anything else. I'm very upright. I guarantee it with my character, so please be sure to believe me." However, the corners of his mouth quirked up as many tawdry maneuvers flashed through his mind. Ha ha! Resting on her smelly brother's shoulder nest, Gu Qingdan couldn't help but laugh again. However, it still hugged Yi Xiao's waist and slowly closed its eyes. It's a long night. Unfortunately, Gu Qingdan still underestimated Yi Xiao's shamelessness and shamelessness. Chapter 84. There is a kind of man who is born extraordinary. Wake up the next day. Yi Xiao looked at Gu Qingdan in her arms. Floating fragrance sleeps lazily. Green silk covers the beautiful and delicate face. Chief Bully is like a plump snow lotus that weathered the storm last night. Looking a little wiped out this morning and needing to catch up on sleep to restore my spirits. Lowering his head, he gently kissed Gu Qingdan's lips. Yi Xiao, get up. Let your sister sleep a little longer. Gu Qingdan's home was so much bigger than Gu Qingdao's. While both are villas, this one is clearly more than twice as big. Zoe's big sister got up early. Was sitting in the hall waiting for the 2 sloths to get up for breakfast. In fact, there was only one sloth, Yi Xiao. Gu Qingdan would get up very early on weekdays. Only last night she was tossed while by her brother and stayed in bed for the first time. Up! Gu Qingmai's pretty face contained a smile as she looked at Yi Xiao, who was walking down from the 2nd floor with a 6-parent pace. Aha! Yi Xiao was red-faced and nodded triumphantly. How did Sister Qingmai sleep last night? Looking at her gentle sister sitting on the couch. The sunlight through the window, sprinkled on her tilted and soft face. Her small mouth is red, her nose is straight, and those charming and affectionate peach blossom eyes want to talk. Against the halo of red in her cheeks, it was an unspeakably seductive charm. Yi Xiao sighed in his heart. What an inwardly charming woman. It's only 28, which is actually the best age for a woman from my experience and perspective in my past life.
呸，思想不能滑坡。
Why did you decide that she and I would have a bad relationship? It's okay. Speaking of last night, Gu Qingdao's pretty face was slightly red. It's so humiliating to be enlightened by a younger brother. You must be strong from now on. You can't be timid. But the brother and sister slept together last night? Thinking of this, Gu Qingdao curved the corners of her mouth and looked at Yi Xiao with soft eyes. Hey. What kind of look is that, Sister Qingmai? Yi Xiao was a bit confused. The look seemed a bit like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, with a touch of scrutiny, a touch of relief, a touch of gentleness. That's right, an elder sister is like a mother. Gu Qingdan is only a younger sister in front of Gu Qingdao, no matter how bullish she is. Let's eat. Gu Qingdao rose with a soft smile. Thinking about the overlord who was still sleeping soundly, Yi Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. How do I describe last night? Very moist. I was eating breakfast when my cell phone rang. Yi Xiao's heart jumped when he saw that it was a call from the first captain. Come to the brigade. Someone wants to talk to you. That was all Chen said, and the call ended. Yi Xiao's heart sank. Last night, the brigadier had said that he might be approached. I just didn't expect it to come so suddenly and so quickly. This kind of thing is also well understood. 8 lives. No, 9 lives. In the morning, Uncle Junior gave him a call. said another thug died in the resuscitation room last night. When Yi Huanyan made this call, he told his great-nephew to be prepared for the fact that someone from above would definitely talk to him. The so-called conversation is actually censorship. If the vetting doesn't pass, Yi Xiao won't be a cop in the future. Yi Xiao ate his meal unhurriedly. It's not a case, then there's no rush. Let those people wait and go first. Those in their line of work actually hate internal reviews. If one did something wrong, it would certainly be annoying. It's even more annoying to be scrutinized when you haven't done anything wrong. Nearly finished with breakfast, Gu Qingdan walked down in his work clothes. But in order to lose the cold and noble temperament of the past, all through a lazy woman charm, eyes blinking with indescribable flavor. Upon realizing that some bad brother at the table was looking at her with a wicked grin on his face, Gu Qingdan's beautiful face instantly flew up in a reddish haze. Her beauty was unbelievable. Yi Xiao was indeed looking at her. Mr. Ba is like a white and flawless snow lotus flower in the wind and snow, with a face that's as beautiful as the country's, with long, straight legs, even more so with the pompous pecs. All deeply amazing to me last night. It's already Laozi's woman, so I won't provoke her today. Yi Xiao was ready to be a human being again, peeling a poached egg for Bully and putting it inside the bowl of kanji, and doing a little licking of the dog. Anyway, Gu Qingdan had let him eat him dry, so what's wrong with being a little licking dog for once? Her brother's gentleness caused Gu Qingdan to raise the corners of her mouth and silently eat her breakfast. Gu Qingdao's beautiful eyes swept back and forth over her younger siblings' bodies, and the soft smile on her face became even more intense. Some of us are looking forward to the day our siblings get married. I'm going to the unit to see if the leader wants to talk to me. After eating her fill, Yi Xiao smiled and got up, speaking in a breezy manner. Well, go ahead. Gu Qingdao was indeed simple and did not realize that there was something wrong within these words. Gu Qingdan, who was the overlord, furrowed her moon brows. Last night's incident? 7 years in the business world, what storms have you not seen? A person who could control $100 billion corporation. If her mind was spinning, there was nothing that could be hidden from her. Nothing much. Yi Xiao smiled and spoke, leaning down to kiss Gu Qingdan's beautiful face. You work well too. Gu Qingdao, who was on the side, blushed in turn and turned her head. Is it really good for you guys to show your love in front of me? Don't do it. Gu Qingdan spoke softly. It also saves you from being your woman all day long. There's nothing good about this line of work for the police. Although she knew it was a good word, the smile on Yi Xiao's face faded. Looking at her brother's expression, Gu Qingdan sighed tersely. I won't say it again. Sister Qingdao is so good. A sunny smile surfaced on Yi Xiao's handsome face. Let's go, huh? What were you guys just talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it? After her brother left, Gu Qingdao took out the stance of being an older sister and looked at her sister suspiciously. Don't look at him all day long. He's a smooth talker. He's got no sense of decency. But he's actually quite chauvinistic and stubborn as a donkey. Gu Qingdan shook his head. It's also the first time I've seen someone as stupid as him. Obviously, as long as he's willing, I can have half of my money, my company, but he doesn't care about it and he prefers to be a police officer. Precisely because he is a police officer, he cannot just beat and kill bad people. Not to mention that he has killed too many. He will be investigated. Ha! Gu Qingmai exclaimed out in shock. Then, will something happen to that brother? She also never thought that being a police officer could actually be investigated. It should be fine. Gu Qingdan laughed and said, even if something happens, people like him can be just as prosperous doing something else if he doesn't become a police officer anymore. Some people, by nature, are not ordinary. That's good then. Gu Qingdao breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't care if Yi Xiao was ordinary or not. Only cared that his brother was safe and sound. That's all. Chapter 85, Going Through the Motions. Drove his big red flag to the CID brigade. Yan knew the brigade had 2 visitors, police inspectors. The 2 inspectors who came to the criminal investigation brigade this time were sent down by the city council. Investigate last night's mugger attack and get the details of how it happened. 9 lives are not to be ignored, even by thugs. Yi Xiao came to report to the conference room and walked inside. Just saw the Brigadier Chen Guodong was accompanying 2 dry police officers. Inspectors are a branch of the police and also belong to the police. To put it bluntly, it's the police who run the police. Any problems with police law enforcement cases inspectors can check. If there is a complaint against the police, it is also the inspector who is responsible for dealing with it. Literally, inspectors have more authority than police officers, but they are also only responsible for investigating police officers. Pop! With an outsider present, Yi Xiao stood upright and saluted. Sayaka, come and introduce yourself. Chan Guodong smiled and opened his mouth, introducing the two police officers beside him, first pointing to the 40-something, two-star second-grade police inspector. This is Officer Guoxiao from the City Bureau's Inspection Department. Another 34 or 35-year-old, three-star, first-class superintendent was introduced. This is Officer Chiu Hicheng. Hello, two leaders. Yi Xiao saluted again. Yes, the other side is indeed the leader who runs the police. The other party also stood up and returned Yi Xiao's military salute. It's a matter of attitude and formality on both sides. Hello, Officer Yi Xiao. Guoxiao smiled and opened the door. This time, I was assigned by my superiors to come over and investigate last night's case. Can you tell us the details of last night? Here's the situation. Yi Xiao's expression was serious, but she was rolling her eyes in her heart. What else is there to say? There are security cameras in the compound of Sister Qingmai's house, and there are also security cameras in the villa area. We are all police officers. What's the use of just talking? It's all about evidence. Those security cameras have done a great job of showing what happened last night. What else is there to say? After Yi Xiao had told all about what happened last night, the two inspectors looked at each other. Chiu Hicheng looked serious. There's one question we can't understand. Why is your kung fu so good? If you were an ordinary person, you shouldn't be a match for these thugs, right? As soon as these words were uttered, the expressions of those present instantly changed color. Guoxiao, in particular, gave his men a deep look. Chun Guodong's original smiling expression sank as he narrowed his eyes at the inspector. On the contrary, it was Yi Xiao, who first froze and looked at the inspector with a smirk. This leader, is it not according to your meaning that it is only normal that I should be hacked to death by thugs? That's the level? Yi Xiao wants to spit in the mouth. Ah! Chiu Hicheng instantly turned red. Knowing that what he asked was wrong, he quickly forced an explanation. I don't mean that. What I mean is that ordinary police officers probably won't be their opponents. I didn't expect your kung fu. It's very strong. Thank you for your kind words. Yi Xiao put away the smile on his face. I like fighting. I practiced for a few years before I joined the police. I may be more talented and learn faster than others. Is that explanation okay? If you don't think it's reasonable, go investigate. The abilities given by the system are too sick though. But the thug attack that happened last night, the old man is the identity of the attacked or a police officer. If you guys grab that and investigate me. Excuse me. What do you mean? Chiu Hicheng did not say anything, knowing that he was a bit suspicious of looking for bones in the egg. Comrade Yi Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Guoxiao began to round up the conversation and spoke with a smile. It's really because what happened last night was too appalling. If you have a gun, it makes sense. Killing 9 thugs with bare hands is just too shocking. That's more like it. From the other party's words, Yi Xiao could also sense that people did not come to make things difficult for him. It was his own battle last night that was so awesome. It's a bit much for anyone with a normal brain to take in. The case began with thugs attacking him, attacking a police officer as well. Even if all of them are killed, as long as the explanation is reasonable, there won't be any trouble. Yi Xiao's words were tantamount to giving an explanation. And then the two inspectors didn't ask any more questions and chatted with Chun Guodong. Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like she had repeatedly jumped sideways several times on the brink of death. Obviously the top is just going through the motions and not really giving him a hard time. Waiting to see off the two inspectors, Yi Xiao was again called to the office by the 4 brigade leaders. The 3 captains plus the instructor all looked at Yi Xiao with complicated expressions. In the future, you are not allowed to handle cases independently. Team up with Go Shang and Old Li. Let them lead you first. Chun looked straight at Yi Xiao. Do you hear me? Understood. Yi Xiao hurriedly nodded her head in a small humble manner. I can't do it without humbling myself. I almost got in trouble with the CID again. One foot only beat up 23 social youths, and the next foot took out 9 thugs. Not to mention the criminal investigation brigade. Even the detachment and the general team could not carry Yi Xiao's work. In any other case, you would have been sent away and left to plague others. Yi Xiao then talked to several leaders about the case. The clubhouse murder case, solved once and for all. Through overnight interrogation, Mugong confessed all. He did smuggle himself out of the country 2 years ago through illegal means. worked as a hitman in Burma, then as a mercenary. Mercenaries here are very different from mercenaries in the true sense of the word. To put it bluntly, Wukan was working as a private soldier for someone with a salary of $300,000 a year. Those helpers of his are from that side of the old country. Back then, he also went abroad through his old family's channels. The associates who followed Wukan were all Nashi, working together as private soldiers abroad. It also explains they're well-trained very well. Wugong also promised to give $500,000 to each person after the deed was done, provided he gets the money from Han Mina first. The victim of the clubhouse murder was merely their first target. If it wasn't for Yi Xiao and the CID team solving the case so quickly, Han Mena would have been victimized. Suspect Lu Lei is just a backstabber after being threatened, but not a good one. The case is now being taken over by the brigade, and Yi Xiao is on vacation, so the credit won't go to him. Your aunt says she hasn't seen you in a while, so go check it out. Uncle and nephew walked out of the criminal investigation brigade. Yi Huanyan looked at his great-nephew and skimmed his lips, having a daughter-in-law and forgetting his mother. Yi Xiao was embarrassed. I have indeed been staying at Sister Qingmai's place lately. The second aunt hadn't even visited since crossing over to this world. It does seem a bit over the top. Then check out Chapter 86, The Return of the War God in the opening game. Uncle Tu's house is nice, 3 rooms and 1 bath, next to the city center. Memory was telling Yi Xiao that it was also luck. When I caught up with the city, building demolition and relocation of a set of houses also got hundreds of thousands of compensation. Otherwise, a person who is a police officer would never be able to afford a house here in his life. The second aunt was a knowledgeable person, a people's teacher, but with a fiery temper. When he saw his great-nephew, he was obviously petite and delicate, less than 165, but he had a strength that didn't match his stature, and a hand pinched Yi Xiao's ear. It hurt so much that he almost died on the spot.
疼疼疼，二婶手下留情。
Obviously 185 in height, Yi Xiao bent over to accompany the smile, opening the dog-licking mode. Only a few days have not seen. Auntie 2 is beautiful again, simply like 30 or so years old, too good-looking. Memory was telling Yi Xiao that this was half a mom, just like her real mom. When he was the age of a kitten, he was taken home and raised by his second uncle and aunt. The couple pulled him through, and so did his own parents. And at the same time marvel at the magic of traveling. It was obviously a physical body crossing, but it was a perfect blend of this world's memories. The second aunt in front of him was a stranger, and again it managed to create a strong sense of kinship within him. Unconsciously treating the woman in front of me like her own mother. Same as your second uncle, all mouthy when you're young. The second aunt let go of her hand as she was licked by her eldest nephew. What? Uncle Tu used to be a womanizer when he was young. You didn't see it? Yi Xiao looked at Yi Huaran in a bad smile. Uncle Tu's old face was very red and he glared at him. I didn't expect you to be such a second uncle. I really misjudged you. Cuckoo. Where's my sister? Sitting in the hall, the second aunt cooked, and Yi Xiao asked the second uncle. My second aunt and uncle have a daughter who is 16 and in high school. Resident won't be back for a while. When it comes to his daughter, Yi Huanyan's face is full of fatherly love, which is a little cotton jacket. 2 more years of college entrance exams. Yi Xiao nodded. Adults fight and hustle for their lives. Children trying to go to school is equally life. Looking back at past lives, I'll rub it in. I still have over $100,000 on my bank card from my previous life that I haven't spent, right? The saddest thing in the world is that the people are still there and the money is gone. No, it's not. It's the person is gone and the money is still there, and it's not. Remember, the previous life of the Ghost of the Blade did not finish watching. The national football team did not win the championship. Death is not closed. Oh, this or forget it. My God, if I remember correctly, the hundreds of gigabytes of wives on the computer's hard drive weren't deleted. Were they? What to do about this? If my mom and dad from my past life found out, I'd die. So shy. Countless memories that flashed like a walking light within the brain. Gradually, can't catch a trail. Returning to her senses, Yi Xiao always felt that something was wrong with the start of her crossing. The normal routine should be, the second uncle is a biased one. The second aunt is a mean one. The little sister suppresses me at every turn. The bossy sister looks down on me, and the gentle sister dislikes me. Then, the god of war returns, crushes strongly, drives the second uncle and the second aunt's family to live in the doghouse, and sends the little sister to the others. Give away. Let the sisters warm the bed. This is the right way to open after crossing. How cool. Thinking about it, Yishao herself was happy, feeling that it would be a pity not to go write a novel. If I were writing a novel, I'm guessing the handsome reader lords who are reading it would be laughing with joy. Accompanied my second uncle and aunt for a meal. After coaxing Auntie Tu into a frown, the couple sent Yishao out the door and waved goodbye. Driving back to Gu Qingdan's villa, Gu Qingdao was playing with Daodus. Seeing Yishao, the little girl wailed and ran. Brother, I'm back. Gu, my Dabeo is back. Picking up Daodu and lifting him up high, Yishao kissed the little Daodu's tender face. Do you want to miss your brother? Think. The 5-year-old little Bean Ding hugged Yishao's neck. Her little mouth was so sweet, and she gave another kiss on her pretty brother's face. But I want to. Yishao's heart instantly melted. How nice would this be for your own pups? Will you have a daughter like that in the future? Definitely going to work on that with Mr. Bully and have a daughter like that in the future. Son, get thee outta here. Under Gu Qingmai's gentle gaze, Yishao accompanied Daodu to play the game, obviously devastated by a 5-year-old waif, crying and laughing, but pain and joy. Having an innocent child with you purifies even the most negative emotions in your heart. At night, Chief Bully returns. Gu Qingdao understood and carried the child away. Sister Qingdan, my heart has been filled with your shadow this day. Some stinker sat down on the couch, took the overlord in his lap and cradled him in his arms, and began to sweet-talk him. People love to hear good things, and saints are no exception. Not to mention the fact that Beiji was always proud. She would outwardly disdain her brother's flattery, but in her heart she was secretly pleased, looking at the smile on Gu Qingdan's delicate face. Hey, I'm getting better and better at these irresponsible sweeteners. Yishao was ashamed for a moment in her heart. I'm not done with my period. Gu Qingdan had no more overbearing temperament, and softly leaned into her smelly brother's arms, smiling softly. We can still do what we did last night. Recalling last night's tawdry operation, Yi Zhao's entire body boiled over. Get out. Mr. Bully got up and left his brother alone, leaving behind the words, You'll sleep alone until I'm done with my month. Mr. Bully's condescending tone was as if a female doctor had said, Male love? Heh, I never needed that kind of stuff. I gave it my best lick and all I got was a lonely lick. Yishao rolled her eyes greatly. Okay, we're still the same teenagers we used to be. No, a virgin. Day 2. Bean's new nursery was found. After returning from dropping the kids off at kindergarten. Sister Qingmai, yes, quick, he's still a child, don't let him go. Yishao ghostly commanded.
Brother, don't.
Gu Qingdao held her cell phone and exclaimed in shock. Brother hit him, but seeing Gu Qingdao cheerful as a child, while looking at the corners of Yi Zhao's mouth that raised from time to time, Gu Qingdan knew. The younger brother is intentionally teaching his older sister to play the game so that she can relieve her boredom on weekdays, and he has good intentions. But you can just teach people to play the game, and you're teaching your old sister to say those dirty words. Isn't that too much? The fun is always short-lived. One day later, Yi Zhao's vacation is over. Early in the morning came to the Criminal Investigation Brigade to change the police uniform, and greeted his colleagues. The bastard went to the training ground, ready to practice his gun. How can a real man not know how to shoot a gun? Chapter 87. Don't want to be a little. The police practice their guns and have a special base for practical training. It has a shooting gallery, an obstacle course, and a street simulation of real-world combat scenarios. The police practical training base in City D is large enough for 2,000 civilian police officers to be trained at the same time, and it can undertake the training of the city's police. When Yishao called Goshang and Old Li to come here together, the entire group was messed up. Obstacle training ground, multimedia teaching building, high-altitude psychological behavior training ground, police physical comprehensive training hall, police actual combat scene simulation street and other projects, field survival training ground, water motorboat, helipad, swimming pool. There should be everything. Yishao also opened his eyes for once and admitted that he was a turd in 2 lives. From the day it was built, this training base was not only dedicated to the police, but also to the training of some special personnel. Do you really think that only the police and military are allowed to carry guns? No, there are plenty of special officers who can carry guns just as well. Let's say that special guards on duty at airports, ports, warehouses, bank escorts, and some other places are allowed to carry guns. With 2 old cadres leading the way, Yishao took his police officer's license and went through the procedures for receiving the gun. The CID brigade has its own specialized training room, a perk of the precinct unit. Don't look for that kind of treatment, the ammo money still won't be less for you,